PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Leavitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Leavitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. There are 3 teams, the Mets, the Reds, and the Diamondbacks, all within 1 game of each other for the last NL wildcard spot with less than a week left in the season. The Diamondbacks will start a massive 3-game series with the Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. It'll be Brandon Pfaadt for the Snakes and Shohei Ohtani on the mound for the Dodgers. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Despite being handed their first loss of the season on Sunday, Jonathan Gannon and the Cardinals have shifted their focus to Thursday night.
Obviously a different week that's different than our routine. A lot of variables that go into that. We have to handle those things the right way to get ready to go win a football game at home against a really good team. So that's what we're working on right now.
And tonight, the Phoenix Mercury will be in Minnesota for Game 2 of the WNBA semifinals. Tip-off will be at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more. Only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta.
Vinny.
Jared Carlin.
Jared gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jared is going to win the Daytona 500.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and business Vince.
Okay. Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, Valley sports fans. What a day we have ahead of us in the Valley, huh? Dodgers D-backs playoff stretch run. It's all happening today, Vinny.
It's all happening.
It's all happening today.
Huge week.
And as we discussed about a week ago, those little rumors I was hearing on the cruise ship might be coming to fruition. A return of the ow Coyotes.
I thought you were going to talk about the great career comeback of Kevin Sorbo.
Those rumors are true too.
I didn't hear those rumors on the ship at all.
Nobody's heard those.
Nobody's not involved with the Coyotes.
30 years.
No, but in my talkings with Shane Doan and others, I got this distinct feeling that, some really influential people have actually been talking about a return of our hockey team, and they were talking about it in a way that it was like, okay, there have been some discussions had.
Yes.
And yesterday they announced that there's actually now a committee or a body of people that are going to champion the return of a hockey team.
Headed up by Shane Doan's wife,
That's right.
Andrea.
How do you guys think this year and a half without hockey has gone in the Valley? Do you think the out of sight, out of mind thing has sort of squashed a lot of momentum of people clamoring to get a team back?
Listen, it's a one-of-one situation, Jared. I don't think you can accurately gauge the Valley's reaction to losing a major professional sports franchise when it was one as god-awful as the Coyotes were for 20 years.
I think
there's nothing to miss.
A perfect point. And not discounting the feelings of the diehard Coyotes fans because they're out there. But they were pushed to their brink as well. And a year and a half in the grand scheme of things, in terms of a team leaving and already having rumors about that's not a lot of time at all. And the fact of the matter is, you now have we've always known this. that the NHL has a commissioner that wants hockey in this city.
Very badly.
And now you have clean slate opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to be, saddled or anchored with terrible ownership. You get competent people in from day one, and this thing can work with the right people in charge.
That's the key. Is
the Coyotes
the
never
right
had the
location
people in charge.
and the right people in charge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that will get people excited because when a city loses a team, it can go two ways. Like Seattle, since they've lost the Supersonics, it feels like every second of every day they've wanted a team back. Whereas like LA, when they lost their football teams, they didn't have teams for 20 years and didn't care.
Mm-hmm.
And even when they were given teams, it took a while for them to care.
Mm-hmm.
It's arguable if they care now.
Right.
It's true.
So it'd be interesting to see how the Valley sort of rallies around this now that it's coming up again.
Now this wouldn't be happening like in a week. This is a couple of years down the road.
Yeah, I mean it's still contingent on a suitable arena.
But what it would be if and when it does happen, it would be the triumphant return of Shane Doan to the It would be confirmation that Shane Doan's incredible loyalty and dedication to that team in this market was not in vain.
And look, Doaner's got fresh legs. I expect him to be a big scorer. No, you're right because the crap that they fed that man, the organization fed that man was just.
Right.
It was embarrassing.
Yeah, beyond embarrassing. Yeah. So this is that's why I think we could all get behind that when that happens. Yep. All right, we got a lot of ground to cover. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Animal coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Final week of Major League Baseball season gets underway for the Arizona Diamondbacks tonight at Chase Field. Dodgers in town for a 3-game series, and it is a big one. The two teams have split 10 games this season, including a split of a 4-game series here in Phoenix in early May. Diamondbacks sending Brandon Pfaadt off of his best start of his career to the mound tonight in the opener against Shohei Ohtani, who, interestingly enough, pitching only for the second time in his career against the Diamondbacks. First pitch, 6:40. You can hear all the action right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. Diamondbacks still in the thick of the wild card picture. Last night, there were only 3 games in the big leagues. 2 of them had bearing on the National League wildcard picture. The Padres wrap up a postseason spot with a 5-4 11-inning walk-off win over the Brewers. Padres just 2 games behind the Dodgers in the National League West. St. Louis down the Giants in San Francisco 6-5. Both of those teams now 3.5 games out of the last National League wildcard spot. 2.5 games behind the Diamondbacks heading into Tuesday's action. D-backs trail the Mets and the Reds by 1 game. But as you pointed out, with tiebreakers, basically 2 games.
Yeah, Diamondbacks have the tiebreaker advantage over the Mets, which is good, but they do not against the Reds. So you're basically 2 games back of the Reds, right?
Yes.
So if the Diamondbacks go 5-1 over their final 6 games, the Reds have got to go 3-3 or worse.
Cardinals in full prep for their Thursday night matchup against the Seattle Seahawks at State Farm Stadium. We got our first look at the Week 4 injury report on Monday. Of course, running back James Conner appears on it. Has not been placed on injured reserve yet. That will happen. Head coach Jonathan Gannon announced that Conner is indeed out for the season with a foot injury that will require surgery. I didn't know foot was going to be the body part in question when you see the replay of that injury, but there was a lot of damage done, apparently. Kelvin Beachum, Will Johnson, Zay Jones, he's in the concussion protocol. They all missed practice as well. Last night on Monday Night Football, Week 3 of the season wrapped up with a barn burner in Baltimore. The Lions take down the Ravens 38-30. David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs each had 2 touchdown runs as the Lions racked up 224 yards on the ground against the Baltimore defense. Detroit 2-1. Ravens fall to 1-2.
Ravens and Chiefs are 1-2 right now.
San Francisco 49ers did not get the good news they were looking for, as they announced defensive end Nick Bosa suffered a torn right ACL in Sunday's win over the Cardinals. He'll miss the remainder of the season. Bosa has now suffered torn ACLs in both of his knees during his NFL career.
And both of his knees.
And both of his knees. Very, very well done, Chargers running back Najee Harris. I'm not laughing at you, Najee. He's also out for the season after suffering a torn Achilles tendon during the second quarter of LA's win over Denver on Sunday. Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb out for 3 to 4 weeks with a high left ankle sprain. Now the Cowboys are considering putting him on injured reserve.
Yeah, those high ankle sprains are a big issue.
Yep. College football, not surprisingly, ASU kicker Jesus Gomez named the Big 12 Special Teams Co-Player of the Week for his role on the Sun Devils' 27-24 win over Baylor. Last Saturday, Gomez kicked 4 field goals, including the 43-yard game winner as time expired. First walk-off field goal in an ASU win since 2018 when Brandon Reese hit one to beat Michigan State.
And I love the way Kenny Dillingham talks about Jesus, that there's no drama, there's no anxiety. He's just see ball, kick ball, whatever.
See it, watch it go through the
uprights. Watch it go through the uprights. We're good.
Gomez shared the award with Kansas return man Emmanuel Henderson Jr. Big addition to the leadership team for the Phoenix Suns. Owner Matt Ishbia posted on social media Monday that Steve Nash joining the organization as a senior advisor. Suns drafted Nash 15th overall out of Santa Clara in 1996. He was traded to Dallas in 1998, but of course, triumphantly returned in free agency in 2004. Won back-to-back MVP awards in 2005 and 06, leading the Suns to the Western Conference Finals in both of those seasons. Nash was inducted into the Suns Ring of Honor in October of 2015. My big question on this, advisor, is it S-E-R or S-O-R?
It's S-O-R.
I looked it up. Either is
appropriate,
acceptable. ER is the more old school English.
Okay.
The OR is the Americanized version. Don't tell me you don't learn stuff on this show, people. The Houston Rockets delivered a big blow before training camp even starts. Shams Charania of ESPN reporting that veteran point guard Fred VanVleet suffered a torn ACL. He will likely miss the entire 25-26 season. VanVleet suffered the injury during a recent workout. According to the report, he had just signed a 2-year, $50 million extension in June. This is a massive blow
it is.
to the Rockets.
Sure is.
College basketball. Bruce Pearl has stepped down as the head coach at Auburn after 11 seasons on the job. Pearl guided the Tigers to a 244-123 record during his stay there, including 6 NCAA tournament appearances and the school's only 2 Final Four appearances in 2019 and last season. Pearl's son, Steven, takes over the program as the new head coach.
And just an old school sleazy coach. Like somebody from like the 1980s.
Yeah, but those guys are all going bye-bye now. WNBA semifinals continue tonight for the Mercury. They're in Minneapolis for Game 2. Best of 5 series continues against the Lynx. Minnesota finished strong to win Game 1 by 13 on Sunday. That game gets going at 4:30 on ESPN. That'll be followed by Game 2 of the other semifinal between Indiana and Las Vegas. Fever lead that series 1-0 after their surprising Game 1 win on Sunday.
Our great friend Dave Leonard said the Lynx and the Mercury, emblematic of 2 sports talents that have great WNBA franchises and can't win squat in anything else.
As always, an astute point from Dave. Yeah.
Yes.
There you go. There's your splash for this Tuesday, September 23rd. Coming up, Cardinals lost a tough one to the 49ers, then added injury to insult. We'll give you the latest on what the Cards' plan is in a post-James Conner world. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals took the lead late, but the Niners fought back to walk them off in San Francisco.
Snap, ball is down, the kick is up, and the kick is good, and the game is over. The 49ers hand the Cardinals their first loss of the season, 16-15.
How you feeling about this L, Bird Gang? We'll be hearing from you and reaction incoming from Arizona Sports hosts on 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
All right, so there's this assumption in the electronics industry that prices have to be lower at big box stores, and that's happened because people walk into those stores. You might see a TV at the very front, real low price, and you think, wow, I've got to shop here. What you don't know is that television is probably hot garbage. It's going to rob you of quality and experience. One of many reasons you shop at my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance. Lots of reasons. They're going to give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. You need to know not all televisions are built for live action sports. People at at Waltz know that. You won't get that inside at a big box store. You'll get great selection at Waltz, big screen TVs, all the way up to 115 inches. You can check that out in the theater room, and you will not pay a premium for that great expertise or that experience because Waltz also offers unbeatable prices. And to prove it, if you find a price you like somewhere else, bring it to Waltz, watch them match it. When you're at Waltz, finally, make sure you drop my name. You're going to get an extra 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Let's go!
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Bring bold flavor to your lineup at Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Open 24/7 and stacked with gourmet dogs, sausages, burgers, chicken, and more. Planning a watch party? Doghouse Catering knocks it out of the park with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and our legendary build-your-own dog bar. Don't forget the tots and chili cheese fries. Load the bases with flavor and let us deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What impact does James Conner's injury have on the Arizona Cardinals on and off the field? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
On the injury front, James Conner has to have surgery on his foot. He'll be out the rest of the year. Just real quick talking about James, obviously, because I know you guys are going to ask me about it. One of our leaders, a captain. You hate that it happens. I feel terrible. But I know he'll take the right attitude and bounce back. Picking up that slack, both the player and the person, we're all going to have to collectively do it, truthfully.
It's Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Cardinals, at his media availability yesterday ahead of the Thursday night matchup against the Seattle Seahawks, but talking about the James Conner injury. Look, we knew it was bad from the reaction of players, from the presence of the cart.
Yeah.
It's official. It's a foot injury. He's going to need surgery, out for the year. So now Jonathan Gannon and the rest of the Arizona Cardinals are faced with the challenge of trying to fix a running game while losing your best running back and emotional leader of your offense.
Yeah.
Not an ideal situation to be in.
Unless Trey Benson is a star waiting to happen. Unless this opportunity turns out to unleash a Trey Benson that has just been waiting in the wings for this kind of opportunity. That's the one real silver lining you can look at. That if maybe this enhanced workload that is coming for Trey Benson is going to work out really, really well for the offense. It's a possibility. The way they're running blocking at the moment, I'm not sure I buy it, but it is a possibility.
Well, that's where it all starts, and that was a lot of the talk on this radio station, this entity yesterday on our show with Wolf and Luke.
Mm-hmm.
The issues up front, but focusing on the running back room, Trey Benson obviously is going to get a lion's share of the work. I didn't use the term that you don't like.
Thank you. The bell cow.
You said it, not me.
Yeah.
But here was Jonathan Gannon on with his for his weekly visit with Burns and Gambo, talking about the rest of that running back room.
I don't know. We'll see. We got Bam too, so we'll kind of put it together here the next 24 hours or so, and see how the week goes. But I feel comfortable with who's going to be carrying the ball and who's going to be in there on third down and who's doing what. So guys got to step up and seize their opportunity.
Yeah, and that's what it comes down to. Biggest opportunity is for Trey Benson. If there is, there's no real silver lining, but if you're really grasping for one, the fact that Trey Benson, in a very inefficient, unproductive running game, has already busted off two sizable runs. He's got the home run ability, which man, this offense needs an.
Well, listen, they've been calling him and James Conner 1A and 1B. So now it's their time and his time to prove that that's accurate. But it's going to have to start up front. I'm hoping Will Hernandez is added to this offensive line before too long. This is calling it a crisis point would be a little too strong, but it feels like there's a lot of angst and anger around this football team right now, disproportionate to their record.
I was thinking about that with this Seattle game. This Seattle game what happens in that game will cause a reaction either of, wow, they could have been 4-0 right now. They were that close to beating San Francisco. They just beat Seattle. They're actually a good team. If they lose to Seattle, especially if they lose badly, everyone's going to think they could be 0-4 right now. And they got lucky that they played the two worst teams in the NFL to start the year.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's the thing that's the most worrisome about these offensive metrics that we're all staring at. They're occurring against two bad teams and a team that's decimated by injuries.
Yeah, we don't.
You would think the metrics would be a lot better with the quality of competition they faced, and they're not.
Yeah, I'm not sure the Cardinals lost to a good team on Sunday.
Yeah, it's
because
true.
of the shape that the 49ers are in. Credit to them, they got 3 wins, and you got to stack those wins early in the season because you're going to deal with injuries. But they just lost their best defensive player.
Yeah,
one of their best defensive players.
They just lost to McCorkle Jones, Vinny. You didn't know that's his real first name?
McCorkle. How did you miss that in the song parody, Jarrett? Did you do any research at all?
No, but that
Matt Jones is McCorkle. That's his real name. That's I've blown your mind.
There's no way.
Way.
You could see
that's
my
his
mouth.
Real first name.
If you're watching live on YouTube on the Arizona Sports
McCorkle
page,
Jones.
you can see my mouth.
Not only that, a McCorkle Jones who could barely move at the end of that game, and he's still directing a game-winning drive.
There was
Michael McCorkle.
Oh, McCorkle's the middle name?
I believe so. The real name of Mac Jones is Michael McCorkle Jones. Still.
McCorkle. It's a great name. McCorkle Jones.
That's got to be like a family maiden name or something
it has
like
to
that,
be.
right?
Has to be. Has to be. I don't know how else he would come up with that grouping of letters.
Well, I hope he's still playing quarterback for the 49ers when they roll through town here so we can start the McCorkle chant.
Yeah, there you go.
McCorkle! It's broken!
Here was more from Jonathan Gannon on the non-participating players in practice on Monday.
The thoughts on the injured guys, or not injured, but guys that didn't go last week, it's going to take a little bit of time here these next couple of days to see where they're at.
So that would include Will Hernandez. And it's getting to the interesting spot because of, in my opinion, and I think your opinion as well, Bick, need new blood on the offensive line to change that. And we know what Will Hernandez brings in terms of physicality, which they've been lacking on the front line. But this is also the 4th game of the season. And the Cardinals had a decision to make on Will Hernandez as he was coming back, and they activated him from the physically unable to perform list. I don't know if they thought that this injury was going to, or the recovery was going to linger.
Take as long as it has.
Season.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. So maybe this is the week, finally.
Yeah, that would be nice because something's got to flip with this paradigm here. You've got an offensive line that's way better at pass blocking than it is run blocking, but you want to be a run-first football team that supplements that with the pass. Mm-hmm. So it seems like you've either got to pick a lane. Either you've got to explore trying to maybe diversify the offense a little bit while Isaiah Adams is in the game because how often are you going to run into a brick wall before you go, hey, you know what? Let's find a better strategy. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what Jonathan Gannon was talking about when he was talking about all the 0-yard runs, that you can't keep stacking 0 gains. So, yeah, there is a lot converging all at once, and I'm curious about the timing of it. I've been thinking about it ever since we got off the air yesterday, whether this is really, really a cruel moment for the football team to have to kind of host another division opponent on Thursday Night Football, or exactly what they need.
I think it's so cruel.
It kind of is. It kind of is. But, look, it's the Seahawks are probably thinking differently because they're coming off a raucous victory over the Saints.
Yeah.
Blowout.
They were the first team. I mean, the Saints are 0-3 through their tour of the NFC West so far. But Seattle is the first team that's really
blown their doors off. Yeah.
And it was the first time New Orleans was away from the Super Bowl.
That's right.
So.
That's right.
Join Burns and Gambo at DraftKings at TPC in Scottsdale this Friday for a college football pregame party. While on site, you'll have the chance to win tickets and merchandise for upcoming sporting events. Plus, now through the end of September, mention Arizona Sports and get their famous chips and queso on the house.
I don't get cool remotes like that. Chips and queso and gambling.
They're open at 6 a.m., Jerry.
All you're thinking about is free food.
What else is new?
Mm-hmm.
Coming up next, 1 game back, 3-game series, 2 big words. Or is it 3?
I don't know.
Beat L.A.
Is beat L.A. 2 words or 3 words?
It's 3 because it's L.A.
Yeah.
3 big words. Beat L.A.
Beat La.
Beat Dodgers.
We'll preview the series next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And Base's pitch. Carroll runs. That is going to be taken, and Carroll slides in. It's his 30th stolen base of the year. And for a player who has collected so many firsts in the history of this franchise, Corbin Carroll has just grabbed the first ever 30-homer, 30 stolen base season by a Diamondback.
Can the D-backs secure the bag and make the wild card? We talk D-backs playoff scenarios today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, so one of the pitfalls of hiring a service company in Arizona is you never know who is going to show up knocking at your front door, and this is one of many reasons you hire Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, and that's because Parker & Sons, every one of their technicians is trust certified, which means they are all licensed, bonded, and insured, and they've all passed background checks along with drug tests. They are the company you can trust in your sacred space. For a half-century, Parker & Sons has been helping Arizona homeowners and businesses stay comfortable with honest expert service. They're reputable and highly decorated, fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, and holidays. They show up on time. They fix it at a fair price, and all you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
My name is Wes Hunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life, nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, and for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. 3 teams for 1 playoff spot. That is where the D-backs find themselves with 6 games left in their season, 1 game back of both the Mets and the Reds as they'll start a huge 3-game series against one of baseball's best in the LA Dodgers. Tonight, Shohei Ohtani will get the ball for the Dodgers, and Brandon Pfaadt will look to replicate his last outing for the Snakes tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Cardinal and Sun Devil fans, get ready for some Thursday and Friday night football. The Cardinals will be hosting the Seahawks on Thursday night, looking to bounce back after their first loss of the season, and ASU will welcome the 24th ranked and undefeated TCU Horned Frogs to Tempe Friday night for a Big 12 showdown. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Chevrolet, together let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Hey, it's Luke. How many games do the Diamondbacks need to win against the Dodgers and Padres this week if they want to make the postseason? We'll be getting you ready for D-backs Dodgers at 10 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
I still think that, a lot's got to go right for us. We've got to show up, and each one of these games obviously matters, a ton. So just got to take it one game at a time, but at the same time, not let it create unneeded pressure and just still play free and like we've been playing this last few weeks.
Makes you want to run through a wall, doesn't it?
That's Corbin Carroll.
It is Corbin Carroll. A guy who plays that hard but speaks that softly.
Yeah.
Kind of the trademark, but talking about taking it one game at a time, playing free down the final stretch. The final stretch is here. 6 games to go.
Down the stretch they come. I just got Sammy very excited. He thought he was at Del Mar.
Goodness. Fired up.
Fired up. Yeah, so what do the Diamondbacks have to do? As we stated, the Diamondbacks effectively have a tiebreaker, the second tiebreaker criteria against the Mets. What faces are you making, Jarrett? You're really... what are you doing, Ferret?
No, I'm just making
Good thing
some
you're
faces.
on YouTube.
I'm just making some faces.
All right.
You wonder why people aren't watching our YouTube, Jared.
Come on, Jared.
See that number spike down?
No, I'm ready to contribute once you're done.
Oh, got it. Okay, so they've got the tiebreaker, the second tiebreaker advantage over the Mets, which means all they have to do if it were between them and the Mets is draw even with the Mets by the end of the season, and then the Diamondbacks are in. The Reds are a little more problematic, so the Reds basically effectively have a tiebreaker, which means the Diamondbacks are effectively trailing them by 2 games. The easiest way to look at it, if the Diamondbacks go 5-1, sweep one of the series, win 2 of 3 in the other, then you need the Reds to go 3-3, and the Mets no better than 4-2. You look at it like that, and you go, ooh, I don't like our odds here.
I think the D-backs need to win all the games because the Reds get to play the Pirates, the Mets get to play the Marlins.
Mm-hmm.
And even though
the Marlins are in the race,
I know.
Are they really?
Yes.
They are. They're only 4 games out. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean they're on the fringe, but
yeah, they've been good lately. And I know the Mets just lost the series to the Nationals, so anything could happen.
Yeah.
But I would, as soon as the D-backs lose this week, it's going to feel like a stomach punch, and it's going to feel really nerve-wracking, I think.
Yeah.
Prepare yourself. I think tomorrow Skeens pitches for Pittsburgh against Cincinnati.
Ooh.
So get ready for a Reds 1-0 win where Skeens holds them to like 1 or 2 hits, but they can't score a run for
Ooh,
him.
okay. Well, that's good.
Every time.
That's good information. I'm glad Skeens is going against the Reds in that series. That's good news.
Yeah, so we talked about this earlier in the year and the last time the Dodgers were in town. It's been a while. They haven't been here since May. That was that 4-game series that they split. The Dodgers are a good baseball team.
Mm-hmm.
They are loaded still, but they don't really exude that air of invincibility like they did last year. To me, do you? Do you
No,
feel it?
listen. I think they've had a very odd season, but they've also they've been hit by injuries worse than the Diamondbacks have.
They have.
So I think that they've really context is needed with the Dodgers. They've kind of been up and been down. Then in swaths they look like, oh yeah, there's the juggernaut, and then they fall back down. Their bullpen has been terrible. They've had a ton of starting pitching injuries. But they don't. But I do agree with your basic point that they don't feel invincible. I don't feel like the Diamondbacks are out of this thing. Even though who are they faking? They're facing Shohei,
Blake Snell, Yamamoto.
Oh, great!
Back to back.
And Yamamoto's the one that I fear the most out of those 3.
Yamamoto's got a 2.58 ERA.
And who can be he can be borderline unhittable.
Ohtani is the weak link at 3.29. Snell at 2.44, but he hasn't pitched that much this year.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first time Ohtani is going to pitch against the Diamondbacks since 2021.
Yeah.
Which was the only other time, right?
The only other time. Yeah, when he was with the Angels, and he pitched great. And it was here at Chase Field.
Yeah.
And he's coming off 5 innings of no-hit baseball. His last
Yeah,
time out.
yeah, it's true.
So
here's Torey Lovello after the series wrapped up on Sunday, talking about where his team is and where they were after the trade deadline.
We've never shut down. We never stopped believing in one another and never stopped staying connected. And I've always said it, right? When you're connected, you're capable of doing a lot of special things, and you're dangerous. And we had every right to feel sorry for ourselves. We had every right to say, why us, and let's chalk it up to a learning experience and go get them next year. But that clubhouse did not allow that to happen, and they stayed together. I think that's what's so filling about the position we're in right now. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty for a long time here, whether it was injuries or style of play, lack of play, but they continue to hustle, continue to believe, and focus at the right times. And that's what's going to stand out to me about this year. We put ourselves right in the thick of it because we stuck together.
Look, it's been fun to watch. Obviously, completely unexpected. When you're expecting the rest of a season, and most of the times as a sports fan, you basically get to the conclusion, okay, the rest of the season's not going to be fun to watch. They traded a lot of their lineup away. They traded one of their top starting pitcher away. They're telling us what to expect, and then they deliver the exact opposite of that. It's been a frustrating, weird, hair-pulling kind of year, but it's also, the fact that we're still talking about this on September 23rd is ridiculous.
The addition by subtraction cannot be ignored here, and I don't know what that says about Josh Naylor and his place in the clubhouse, or what it said about Gino and Josh Naylor and how those two guys, in particular as relatively newcomers, what they did to this style of play, which is kind of resurfaced post-trade deadline. I would say this. You listen to Mike Hazen talk, and that's the thing. He's vibing on the team. Not only got younger, but they're back to playing baseball the way the Diamondbacks want to play baseball.
Yeah, they also traded Randall Grichuk at the deadline to Kansas City. Randall Grichuk right now, if he had stayed, he'd be your everyday left fielder probably. The way they've had to piece things together at first base,
that's
left
it.
field,
yeah,
and third base.
Yeah, we don't even mention Lourdes Gurriel being out, but it almost has to be addition by subtraction, because what they've gotten at third base and first base since that trade is virtually nothing. So it's not like the guys that have filled in at third and first base have had these tremendous things and made you not even miss Gino Suarez and Josh Naylor's bat.
I mean, Blaze has been really good.
It's outside of the Blaze.
Blaze
going to make the same point.
Decidedly not really good. Well, I don't know what
Here we go again. You go ahead. What's
I
his
know
batting
I'm
average?
trying to motivate him to
Batting average, Jarrett?
No, let me. I don't
Listen,
want to talk out of turn without looking at his stats.
Well, but you already did. You already said he's decidedly not very good.
He's hitting in the 230s, 240s.
It's not that. It's the energy he brings.
It's absolutely the energy he
Right.
brings.
It's the energy he brings.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
What do you agree with me for? You just said he's decidedly not good.
I mean, decidedly not good.
No.
Everybody in the organization is over the moon about Blaze Alexander.
I know young Sammy loves Blaze Alexander. Am I wrong?
I mean,
you ever played cards with him?
No, but prior to this stint of him getting an everyday lineup lock, I was pretty indifferent about Blaze Alexander.
Okay.
I was hoping eventually he could be the utility man that we look for at the beginning of every single year. Now, I know for a fact that next year, whether he is a starting third baseman or in the outfield, he will be that utility man that can play any position that the Diamondbacks have looked for years. Whether it's, we saw it with Tim Tallow, still could be. This Kevin Newman was a guy that we were looking for. Like, can he play the utility? Randall Grichuk. Now we don't have to go get one of those guys, but we have one. That's my thought on Blaze Alexander.
All right.
We'll give you a chance to retract that, Jared.
Decidedly not good at baseball.
I didn't say decidedly not good at baseball. I said
Rewind the tape.
I said he's decidedly not
Go
really
to the tape,
good.
Ferret.
What are we?
He's not good at what? Not good at
my argument was statistically, since they lost Naylor and Gino Suarez, they have not been getting the production.
Well, no,
whether it's from Jordan Lawler, Trevor Locklear,
36 home
Pavin
runs
Smith,
from a corner.
Tyler Locklear, Jarrett, not Trevor. Tyler Locklear.
Why do I keep doing that?
Heather Locklear.
So, but the vibes.
Don't bring her up. She blew me off worse than Stephanie Hawkridge blew you off. The
vibe change.
Okay, listen.
It's been great.
Your main point, though, most teams that are good teams have a really good piece anchored at first base. It's very odd for the Diamondbacks to be doing this without a first baseman, in my opinion.
Yeah, because they don't have Pavin Smith to lean back on.
Right. So it's been very, very improbable, and if they can pull this off against the Dodgers. But then you brought up an interesting point. So if the Diamondbacks take care of business against the Dodgers, say they win 2 of 3, or let's just assume in the perfect world they win all 3 games. Well, that's going to open the door for the Padres to catch the Dodgers. Then the Padres are going to be full bore this weekend.
Wouldn't you rather have the Padres, just as an observer, win the National League West than the Dodgers?
Yes.
Oh, of course.
Just to not have the foregone conclusion of penciling in the Dodgers at the beginning of the year.
Yes.
By the way, we're excited here in Arizona for what the Diamondbacks are doing. They got to be over the moon in Cleveland. They got a 3-game series starting today against Detroit. They're on the verge of catching them. They were 15 and a half games out right before the All-Star break.
It's terrible that's happened to the Tigers.
It would be the biggest second half collapse in a division in the MLB history.
Wow.
The largest divisional lead is 15 games lost. It'd be 15 and a half.
On 78, the Yankees were 14 out in August against the Red Sox and caught them. So that's the history we're talking about here. Coming up next, turns out the Lions' demise was greatly exaggerated. And are we worried about the Ravens? Decidedly not good. It's Big League and Marana Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
It was not on Kyler Murray yesterday.
You know my feelings on this, but it wasn't his fault yesterday. It just wasn't. And he's not a bad quarterback. When he's making plays and he's putting the ball right in his receivers and running backs' hands in a game you lose by 1 point, somebody's got to catch the ball.
Hey, man, listen, those 3 drops right there, just conservatively, he would have thrown for well over 200 yards in this game and had a quarterback rating of 107.2. And you know what? The Arizona Cardinals win the game.
That's the other thing. They have at least 4 more points and the ball win the game when time's running out.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you ever hurt in an accident, you'll find your life changes instantaneously. It can be a time of confusion and pain and uncertainty, but you are not alone. Sweet James Accident Attorneys are there waiting for your call, ready to fight all the battles so you don't have to. Here's what you'll get from Sweet James. They will get you your car fixed. Then they're going to get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. They will treat you with compassion every step of the way. They are a law firm full of extremely talented accident attorneys who have a ton of litigating experience, and that makes a big, big difference. It means when they send a demand letter to those insurance companies on your behalf, those insurance companies know they can't deny or play games with Sweet James. This is why Sweet James consistently delivers some of the largest settlements in the country. You can expect maximum compensation when you hire Sweet James. And remember this, having the right attorney in your corner when you've been injured in an accident can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. Call for a free consultation. Remember, you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 25th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't till Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football is here, and so is the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through September 30th, everything in-store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. So your game plan to score on this great deal is to get over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
It's back. Bunker to Bunker's 14th annual Fall Frolic, Saturday, September 27th at the Arizona Biltmore Golf Club, benefiting Phoenix Children's Hospital. Play a fun 2-person scramble. Enjoy a tasty breakfast. Win big in the raffle and mulligan drawing. Plus, get a bounce-back golf round. It's just $134 and open to everyone. But hurry, space is limited. Sign up now at bunkergolf.com. That's bunkergolf.com.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Arizona sports, the local sports leader, Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Now Montgomery, he's going to break. David Montgomery is in for the touchdown.
That was the finishing touches on the win for the Detroit Lions last night over the Baltimore Ravens. Ravens did get a touchdown, missed on a 2-point conversion. They lose by 8, 38-30. The Lions ran wild on the Ravens defense. There's no other way to say it. 224 yards rushing, a career high for David Montgomery, 151 yards on 12 carries. Had a 72-yard run. He scored 2 touchdowns. Gibbs had 67 and 2. The Lions looked like the Lions once again after they had kind of floundered for a couple of weeks. The Ravens have some real issues on the defensive side of the ball, and maybe it's just against elite offenses because they got lit up by Buffalo in week 1 and they got lit up by Detroit in week 3.
Yeah, listen, so the Ravens, through 3 games, the Ravens have scored 111 points, and that's the most in NFL history by a team with a losing record through 3 weeks. That shows you, and this is a Ravens organization, by the way, that is always, you just assume every year they're going to have a great defense. It's just like part of their DNA. When you think about the Ravens, you're just like, oh, physical team, always great on defense, and Lamar Jackson goes crazy. Stop rubbing your eyes, Ferret! Man, are you a mess today. All right. This was this to me. Last night's game was a revelation for a couple of reasons. Number one, I among some people, I really was skeptical about the Lions after losing their top 2 coordinators. It doesn't happen very frequently. When the Eagles lost their 2 top coordinators, Jonathan Gannon being one of them, Shane Steichen the other, Nick Sirianni had himself a horrible, dysfunctional follow-up season in Philly where they were 10-1 and everybody hated each other. You remember that? And they lost 5 of their last 6 games. So I was really thinking, okay, I don't know about the Lions. And then in the preseason, they didn't look good, and they weren't good in week 1. Then they clapped back against the Bears and Ben Johnson and wiped them out, and then they scored 38 against the Ravens. So hats off to the Detroit Lions to getting back to doing what they do, which is just physicaling the heck out of every team they play.
But then also a little bit of finesse. That play by the goal line.
Yeah.
That double
a little trick play,
option
little
play
handoff
on
pitch.
4th down was amazing.
Yeah.
Here's Dan Campbell on the win over the Ravens.
Look, I've got a lot of respect for Coach Harbaugh and this team and those players that are over there. And we know what they've been for years, for a number of years. They're always competitive, and they're always the cream of the crop over there in the AFC, with a few teams. And so to be able to come in here on a Monday night at their place with those weapons, that type of team, that's a good win for us, I don't know, statement, all this and that, but it just feels good to know against a type of team like that, you play a different type of game and you're able to find a way to win. So one of the things I mentioned early in this year is I told the team I want to find out how many different ways we can win games, because the better you get at winning, the more you win. So that took everything we had, and I was proud of the players.
Yeah, and Lamar Jackson on the other side in the other locker room, talking about this being a wake-up call for his team.
I feel like week 1 was a wake-up call. Not just this loss. Week 1 was a wake-up call. Last week was a wake-up call, because we started off slow last week, and, we got beat tonight. Lions had a great game plan. I feel like offense and defense for those guys played great. We just got to find a way to win.
What's amazing, Vinny, is this time next week, either the Ravens or the Chiefs are going to be 1-3.
Yeah, they play each
other.
They
play each
Kansas
other next
City
week
on Sunday.
Yep.
Yeah.
So one of those teams is going to be 1-3 4 weeks into the season. Crazy. Here's the other thing too, and you and I talk about this on air. We talk about it off air. It's so bizarre how the sports media industry and sports fans in general, these microwaved, instant context kind of discussions. It dawned on me after the Texas Tech demolition of Utah over the weekend. That game wasn't 2 minutes over when many people were declaring Texas Tech the team to beat in the Big 12. I'm like, we are not even out of September yet, and people are making these grand declarations by one really good day Texas Tech had on the road. Now, they may be all that, but the need to crown them as such minutes after a great victory is mind-blowing to me. Same thing in the NFL when it comes to the Lions and the Packers. Before the Packers played the Browns last weekend, Packers are the best team in the NFC. Even one of their own players thought, hey, we can go undefeated. And then they lose to the Browns. We need to remember. We need to remember. Yeah, I know. Yeah. And so it's the whole loose lips thing. And so we need to remember some of that and kind of just stay in the moment a little better as sports fans.
Yeah. The other thing that's going on with Baltimore is Derrick Henry has now fumbled in all 3 games for Baltimore. And I thought last night the fumble was a good defensive play. I thought the worst part of the fumble for Derrick Henry was him spiking himself into the bench.
Oh, you talk about being out of it. He just slammed his helmet down, then he fell over into the bench, and he's floundering around on the bench like a flop tuna that fell on shore.
But the Lions didn't turn that into
just kicked this dog, right?
It's like the dog at home, right? The Lions didn't turn that into a touchdown, and I thought that was going to come back to bite them.
Mm-hmm.
To their credit, it didn't. But Derrick Henry taking some accountability for the ball hitting the turf.
Awesome words, man. Just keep working in practice. Try to put emphasis on it in practice and try to work on as hard as I can. Just crazy right now. 3 games straight that happened in my career. Straight fumbles in critical moments. Ain't a good feeling. I apologize to Rock Nation, and I just gonna keep working and get this fixed.
Yeah, I think the Ravens are still going to ride with Derrick Henry.
Yeah, generally he's excellent at ball security. Yes. I don't know how this has happened to him suddenly. He's not a guy that fumbles the ball, so I get why he's beside himself.
But I will say this too, as kind of the last course for the Week 3 menu for the NFL, seeing those 2 teams on Monday night, those are still 2 offenses that are a lot of fun to watch. For different reasons.
Yeah.
The creativity and the playmakers on Detroit's side, and Lamar makes everything go for Baltimore. After you're just watching NFL football, and if you watch the Eagles in the first half against the Rams, that was like watching paint dry. We talked about the Cardinals offense. We're going to talk more about the Cardinals offense. Seeing those 2 offenses go at it last night was a lot of fun.
Well, listen, one of the big plays of last night's game, 4th and 2 near midfield, the Lions go for it, and Jared Goff lobs a beautiful pass. Perfect pass.
He's so good.
He is so underrated.
Yep. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, as we hit the 7 o'clock hour, the Cards offense has been disappointing, but Jonathan Gannon still supporting his OC. We'll give you more on that next here on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
There was a different level of expectation for him. And I get it. I say that with the expectation that I feel like that game's coming for him, you know? And maybe I'm wrong, and maybe this ASU team is going to be more about their run game and less about Sam Leavitt. But I say that thinking I feel like the Sam Leavitt, there he is game is coming. It just hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
And if it's not coming,
I think it's fair.
Then they're going to have to lean on that run game quite a bit.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Earnhardt Buick, GMC, and Mesa's got some great deals this month they want you to know about. GM Brad Gunlickson and his entire team kicking off the fall savings push. And you can enjoy 0% APR financing now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models on approved credit. Don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit, but hurry, because when September ends, so does that offer. Stop in, take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models, and experience their no-bull way of doing business that has made Earnhardt a trusted name in Valley Automotive for over 74 years. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end September 30th, 2025. So take a drive out to Mesa, visit the team in person, check out their vast inventory and great deals at Earnhardt Buick GMC, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online anytime at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
That nagging joint pain? You know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work or an old injury. It's been calling the shots in your life for too long. But that stops right now. QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints. Not cover it up, not cut it out. Actually helping heal and restore. And the results? Long-term, lasting relief. Don't plan your day around pain. Plan it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with the kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. QC Kinetics. No surgery, no drugs, no long recovery. Bring your MRI, your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate. Your first consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
When your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did at Casa Cal BC, you want the best. But how do you know? Where do you go? Well, California Pools and Landscape has already won 33 International Design Awards this year. Discover the difference when you go with the most awarded pool builder in Arizona. High quality work, built to last. Our favorite, the industry leading warranties. Even better, they're donating to Phoenix Children's with every project built this year. See our backyard transformation and what's possible at calpool.com/Paul.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. There are three teams, the Mets, the Reds, and the Diamondbacks, all within one game of each other for the last NL wildcard spot with less than a week left in the season. The Diamondbacks will start a massive 3-game series with the Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. It'll be Brandon Pfaadt and Shohei Ohtani on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can listen to it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Despite being handed their first loss of the season on Sunday, Jonathan Gannon and the Cardinals have shifted their focus to Thursday night.
Obviously a different week that's different than our routine. A lot of variables that go into that. We have to handle those things the right way to get ready to go win a football game at home against a really good team. So that's what we're working on right now.
And the Phoenix Mercury will be in Minnesota for Game 2 of the WNBA semifinals today. Tip-off will be at 4:30 in Minnesota. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Major estate tax increases are coming. Do not regret planning ahead. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help you maximize what you leave behind to your loved ones. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and we're already less than 72 hours until Cardinals Seahawks on Thursday Night Football. So what can Arizona do to pick up the pieces after last week's loss? It's the Bernsey and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and of course the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
No, I'll tell you this. I thought his best game that he called this year was this one.
And
so. Just from when you and how we deem that is when we're looking like, hey, when we're calling shots, what kind of coverages are we calling shots first? When we're calling runs, what kind of coverage structures are we getting? What are they doing? Are we alternating? Is it known pass? Is it known run? What are we doing third down? What are our play types? Like I'm very pleased with all of that. I think we definitely need to coach our guys up a little bit better. And I think we need to execute fundamental things that go into making a play work better, and that's everybody. That's a collective effort there.
Jonathan Gannon on with Burns and Gambo yesterday here on Arizona Sports, calling it the best game he feels Drew Petzing has called from an offensive standpoint all year, but also a very layered answer. Mm-hmm. And he might be right. It might have been the best game that Drew Petzing called.
Well, listen, there's a lot to dig through to get to the truth of all of this. And so Jonathan Gannon has gone in defending his offensive coordinator in the strongest of terms. After the game on Sunday, said he'll never have any questions about Drew Petzing's play calling. That's quite an absolutist thing to say, given the situation. And then to double down and say that might have been the best game he's ever called. Well, if that's the best game he's ever called, how do you end up with 15 points? That's the big question. Pro Football Focus gave Kyler Murray a grade in the 80s, 80 point something, which is a very good grade for a quarterback. Yet some fans are putting still shots of pass attempts online that show Kyler Murray missing many wide open receivers.
Yeah, we went over a play, watched it several times before the show today, the third down play that almost ended in the safety. It was the intentional grounding call on Kyler Murray, and
it's
I don't
third
know.
and one.
It's 3rd and 1. There's 5 receivers out and 2 of them ran a deep route, and there was 3, including 2 tight ends, Tip Ryman and Trey McBride on either side of the field that looked wide open. But right in front of Kyler Murray, with a passing lane in front of him, Trey Benson was wide open past the sticks.
He had 3 options.
And it looked like the 49ers were almost yielding the first down at that point.
Yes, he had Tip Ryman wide open to his left, Trey Benson right in the middle of the field, right in front of him with a passing lane, and then another receiver off to the right, and he didn't fire the ball to any of them. And any one of those guys would have caught it for an easy first down. So listen, it's a
they probably would have caught it.
Well, yeah, probably would have caught it.
After what we saw on Sunday, you can't say they definitely would have.
Then there's another play when he threw into triple coverage to Tip Ryman, and Fred Warner almost intercepted it when James Conner was wide open 10 feet to the left of where he went with the football. So it's leading to these questions about, is Kyler Murray doing the right thing with the football? You look at his game, and you'd have, if you take the drops out of the equation, the Cardinals win, and I think most people would go, that was a pretty good game for Kyler. I think most people would assume that, but the devil's in the details in football. And when you take a look at the film and you see the coaches know what play is called, and then they've got the ability to look at film and see what guys were wide open and what guys were flat out missed by the quarterback.
But here's where the problem lies, is if things are humming and the Cardinals offense is operating the way that it had in the past, not this year, but last year, that third down play call is a lot different. It's a run up the middle. By the way, we're running it up the middle. Everybody try to stop us. They can't do that right now.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So deep in their own territory, Drew Petzing felt compelled to call a pass play. And then the execution broke down, whether it was the offensive line, because there was a late rusher in Kyler's face after a few seconds of a clean pocket, whether it was a quarterback missing a read, whatever it was, the execution broke down. But they're not operating on all cylinders, and that is clear.
Listen, and so, yes, that's what's very clear, and that's why Jonathan Gannon's description of Drew Petzing's performance on Sunday is so remarkable to me. So here's the stat that makes me very uncomfortable with Kyler Murray. The Arizona Cardinals rank 30th in air yards per attempt when the quarterback is not pressured, which means he is voluntarily choosing to throw a check down when he's not under any pressure to do so.
Or guys aren't open.
That too.
Right. But again, if you're voluntarily checking down without any pressure, are you going through all of your progressions?
I mean, ideally, if there's no pressure, he's able to go through his progressions.
That's what you would expect a quarterback to do. A writer from PHNX put this out there, and there's a lot of fans who are really, really balking against it. Quote, Murray isn't checking the ball down because he's scared. He's being coached to take the check down when the main read isn't there. And with the Shanahan style offense, there's often only one read before the check down becomes a necessity. Now, there's a lot of people who are calling BS on that paragraph, that he's certainly not being coached to throw a check down after one read.
Although Drew Petzing did say this on Kyler's decision-making yesterday.
It's a balance that we've talked about in here. I think he's doing a really nice job of that. Just yesterday, I know he pulled it down and made some great plays with his feet in some critical situations, got us some third downs, created the big PI late in the game. And then there were some checkdowns that I thought James took one for a first down early in the game. So I think he's doing a really nice job of finding that balance.
So
okay. So all this talk about nothing being wrong anywhere, then explain to us the 180 yards passing per game and 15 points.
That's what I found interesting yesterday about the press availability is that Drew Petzing had a much more optimistic tone. He talked about he's not concerned about receivers dropping balls. He's not concerned about this. He likes his running backs. Everything's good. Jonathan Gannon took a little bit more of a realist approach, even though he backed Drew Petzing in terms of the play calling. He did talk with Burns and Gambo about the offensive issues.
But there's no doubt about we need to play a little bit better to score more points. And like I said, with the play calling thing, I know what we're doing. I know what we're calling. I know how we're doing things. We got to do it better. And like I said, it starts with me.
On fixing the running game issues?
It's correctable. We just got to ASAP correct them. And the challenge is now this week, you got to. That's why I think the controllables of knowing what we're doing, putting our hands in the right spot, playing the right pad level, making sure we're blocking the right people, hitting the right holes, putting the ball where it needs to be put in the run game.
He also talked about needing more explosives. So there was a lot of areas of the offense where he thought, look, we're not up to snuff right now. And he put the onus on him and the coaching staff.
But that's the play calling, though. The execution.
Yeah.
And the coaching.
Yes. He doesn't have a problem with the play calling, but he has a problem with the coaching.
With the execution.
Yeah.
Right.
But it goes back to what's happening in a normal week on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday in terms of instruction isn't bleeding through on Sunday. So there was a mix of, self-criticism and putting it on the players because they're not executing to their ability right now.
No, and this was supposed to be, listen, and the narratives that we drew up for the quarterback, this was supposed to be the year that he had everything around him to elevate and become that guy. And it's not happening.
Nope. Hey, Cardinals fans and Sun Devils fans, huge week for both of our teams. We're giving you the home field advantage with free tickets. Listen for the sounder today. It's coming up in a couple minutes. 7:15, 12:15, and 4:15. For your shot to win 2 tickets. Cardinals on Thursday Night Football and ASU on Friday night. Plus, don't miss extra chances to win on our contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, we will talk some Big 12 football and ASU's place in it as they get ready for a big showdown with TCU. Pete Souza, who hosts Inside the 12 on True TV, will join us next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball. And Mays' pitch. Carroll runs. That is going to be taken, and Carroll slides in. It's his 30th stolen base of the year. And for a player who has collected so many firsts in the history of this franchise, Corbin Carroll has just grabbed the first ever 30-homer, 30 stolen base season by a Diamondback.
Can the D-backs secure the bag and make the wild card? We talk D-backs playoff scenarios today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Let's go!
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
It's fall, and back-to-school activities keep everyone busy. Remember, emergencies can occur anytime. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. Be ready. Be safe. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit. Remember, seconds matter, and so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season, so give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. And for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Arizona Sports.
Connor's in for the touchdown. Touchdown, Sun Devils.
Arizona Sports. Home field advantage. Home field advantage.
Yeah, home field advantage is right. We're giving away tickets to both. Cardinals on Thursday, ASU on Friday. I need a caller number, Vic.
Caller number 6, Vinny.
There we go. Caller 6 right now, 602-260-9870. If you are caller 6, you're going to get a pair of tickets to both of those home field games this week as we continue the Arizona Sports home field advantage. Good luck. And it's full weekend of Big 12 football, including ASU on Friday night in Tempe, hosting the Horned Frogs of TCU. And here to give a clearer picture of a muddled Big 12 conference, he hosts Inside the 12, which airs Thursdays at 4 o'clock on True TV. Also the host of the Pete Souza Show. The aforementioned Pete Souza joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Pete, good morning. How are you today?
Hey, Vince, Dan, caller number 6, baby. Let's go.
You win, Pete.
First up, let's go.
You're our lucky winner, Pete.
Pete is our big winner.
Hey, that's going to be, honestly, whoever wins those tickets is going to be in for a heck of a game. That is one that I've had circled for a while, and it's kind of come to fruition as the high-stakes matchup that we'd hoped it would be.
Yeah, we haven't. I think there's a lot of people around these parts, Pete, who believe we haven't seen the best of Arizona State just yet. Although the Baylor win on the road in Waco was very promising. What have you seen so far through 4 weeks from the Sun Devils as opposed to what we saw last year when they won this conference?
Well, look, I think I'll answer first what you said about seeing the best of Arizona State, because we're going to have to see it soon as we get into the teeth of their schedule coming up is gnarly. I mean, you've got TCU, 24th in the country, then you're on the road at Utah, then Texas Tech at home, and then Houston and Iowa State. All of those come without a bye. So whatever they're lacking, they're going to need to find it quickly, and it starts Friday night. Now, I think, what they're missing, you can't, and I hate to say this, but like Cam Scadaboo's not walking through those doors anytime soon, and that is a real feather in the cap to Kenny Dillingham and Arizona State to have produced a player of that ilk. But we see how he's transitioned into the NFL. So if you're looking and thinking, well, what are we missing? I mean, that's a huge hole that has been left in that offense. But I think the good news is Sam Leavitt has found his way in sort of a new type of offense without Cam Scadaboo. And look, that was a tough loss at Mississippi State, but I feel like at the end of the year, that's a loss you'll look at and you'll say, okay, we get it. You're on the road, hostile environment. That was just a clumsy game. But I think what it is, and I was lucky enough, and you guys see this all the time, so I'm not telling you something you don't know, but I had Danny White on my show last week. And he mentioned to me how Sam Leavitt is running almost too frequently. He's too quick to leave the pocket. And it's been and Danny didn't say this, but these are my words, like almost a bit of fool's gold where, sure, it's worked out early in the season, especially against an FCS team. And it worked against Baylor because right now that defense can't stop a cold. I mean, luckily they kept it close. But I think the more and more Sam Leavitt finds himself comfortable in the pocket, continues to take advantage of Jordan Tyson. And then defensively, I mean, Jordan Crooks, Keshawn Elliott, I'm very impressed with Arizona State's defense, especially at least Saturday. And in a world where it seems like nobody's tackling in the NFL and in college football, those two dudes are laying the wood. So you got to feel good about that. But, yeah, I just think the offense is finding its footing after a major loss like Cam Scadaboo. I don't think it's like brain surgery as to why there's some struggles there early on.
I think you're right. I also was very, very encouraged by those last 2 drives that Sam Leavitt put together to win that game in Waco. I thought they almost felt like legacy moments for the kid. Did you see any growth in those 2 drives to finish out that game?
That's a great point because, yes, I did. And I think sometimes, he can make it look easy. And he can make it look really pretty. But, the best quarterbacks out there will just win ugly. Like, find a way to win. Find a way to get the ball to your best wide receiver in crunch time. Like, he clearly has found that handle. And I do believe, like, those are esteem-building drives that can not only cement his legacy, but build his confidence going forward. And I'm telling you, he's going to need it because that schedule that lies ahead for Arizona State, Kenny Dillingham isn't looking ahead and thinking about Texas Tech in 3 weeks or Iowa State 2 weeks after that, but I am. I mean, that's going to be really interesting to see how they handle these next 4 or 5 games.
Pete Souza, host of Inside the 12 on True TV, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. In terms of the conference-wide picture, I think this conference is just as wide open as it was last year, although I think the quality top to bottom is way better. We were having the discussion a little bit yesterday, a little bit today, Pete, about what Texas Tech did in Salt Lake City on Saturday and this immediate ascension. They're now the highest-ranked team in the conference. Are they the best team in the conference from what you've seen at this point?
Yeah, without question, right now they are, right? And that's what we do. We live, prisoners of the moment. My people around football that I work with like to call me Prisoner Pete, but I am definitely stuck on that win. 34-10 in Salt Lake City. I thought it really helped Texas Tech that the game started at 10 a.m. local time. But I also think it really helps Texas Tech that they just have a host of guys. And they made that offensive line for Utah that has 2 first-round picks look totally pedestrian. And, they have guys who can get after the passer. They have a guy who anchors the defense, like Jacob Rodriguez right in the middle, and he's another guy who runs around, makes plays, makes tackles, which players have not been – I haven't seen the execution of making tackles this season at all. But Texas Tech, and even the ability, right, we see Will Hammond enter the game for an injured Baron Morton. And Baron Morton, unfortunately for him, the injury bug has bitten him quite frequently in his career. And so we may see Will Hammond again, but I think the fact that you discover this backup to be so efficient, I think, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, and the passes he was throwing so precise that shows the type of depth that Texas Tech, is working with this season. And, I think that, a lot of people are kind of freaking out around college football, like, wow, these guys are that good. Mm-hmm. It reminds me of, and you guys are around my age, I'm telling you, it reminds me of a legal version of the Pony Express or like the Pony Excess days of SMU.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, this team from top to bottom, and they're going to have the best recruiting class in college football next year.
Yeah.
It's not going anywhere, and they're creative with their NIL. They're creative with, obviously their payroll this year. Some of that will change because of the ceilings put on it by, certain rules in the NCAA. But I don't think have trouble finding ways to spend that money and to continue to have players like that come to campus. So, no, I think they are. I think they're the best team in the conference right now.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a question about that.
I'm not real happy about this because our baseball team has to deal with the monopolistic Dodgers in baseball, and now ASU's got to deal with this Texas Tech oil money. It's just not fair. All right, who else do you like, Pete? Are there some other teams in the 12 that are flashing in ways that maybe you didn't expect? Who else are danger points for ASU's quest to repeat?
Well, it's cool because I can kind of focus on ASU because there's part of the slate they have coming up. TCU and Josh Hoover, it's not just your next opponent, but it's like your biggest game if you're Arizona State right now. Josh Hoover, I think he leads the FBS in passing yards per game, not the Big 12, the FBS. And this is not like something that has just occurred. He was surgical last year. He throws a great deep ball. He's already thrown for 1,000 yards this year. And he finds a way to get different wide receivers involved, and some of them have been really explosive. The kid Eric McAllister last week had 250 yards. So they have weapons, too, and they have great defensive backs, too. TCU is a team that scares me if I'm any other team in the Big 12. And then Houston, Willie Fritz in his second year at any school he's been at, you just looked in the recent history at Tulane, and now what he's doing at Houston with Connor Wigman. Those guys are coming to Tempe, I think, on October 20 or October 18th. And that's a really good team. Houston is better than they've been in a very long time. Now, their litmus test will come this weekend next weekend against Texas Tech. But then you, of course, have Iowa State. I talked to Anthony Beck yesterday. He came on my show, and Anthony's son, Rocco, is just a killer. And in close games, when you have a guy like that who you can count on, and you already have a team that went to the conference title game last year, and your team has gotten better, you can't overlook Iowa State. And then BYU is another one. I think they're just kind of lying in the weeds. I like L.J. Martin, their running back, is explosive. Bear Bachmeier, their quarterback, is someone who is a true freshman who didn't even spend the spring at BYU, and all of a sudden he seems to have aced every test that he's had, including that complicated BYU offense. So there's no lacking of competition in this conference for Arizona State and for everybody else. And And one of you mentioned, it was either Vince or Dan, but obviously, because that's what I'm talking to. One of you guys mentioned that the conference is better than it's been, and it truly is. I mean, it got 8 wins, 8 non-conference wins against Power 4 opponents. Like, I think that's the best in college football. Like, this is no longer the conference where, you know, you yourself, we sit back and say, wow, there's a lot of competitive close games. It's like, no, this is a good conference.
Yeah.
You know, they're winning against Power 4 opponents with consistency, and they've solidified themselves in the 3rd spot as far as conferences go, like without question. And I think that's about as good as you can do with all the tools that the Big 12 has. And the one thing I'll say about the conference on Saturday, you guys saw it, so did I. I think what Brett Yormark has done, getting the Big 12 just on regular TVs, you know, like my parents, you know, turn on Fox and they have a triple header of Big 12 football last Saturday of a bunch of really good, exciting games, wall to wall on like over-the-air television, right? Like that was not how it was a year or two ago.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool that they're cornering the market on some big-time television windows as well.
Pete, really enjoyed the conversation. Thanks so much for the time. Hopefully we can have you on again soon.
Anytime, fellas. Thank you so much.
Pete Souza, host of Inside the 12, Thursdays at 4 o'clock on True TV. Also host the Pete Souza Show. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Sammy's got the reboot next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
He's made 32 starts this season. That alone, credit to Zach Gallen for making 32 starts. A lot of pitchers don't make 32 starts in the season. He's going to make another one here coming up, too. 32 starts. He has 15 quality starts, okay? But it's how they break down. He made 22 starts before the trade deadline, 7 quality starts. So basically every third. 33% of the time.
Yeah.
He's made 10 starts since. 8 of them have been quality starts. He's throwing a quality start 80% of the time since the trade deadline.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 25th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what ifs.
I'm Sammy Savolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. 3 teams for 1 playoff spot. That is where the Diamondbacks find themselves with 6 games left in their season, 1 game back of both the Mets and the Reds as they'll start a huge 3-game series against one of baseball's best in the LA Dodgers tonight. Shohei Ohtani will get the ball for the Dodgers, and Brandon Pfaadt will look to replicate his last outing for the Snakes tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Cardinal and Sun Devil fans, get ready for some Thursday and Friday night football. The Cardinals will be hosting the Seattle Seahawks on Thursday night, looking to bounce back after their first loss of the season. And ASU will welcome the 24th ranked and undefeated TCU Horned Frogs to Tempe on Friday night for a Big 12 showdown. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Get me in the lot of mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Before we proceed, congrats to Pam Olney, who was caller number 6 and stole Pete Souza's tickets right from underneath. And way to go, Pam. You'll have another opportunity. Listen for the sounder at 12:15 for the Arizona Sports home field advantage. Sammy, reboot us, please.
That is a pretty good deal. You win tickets both to the Cardinals and the Devils games. Man, that's not bad. But
great deal.
We'll start with one of those teams, the Arizona Cardinals. Yesterday on Burns and Gambo, Jonathan Gannon backed his offensive coordinator, Drew Petzing. Here's a quick soundbite from it.
I'll tell you this. I thought his best game that he called this year was this one.
So we're not offensive coordinators. We just talk about them. But how would you summarize Drew Petzing and this offense so far, and what would you love to see from it moving forward on Thursday?
I just want to see more explosive plays. I thought they'd be operating it at a higher efficiency level. You got to be real careful with the reflexive criticism of offensive coordinators in football, because unless you see all the film that they see, you might have a real skewed you only have a one-dimensional view of what you think you're seeing on a football field.
Right.
So I think you got to be real careful with that. But I think what's really interesting to me is just how heavily Jonathan Gannon defended Drew Petzing, because you've got to know on some level that Cardinal fans are going to hear that and go, that doesn't sound like the team I just watched on Sunday. And so, but at the same time, I think it's admirable that he's kind of redeflecting or redirecting the blame to himself. I just thought year 3 with the same healthy quarterback running the same plays and expanding the playbook, that there'd be much more dynamic activity here.
Yeah, I think it all stems, Sammy, from the lack of the running game. That's what I want to see most. It's not the sexiest part of it, but it's what they do. They have to fix the running game, and I think everything else will work better. I don't know to what degree with the personnel that they have at wide receivers. I've lost a lot of faith in the wide receiver room so far through 3 weeks. But if you want to fix this offense, you got to fix the upfront play and you got to fix the run game, and everything else works off that.
Yeah, and so they are playing Thursday night. It's a short week. Bang. Do you think the short week is good, bad, or indifferent for this team right now?
When we talked to AQ Shipley, I thought he brought up some interesting stuff, because he said, short week, everything gets simplified. So you rely on the basics. It's bread and butter type stuff, and that can work out. But from a physical and mental standpoint, coming off a tough loss and coming off injury or getting ready to play football in such a short amount of time, I think probably evens it out. I think it's really whatever the team decides it wants it to be. Yeah. As basic and silly as that might sound. You can use it to your advantage if you choose to.
Again, I don't think it's ideal. The idea that you might drop a pair of division games in the span of 4 days and neither of them are the best team in the division, the consequences of losing this game are pretty profound. So you'd kind of like it to be a full week's rest before you play a division opponent, especially one coming off a big victory like the Seahawks. But like Vinny said, sometimes you have fears that don't really exist in these games. And sometimes the simplification of it all leads to a better performance than you might expect. So.
Yeah. And ideally getting some guys back, i.e. Paris Johnson Jr., maybe Will Johnson. We'll get an injury report hopefully today at some point, and if we do, we'll get that to you guys. So 6 games left for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Essentially, they're 2 games behind the Reds because the Reds own the tiebreaker, and obviously the Mets losing and the Reds losing has to kind of happen if the Diamondbacks want to get into the playoffs. But aside from other teams, what is most important for the Diamondbacks in these 6 games that can contribute to winning?
I think the trend of solid to outstanding starting pitching absolutely has to continue. You have to make things as easy as possible on this bullpen. You know the Dodgers with the 3 pitchers they're starting, pitching is going to be at a premium. So you absolutely have to have what they've received since the trade deadline, and that is consistent starting pitching.
And from a position player standpoint, who's the most important in these 6 games?
Blaze Alexander.
Decidedly not a really good baseball player.
You gotta anything you get, and they've had some Tim Tawa sightings. They've had a Jorge Barrosa contribution. They've had contributions from Blaze Alexander. This needs to be fueled by the top of the lineup, by your big 3. And I'll throw Gabby Moreno in there, too, in the cleanup spot. So the top 4 of the lineup, I think, has to be really productive in these remaining games.
Yeah. All right, lastly, a quick overall update on the 3 things we've got going on. So stacking wins last week. Jarrett remains at the top of us 4. He has 15 total wins. He got 4 wins from his guys last week. Vinny, you got 5 wins from your respected teams.
I pulled into second place.
You move up to second place. Dan, you got 4 wins. You are third with 11 wins.
Bick is the only person, by the way, who's all 8 of his teams have notched a victory.
Is that right? I noticed that as well. I was doing that.
You got the best depth so far.
The Browns win was big for you.
That is true.
And I got a measly 3 wins. I'm in last. I have 10 wins.
And you have 3 winless teams.
Yep, I do.
Including your 3rd-round pick in the Houston Texans.
Wow.
Been one of the disappointments of the league so far.
Hey,
the Texans, not you, Sammy.
A lot of football left, if I'm going to be honest. Hey, we're in week 4. Fantasy update. Bick, you're 2-1.
My fantasy team just scored 158.9 points.
I was going to say.
And I didn't even like the team when I left that draft.
Our league is weird because nobody's 3-0. And Bick, with the 2-1 record and his point total, you are in first place right now.
Yes, you have Daniel Jones is leading the charge. I'm also 2-1. I'm trending down. I need a running back more than I need air. Vinny, also 2-1. And then Jarrett, 1-2 in last place.
Dead last place in the entire league.
And to be fair, he has a lot of Arizona Cardinals on his team.
Tyler Murray, Marvin Harrison Jr., James Conner.
Look, we questioned that strategy on draft day, Jarrett.
Yes, it was not a...
And Mark Andrews was on his bench last night. Tough look. And lastly, stacking wins.
No, spreadsheet.
Oh, man, yeah, my bad. Spreadsheet.
I'm back, baby.
Yes, Vinny went to 5-7, got a 3-1 on the week. Jarrett,
thanks to the Eagles for that backdoor cover from Jordan Davis.
Jarrett,
how about that?
Yeah, Jarrett's on a little bit of a heater. Also 3-1, 9-3 this season.
9-3 this season.
Really respectable.
That's very good.
Picking against the spread.
Dan, a little bit of a down week. 1-3, 7-5 on the season, and I just love being just so not even average, below par at this. 1-3, 2-10 this season.
2-10.
Let's go.
Mr. Research, stack of papers every week.
2-10.
And only hit this week on the Dolphins plus 12.5.
Hey,
I can't believe your stats from something that happened in 1994 didn't affect the games this weekend.
Team Cebulka, let's just say, might be going back to the drawing board, but with enthusiasm.
2-10. Sammy.
Only one way to go.
Hey,
Jared, are you putting your money where your mouth is? You making some shekels on the side?
Of course not.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
Only 8 games below 500. I need a trade deadline. I need to be like the Diamondbacks.
Ah, okay.
All right, we're all rebooted, Sammy. You got to reboot your spreadsheet performance,
No
though.
doubt.
Coming up next, a legend is back in the fold. What will Steve Nash bring to his role with the Phoenix Suns? We'll explore the possibilities next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
In my notes when I was watching the game, is Drew Petzing holding Kyler Murray back, or is Kyler Murray holding Kyler Murray back?
Or is Kyler Murray holding Drew Petzing back? I would love to do all these things, but I can't do it with him.
Yeah, and I don't know the answers to these questions.
No.
I don't.
No, we speculate all the time. Right now, everybody's on it's Drew Petzing's fault bandwagon.
I know this. The dink and dunk does not work. Boy, you look at the pass chart for Kyler, it's a lot of dink and it's a lot of dunk.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you are hosting game day at your place during football season, do not worry, you will not fumble the food responsibilities because Spinato's has got you covered. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Spinato's catering menu, legendary crispy Chicago-style pizzas, monster wings, fresh salads, and gluten-free options that are going to keep everybody happy on the whole game day crew without missing a play. Just hit up the catering menu at SpinatosPizzeria.com, place your order, and you're the MVP of game day. For September and October, Spinato's also bringing back a fan-favorite pizza. It's called the Wizard of Za, the spicy Chipotle Peach Pizza. Yes, you heard that right. It is brimming with sweet heat. They're pairing it with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. Just like everything else on the Spinato's pizza menu, it is bold, it's different, and it works. So whether it's game night, pizza night, or you're just hungry for something awesome, Spinato's always delivers with 6 Valley locations. Check it all out and order online at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Your mortgage is killing you financially. In fact, most Americans are paying on mortgages well into their 70s and beyond. The Life Changer loan breaks this vicious cycle and allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage, where you can pay your home off in just a matter of years without changing your spending habit and keeping 24/7 access to your equity. Pay down, pay off, borrow back at your leisure. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people want to hire an advisor to help their money grow, but there's more reasons. Give me the top 3 reasons why to hire an advisor like you.
Well, number 1, you need to make sure you have confidence in your plan and your planner. Number 2, you want to make sure you actually like the person you're doing business with. I see it all the time that people are doing business with somebody they don't even enjoy spending time with. Number 3, tax planning. Most financial firms never even talk about tax. they're prohibited oftentimes, these advisors, from giving tax advice. And if they're not giving you tax advice, you're missing half the story.
Yeah, if you're investing all your money and you don't have a tax plan, because many of us are putting money away tax deferred, you've got the wrong advisor. Call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the Hummer EV is a game changer, and I hear you're kicking off football season with some big wins.
What's up, Dave? For a limited time, get 0% APR on all new 2025 Hummer EV SUVs or lease for just $799 a month. That's an incredible value on a game-changing electric ride, making now the best time to drive it home.
Best prices of the season. These savings are a touchdown. Shop and buy online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Luke Lipinski back to remind you that nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks. They've got great deals. They've got an adventurous drink menu that is second to none. Plus, the great scenery that Twin Peaks is known for and football on a lot of TVs. If you're ready for all this, stop by and experience the Lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Arizona Sports. Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Please welcome home 8-time NBA All-Star, 2-time NBA MVP, number 13, Steve Nash.
On behalf. That was all the way back in 2015. Steve Nash inducted into the Ring of Honor. Steve Nash back in the fold. Welcome him back again as he is joining the Suns as a senior advisor. Matt Ishbia making the announcement yesterday, tweeting out Steve Nash was an amazing player and exactly what the Phoenix Suns are all about. His grit, toughness, and winning mentality have defined our organization in the past, and I'm so excited to share that Steve is formally joining the Suns as a senior advisor and will help us define our future for years to come. What does it all mean?
Yeah, you tell me. What does it all mean?
I don't know.
Yeah, do I.
It's a tremendous goodwill show. I don't think
a good PR move. Definitely,
it's a great PR move. But I don't think the Suns are interested in doing this unless there's going to be some real contribution from Steve Nash and all of this. I don't think they make that big a deal of it if this is just, to borrow a term from the LA Clippers, a no-show job.
Well,
you know
right,
what I'm saying?
Right. But exactly what is it that what role do they need him to fill? That's the question.
Yes.
I mean, is this being hired as a supplement to a GM who's got a year experience in the NBA?
Brian Gregory is in that GM chair now.
Yep.
And a year before that, he was kind of a consultant too. So
yeah.
Maybe this is part of the plan. Hey, Steve, you want to work in basketball? Work with us. We'll get you up to speed in an advisor role.
And then maybe you can be the GM one day. Yeah, hey, listen.
President of basketball operations, something like that.
Yeah, listen, it's not a bad thought. We do know that Steve Nash is very cerebral. I think he clearly knows the game, and yeah, I don't see anything bad that comes out of this.
No, and look, it was kind of a sore spot, I think, for a lot of Suns fans too, because Steve Nash does represent those things that Matt Ishbia said he does. So when Steve Nash was done here as a player, yes, it hurt that he got traded to the Lakers. When his playing days were over, it hurt to see Steve Nash sign on as a consultant as part of the Golden State Warriors for a time.
Yeah.
It hurt to see Steve Nash patrolling the sidelines as the head coach of the Brooklyn Nets. I think a lot of people that love the Phoenix Suns feel like he should be attached to this organization more than he was, and now he is. And I think that's a good thing.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think that he's one of these guys that's universally loved by Suns fans, as he should be. He was the ringleader of a tremendous era of Suns basketball, 2-time MVP, which is quite something for a 6-foot point guard.
Probably also currently the best point guard in the organization right now, too.
Yeah, there is that.
That's the glaring thing that, like, he can't even work with the point guards because they don't have a starting point
That's
guard.
nothing to be ashamed of, really, because I think you could, if you plugged him in this role in any of NBA cities, he might be the best point guard on the roster. Point guards changed. There's not a lot of the traditional point guards in the NBA anymore.
Yeah.
Chris Paul, kind of the last bastion of that. I mean,
Tyrese Halliburton, I think, is a breath of fresh air.
I agree with that. He is. But I wouldn't call him a typical prototypical point guard.
More so than some people.
More so than some people.
He does remind me a lot of, I mean, they're two different body types, but him and Steve Nash have very similar games.
Well, Tyrese Halliburton is definitely a pass-first kind of guy.
Yeah.
Definitely a pass-first kind of guy. So he is different in that regard.
Sure.
You know, we're 10 days from the first preseason Suns game. 10 days after this this off season has felt so lengthy because so much happened and we've done so many segments on it. It's fun. It's crazy that it's actually almost here.
Yeah. Media day tomorrow.
That game's in China, no?
No. It's in Palm Springs, known as the China of California, but still.
Huh.
No.
They go to China after Palm Springs?
I don't know. I'm looking right now. Friday, October 3rd, Palm Springs, California. Suns, Lakers. I'm wrong about a lot of things, including several things today on the show. So I could be wrong about this as well.
Yeah.
But famously and statistically, Sammy is also wrong about a lot of things.
Friday, October 3rd, they're in Palm Springs. Then they go for the 2 games in China against Brooklyn on the 10th and the 12th. Goodness gracious.
That's a lot of miles.
Speaking of point guards around the league, too, the Houston Rockets, this was mentioned in the splash. I don't know. I mean, I guess this is going to fall on Reed Shepherd to play point guard for the Houston Rockets, and I don't know if they wanted him to be thrust into that role with this particular team. You add a Kevin Durant and really subtract, in terms of their key contributors on that roster, the only other veteran with real playoff winning experience is Fred VanVleet. That is a gigantic blow.
It's a
to
big
this
loss
team.
for them for a
Yes.
team that has title aspirations. Just let KD play the point. What could possibly go wrong?
It's a tall task for a second-year point guard that couldn't crack the rotation last year to be given the keys to a Kevin Durant basketball team.
Yeah,
that's
that's
all
a fair
I'll say.
point. That's a very fair
If I'm a
point.
fan in Houston, yesterday's news might have been bigger than actually getting Kevin Durant.
Ooh.
I'm not saying
You
it is.
think about that.
But if you think about it if you don't trade for Kevin Durant, you run back a very similar team than what you did last year, and you hope guys can take steps and you become a little bit better. But getting Kevin Durant, huge, but losing your veteran point guard that's tough.
I'm looking at their odds to win the NBA title went from 8-1 to 12-1 to win the Western Conference from 4-1 to 7-1.
Ooh.
Yeah. So they're still
That's pretty significant.
They still have the 5th best odds according to this particular
Wow.
outfit to win the NBA title, but they can't feel good about it. And I'm reading too, like their salary cap situation, because they're so close to the apron, they can't go out and sign a free agent.
Oops.
So they're gonna have to
Well,
figure that
campaign's available.
That is true. He is available. Suns fans always clamor when
Yeah.
campaign becomes available, regardless of where he's coming from.
He's out there.
He is out there. We continue as we hit the midway point of this Tuesday show. The Bickley Blast is coming at you next. We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Bring on the Dodgers. The Diamondbacks' playoff chances are alive in the final week of 2025. Like it or not, this Cardinals offense needs some serious reevaluating, and Kenny Dillingham says Arizona State is on the brink of an offensive breakthrough post-Baylor. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and on the court, on the diamond, on the football field, the 3 magic letters, you all know it as sports fans, MVP, most valuable player, but on the roadways, the 3 most valuable letters, BMW, the ultimate driving machine, and if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. That's what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW. Chapman BMW does things differently in all the best ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years. They're a family-run, award-winning business for 58 years, from Ted Chapman all the way down. Everything they do is elite. You feel it the minute you walk into either of their locations. And those two great locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find. No matter what you're looking for, you will find it at Chapman BMW. They've also got a great reputation for making luxury attainable. They have got something for everyone at Chapman BMW. And don't forget, you have got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Take advantage of that. Go take a test drive, find what you like. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He's hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
My name is Wes Tunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Leavitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Leavitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. There are 3 teams, the Mets, the Reds, and the Diamondbacks, all within 1 game of each other for the last NL wildcard spot with less than a week left in the season. Then the Diamondbacks will start a massive 3-game series with the Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. It'll be Brandon Pfaadt and Shohei Ohtani on the mound. First pitch from Chase will be at 6:40, and you can listen here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And despite being handed their first loss of the season, Jonathan Gannon and the Cardinals have shifted their focus to Thursday night.
Obviously a different week that's different than our routine. A lot of variables that go into that. We have to handle those things the right way to get ready to go win a football game at home against a really good team. So that's what we're working on right now.
And the Mercury will be in Minnesota for Game 2 of the WNBA semifinals today. Tip-off from Minnesota will be at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Legacy Green Solutions. Go green with Legacy. The grass may be artificial, but these guys are the real deal.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Cardinals offense feels like they've arrived at a crossroads, if not a crisis point. After Sunday's loss to the 49ers, agitated fans are pointing fingers in every direction, from the quarterback to the butterfingered wide receivers to the coaching staff. And this is where it gets interesting, because head coach Jonathan Gannon is defending his offensive coordinator in the strongest of terms. And that OC, Drew Petzing, is strongly defending Kyler Murray. So there is admirable cohesion at the top and no layering of blame, which is something. And yet this offense cannot run the ball and is averaging just 180 passing yards per game after facing two really bad teams and a 49ers crew decimated by injury. And most alarming to me is that Kyler Murray ranks 30th in air yards per attempt when not under pressure, which means he's bailing out on checkdowns without any defenders in his face, and it suggests he's taking the easy way out way too often. Now, some of the checkdowns work, some don't, but the net effect is a rinky-dinky offense striking little fear in defenses that creep closer and closer to the line of scrimmage, and my biggest fear is that Murray simply cannot see or make correct decisions in the pocket, the kind of quarterback that can make an OC look really bad. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
No, I'll tell you this. I thought his best game that he called this year was this one.
And
so just from when you and how we deem that is when we're looking like, hey, when we're calling shots, what kind of coverages are we calling shots first? When we're calling runs, what kind of coverage structures are we getting? What are they doing? Are we alternating? Is it known pass? Is it known run? What are we doing third down? What are our play types? Like I'm very pleased with all of that. I think we definitely need to coach our guys up a little bit better. And I think we need to execute fundamental things that go into making a play work better. And that's everybody. That's a collective effort there.
That was Jonathan Gannon yesterday with Burns and Gambo. That was that strong defense of Drew Petzing.
Yeah.
On Sunday after the game, he said, I didn't have a problem with the play calling. I never will.
I never will. Strongest of terms possible, which really to me is saying something. I think you're saying that what you're saying is that every fan out there who's blaming Drew Petzing, you don't got your facts right, is basically what he's saying. So then where does the blame, should it be apportioned? Now, this is what's really interesting to me, because during the game, Mark Dalton, the great PR guy for the Cardinals, he pointed out that Kyler Murray joined Josh Allen as the only quarterbacks with 20,000 passing yards and more than 3,000 rushing yards in 85 or fewer games. So you read that stat and you go, wow, Kyler Murray in a class with Josh Allen and nobody else. Wow, we must have a great quarterback. And yet you've got fans on the exact opposite side of the spectrum who post pictures of all these open receivers Kyler Murray is leaving on the table. Now, so what is undeniable is that this offense is becoming increasingly harder and harder to watch. For instance, when the Cardinals had a 21-minute and 27-second time of possession versus 8 minutes and 33 seconds for the 49ers, that's a pretty profound difference in time of possession. But at that point in time of the game, the 49ers had 119 yards, the Cardinals had 117. How could the 49ers have 2 more yards with 14 minutes less of possession time?
It's hard to do.
It's hard to do. Mm-hmm. And so that's kind of what we're kind of dealing with here. And maybe every quarterback in every football game leaves plays on the table. Maybe every quarterback from Lamar Jackson to Josh Allen to Patrick Mahomes, maybe you can produce still shots from every game where they're making the wrong decision from the pocket. Or maybe Kyler Murray does it more frequently than most.
Yeah, but nobody really cares about that stuff when you're putting up 350-plus yards and scoring 28 points a game.
Good point.
When you're putting up less than 270 and 15 points and you miss opportunities and you have long, sustained drives that are ending in field goal attempts, not necessarily even field goal makes, these things are they're going to be illuminated a little bit, and that's what's happening right now. There's three main areas. I mean, there's really four, and two of them are in conjunction. The offensive line play and the run game, quarterback play, wide receiver play. Of those three, what concerns you the most? For me, it's still the offensive line, and it's still followed by the wide receiver play and the usage of the wide receivers. But again, that kind of ties into the quarterback play. Where is he delivering the ball? I looked at it yesterday, and we mentioned this, that there were 16 pass catchers. This was before last night's game, and I think a couple of them actually have risen above that. So I think there might be up to 18 pass catchers in the NFL individually that have more yardage and catches than the Arizona Cardinals wide receiver room. The Cardinals have the lowest number of targets to wide receivers this year through 3 weeks, 33. The lowest number of catches, 20, tied with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And the lowest number of yards in the league by the wide receivers. To put it in perspective, at the top of the list, the Los Angeles Rams and Chargers. Chargers have 641 yards from their receivers through 3 games.
Wow.
Rams, 635. That's 400
crazy.
more yards
That's crazy.
over a 3-week period. So when you talk about explosives...
And you're talking about a 49ers team that's decimated and running with a backup quarterback.
In the passing game, you're not getting sustained explosive plays from your tight end, even though Trey McBride's one of the best in the game, and you're not getting it on checkdowns. And they're certainly not getting it in the screens. I mean, they've gone 11 for 11 in screen passes this year. Kyler Murray has for about 32 yards on screen passes.
Wow.
The issues on catching the ball, obviously a big factor in the loss to the 49ers on Sunday. Jonathan Gannon was asked about that by Burns and Gambo.
Well, you know, if you look at the game, like that's a fundamental that we got to make sure that we can control, you know, and that's part of the game that happens. But we do have to do when we have our chances to catch the ball, we got to catch the ball.
Yeah, it's that simple. And 3 major drops: the Harrison drop, the Zay Jones drop, although it was a tough play, the DeMercado drop, really affected the game.
Yeah, I agree.
I heard Wilf standing on the table yesterday saying, if Zay Jones makes that play, the game has a different result, and he's right.
Any one of those 3 plays, you could argue, would be different.
Yes.
Because the MHJ and the DeMercado could have been touchdowns, and that's the difference in the game right there.
I looked at the replay of the DeMercado play. I'm not sure he gets in. He would have to make a tremendous move to get around a defender who was closing. But
but he was wide open when the ball was arriving. Like you, I wasn't certain he was getting in the end zone either. Either way, this is going to have to get something. This is going to have to be corrected on some level, because you should not be attempting that, or you should not be enacting that many checkdowns when not under pressure.
Do you think
I get it if those numbers were inverted, and if Kyler Murray were throwing all these checkdowns because he was under constant pressure, then I'd say fine, you're getting rid of the ball, you're doing fine. But I get back again. It's not even the game to game stuff, because you could make an argument that Kyler Murray for the most part has been pretty good this year. It's the glitchy moments. It's that play that was nearly a safety. That was a 3rd and 1. He's in the shotgun, and you've got this still photo of 3 dudes wide open, and he doesn't let go of the ball. So what was he looking at? What was he looking for?
What was he unable to look at?
What was he? That's the thing. And so, again, this is kind of the thing where if you're a buttoned-up organization, and clearly Jonathan Gannon and his coaching staff, they're not going to get loose-lipped. They're not going to start talking bad about their quarterback to people off the record. No. They're not going to do any of that. They're too smart for that. But at the same time, if they're looking at this film, they know the deal. They know that there might be X amount of plays that are just not being had.
Join Burns and Gambo at DraftKings at TPC in Scottsdale this Friday for a college football pregame party. While on site, you'll have the chance to win tickets and merchandise for all kinds of upcoming sporting events. Plus, now through the end of September at DraftKings at TPC, mention Arizona Sports and receive their famous chips and queso on the house. Coming up next here on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, will the Giants make a quarterback change? Can the 49ers survive without Nick Bosa? Will Andy Reid and Travis Kelce fight each other to the death on the sidelines next week? We'll get into all these questions and more from around the league in Week 3 and NFL hash marks next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And Base's pitch. Carroll runs. That is going to be taken, and Carroll slides in. It's his 30th stolen base of the year. And for a player who has collected so many firsts in the history of this franchise, Corbin Carroll has just grabbed the first ever 30-homer, 30 stolen base season by a Diamondback.
Can the D-backs secure the bag and make the wild card? We talk D-backs playoff scenarios today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and from Queen Creek to Cave Creek, from Buckeye to Apache Junction, all the way up to Black Canyon City, Turf Monsters is everywhere. Their landscapers have been serving satisfied customers in the greater Phoenix area since 2018. They can turn your backyard into a beautiful oasis, and they can give you a variety of options. If you want a chill kind of hangout backyard, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you a luxurious, beautiful green lawn without the mess and the water bills that comes with trying to install sod. They're great at custom barbecue pits and fire pits. If you want a more active kind of backyard, they're great at custom-made putting greens. They actually built the putting course at Dobson Ranch. That's how good they are at that. And now they're in the pickleball business, folks. And if you're an avid pickleball player, you know sometimes getting court time is difficult. Now you can have a court in your own backyard. You'll have no problems getting on a pickleball court. Go to their website, check out their work. You can schedule your free estimate online while you're there, turfmonstersaz.com, or just give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 12th annual Diamondbacks Race Against Cancer presented by Dignity Health Cancer Institute. The 5K run or walk is downtown at Chase Field on Sunday, September 28th. Register now at dbacks.com/race.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting a used gun buying event September 26th through 28th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer up top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability, just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Week 3 in the books in the National Football League, and I think we're getting to the point now where I think we've got an idea of what these teams are all about.
You do?
I think so.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not exactly brimming with confidence when I say that, but look, the Cardinals are defined by their offensive struggles. I think the Baltimore Ravens, who we saw last night on Monday Night Football, their defense is not up to Baltimore Ravens defense quality just yet. We know who I think of the undefeated teams. I think most of the real pretenders or so-called pretenders have been weeded out, although I'm not sure about San Francisco just yet. The New York Giants are a team that is one of the winless teams in football at 0-3, and we're 3 weeks into the season, and Brian Daboll, the head coach, is already considering some things, saying he's evaluating everything, but won't exactly commit to a starting quarterback for week 4.
We just watched the tape here. We're in the meetings with the players right now. You know, in order to improve the passing game, and I'd say that was the number one thing we needed to improve from yesterday, as a collective, everybody's got to be doing exactly the right stuff. So it's not on one guy.
So Russ remains the starter moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, we're working through, all the personnel decisions, and we'll do that over the next few days.
Hold on, so you're not saying Russ is the starter, right? You're saying you're still working through that?
Yeah, we're doing what we normally do, which is, watch the tape. We're just watching it with the players right now. So, we'll have staff meetings after this. When we come in, we watch the tape, offense, defense, kicking game as a staff, and then we go meet with the players. That's where we're at right now.
Say what you normally do. Most Monday afternoons, you know who your quarterback's going to be the upcoming week if everyone's healthy, though. It just seems a little different, your responses.
Yeah, well, look, we're going through the tape right now. We're evaluating everything.
So quarterback change is on the table.
I'd say we're evaluating everything.
Wow.
That's the New York media in a nutshell right there.
Well, yeah. Yeah, listen, because they're getting obfuscation. And they're like, can you speak English and tell us what you're doing, please?
Yeah.
Listen, there was a series in the red zone that was beyond embarrassing. Russell Wilson threw one ball in the tunnel, threw another ball almost into the stands, and then hit the crossbar. With 3, and in between there was a 4-yard scramble.
Yeah.
And that series...
So at the very end of the game.
Right. And that series made Giants fans go, what are we doing here? So Russell Wilson, once again now, for what? Is this the third stop? Or is this the second stop post-Seattle? I'm losing track already.
Denver, Pittsburgh, and the Giants.
Denver, Pittsburgh, and the Giants. He hasn't played good football in 3+ years now. And he keeps getting shots. And it's weird because... in between all that was his most profound passing game ever?
Yeah, that game, the overtime loss to Dallas.
The Cowboys.
He threw for 450 yards and 3 touchdowns. But in the other 2 losses, they scored 6 points against Washington. He wasn't great. And then really wasn't good against Kansas City and threw 2 picks. They've got a first-round draft pick waiting there. They're not going anywhere. They're playing the Chargers this week.
Right.
Maybe you want to ease Jackson Dart in against a lesser opponent, but
you know how it is,
inevitable.
dude. You know how it is when coaches and GMs are when they're in cover your backside mode, and they know Brian Daboll and Joe Shine. They understand that the minute they press the Jackson Dart button, that's it for them. So if he's not ready and if he's embarrassing, they could get fired very soon.
Yeah.
And so the longer they put that off, the more time they buy themselves. Yet the longer they put it off, the more they're giving their fans Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
And Russell Wilson hasn't won a game as a starter since December 8th of 2024.
I wonder if when they make the change, if they'll just release Russell Wilson. Because they have Jameis Winston also.
Yeah. And then Russell Wilson, he'll show up in Cincinnati.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? He'll get another shot someplace.
But they couldn't get the ball to Malik Neighbors on Sunday against the Chiefs. And when that happens, then the light bulbs go on.
Yeah.
It's like if you can't get the ball to our weapons, Wan'Dale Robinson's off to a really good start too. They got a good receiving duo. And he couldn't get the ball to the whiteout, so that's another concern. I wanted to play this. This was from late last week as the Giants were getting ready for the Chiefs.
Love this.
Drien Taylor's press conference. There was a bit of a distraction in the hallway outside.
Is it recovering from the injury, or is it a stamina thing right now that he hasn't had those full days and things?
Sorry. Scatterable. Can you repeat that, please?
That's fine. I thought
I hear you, son. It's a daily thing.
Yeah.
You might have forgot your question.
No, that's fine. It is the biggest challenge.
It's a daily thing.
Oh, my goodness.
If there's one thing that is easing the fears or making Giants fans feel better, it's what they have in Cam Scatterbo.
Yeah, it's that guy.
It's making me feel better, too. Did you see my shirt today?
I was going to bring it up. Vinny went and jumped on board and bought an Angry Runs Cam Scatterbo version T-shirt.
Everybody, please go to YouTube right now, type in Arizona Sports, and watch us live, and you can see Vince standing on his chair, wobbling.
Risking my own life.
But showing off his cool
Very
Angry
unstable.
Runs shirt.
Right.
Cam Scatterbo.
It was an impulse buy. It was
no, it's a great purchase. You kidding me?
Way too much to spend on a T-shirt.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
How much?
It was close to $50 for a T-shirt.
Let me quote Cam Scatterbo. Woo!
Next time, call me. I know a guy. Some of the name might be spelled wrong, but it'll look about the same.
It might take 6 months to get here, too. Andy Reid and Travis Kelce in that same game Sunday night. Chiefs beat the Giants. They get into it on the sidelines. Cameras catch it. Not the first time this has happened. This one was a little bit different.
It was.
There was actual physical contact made. Andy Reid explained it away.
So I love Travis's passion, man. So I'm okay with that. We didn't have enough of it that second quarter. Well, it wasn't where we needed to be. So within reason, he knows. He knows when to back off the pedal and knows when to push it too. So that's the part I love about him. I mean, the guy's all in. Just sometimes I have to be the policeman.
Was there a specific play that was bothering you, or was it more trying to get something out of him? Or?
No, he was all in. He was all in. He's an emotional guy. He's Irish.
Just related to that, I mean, it looked like
he's Irish.
You felt like maybe you were telling him to, I hate to put it this strongly, but to back off a little bit. Do you feel like within reason is... Don't make too much of it. I mean, look, he's a passionate guy, and I love that part. So I've been through a lot of things with him, so that's all part of it. I love that he loves to play the game. That's what I love, and it's an emotional game, so I'll take it.
Like a lot of coach/star player, you have that exchange on the sideline, and you hear the explanation from one side or the other, or maybe both, and you're like, yeah, I'm not buying that. Mm-hmm. Andy Reid gave a perfect explanation for that. I mean, that was totally satisfactory, wasn't it? And we know enough about their pairing and about Travis Kelce as a competitor.
I don't know. He didn't address why Andy Reid was the guy that lowered his shoulder into Travis Kelce, because he did. So I don't know
that was him being the policeman.
I guess. Travis Kelce has had not exactly an ideal season to date. He got a teammate injured because he was late on a break, ran into him.
And was affected by that, too. And talked about how that affected him, and he was not happy about his own play on that particular performance.
Yeah,
and he's clearly not the same player.
And that pass he smoked in the end zone turned into a key interception. So, look, like I said, the Chiefs. There's some teams feeling the heat right now. How about being the Houston Texans? You're sitting there at 0-3.
How much of the luster has come off of C.J. Stroud as a quarterback?
That's a great point.
He was anointed very quickly, and rightfully so. He was great as a rookie. Mm-hmm. A little bit of a step back, even for a playoff team last year.
Yep.
But this year, it is not going well for the Texans.
No doubt about it.
If you go on social media and read Texans fans' criticisms of that offense through 3 weeks, you might think you're watching the Cardinals' greatest show on turf. Coming up, a gigantic series for the Diamondbacks. Snakes alive. We'll talk to their D-backs play-by-play radio voice. Chris Garagiola joins us in studio next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Oh, we got a good-looking crowd here at the Chuckle Casa tonight. Now, we're not calling this a short week for the Cardinals before Thursday night football, but this week can play tennis with the curve, babe. Not a whole lot of time to prepare for the Seahawks, but it's pretty simple. Division rival need to win.
Huddle.
The Cardinals host the Seahawks for Thursday Night Football. Pre-game coverage pops off at 12:30 Thursday afternoon. Kickoff at 5:15. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and for years, great athletes like Peyton Manning, the late great Kobe Bryant, many others, they'd all go to Europe during their off-season for the advanced regenerative treatments because they were not available in America. Well, the good news is they're here now. They're in our backyard. You can find them at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use advanced cellular treatments to help your body heal and restore the damaged tissue in your joints that are causing you all that problems. Not covering it up, not cutting it out, actually helping heal and restore, and the results are long-term lasting results. And folks, this stuff really works. The patient satisfaction reports are a whopping 92%, and that includes me. I've had a terrible case of tennis elbow, that jarring flash of pain every time I hit a golf ball. 3 treatments in, my elbow is markedly better. QC Kinetics also helped me avoid surgery 5 years ago when I tore my meniscus. There's no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. You walk in, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door. So if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain, bring in your MRI, bring in your x-rays, get a free consultation, see what these cutting-edge treatments can do for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and Elenos, degree and price and possession.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 25th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what ifs.
My name is Wes Hunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and wait.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. 3 teams for 1 playoff spot. That is where the Diamondbacks find themselves with 6 games left in their season, 1 game back of both the Mets and the Reds, as they'll start a huge 3-game series against one of baseball's best in the LA Dodgers tonight. Shohei Ohtani will get the ball for the Dodgers, and Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes, and he'll look to replicate his last outing for the Snakes tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Cardinal and Sun Devil fans, get ready for some Thursday and Friday night football. The Cardinals will be hosting the Seattle Seahawks on Thursday night, looking to bounce back after their first loss of the season. And ASU will welcome the 24th ranked and undefeated TCU Horned Frogs to Tempe Friday night for a Big 12 showdown. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at americaroofingco.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight and only 1 game out of a playoff spot. So how can they get a series win over the Dodgers? We'll talk about it on the Burns and Gambo Show starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
D-back still on the outside looking in, but it's not that far of a peer in, if you will, as the final week of the regular season is here. Dodgers in town. D-backs with playoff aspirations still here to talk about it with us. Their radio play-by-play voice, Chris Garagiola, joining us in studio. Chris, good morning. Thanks for coming in. Always good to see you.
Good to see you guys. Glad we're still playing some meaningful baseball last week of the season.
Yeah, we were just chatting outside the studio before you came in. I don't think you had this on your checklist of things that you'd be doing in late September is calling meaningful baseball games. What a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, I mean, I think the comments were pretty clear after the deadline, right? We weren't playing good enough baseball to keep some of these guys, and certainly had to have an eye towards tomorrow. And look, every general manager is going to say that, yeah, we're going to take these last 2 months and play competitively. Who knows if it actually happens? And for this group, they've really gelled. They filled some gaps in the bullpen. And look, it's not a huge surprise that if they cleaned up the starting pitching and got better bullpen performances, that they would be winning games. That's exactly what's happened. Here we are.
How did talk about the addition by subtraction and what's happened with this team? Because after the trade deadline, it seems like this team has rediscovered, quote unquote, Diamondbacks baseball.
The things that I think that the front office and certainly coaching staff were used to winning were good starting pitching and defense, right? And sometimes that just became a term that was thrown out over and over, but there was a lot of truth to it. So the addition by subtraction, you traded guys like Naylor and Suarez, huge bats, obviously highly coveted, but defensively not quite as good. Obviously Walker at first base. Suarez, the balls that were hit to him seemed to make all those plays, but just didn't have a lot of range. So Blaze, I mean, what a fantastic kind of step up he's taken defensively in his career over at third base. Mm-hmm. That's a tricky position. But the other two things, again, the bullpen was not in a great spot. They brought in some young guys who really filled in nicely. I know that, Hoffman's injured. Burgos has kind of been up and down. Brandon Garcia, I mean, just to have a hard-throwing left-hander to replace A.J. Puck's injury has been great. And the other thing is, look, you needed Gallen and Erod to pitch better. You weren't going to win if those guys were going to keep shouldering an over 5 ERA. And since the trade deadline, Gallen's been a sub-3. Erod's been about a 3.5, and that's both well above league average, and that's why they're winning games.
We spent so much time in the first half of the season, Chris, and I'm sure you did too, thinking about and talking about what's happened to Zach Gallen, a guy in a contract year who's got the resume that he has, his level of success. I mean, opening day starter, started an all-star game, Game 1 World Series starter, just didn't look like that. What do you think clicked with Zach Gallen? Because he has been the Zach Gallen of old and then some since the trade deadline.
Look, I think from a mechanical standpoint, the fastball command has allowed everything to play off, his secondary pitches to play off that fastball command. That's why from a results standpoint, it's looking a bit more like the Gallen of a couple of years ago. I've never had the chance to talk to him sort of mentally, emotionally, what it's like going into a free agent year, when you are expected to get a big contract or, whatever that is supposed to be like. So I don't want to speak on behalf of him, but I'm sure for anyone, he's trying to make what would have been, his future in terms of earnings, to take care of himself and his children and his children's children. That's a ton of pressure for an athlete to put on his shoulders, especially in an age in social media where anyone can send horrible things with the click of a button. So I don't know how much that weighed on him. I'd like to think that maybe some, because it's not easy to do. But I'm just happy for him that he's pitching well again, that he is certainly helping this group out. And, I mean, what a roller coaster. I said on Wolf and Look, he went from definitely free agent, maybe with another team, to definitely going to take the qualifying offer, to I don't know what's going to happen this offseason, because I think a lot of teams would look at his second half and say, yeah, that's a guy we'd like to have on our team for the next few years.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, so entering these final 6 games, the Diamondbacks are effectively trailing the Reds by 2 because they've got that tiebreaker. What do you think? What's the magic number? Do the Diamondbacks have to win all these games, in your opinion? What do you think?
It's funny. I was actually thinking about this hopping out of the shower today. Just 6 games to go. I think if they win all 6, check the box, definitely in. I think if they win 5, probably in. I think if they win 4, need a little bit of help on the way because of what you just talked about with Cincinnati.
Right.
I think 3 or fewer is a no.
Yep.
So I think that's kind of the
that's
scale
kind of
you're
the way
looking at.
That's kind of exactly my feeling.
Chris Garagiola joining us in studio, play-by-play voice of the Diamondbacks radio broadcast team, and you can see his face as you join us on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. There's Chris waving at the cameras. Finally got that figured out. Torey Lovullo, it's been an interesting year for him too, and there seems to be this school of thought, Chris, that Torey is at his best from a managerial standpoint when he can flex and rely on the chaos. We saw it in 2023. The 2024 team added some slug. You added some not so fleet guys necessarily on the base pass. Those guys shown the door. I'm not blaming Gino Suarez or blaming Josh Naylor, but it seems like the Torey Lovullo chaos style of baseball and the identity of this team has come back since then. Do you think there's anything to that thought, that Torey's at his best with this type of team?
I don't know if it's at his best, right? There's so many different ways to win, but there's certain things that you absolutely cannot do if you want to win, right? And we look at the offense last year. Remember, this was the group that scored the most runs in Major League Baseball. It was a historic offense. And, I learned before the game a couple days ago that for the last 40 days of the regular season, the D-backs had the worst ERA in baseball, right? So I think that takes a lot of shine away from what was some really savvy additions, both in trade and free agency going into last season. And again, I just think that they were cleaning up things that you just can't win with. You can't make errors and have bad starting pitching, both in the rotation and late game, 8th inning, 9th inning. I think the Diamondbacks still, to this day, have this season the most blown leads in the 9th inning, right? Like, that's just it's a hard way to win. So they're two different styles, but what has gotten this group back into this mix and why I think they have a legitimate chance of making it into the postseason, their starting pitching has been so much better. I mean, it's been top half of the league for like 2 months now, and their defense also complements that. So Ketel's swing of the bat, great. I thought this last series when he'd kind of struggled for the last couple of weeks, Carroll just continues to look like a cornerstone piece. Perdomo's going to finish anywhere from top 3 to top 6 in National League MVP this year. Contributions towards the bottom of that lineup to really complement what's been good starting pitching and a bullpen that, look, it's a different guy every night. You kind of cross your fingers because these are not typically 9th inning guys, 8th inning guys, but they're finding a way, and that's usually what happens in those magical seasons.
All right, so say the Diamondbacks barely miss the playoffs. Do you think we're going to remember this team fondly for fighting and their resilience post-trade deadline, or do you think that we're going to kind of lament any number of those bad losses?
I honestly think the only time that you look fondly on teams that miss the postseason is when you're expecting them to finish basically dead last. And then they ultimately put up a good fight, but it just wasn't meant to be, right?
Good point.
This season will, I think regardless of how they finish, unless they win a World Series, is going to be injuries really killed the potential early on. Losing Puck and Martinez, who would have been 2 probably 20-plus save guys, and obviously Corbin Burns going down. And I also think that, they'll look at the start. It'll really frustrate Torey how, inconsistent defensively they were. I remember the first series of the year, right? Blanking on his name right now. Garrett Hampson, rounding third base against the Cubs, biting on a Dansby Swanson pump fake, right? Like those types of mistakes where you know better, you probably should have done better, it didn't end up happening. That's the take-back you'd like to have because everything else, I think the trades made this group better today and tomorrow, which is a rare thing to do.
And look, I believe. I really do believe. For better or for worse, this group historically has played up and down to its competition. So people will see Dodgers and Padres and think they got no chance. They got a chance, dude. Like, turn on your TV and watch.
I agree with you.
And as we learned 2 seasons ago, you get to the party, you can make some noise at the party. And I think this year is even more wide open, seemingly. I mean, the Brewers have the best record in baseball. I don't think the Brewers are invincible. Who, if you had to pick a team to win it all right now, not name the Arizona Diamondbacks, who would you pick, Chris?
I really like the way Seattle's playing right now. They've got great pitching, both starting and rotation. They're getting good offense. Suarez is kind of coming alive once again. He was like ice cold for the first month that he was with Seattle.
But that's what he does.
Yeah, I mean, you want to get hot going into the big dance, right? And that's what Seattle is doing right now. And so I think it might be the year that everything kind of meshes for them.
Would you do us a favor, too? Would you tell our producer, Jarrett Carlin, to stop judging a baseball player's worth on batting average in the year 2025?
We had this argument already. You were telling me that those stats do matter. I don't know.
But that's the only thing you look at.
I love
You said earlier this year that Corbin Carroll was not having a good year because he was hitting in the 240s.
Sammy said that, I think. Let's go to the tape. I don't remember. I was saying that he's underrated and about to have a historic season. And Sammy said he's very
Next question.
Yeah.
See what we deal with, Chris.
I bet you like wins too, Jared.
No. I don't like those stats. I'm the one that...
I still like wins for a starter. And if you talk to a starting pitcher, they like that stat a lot.
I bet they really
absolutely.
Brandon Pfaadt definitely likes that stat.
Yes.
No doubt about that.
Chris, thanks so much for coming in, and hopefully this thing gets extended a little bit.
Hey, appreciate you guys having me on. Hopefully pump up the boys here the last week of the season.
Let's do it.
Let's embrace the chaos once again.
Do it. 6 games left in the regular season. Chris on the call on the D-Backs Radio Network is kind enough to join us in studio here. Coming up next, a big game for the Sun Devils, hosting a ranked team and trying to keep their home winning streak alive. We'll get into some Sun Devil football talk straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And Maze's pitch. Carroll runs. That is going to be taken, and Carroll slides in. It's his 30th stolen base of the year. And for a player who has collected so many firsts in the history of this franchise, Corbin Carroll has just grabbed the first ever 30-homer, 30 stolen base season by a Diamondback.
Can the D-backs secure the bag and make the wild card? We talk D-backs playoff scenarios today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Bend for just $469 a month for 36 months. Plus, you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
This holiday season, elevate your event at Talking Stick Resort. From breathtaking views and a world-class golf course to 113 square feet of flexible event space, every detail sets the stage for an unforgettable holiday party. Whether it's cocktails under the stars or a fully produced banquet with state-of-the-art AV, Talking Stick has it all, plus a luxurious spa for next-day recovery. Secure your celebration today. Talking Stick Resort, Scottsdale's premier destination for celebration. Life well played.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertising.
Hey, it's Wolf. What impact does James Conner's injury have on the Arizona Cardinals on and off the field? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Yeah, well, obviously, quarterbacks, a lot of people look at stats, and you look at a stat line to determine the play. Sam played one of his best games since he's been here. He played phenomenally, extended drives. He ran more than we like to usually run quarterbacks, but he did because it was needed in the game. He was accurate in quick passing game. He played really, really well. You complete one of those balls down the field, and now you're talking, or two of them, and now you're saying, oh, he threw for 330. He had 70% completions. Maybe one of those scores a touchdown. He accounted for 3 total touchdowns. And the narrative completely changes. So to your point, when you start connecting on those, that's how narratives completely change a quarterback. But I thought he played phenomenal.
Sam Leavitt, his performance being broken down by the head coach, Kenny Dillingham. Yesterday at press availability, one of his best games as a Sun Devil. And that's saying something because I think Sam Leavitt was one of the best quarterbacks in the country last 6 or 7 weeks of last season.
Yeah.
And the explanation makes a lot of sense. The stats are not going to pop off the page at you, but he did play a very good game in a hostile environment against a good football team.
People can talk about Sawyer Robertson. People can talk about Josh Hoover. I think what Sam Leavitt did with those last 2 drives in Waco was sort of reestablish himself as QB1 in the Big 12. That's just me. But I also thought it was incredibly studly what he did because that 2-minute drill, that last possession, they couldn't have orchestrated that any better in terms of time elapsed, in terms of just the poise of the quarterback, clock management, all of that was just so on point, and it really kind of spoke to that's a winning quarterback. I say this all the time. The great quarterbacks always come through in those situations, always, because it's inside them, and that's what Sam Leavitt, in my opinion, flashed last weekend. Those last 2 drives, he sort of reclaimed everything that people had said about him going into the year. Stuff that he might have lost a little of that in that Mississippi State loss. But I think he got it back against Baylor. Now he's got to keep it going.
I'm curious, too, because obviously the voters totally dinged ASU for that loss.
Totally, yeah.
In Starkville. Mississippi State is on the verge of being ranked. That is looking like a much more acceptable loss, especially when you consider the score differential. I'm not saying it wasn't painful. It was. And I know the Sun Devils would like to have that game back. Do I have faith in Mississippi State now to go into SEC play and continue to win football games? Not necessarily.
Yeah,
but
probably
that's not. It's not a horrible football team. And I think last week we talked about lingering effects of the atmosphere in Starkville.
Mm-hmm.
That could be shocking for a team in their first road game of a season.
Mm-hmm.
I think that atmosphere paid dividends down the stretch going against Baylor.
Yeah, they're not going to find a more hostile environment, and there's a lot of reasons for that hostility. We don't need to rehash that. But the thing I think about ASU football as well is I look across the Big 12, and I look like everybody else. I was very impressed at what Tech did to Utah. To go in on the road and hand that kind of beating to Utah, that tells you Texas Tech has got a significantly good team.
I'm convinced. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's all right.
I'm convinced that Texas Tech is good. I think that got inflated in the second half. Utah, and there was a couple of late touchdowns. I was listening to the Utah radio broadcast, and that last touchdown, they were like, all right, I'm not sure I agree with them punching it in there, but whatever. That was cosmetically enhanced because Texas Tech played a really sloppy first half themselves. And they kind of asserted themselves in the second half.
Yeah.
They're good.
Yeah.
But can Will Hammond keep that up?
Yeah, listen, so I think there's still a lot of ceiling left for ASU.
Yeah.
They've had a misstep on the road, but that's okay. You can get over that in today's college football. That's a loss on the road to an SEC team. Even though the Sun Devils clearly got dinged in the rankings for that, that won't look as bad in the rearview mirror if this football team ends up 10-2 or whatever it is.
Especially if you win on Friday against a very traction TCU team. They have a lot of traction coming in undefeated on national television, beat the brakes off of Bill Belichick, and then they just beat a good SMU team who was in the playoff last year, and they have a quarterback who is statistically one of the best in the country. If you take care of business on Friday, you'll have gained a lot more respect back from the national
Speaking of
media.
Bill Belichick, he is getting hammered at the fact that
this hour?
Well, the fact that his girlfriend was down on the field having a little confab with him, and people are like, dude, what are you doing? And he's played 2 decent programs and gotten the doors blown off in both games.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not saying I expected great things from UNC this year. I just don't think they have the players. But I still don't understand this move by him. I still don't. You want to enjoy your life? Enjoy your life.
Yeah.
And I guess he still enjoys coaching, and this is a different animal. For a coach of his stature to get into college athletics when in both football and basketball you see these established veteran coaches saying, this game's not for me anymore.
Right.
I'm getting out while the getting's good.
Yeah, listen.
And he's diving into the pool at this time is amazing.
That's the whole thing. The industry has changed to the point where the coaches that were very successful for their skill set are no longer the guys having success.
Yeah.
They're the guys that can help raise money. So, yeah.
Going back to the point Sammy made on the TCU quarterback. That quarterback is Josh Hoover for TCU. Very good. Here was Kenny Dillingham on Facing Him on Friday.
Yeah, it's different. I think every guy you play is different. We can't let this guy extend plays. We knew last week it was going to be quick game, hot throws, balls over the middle of the field. This week, this guy he makes all the throws. He extends plays and makes explosives. So we've got to be able to contain him. And not contain him for rushing for 150 yards, but contain him from extending plays, not getting sacked, and then extended plays create explosive plays, and that's what we got to prevent.
Yeah, he's got a deep stable of receivers, just like Baylor had. He's got a 1-2 punch. Hoover does at running back. It's a really good football team. But we talked to Pete Souza earlier, and I totally I believe this. I think the Big 12 is much better this year, top to bottom. I think a lot of the teams that struggled last year, Arizona, they look formidable. They got a really tough one this week against Iowa State. But Iowa State, Texas Tech, Houston's much better. ASU's right there. Nobody's talking about Kansas. They're really talented. BYU's given up 16 points total in 3 games. They play some defense. TCU is undefeated. UCF is way better. Cincinnati's 2-1. And Utah, a team that everybody was trumping up as maybe the team to beat in the conference, their offense was exposed a little bit, but they'll probably bounce back.
You got to wonder with the conference that has got this kind of quality depth is like what happened last year with ASU. You might get 4 teams every year tied at the top.
Yeah.
And they need to streamline some of these, how you're going to crown a champion in this conference.
Well, there is that because all these conferences have gone away from divisions now too.
Yeah, and so you're not playing everybody, so there's no real commonalities in all of this.
Yeah. It's interesting, too. This is the first full weekend, almost full weekend of Big 12 play. There's one team that has off, and it's the team that everybody wants to watch play, Texas Tech.
Wow.
They get the bye week, but everybody else is in action this week. Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies as we continue live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
It was not on Kyler Murray yesterday.
You know my feelings on this, but it wasn't his fault yesterday. It just wasn't. And he's not a bad quarterback. When he's making plays and he's putting the ball right in his receivers and running backs' hands in a game you lose by 1 point, somebody's got to catch the ball.
Hey, man, listen, those 3 drops right there, just conservatively, he would have thrown for well over 200 yards in this game and had a quarterback rating of 107.2. And you know what? The Arizona Cardinals win the game.
That's the other thing. They have at least 4 more points and the ball win the game when time's running out.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Sanderson Ford is Arizona's largest Ford dealership. They're also #1 in both sales and complete customer satisfaction. This is truly Sanderson Ford country, and people are singing their praises.
Across the green desert.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez.
To where the mountains touch the sky.
Owner Sanderson Ford David Kimmerly.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Owner of Rosie on the House, Rosie Romero.
Where Arizona's pride.
92.3 KTAR News Talk host Mike Broomhead.
Sanderson Ford country.
98.7 Arizona sports host John Gambadoro.
Built on serving you.
102.5 KNIX country host Tim Hattrick, a.k.a. Johnny Maverick.
Sanderson Ford.
Mix 96.9 host Priscilla Ornelas.
Satisfacción en todo para usted.
Sanderson Ford General Manager Mark Whittar.
For Arizona's pride. Sanderson Ford.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football is here, and so is the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. Now through September 30th, everything in-store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. So your game plan to score on this great deal is to get over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Let's talk estate planning, because I think most people either ignore it or think they've got it covered with a simple will. I know I was that guy. That's why my guy is Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
You're right, Paul. And ignoring it is like playing a football game with no defense. A will alone might not protect your family from probate, legal fees, or the unnecessary stress.
All right, so what should people be doing instead?
Well, they need a real plan, and we help folks in the Phoenix area build an estate plan and make sure that their assets go where they want them to go.
It's about control, clarity, and protecting your loved ones, right?
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just give us a call at 844-726-9116 or visit us online at brightwm.com and set up a legacy planning session today.
Yeah, get your next move ready before the game changes. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. There are three teams, the Mets, the Reds, and the Diamondbacks, all within one game of each other for the last NL wildcard spot. With less than a week left in the MLB season, the Diamondbacks will start a massive three-game series with the Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. It'll be Brandon Pfaadt for the Snakes and Shohei Ohtani on the mound for the Dodgers. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Despite being handed their first loss of the season, Jonathan Gannon and the Arizona Cardinals have shifted their focus to Thursday night against the Seahawks.
Obviously a different week that's different than our routine. A lot of variables that go into that. We have to handle those things the right way to get ready to go win a football game at home against a really good team. So that's what we're working on right now.
And the Phoenix Mercury will be in Minnesota for Game 2 of the WNBA semifinals today. Tip-off will be at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student-athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock is here. It's time for some social studies with Sammy. What do you got, Sammy?
Yes, good morning. It is time for social studies. If you're looking where to find us, we are at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook. And we are on YouTube. If you want to watch us, if you listen to us, but you want to see what the beautiful faces are behind the mics, we're on YouTube at Arizona Sports on YouTube. You click the icon, pop up, it'll take you right to it. So our first question on social studies today is for Cardinals fans. Which player do you think can bounce back after their disappointing start to year 2? And who do you believe in more and why? Is it Marvin Harrison Jr. or is it Darius Robinson?
I believe more in Marvin Harrison Jr., believe it or not, because at least he has made plays.
It's true.
Yeah.
I can't recall one play that has stood out in Darius Robinson's career.
There was the tackle that Robinson was credited for on Sunday was a play near the goal line on McCaffrey, and it was, I believe it was right before the 4th down stop. I think it was a second or third down play that he got the tackle on, but it didn't pop off the screen to you like what a great play by Darius Robinson. He made the play. I would agree with Bick. I would put more faith in Marvin Harrison Jr., but that's That's not easy to do right now either. And I'm very curious to see how he bounces back after being so open and honest about him not holding up his end of the bargain.
Yeah, and that's where a majority of the vote lies. 78% to Marvin Harrison Jr., 22% to Darius Robinson, and a couple comments from Will. Marv, we've already seen him do great things in the league. We're still waiting to see Darius pop, but this team needs both of them to break out if they want sustained success. I agree. Daylight Film says Marvin needs to have some serious conversations with his father, and Darius needs to have some serious conversations with Calais. Get both their minds right. I mean, yeah, those conversations wouldn't hurt. All right, we'll move to the Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks fans, fill in the blank. After this, if the Diamondbacks don't make the playoffs, I'll feel blank.
Exhausted.
Yeah, right?
It's a good way to put it, and I'm kind of glad you used that term and not like disappointed or pissed or exacerbated. Nobody expected them to be in this situation. True. Nobody. But the word I was going to use was familiar. Familiar to last year.
Huh. Okay. Yeah.
Again, we don't know what this last week looks like.
Or you could use the word nauseated, like getting off of a thrill ride that just kind of didn't hit right.
The only way I think I would be, anyway angered or mad or disappointed is if the Diamondbacks go 5-1 and don't get it. Like if they take care of their business this week, and they don't get the help,
like the Reds run the table or something like that, that'd be ultra frustrating. You could be empty-pocketed, lose all the house money you have.
Right. No, I'm not using that term again.
Were they not playing with house money these next 6 games?
No.
This is for real?
It's for real.
All right. Steven Ruiz said, maybe the real playoffs were the friends we made along the way.
Nah, it's funny.
Dante said he'd feel a little disappointed but hopeful since they continued to fight despite all the different issues that came up this year. And then Brian said, disappointed yet satisfied with all the adversity they faced and how much they clawed their way back. It would be bittersweet, but glad to look forward to a very young team coming back with hopefully some pitching help as well. I mean, yeah, that's kind of, if they don't end up making the playoffs, you have some silver linings for next year. But man, 6 games left. See what happens. All right, our last question. We talked at the beginning of the show about possibly getting a hockey team back to the Valley of the Sun, and so we asked, what is one thing you wish would return to Arizona and why?
Cam Scattaboo.
This week.
For the
Thursday night game.
Never wanted him to leave. Cam Scattaboo.
Woo!
Man.
The look on Daywell's face too.
It's fantastic.
He was just like kind of shaking his head.
It's
like,
great.
How do you rein this young man in? I don't know if you do. That's a good answer. What would I pick? We know it's probably a restaurant for Jarrett, right? Were you thinking of all the restaurants that have closed that you want back?
Well, sweet tomatoes.
There you go.
I think about it all the time.
There is one in Arizona.
I know. I've been there.
That's in Tucson. There's a Sweet Tomatoes in Tucson.
Yeah,
there sure is.
That's the last one left.
The last one alive.
It's like the last blockbuster. What did some of our respondents say?
Yeah,
here?
Michael said, and this got some responses as well. They agree. Fajitas off of the I-10 and Dunlap. I guess some
I-17 and Dunlap.
I-17.
Yeah, it was next to Sweet Tomatoes.
It was.
Oh man,
that whole area got
corridor.
wiped out. Yeah.
Justin Prestigard on YouTube. He said the Metro Center's ice rink.
Ooh. You'd have to bring back the whole Metro Center for the ice rink.
And then he went and followed. He goes, I know malls are an outdated thing, but that mall had an ice rink in the middle, and the food court was fantastic.
Pizza di Amore.
No idea.
The pizza of love.
Oh my goodness.
You remember that stuff?
No, but I had a pizza in Portofino, Italy that blew my ever-loving mind.
Tell me about it.
It was good beyond description.
What was on it?
Just cheese and garlic. It was insanely good.
I had Domino's this weekend.
Did you?
I'm not a big pizza guy, so when I eat pizza, it's Nah, it hurts my stomach. Bob said to the question, spring, fall, and winter. Hey, right there with you, Bob. And Scott, Arizona.
Yesterday was the first day of fall, by the way.
I know.
Yeah.
I think it's still. Did we get below 100 yesterday?
Yes.
Hey, it's coming back. And then lastly, Scott AZ said an Arizona Cardinal run game.
I like Finkel.
Oh, I like that.
I like Finkel _Einhorn1's response where he said, Steve Nash. Oh, wait, he's back.
He's back.
He's back.
He's a good answer. I like that.
So there you guys go. We had some fun. Keep those responses coming. I post them on YouTube now, too. So if you're watching, you can still get involved on social studies. Be sure to check us out. Bickley _Murata on X, Bickley and Murata elsewhere, and at Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right. Thank you, Sammy. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, the Diamondbacks won't have a Cy Young winner, won't have an MVP. They do have an award winner. We'll tell you about that and more next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and there are a lot of ways to know when you need new windows. Warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing them. The age of your house is a factor. If you've been in your house 15 or more years, chances are you need new windows. Then there was my stark reminder, spiking utility bills that prove my windows are shot. Advanced Window Products coming to my house tomorrow, replacing my shot windows. Cannot wait. Now at Advanced Window Products, a great company, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, and that's significant because there is no middleman markups. They pass those savings on to you. They specialize in custom vinyl replacement windows and doors. 39 years of servicing satisfied customers, sales and installation all done in-house, and you get a lifetime warranty at Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, they'll install them, then they guarantee them for life. Find out more by calling 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
The Los Angeles Dodgers return to Chase Field September 23rd for a 3-game weekday series. Secure your tickets for the matchup at dbacks.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers!
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carol and Selenos to grand price and possession.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Scottsdale's so nice, we're doing it twice. October 15 through 18 at Westworld. The Fall Auction, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Hundreds of collector cars in the all-new indoor Barrett-Jackson Fan Zone. Food, drinks, and live entertainment. Get tickets now at barrett-jackson.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How many games do the Diamondbacks need to win against the Dodgers and Padres this week if they want to make the postseason? We'll be getting you ready for D-backs Dodgers at 10 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
I mean, that's a gift, gift from God. I feel no pressure. I just like to enjoy my job, be happy on the field, Lindy, he's been a great mentor for me, same like Jose Ramirez and Ketel Marte. So for me, we hang over there in that situation. It's the same for me. Don't matter. It's no pressure. I got my blood is like frog. You know how the frog?
Right.
Cold.
Yes, yeah.
That's my blood. Yeah.
Frio.
Frissimo.
That was one of the best moments of the season.
That's fantastic.
Back on April 30th, Geraldo Perdomo on MLB Tonight talking about having fun, never feeling pressure, and having blood cold like a frog.
That's right.
Geraldo Perdomo, we had Chris Garagiola in studio, and he said it in passing. Geraldo Perdomo is going to be anywhere from 3rd to 6th in the National League Most Valuable Player voting. So he's not going to win the award. It's going to come down to Shohei and Schwarber probably in the National League. But he did win an award. The Passan Awards were handed out today on ESPN.com. The best player you still know nothing about, Geraldo Perdomo.
Wow.
And he writes, who are the 5 best everyday players in baseball this year? There are 3 locks, Raleigh, Judge, Shohei Ohtani. After that, it's a matter of preference. You want a Masher, Schwarber, or Soto would qualify. Prefer an all-around player? Bobby Witt Jr., good choice at number 4. Jose Ramirez always warrants consideration, and had he not gotten hurt, Trey Turner would have been firmly in the mix. Consider, however, the case of Perdomo, the Diamondbacks' 25-year-old shortstop. As easily as Perdomo's Bonanza 2025 can be summed up with wins above replacement, his Fangraphs ranks behind only the 3 locks and Witt, and his baseball reference number comes in 3rd behind only Judge and Raleigh. His statistics get even more interesting upon a granular look. He points out that he's logged 1,363 innings at shortstop, the most in the majors this season, and says, look, he's not Bobby Witt defensively, but he is so solid at that position outside of an occasional throwing error.
Right, exactly.
He is on a team with the most talented player, I think, being Ketel Marte. Their best overall player, arguably being Corbin Carroll. You can interchange those two. The most important player on the team is probably Geraldo Perdomo.
Yeah, or most valuable.
Most valuable.
Yeah, I think when you factor in who is now the alpha voice in that clubhouse, check. It's Geraldo Perdomo.
At the age of 25, by the way.
The on-field leader, it's Jerry. Check that box.
The responsibility given to him by the manager.
Oh, my goodness.
Perdomo, check.
Yep, it's all that stuff. So, and once again, the one element of this baseball team that we don't talk about, well, we talk about it plenty, but if you're looking for why this team has been able to do what they did post-trade deadline, I think getting that Ketel Marte stuff out in the open and dealt with finally was something that needed to happen. This is something that was an issue internally. I have subsequently learned to a greater degree than I even imagined. And it's been going on not just for a year, but for even longer than that. So it's something that inside the clubhouse was bothering a lot of people. And it got out in the open, and Ketel kind of apologized for it, and he maybe looked at his actions in a different light, and now it's a happier, more transparent place. Not a lot, you know what I mean? There's not that resentment. There's not the dual standard. There's not the people in the clubhouse wondering why won't the manager discipline that player.
Yeah, and we talk about, the chemistry coming together after the trade deadline, and it's so weird to say that because you lost the ultimate clubhouse guy in Suarez, the guy who everybody was talking about positive vibes all the time. He just lives his life that way.
Right.
How could a clubhouse get better subtracting a guy like that who, oh, by the way, almost hit 40 home runs in the first half of the season? I don't think – I agree with you. The Ketel Marte situation coming to a head and being able to be moved past by Ketel Marte, by everybody in that clubhouse and organization, I think it's lifted a weight on this team.
Completely.
And had that happened earlier, who knows where the Diamondbacks would be right now? Maybe they don't make those trade deadline moves.
That's also a very, very fair point. But again, and I also think it maybe changes the dynamics of how they're looking at Ketel Marte. Because as you know, that Bob Nightingale story didn't come from nowhere, didn't materialize out of thin air. And that
some people would lead you to believe.
Well, look, that's not how Bob rolls. No. And so, to me, I think that's something that's interesting too, because at that point in time, Ketel Marte was going to be on the trading block this summer, and I don't really think that is the case anymore.
Yeah. Another award that Passon wrote about today, the Tickle Me Elmo Award.
All right.
And he gave it to torpedo bats. I was thinking about this.
I forgot about torpedo bats.
He wrote, remember the torpedo bat? It was going to revolutionize baseball the first weekend of the season with a full lineup of hitters using the bat that looked nothing like MLB had ever seen. The Yankees hit 15 home runs against the Brewers, who have since been among the best teams in baseball at home run prevention. I don't know, before I said those words out loud, I don't know the last time I heard the phrase torpedo bat even uttered.
That is fantastic.
And it seems like that was 5 years ago, doesn't it?
It sure does. Torpedo bats. I totally forgot about those things.
That was such a phenomenon for only a week, but it was such a phenomenon that even Yahoo Sports, which I play fantasy baseball on, had to put indicators on each player now telling you which ones use torpedo bats.
Do they still do it?
Yeah. So I mean, it was something they added the first week of the season.
So they are still being used.
They're still being used, but it was a nothing.
Yeah.
So they were providing that as a service to players so they could go seek out guys with torpedo bats? Wow.
Yeah, because it was after that first week, everyone thought like, oh my God, the torpedo bat guys are going to have 70 home runs each.
Are you in last place in that league too?
I'm in the championship in mine, and it is stressful. Fantasy baseball is no joke.
I love fantasy.
I've never played it because of that reason. It's a part-time job.
I'm excellent at it.
Are you?
I'm not doing that good this year, but I am excellent at it.
This is my first year, and I'm in the championship, and it's a 2-week-long championship, and you just got to head down, grind. I know more about baseball this year than I ever have because of fantasy
That
baseball.
is one thing. You will get a grasp on the sport.
Yeah.
I remember...
That is true.
Once upon a time, and I'm dating myself, before...
I spent all of high school dating myself, so don't feel bad.
This was before fantasy sports exploded onto the internet. The internet was still not everywhere.
Right.
I ran a fantasy basketball league by hand for a full season.
Wow.
Entering data every day.
That is commitment.
It was ridiculous, but I knew every stat of every player in the league.
I bet.
You ran the numbers for the whole league, not just your team.
The whole league.
Oh, man. Props to you.
Yeah, how about it?
I think it was the 95-96 season. Oof. And then I got carpal tunnel syndrome. Dodgers in town for 3 starting tonight. And let's break this down, too.
Yeah.
The Dodgers are throwing 3 really strong pitchers at the Diamondbacks, but the possibility to keep this thing alive against a team like the Dodgers, how satisfying would that be? If the Diamondbacks are going into this weekend with a chance in those final 3 games in San Diego, because they swept the Dodgers.
Oh, that'd be
my goodness.
Listen,
talk about lighting a fuse.
Going into last weekend, I had this ominous thought that the Phillies and the Dodgers were 2 of the high-profile teams the Diamondbacks took out in 2023, and they would love to kind of pull the plug on this year's team. Didn't stop them in that series against the Phillies. And I read a story today. It was in a Dodgers-based publication talking about how the significant challenges they're going to be facing against the starting pitching of the Diamondbacks. So it cuts both ways.
Mm-hmm.
So even though we're looking at the Dodgers and going, ooh, that's a tough trio of pitchers to be facing, they're saying the same things about our team.
This is down the line. If the Diamondbacks do run the table, make the playoffs, ideally, they would probably play the three exact teams that they did when they went to the World Series in 2023 in different order.
Wow.
They'd get the Dodgers first, then the Brewers, and then the Phillies. So, I mean, it might just be in the cards.
And we talked about the Dodgers maybe not having that air of invincibility. They come into the series with 88 wins.
Mm-hmm.
They have righted the ship a little bit. They're 10-4 in their last 14 games, so I think they're gearing up for the playoffs. Even though a couple of their big guns, Shohei. Mookie Betts has had a very down season for him. Freddie Freeman has still got very good numbers, but not up to the stratosphere that he normally does.
Right.
The pitching they've got so many pitchers they can throw at you, even with all the injuries.
They sure do.
So when you go Shohei, Snell, Yamamoto, 1, 2, 3. This is going to be
this is going to be great. I hope they can get off to a good start and get game one. Kind of roll this into Zach Gallen.
That's what I'm feeling like. Win tonight. Because if they lose tonight, it almost like instantly you feel really
Kills
a lot
the
of
buzz.
it really does.
Yeah. Join Wolf and Luke at Four Peaks in Tempe this Thursday from 10 to 1:30 p.m. for your chance to win tickets to see the Cardinals take on the Seahawks and the D-backs as they battle the Dodgers in their wild card push. Don't miss it. Thursday, 10 to 1:30 p.m. at Four Peaks in Tempe. And if you want those D-backs tickets, it's a day game. Get there right at 10. Give yourself some time. Coming up next, it is Tuesday. We'll roll out another edition of Mustache.
Not a mustache.
Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
He's made 32 starts this season. That alone, credit to Zach Gallen for making 32 starts. A lot of pitchers don't make 32 starts in a season. He's going to make another one here coming up, too. 32 starts. He has 15 quality starts, okay? But it's how they break down. He made 22 starts before the trade deadline, 7 quality starts. So basically every third. 33% of the time.
Yeah.
He's made 10 starts since. 8 of them have been quality starts. He's throwing a quality start 80% of the time since the trade deadline.
Come on.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, the loan the big banks do not want you to know about, and that is because for ages the home buying process has remained largely archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a significant deposit, then you take 30 years paying it off, and a lot of people reconcile it because they think they have a really good interest rate, like one of our listeners named Jack, who before switching over to a Life Changer Loan figured out that it was going to take him 22 of those 30 years to finally pay more principal than interest, and he was going to end up paying $700,000 for a $300,000 home. That is why Life Changer Loan is the future. It's a great alternative if you're a good fit. You do your banking inside your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You get 24/7 access to your equity, which is a big deal because you can borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Lots of great things that come with a Life Changer Loan. Check out some of the great reviews online for proof. Now, it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials, but I can tell you this, if you are a good fit, you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844 online at lifechangerloan.com.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here?
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch, so I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, "Geez, Pat, you can't have it all." Then I corrected him and said, "Yeah, I can, and you can too. With a new 2025 Toyota truck, power and performance, capability and reliability." Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, "Good point, Pat."
Right now, get low 1.75% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra. Or get 2.99% 48-month financing on a new Tacoma SR or SR5. To check out great deals on your favorite Toyota, visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.75% with $14.64 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 2.99% with $22.13 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. 0 down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models and N93025. See dealer for details.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. 3 teams for 1 playoff spot. That is where the Diamondbacks find themselves with 6 games to go in their season. 1 game back of both the Mets and the Reds, as they'll start a huge 3-game series against one of baseball's best in the LA Dodgers tonight. Shohei Ohtani will get the ball for the Dodgers, and Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes as he'll look to replicate his last start. First pitch will be at 6:40 from Chase Field, but you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Cardinal and Sun Devil fans, get ready for some Thursday and Friday night football. The Cardinals will be hosting the Seattle Seahawks on Thursday night, looking to bounce back after their first loss of the season, and ASU will welcome the 24th ranked and undefeated TCU Horned Frogs to Tempe Friday night for a Big 12 showdown. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is how many games will the Diamondbacks win against the Dodgers this week? Is it 1-2, 3, or none?
Let's speak this into existence.
I'm voting 1-2. I mean, if you want to speak the
last,
go ahead.
The last 10 3-game series the Diamondbacks have played, they've won 9 of them 2-1. They lost 1, 1-2.
So it's just
they only have 5 sweeps the entire season.
Yeah.
Wow. 70% of the vote
say 1-2.
But 21% of the vote says 3. Only 9%.
So you're telling me there's a chance.
Are voting 0. You pessimistic people voting 9% on 0. Come on.
Just keep it going. Just keep it going. Milk it as long as you can.
I agree.
That's today's Sanderson Ford Poll Question. You can vote on it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you've only got a mustache.
The mustache.
What? You don't like
It's disgusting.
I don't care what you think about this. This is not for you.
Who's it for? The 83 Yankees bullpen?
Oh, yes.
That's good.
Hello, welcome, and Shana Tova to all. It is America's fastest growing facially related quiz sensation, Mustache.
Not a mustache.
I'm going to guess the theme. I'm going to write it down.
Okay, writing it down. This is a game show where I present an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song. You could show it to the cameras,
It's too
Vinny,
small,
just
the
in case.
print.
Oh, okay. I will present an audio clue. They will have to guess whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if you correctly identify the person. First 1 to 10 points win. Tonight's topic.
Can I guess it?
Yeah, you're not going to get it, but go.
Rosh Hashanah?
It is related to Rosh Hashanah. It is related to Rosh Hashanah, of course, the Jewish New Year. Mm-hmm. And on the Jewish New Year, you eat apples and honey so that all may have a sweet New Year. So it is all things sweet.
Okay.
It's a sweet edition of Mustache, not a mustache.
Okay.
Dan Bickley.
Yeah.
Since your wife is Jewish and I don't know, did you celebrate Rosh Hashanah?
Sure.
Okay, there you go.
I celebrate everything, man. Come on.
You may be...
I'm an equal opportunity celebrator.
You may be digesting brisket as we speak.
That's a good way to go about life. You get to celebrate a lot of stuff then.
Yes. All right. Would you like to go first or second?
Sure, I'll go first.
You would like to go first, and you would like to get this as your first clue.
Def Leppard, not a mustache.
Def Leppard, I don't have that one. I do have this one, though.
Oh, darn. Axl Rose, not a mustache.
That is correct. All right, Vince Murata.
Never heard that song before.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
It was quite popular at one point.
I was just channeling my inner Sammy.
Yeah.
I knew that one.
Okay.
I was
You knew
singing
that
it.
one? Sammy should play along just by himself and tally up how many you would know in each round here. I'm interested to see.
That's not fair to Sammy because you make old references for us.
No, this is a current one right here.
Okay.
Ready?
Good times never seem so good. I've been inclined.
Ba, ba, ba.
That is Neil Diamond, not a mustache.
That is correct.
I saw a video on Instagram recently where somebody was singing this on a stage on karaoke, and somebody just got so tired of it, they went on the stage, and the guy was standing there, and he grabbed his ankles and pulled his ankles out and knocked him to the ground and walked over.
Wow.
And I wasn't mad about it.
I've been booed off the stage and heckled before doing karaoke, but never
You've been
physically.
booed off the stage?
Yeah, because I did
shocking
American Pie, a tremendous song, but
That
it's
thing's
like
9 minutes long.
It's like 8 verses long, and by like the 5th verse, people were so tired of it that they were, get off this, enough!
That's not what they were tired of.
and of course, I once did Weird Al Amish Paradise right in Mark Grace's face, and he walked to the back of the bar we were at, away from his. He left his table and walked to the back of the bar.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Next clue on this
He wears that like a badge of honor.
Sweet edition.
And I like to dance, running the ball is like making more mans. We had the goal since training camp to give Chicago a Super Bowl champ. And we're not doing this because we're greedy. The Bears are doing it to feed the needy. We didn't come here to look for trouble. We just come here to do the Super Bowl shot.
That would be Sweetness himself, Walter Payton. Yes, there was a mustache on that man's face.
That is correct. All right, Vince Murata.
Sweet mother of God, what is the holdup? Let the boy sleep in your damn bed. He said he'd wash the sheets. Yeah?
That is Chris Farley from Saturday Night Live, not a mustache.
That's right, the Hurley boy. All right.
Would you let the boy walk your dog?
He's a clean boy. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Tied at 4.
Come on, oh, baby, don't you wanna go?
That would be the Blues Brothers, not a mustache, whether it's John Belushi or Dan Aykroyd.
That's correct. That was John Belushi, was the lead singer of it.
Yep.
Does not have a mustache, has big sideburns, though. All right, Vince Marotta.
That is Steven Tyler, Aerosmith, not a mustache.
That is correct. We are rolling and rocking.
Where's all the mustaches this week?
No, we had already a couple, but
did we?
Stay tuned. All right. Yeah, Walter Payton had one.
Okay.
All right, Dan.
Yes.
If you had brain one in that huge melon on top of your neck, you would be living the sweet life out in Southern California's beautiful San Fernando Valley.
That has got to be Bill Murray, not a mustache.
That is correct. From Ghostbusters 2.
Yeah.
Vince Marotta.
An unfortunate sequel.
Was it?
Yes.
It was okay. All right, Vince.
Yep.
Dang. You got sharks, pegs, lucky. You ever take it off any sweet jumps?
That is John Heder as Napoleon Dynamite, not a mustache.
That is correct. All right, last two.
All right.
Dan Bickley,
Yes.
Sweet Edition.
Sweet home Alabama, where the skies are blue. Sweet home Alabama.
That would be the group Leonard Skinner, and their singer has a mustache.
He absolutely does.
Yes, a perfect score for
Van
Dan Bickley.
Sant. All right, here we go. For the perfect score and the tiebreaker.
That is George Harrison, not to be confused with that McCarthy guy.
Yes.
And I believe George was sporting a mustache.
He
at that
was. He was. What'd you guess? Jimmy Eat World? Sweetness?
Yeah.
I
Wow.
I thought of it, but I didn't do it.
That's kind of some reverse weirdness.
You still got it, though. A perfect score, a perfect game, which means we have a perfect tiebreaker coming up right after this commercial break as we conclude.
Mustache.
Mustache.
Not a mustache.
Yeah, we'll get down to the bottom of this, and we'll determine the winner and some final thoughts on this Tuesday. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sonic. There's no shortage of options if you are hungry in the valley, but there's only one place you can pull into a canopied parking spot, place an order, don't move a muscle, and get served by an iconic car hop. That only happens at Sonic because they are America's drive-in, and they're also home to a menu that appeals to everybody. The diversity of the Sonic menu is unbelievable. You know I'm a big fan of their all-star lineup of burgers, but they are so much more than just burgers. You have iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, and corn dogs. Tons of new favorites like the double Sonic Smasher, mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, soft pretzel twists, and with the drink menu that features 10,000 different combinations at Sonic, your options are endless. Remember, order ahead with the Sonic app. You can score exclusive rewards like discounts and half-price drinks and slushes. And when you're hungry, head on down to your local neighborhood Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French onion dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Suit up for Superhero Night at Phoenix Rising on Saturday, September 27th at 7 p.m. Phoenix Rising battles Oakland Roots SC, and the entire night is themed for heroes big and small. Come dressed as your favorite superhero and snag a free firefighter helmet at the gate while supplies last. Tickets start at just $15. Secure your spot now at phxrisingfc.com. One night, all heroes. Be there.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months. Plus, you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is I tried to jump the game. I thought this was going to be my first clue, and it wasn't even part of the clue.
No, again,
structure.
Too new. 1987.
This is, of course, Def Leppard, Pour Some Sugar.
Probably the worst spelling of any band in the history of music.
It's weird, isn't it?
Just the first and last?
Yeah.
Either them or Motley Crue.
I love this song. There were some bangers on Mustache on Mustache today. I knew most of them.
Oh,
Did it
wow.
really?
It's fantastic.
All right.
I did.
Well, Pour Some Sugar on Me from the Hysteria album. 1987, Def Leppard, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
An exasperated public awaits
Yes, they
a
do.
decision on
An
today's...
exasperated public.
Yes. That's
Yes.
a good name for a band. Exasperated Public.
Yeah, not bad.
Not
like
bad.
it.
All right, so today's tiebreaker question from Mustache, not a mustache. The theme was sweet, right? All right, and so when you think of sweet, you think of candy. And when you think of candy, you think of Skittles. When you think of Skittles, Marshawn Lynch comes to mind, all right?
Oh, okay.
So, and especially the Cardinals playing the Seahawks, you know. So he had...
I don't know. Ricky Pearsall's trying to take that Skittles.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, they were
Okay.
talking about it on the game on Sunday. How when he was a kid and he caught a pass from his dad would give him
a
one
Skittle. I did hear that. So
Yeah.
he had over 10,000 rushing yards in his career. But the question is, how many career touchdowns did Marshawn Lynch score?
Ooh,
Total rushing and receiving? Total touchdowns from
total
scrimmage.
touchdowns from scrimmage.
Ooh. All right, I'm going to submit my guess via messenger here. My guess is in to Sammy.
Sammy. Okay, I will guess 86.
Dan Bickley, congratulations. You are this week's Mustache Not a Mustache winner. Marshawn Lynch had 94 career touchdowns. Vinny's guess was 72.
I guess 72.
Good.
But I forgot that he scored like 50 against the Cardinals alone.
A million.
Grabbed his crotch every time. All right.
Well
done.
Thank you.
Good game. Perfect score for Dan Bickley.
Wow.
We got some news that's happened in the sports world today. First, in the NFL, if you had week 4 on your bingo card for the New York Giants to make a change at starting quarterback from Russell Wilson to Jackson Dart, congratulations, you're a winner. Jackson Dart getting the start this Sunday against the LA Chargers. So now you got Dart and Scattaboo, the rookie backfield for the Giants.
Yeah, the future has arrived for the New York Giants. So the question is, that soundbite we played from Brian Daboll, that wasn't from this morning, that was from yesterday?
That was from yesterday.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. and look, we even joked about it. The New York media, they asked him like 5 follow-up questions, pressing him.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the way they operated.
They
But
knew something was up.
knew. They knew. And Brian Daboll knew at that point.
Yes.
I
Yes,
just
they
hope-
all knew.
I hope they do well as a tandem because it's going to be very easy to change it to fart and scat and poo.
No, only you.
Only you would make that connection.
And in college football, almost asked a question about when we had Pete Souza on, how long was Mike Gundy going to keep his job at Oklahoma State? The answer is today. He got let go by his alma mater.
Mm-hmm.
We were just talking about this off the air. Oklahoma State is awful. They were terrible last year. He's a guy who's had an established program. What Oregon did to them this year was nearly criminal. They beat them by 66
That's crazy.
points.
That is crazy.
And in this day and age of big money behind these football programs, T. Boone Pickens, they play in T. Boone Pickens Stadium. Why are they not more aggressive and successful in NIL and paying athletes to play football at college at Oklahoma State?
Maybe kids don't want to play for Mike Gundy.
Maybe.
I don't know. But I will say this. We talked earlier about the ushering out of a previous generation of coaches who are not quite suited for the modern landscape of the NIL and the parity it's all brought. He's another one of them.
Yeah. Well, we didn't.
Dabo.
He has the infamous, I'm a man.
Yeah,
By
I'm
the way,
40.
Last
Just
week,
the anniversary.
when I was gone last Wednesday and Kellen filled in and Jarrett went on his epic Dabo impersonation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And the soundbite of just the arrogance of Dabo.
Oh.
They're tired of winning. You can get rid of me. And then to follow it up
And
with
you get blasted.
getting blown out by Syracuse.
By
at
Syracuse.
home with a backup quarterback, by the way.
Uh-huh.
And his contrite nature after the game, he was so humble after the game. Did you get that?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I got a huge kick out of that.
Yeah, he probably wants to get fired at this point.
But we had mentioned in college basketball, Bruce Pearl stepping down. The one thing we didn't mention, there's all kinds of rumors that he's going to pursue a Senate seat. So that's why he's stepping away from college basketball.
Really?
Yeah.
They got the other guy from Auburn. Doesn't he hold
Tommy Tuberville?
Yeah.
Tuberville?
Yeah. Crazy world.
Yeah. Oh, you can say
in
that
the
again.
sports world.
You can say that again.
Diamondbacks and Dodgers tonight to get
Let's
it started.
go.
Shohei Ohtani pitching in Chase Field for only the second time in his career.
So what are we talking full house tonight? Are we talking
This has
40,000?
It's going to be jammed.
It's got to. I'm not going to be sold out, but it's got to be pretty packed.
You
right?
would think.
Important game. Shohei
Shohei
Ohtani,
pitching,
Dodgers.
Dodgers.
I wonder if it's big enough that the sports bars are actually going to show it. I didn't even tell you my sports bar story from this past weekend. I had to tell a manager of a sports bar what channel the D-backs were on. They've been on the same channel for 20 plus years. It is like there's almost like an ignorance, a willful ignorance towards the fact that we have a Major League Baseball team. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's aggravating.
And it's very discouraging because I've been fighting this fight for 10 years and I've made no dent.
No progress? Yeah.
None whatsoever. It's time for me to do something else.
Else with your life?
Yes.
Find a new cause, Vinny.
I have to. That's going to do it for us on this Tuesday. Thanks to Pete Souza for joining us. Also want to remind you that you can take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Thanks again to Pete Souza. Thanks to Chris Garagiola. Thanks to you for hanging out. Let's do it again tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports. Have a great day, everybody.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And Mays' pitch. Carroll runs. That is going to be taken, and Carroll slides in. It's his 30th stolen base of the year. And for a player who has collected so many firsts in the history of this franchise, Corbin Carroll has just grabbed the first ever 30-homer, 30 stolen base season by a Diamondback.
Can the D-backs secure the bag and make the wild card? We talk D-backs playoff scenarios today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
That nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work or an old injury. It's been calling the shots in your life for too long. But that stops right now. QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints. Not cover it up, not cut it out, actually helping heal and restore. And the results, long-term, lasting relief. Don't plan your day around pain. Plan it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with the kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. QC Kinetics. No surgery, no drugs, no long recovery. Bring your MRI, your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate. Your first consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%. Yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter 325 horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APR is $1389 for 1,000 finance. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Low T, start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. There are 3 teams, the Mets, the Reds, and the Diamondbacks, all within 1 game of each other for the last NL wildcard spot with less than a week left in the MLB season. And the Diamondbacks will start a massive 3-game series with the Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. It'll be Brandon Pfaadt and Shohei Ohtani on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Despite being handed their first loss of the season, Jonathan Gannon and the Cardinals have shifted their focus to Thursday night for the Seattle Seahawks.
Obviously a different week that's different than our routine. A lot of variables that go into that. We have to handle those things the right way to get ready to go win a football game at home against a really good team. So that's what we're working on right now.
And the Phoenix Mercury will be in Minnesota for Game 2 of the WNBA semifinals. Tonight, tip-off will be at 4:30. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Upgrading your windows and doors, the Window Depot has the lowest prices and the biggest inventory, all available at 4 Valley locations. Visit thewindowdepot.com today.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on, was it Tuesday? It's the Wolf and Luke show.
Yeah, it's Tuesday, Luke. Yeah. How you doing?
I'm good. This is a crazy week. Everything condensed, it feels like, with the Cardinals playing on Thursday.
Can you imagine actually being an NFL player and playing another game 4 days after you played one?
No, it's
very difficult.
It is every year. When we talk to the Cardinals players, or you're just following one specific team, it doesn't have to be the Cardinals, any team, you realize just how absurd it is to go back-to-back like this. For Seattle, too. It's not like Seattle's coming off a bye week. It's just, that's rough.
I remember when the NFL started the Thursday night games based on Indians, I was ranting on that one. I was like, are you kidding me? You can't play another football game 4 days after you've already played one. That's brutal, and guess what? Here it is.
Here it is, and it's a big one, and we're going to talk to Drien Taylor Demerson next segment, actually. Rabbit's going to join us at 10:15, coming off his first career interception this past weekend against the Niners.
Rabbit!
Jody Jackson's going to join us at 10:45 to talk about this D-backs playoff race that we enter the final chapter of starting tonight, 6 games in 6 days. Patrick Peterson joins us at 11:15. Max Starks is going to chime in the 12 o'clock hour as well, so we got a lot coming up.
I like the sound of that. 6 games in 6 days.
This is it.
That's right now. The 30 for 30. The Arizona Diamondbacks, the 2025 Arizona Diamondbacks, somehow, some way, after an unbelievably disappointing start, and then they actually are sellers at the deadline. Somehow, some way, they actually get in. Can you imagine?
It would be
if that happens.
Wild. And let's start there, actually, because here we go, and this is just kind of the way it should be, I guess, with the way this season has played out. It feels like 3 different seasons. They play LA tonight. The Diamondbacks will face Shohei Ohtani on the mound. Okay, so if you're writing a story for 30 for 30 or a movie or whatever, D-backs had to go through Shohei on that Tuesday leading into the final week of the season.
The Mets are playing the Cubs. They'll be facing Cade Horton. Not exactly the same cachet as Shohei, although he's having a pretty good year, actually, Cade Horton. And the Reds are going to be facing Johan Oviedo, also not the same name recognition as Shohei.
You know, pressure is here, and this is something that a professional athlete has got to deal with. It's one of the things that I love about professional sports, where you're playing it at the highest level our species can generate base earnings. Don't care if it's baseball, if it's football, hockey, basketball, whatever it may be. I absolutely love this. This is a pressure-packed game for the Arizona Diamondbacks. This is a big deal, and the Dodgers know. The Dodgers know what the Diamondbacks are trying to do. Mm-hmm. You don't think the Dodgers would love to stick it to the Arizona Diamondbacks right now? Yeah, I think they would.
You got to remember, this is the last team that took the Dodgers out. Is the Diamondbacks. I know it's been a little while now, but it's the last team that took the Dodgers out. I don't know that they necessarily want the Diamondbacks in. I don't think the Dodgers are like, oh, we have to beat them because if they get in, they're going to take us out. I'm not saying that, but I think they're aware of what this team is capable of. And also, Padres won in extra innings last night, so the Dodgers don't even have the NL West locked up. These two teams the Diamondbacks play in the next week here are still fighting for the NL West title. The Dodgers are up by 2.5 games.
Yes, and once again, this is one of the reasons why over the course of the next 3 games in this series, base earnings, I would say write down a name. Write a name down. Just go ahead and track it through this series as you're watching the Diamondbacks play. Write a name down of a guy that steps up and produces when the pressure is high. It is a fascinating study and something that you need to track. I think if you're really into it heavy and you love the game, track some of the guys that step up and produce when it matters most.
Well, I think it's big because you're seeing guys like Corbin Carroll and Geraldo Perdomo and Brandon Pfaadt, who's going to start tonight for the D-backs. You're seeing these guys step up in these big games, and that's your core that you're built around going forward. So, the trade deadline hits, and we're all talking about, okay, let's see what you have in Jordan Lawler and Tyler Locklear and some of these guys. But your core is those guys I just rattled off, and they have stepped up in this. Like, those guys can step up in big games.
Yeah, it's a situation as well. I get it. It's baseball. We all know. So you're going to fail. There are so many. It's very difficult to do your job when you're up at the dish and you're facing a guy who throws 100. It's very, very difficult to do your job. Yeah, it's a game of failure. We say that over and over and over again. I understand that. But isn't
over and over and
yes.
over and over and
Marshawn.
over and over and over and
Of
over
course.
and over 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 again.
I laugh every time. I'm sorry, but I absolutely love it. But
Speaking
more times,
of which, I was going to say he did hype up the D-backs last week.
Okay, and would I also like to say this, Gonzo, how important was it that Gonzo was up in that must-have situation?
Turns out it was pretty big that it was Gonzo.
Hit. The Diamondbacks win the World Series.
Wait, breaking news. The Diamondbacks won the 2001 World Series.
Once again, more times than not, your best players have got to produce when it matters the most.
Baseball is one of the best sports for that because everybody gets their turn. Where if you're a fan of a team and you watch them closely, you know how it feels when certain players are coming up. You know how, hey, 7th inning, we're down a run, we got it, and the season's on the line, and you're looking to see who's due up the next inning. And if you see Corbin Carroll or Geraldo Perdomo, Ketel's been hitting better lately, and I'm not going to forget that the guy had a hit in every single playoff game in 2023. You know how it is when certain names come up. You're like, you know what, we're probably going to have a guy on base. We're going to make this interesting. And the Diamondbacks' best players that are left on this roster and that are going to be here for years after this have really been stepping up. Here's Torey Lovello after their most recent game on Sunday.
We need to enjoy the day off, recharge, and we got 6 games left. And it's not how you start a season, it's how you finish. That's what I'll focus on right now. And we're in a position to continue to make statements and play good baseball and continue to put ourselves right in the thick of any chance of making the postseason. And I'm really, really happy for these guys.
This is what I'll say, Wolf, because I know this keeps being a question. It's a poll question, or it'll come up at some point during the show. If they make it through this Dodgers series and they're within a game of a playoff spot, I think they're getting in. just because it's also who the Reds and Mets are playing right now. The Reds are playing the Pirates, so they have a little bit of an advantage on paper compared to what the Diamondbacks do. But I think if they're still within a game going into this weekend series, I think they're going to find a way in.
For me, especially with the Diamondbacks, sorry, I continue to focus on the Diamondbacks, but with this team, this iteration since the trade deadline, and just how much better this team is for whatever reason, I think they need to be challenged. I honestly think they respond because they're desperate already. And when they go and play good teams like the Phillies, like the Dodgers, like the Padres, I think it brings the best out of them because I think their desperation level is so high. I kid you not. Again, when I think of Buck Showalter and Buck Showalter saying the hardest thing is for a player to show up every day and be ready to play the game of baseball. That is the hardest thing in the game of baseball. You know what? If you're playing somebody in a pressure-packed game and a pressure-packed series like the Diamondbacks are with the Dodgers right now, your intensity level is elevated, to say the least. And I think the brains that they have inside the clubhouse respond well to that kind of intensity.
I agree with you. I'm not really concerned about who they play here down the stretch, but I will say, as we get closer to the postseason, I still think the Dodgers are the toughest team. I know the Phillies are nasty and Milwaukee's having this magical season. I still think the Dodgers are the toughest team to face, and they're going to have to go through Ohtani, Blake Snell, and Yamamoto here in these 3 games. But I agree, they seem to be wired differently where they play better. You're at least going to get the best version of the D-backs against the Dodgers than you might against the Rockies in June. And you know what? They owe everybody a strong finish. Like Torrey just said, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. He basically said that last year too, but the context was different because they hadn't finished well. They had dropped 5 of their final 7 last year to fall into that tiebreaker and miss the playoffs. They owe a return where instead of that, they're the team that comes in and steals the last spot on the last day. I'd be up for that.
This is incredible.
It's just
this is great, is it not, brothers?
All right, take us with you wherever you go. And if you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, we come back. Short week for the Cardinals. We're going to talk to their defensive back, Drien Taylor Demerson. He's going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
In a low-scoring, tough game, the Cards took a road L at the Niners.
Had a chance to win it. We talk about it all the time. You got to make plays. You have to make plays. You have to go earn wins in the NFL. Had a chance to make a play and end it. The other team just made a good play, or you can call it. Just got to be able to secure that catch.
More reaction to Cards Niners coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. Man, we had Legacy Green Solutions come over to the compound, Basinonians, and they put in some premium artificial grass, man, in our backyard. Legacy Green Solutions, you know what? They only offer premium American-made artificial grass. It looks amazing, feels great. It's perfect for the kids and the dog, maybe. No mowing, no mess, just clean, green perfection. Legacy handles everything. Design, install, cleanup. Their installers are certified pros. There's never any shortcuts. And they back it all with the best warranties right here in the Basin. And right now, Legacy Green Solutions is offering a special deal for a limited time only. Unlock 15% off by mentioning me, Wolf. That's right. Text GREEN to 620-620. That's GREEN to 620-620 to get this offer, or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
When your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did at Casa Calvisi, you want the best. But how do you know? Where do you go? Well, California Pools and Landscape has already won 33 international design awards this year. Discover the difference when you go with the most awarded pool builder in Arizona. High quality work, built to last. Our favorite, the industry leading warranties. Even better, they're donating to Phoenix Children's with every project built this year. See our backyard transformation and what's possible at calpool.com/Paul.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, let's talk about your financial future. Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. As we know, the best football coaches, right? They make the best halftime adjustments, and that's a great analogy for people heading towards retirement.
It's perfect. And if you're 5 to 10 years out, it's time to stop playing offense and start protecting the lead.
All right, so what kind of adjustments should folks be thinking about?
Risk, taxes, income planning, healthcare, the things that didn't seem to matter when you were just saving, and we help people create a full strategy for the next phase of life.
And you're not just selling products, you're offering real planning.
Exactly. And if you want clarity on what the next chapter of your financial life looks like, give us a call at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or visit us online at brightwm.com.
Again, halftime is a perfect time to get the plan right, and Matt's team can help. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting a used gun buying event September 26th through 28th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer up top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability, just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Your home for everything Arizona Cardinals. Arizona Sports on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Cards HQ with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back to the Wolf and Luke Show on a Tuesday morning. Pleased to be joined by Cardinals defensive back Drien Taylor Demerson right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Drien, I say defensive back because you're playing everywhere back there, but thank you so much. How's it going this week?
It's going good, man. Going really good.
Let's start just with your interception this past week against the 49ers. I know it's not the only job you have back there, but it's got to feel great to get that first NFL interception.
No, yeah, it was first to get one. I mean, it was nice to get my first one. Kind of been waiting for it, but they say they come in bunches, so I just hope the ball keeps finding its way to me.
So, Drien, 3 games into the regular season, how's the body holding up right now?
Body feels good, man. I do a really good job taking care of myself, so I can put my best foot forward every game day.
Drien, I think a lot of people, you've become a fan favorite over the last year and 3 games already. How do you feel now, a couple games into year 2? Like, how different is this experience than it was as a rookie?
Oh, definitely. The game's a lot slower. Once you get a full year in, you start to learn so much about this league because it truly is different than the one I just came from, which is being college football. So, I'm just, my feet have already got wet, last year. So now I'm going in it, full sitting here. And, it's actually nice. I'm a little bit more comfortable in our scheme and what we do and what we specialize best here on defense. So it's just nice, going in. I've gotten to be on the field a little bit more than I thought this year. So I'm just happy that my numbers keep getting called, and I hope it keeps getting called.
Rabbit, what do you think you do well? And in all humility, all modesty, of course, where do you think, Rabbit, the strength of your game is?
I feel like I'm a really good deep coverage defender. I feel like I read the quarterback really well, and that's probably why I'm around the ball so much.
We're talking to Drien Taylor Demerson. Rabbit, the defense through the first 3 games statistically has been really good, but I think anybody that's watched it, that doesn't even tell the whole story. You guys have been really outstanding through the first 3 games. Is what you guys are doing so far, do you feel like that's sustainable? You're already dealing with some injuries, but it didn't really seem to hold you back against San Francisco either.
No, one thing, Calais, when he got here, he always says, every week we just left, that's probably the worst we're going to be. So last week's the worst we're going to be. We're going to get better as a defense. We're going to keep trying to put a good product out there on the field. So that way, at the end of the year, when the fat lady sings, we can be on top.
Yep.
So, Dadrian, talk to me a little bit about the 3-safety scheme that you guys use an awful lot of. How much are you enjoying this, and why?
It just gives a different picture to the quarterback. We do a really good job disguising stuff here. Based off how we align and just the play calls that we get prepped on throughout the week, any given week. So I do love it. It's a way to get the quarterback, and it's a way to get our playmakers around the ball a little bit more.
So how much leeway does Nick Rawless give you when you're trying to disguise a defense? Talk to us a little bit about how you guys go about disguising a defense.
It's kind of just, there's a lot of moving parts because, a lot of different guys do a lot of different things here depending on what we do here. It's kind of the same anywhere you go. So it's kind of just, not being too impatient on, trying to show it now or get to where you need to get, let the quarterback, let the down go out. We got a pretty good beat on when the ball is going to be snapped every given week and everything like that. So, just going in throughout our prep. So it's just, it just gives a different look out there. It's kind of hard to see who's going to go where, and that's kind of the illusion we're trying to give,
We're talking to Drien Taylor Demerson. Drien, we talked during the offseason about the value of versatility on this defense, but it feels like that's even been pushed even further into the spotlight early this season, with Garrett Williams out and Jalen Thompson moving around, and you can move around, and obviously Buddha. How valuable has that been to what you guys are doing and probably will keep doing?
I think it's very valuable. I see it as one way here, as we go in, we you want to learn the whole entire defense. You want to know what everyone's doing, but we move around. We do every single thing in our room. So it's just a good way to really understand the defense. So if you're not in this spot, you know where your help is or you know where it's not. That's kind of how I see it.
Rabbit, for me, I know that you are a very, very smart guy. I enjoy talking to you. I love your football IQ. How much are you communicating out on the field? How much responsibility, if any, do you get out on the field?
Well, we give coverage, so, we give coverage checks and everything like that. So, just talking throughout the whole down, usually on how the game goes based off personnel who's in there, you're kind of on the same side. You're on the same side of the field as, the same 2 or 3 guys or the same corner, depending on what it is. So, just, getting the guys that I'm on the side of the field, we're just used to hearing my voice. So I'm constantly talking the whole entire time. So it doesn't matter how loud it is, just I'm talking so much, you just know what it sounds like, or when I'm going to be talking, when I'm not going to be talking. So it's kind of like one of those things, just getting the guys on my side to feel comfortable, to be ready to, hear me in any kind of atmosphere. So I'll just be out there talking, mouth dry as all get at the end of the game.
For me though, Rabbit, you're a confident guy, man. I mean, how confident are you in knowing this defense and understanding it?
Very confident. I put a lot of time in, to get ready for a game day. This week is a little bit shorter, so it's going to take a little bit more. But man, that confidence is everything, especially in this league. Man, it gives you way more. It's kind of like a superpower that you can give an athlete is confidence, man. And right now, my confidence is booming right now. I can't wait to see what this defense does because our confidence as a whole is through the roof right now. We didn't get last week done, but we're putting a good product out there, and we're just going to keep getting it better every single week.
Boy, how about that, Luke? A superpower.
That's a great way
What's
to put
yours?
It. I don't have one, but that's a great way to put it. Rabbit, you mentioned Calais earlier in the interview. What have you seen from him? I thought it was cool that you guys voted him a team captain. He hadn't even played a snap with any of you yet, but obviously that was the right call. And he's almost ended 2 games here. He did end one of them. What do you see now that you've actually got to play alongside him?
Man, for him to be as old as he is, he can play some ball. I'll tell you what, because I was like, I knew, he's been a playmaker in the league for a long time, but when he got here, I told him when he got here, I want to see it. You got to show me, so, and he's been showing it, man. It's crazy what he does up there to the front, or how he changes the game, and his celebrations are probably my favorite thing going into game day. I'm looking forward to him. Like, how many times is Calais going to do his celebration? So it's kind of cool having, one of those old heads, one of those good vets. I'll say good vet, because he's a good vet in the building to help our defense. Ever since he's been here, the camaraderie of our defense, just the will to want to play for the will to play for one another, man. I feel that with him in the build, man. So and it spreads out through the whole entire team. Like, I get to see him. I mean, I get in the building almost around the same time he gets here, and just the little small words of wisdom that he just gives, just walking by, just doing his daily routine. Is like, it probably means way more to me than what he's just talking to me, young cat in the building, just trying to be helpful. But it really does mean a lot, and pushes me, and I hope it pushes everyone else in the building to be a better player.
That's
all
really
right.
cool.
Yeah, that is really cool. All right, brother, I've asked you, what do you do well? Now I'm going to ask you, where do you think you need to get better?
Man, there's improvement in all of my game. I feel like every single week, what I do best, there's always a way to make it better. So I can say all that, but I still want to perfect my craft in every single way, whether that's deep zone coverage, blitzing, being a great teammate, which I already am. But there's always small ways to get better, in the building and in life outside of the facility.
Drien, the short week here coming up against Seattle to play 2 division games within, 4 days. How does prep change when everything's condensed like this? I mean, at least you're at home, but this is obviously a big game.
Well, first it starts off, we got to get rid of last week. Last week needs to be gone. We can't change it. We lost the football game. It's part of the game, but we got a new opponent, a division opponent, a really good football team coming into our house, man, and we gotta have some pride about that. We gotta, protect the nest, man. So, whoever comes in it's gonna be hard for him to get out.
Yeah, Rabbit, go ahead and talk to me about Seattle's offense. What do you see on tape?
They got some really good guys. They got some explosiveness. They had a really good game last week, so we can't look at that, that they had a crazy scoring game, because when you watch stuff like that, it's kind of hard to game plan, because everything was just hitting right for them on all phases of the ball there. But they got a good football team. Nothing that we haven't seen. Nothing that we aren't expected of. So at the end of the day, man, you can ask all these questions about Seattle's offense, their defense, what do they do best. But at the end of the day, it's about what we do best as a defense and as offense and as special teams. This short week is about us getting better as a team and getting better at what we do, because ultimately, you put the ball down anywhere, on a 1 or on the 50-yard line, we need to be ready to go regardless. So,
well, Rabbit, we appreciate this, man. Thank you so much for the time. Good luck Thursday.
Appreciate it, man.
All right, that's Drien Taylor Demerson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. We'll come back and obviously get deeper into Cardinals Seahawks next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And Maze's pitch. Carroll runs. That is going to be taken, and Carroll slides in. It's his 30th stolen base of the year. And for a player who has collected so many firsts in the history of this franchise, Corbin Carroll has just grabbed the first ever 30-homer, 30 stolen base season by a Diamondback.
Can the D-backs secure the bag and make the wild card? We talk D-backs playoff scenarios today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit. But hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks play a crucial series, and it starts tonight against the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs, while Shohei Ohtani gets the start for the Dodgers. The Snakes sit just 1 game back of the Mets and Reds for the final wild card spot in the National League. And the Phoenix Mercury play Game 2 of the WNBA semifinals tonight in Minneapolis. Tip-off for that one is at 4:30. The Mercury lost the first game of the series on Sunday.
Hey, it's Gambo. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight and only 1 game out of a playoff spot. So how can they get a series win over the Dodgers? We'll talk about it on the Burns and Gambo show starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, thanks to Drien Taylor Demerson for joining us last segment.
What's up, Rabbit?
And they got a good one there.
You too, YouTube.
Did you ever think you'd be at a point in your career where you'd be saying, "What's up, Rabbit," and "What's up, YouTube"?
No.
Oh, well, here you are.
Yeah.
It didn't take that long.
Makeup. You know what I'm saying? Doing radio. Makeup!
You're not, I don't think you're getting
Just
makeup
crazy.
for radio. Sorry.
Yes.
No, Rabbit, he's only in early in year 2. I think most people watching by game 6 or game 7 last year. We're like, oh, okay, yeah, this guy's pro. He's going to be here for a while. You just go ahead. You have another safety that's just a pro.
It is so cool to actually see this. This guy, Lord willing, of course, based on earnings, but this guy's looking at a 10 or 12-year career in the National Football League. Just think about that, where he has been drafted by a team that totally appreciates a defensive back. Yeah, not a corner, not a safety, a defensive back, somebody who can play both. Love that.
Here's Jonathan Gannon. He was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday talking about the condensed week that is coming up. I mean, Seahawks game is here in 2 days already, Wolf. So you and I both, when we were talking to Rabbit, had the same reaction of his answer towards the end of we have to flush that game on Sunday and move forward quickly. He sounded, like I said, he going into last year sounded like a vet, and he sounds even more like a vet now. Here's JG talking about the game coming up against Seattle.
So a divisional game. They're 3-0. Good football team. It's at our place, Thursday Night Football. Our guys will be geeked up.
We'll be there.
I know that the game will come. It's kind of it'll be like it's kind of like week 1. Like it's coming.
Well, the good news for JG is that Seattle's 2-1.
2-1. He said they're 3-0.
So even better.
As far as he's concerned, he doesn't care.
Yeah, what does he really
doesn't care what the win-loss record is.
Everybody in this division is good. The NFC West is a combined 9-3. 2 of the losses have come in the division. The third one's come against the Eagles. By far, I don't know that I'm not saying it's going to be the best division, overall by the end of the year. I still tend to think AFC West or NFC North, probably NFC North actually. But right now, by far, the best combined record in the NFL is the NFC West.
There's no doubt about it. And what I love, too, what is going on with Coach McDonald up there is he is the same type of coach that has coached up there in Seattle forever. The Seattle Seahawks,
find these guys?
I mean, Pete Carroll has passed on everything for the most part to the organization, and the organization went out and looked for a young Pete Carroll. That's what they did, and guess what? Here it is. The same characteristics of Pete Carroll and what he was as a coach, the same thing you could see right now with Mike McDonald, of course, and the Seattle Seahawks.
I thought it was interesting, too, what Rabbit said about how it's almost tough to take much from their tape against New Orleans last week, Seattle's tape, because everything was working. How realistic is that? You almost have to go back and look at Seattle's first 2 games, because the game against the Saints was just an absolute blowout, and there's not really a lot of blowouts around the NFL. But I mean, he's right. there was nothing going right for the Saints in that game. And if you're Seattle, you're putting up 44 points, and everybody's getting involved, and you're just running up the score. Yeah, as a defense, you're watching that, and you're like, this is the worst case scenario. Tend to think the Cardinals defense is going to do a lot better than the Saints defense did in that game. Here's Drew Petzing talking about Mike McDonald, since you brought him up.
Yeah, we played him twice, and we played him in Baltimore our first year here. So a lot of familiarity with him and the system. It's a really talented group. I think they've done a great job of building that roster. And then the scheme is dynamic. They mix personnels, they mix front structures, a lot of different coverage and pressure looks. I think Mike does a really nice job. It's going to be a big challenge for us.
Yeah, it is going to be a big challenge, of course. The Seattle Seahawks, they're very, very good. But again, I think they're built more on the line of scrimmage for the most part. Now, their offensive line has really struggled, but the mentality is there. That is part of their culture. That is what they want to be going forward. But it takes a little bit of time to actually rebuild, and I think that's what the Seahawks are doing right now.
I've talked to quite a few Seahawks fans this week who are very confident in their team on Thursday night. And I don't know that it's so much they don't think anything of the Cardinals. I just think they feel really good about their team right now. I don't know. This game could go either way for me for a few reasons, Wolf. One, it always is weird when the Cardinals and Seahawks play. It's always 9 out of 10 times it's a weird game. The Cardinals are at home. I think the questions about the offense are real. Seattle's defense is good, so I don't know that those questions are going to suddenly get answered positively this week. The Cardinals, though, could still win a game where the offense doesn't have a big night. I see actually a lot of similarities between these teams right now, where Seattle's really good defensively, Cardinals are really good defensively.
Yeah.
Seattle's offensive line's weak, like you said. The Cardinals' offensive line hasn't been great.
Yeah, just even saying that makes me uncomfortable. To actually hear you say that and know that you're correct.
Oh, about the offensive line?
Through 3 games, yes. Through 3 games, the Arizona Cardinals offensive line is underachieving. They're underperforming. Now, they've been banged up.
Yeah, no Paris last week. Didn't really get talked about
Paris
a lot.
Johnson Jr. And, Calvin Beachum, I thought Beach did a good job coming in and actually holding up. It wasn't like he was a liability all game, but
well, he's never a liability. But there's other places on the line I might want to put him right now. You know,
yeah, exactly.
I'd just like to have Paris back.
No, I agree with that. And once again, they need an injection of something, and I think that something is Will Hernandez. And we've talked an awful lot about it. Don't get me started on it right now. I want to see physicality. I want to see dog at the point of attack. I want to see dog.
My week's ruined.
That is something they have been. And this year, so far through 3 games, that has not been the case.
I also they have faced some good receivers. Tedero McMillan is good. He'd only played 2 games. Chris Olave is good. I don't know that they've faced anybody who's currently at the level that Jackson Smith and Jigba is at. Nick Rallis talked about that.
Yeah, he's playing really good right now. He's tough. Wins contested catches, can create separation. To me, he is a first level, second level, and third level player, meaning like he'll beat you on choice routes, he'll beat you on intermediates, and then he can take the top off. So he's playing really good ball right now. He's definitely a huge part of their offense, and he presents a challenge.
Yeah, he presents a challenge. Speaking of challenges right now, wouldn't you like to challenge Sam Darnold? Would you like that? Yes. I would like to challenge Sam Darnold.
You want him seeing ghosts all over the field?
I can't wait to see this on 3rd down. That is something that we all can look for. 3rd and obvious pass situations. Just how challenging does Nick Rallis get? And does he ever back off that as well? And suddenly, here it comes, and then bail. Blitz bail to me coming up this Thursday night. That's where in 3rd and obvious pass situations, you might have 6, 7, maybe even more guys on the line of scrimmage, depending on the personnel group, of course, that is out there on 3rd and obvious, and, of course, the formation they're in. You might have 7 guys, 8 guys even, on the line of scrimmage. What are you going to do? Blitz bail? Are they coming? Who's coming? Of those 8 guys standing there, 5? You're going to rush 5? You're going to rush 4? You're going to bail all 4? I just want to see what Nick Rallis might have up his sleeve.
It feels like a game that is very winnable for the Cardinals, but the defense is going to have to win it. It just feels like that. Honestly, it feels like if Seattle wins, it's going to be because of their defense. It just feels like it's Thursday night, short week, but, Seattle isn't coming off a brutal game, but they're the road team in a short week. The Cardinals just played the Niners. That's always brutal, and it's a short week.
Thought.
So, it feels like, I don't know, 17-13 or something weird. Join Burns and Gambo at DraftKings TPC in Scottsdale this Friday for a college football pregame party. While we're on site, you're going to have the chance to win tickets and merch for upcoming sporting events. Plus, now through the end of September, mention Arizona Sports and receive their famous chips and queso on the house. I like that. Just everywhere you go, just mention Arizona Sports and see what you get. When we come back, and the Arizona Diamondbacks stay in the pennant race, they're going to have to go through the Dodgers this week to do it. We're going to ask D-backs broadcaster Jody Jackson next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think what's concerning about Marv is it just happened last week, too. Yesterday was the first day where I wondered, uh-oh. You know what I mean? Wow. Was it? Yes. Okay. And and I want to be clear about this. I haven't made up my mind, and I haven't fully arrived at this thought, and I'm not ready to declare anything about they took the wrong guy, or they drafted the wrong receiver, or the this, that, or the whatnot. But yesterday was the first day I thought, oh boy, are they going to regret this? Was this a mistake?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%, yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter, 325-horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APRs, $1389 for 1,000 finance. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/25.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
It is gone!
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
Well, here we are. 6 days left, 6 games left. The Diamondbacks are 1 game out of a playoff spot. So scoreboard watching is in full effect now. Even if you don't believe, you got to watch now.
6 days, 6 games.
And Jody Jackson, as she's been doing all season long, joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. But Jody, it's only getting more exciting as the season goes on. This is the playoffs right now, and it's only fitting that they have to go through the Dodgers this week. How are you doing?
I love that you said that. I'm so jacked up, you guys. I'm here at Chase Field right now. Wow. No, I actually am, but I had to do some other stuff here. I'm looking out on the field right now, you guys. We need all the support. This is a 3-game. You basically could look at it like a playoff series, and we all know the D-backs just. You can't really worry about what the Reds or the Mets are going to do. You just have to go out and try and win every game. And yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to see it all unfold. To use your word, Wolf, right? How is it going to unfold? It's always wild between these two. I don't need to tell you guys. I mean, The season series is 5-5. it has not been for the faint of heart. There's been a lot of runs scored, although both teams, oddly enough, I feel like both teams have kind of tightened things up as the season's gone on, but you never know what you're going to get here. So it's going to be Shohei Ohtani. He's been really, really good. And Brandon Pfaadt is coming off that 9-inning performance. It's not like he threw he was under his normal pitch count. He was just so good and so efficient in that outing against the Giants. So I'm looking for him to be, dialed in here. He's been pretty good against LA this year. D-backs have not seen Shohei since 2021, just, with him being hurt last year and then a member of the Angels prior to that. So, they'll just be watching, how nasty he's been, and they grind away at any pitcher better than anyone in the league. So I'm looking forward to seeing it.
So, Jody, when you think of this series against the Dodgers, what do the Diamondbacks have to do well if they're going to win this series?
Well, they have to continue to do what they've kind of been doing, which is get starting pitchers out of their rhythm, play how they've been playing, honestly, Wolf, just executing the little things, which we've seen them be so much better at in this last, really this stretch of 30 games or so. And I just think be who they are, be themselves, because it's been so good lately. I would say there are some games like Friday night when they got kind of, there wasn't as much offense that, when the bottom of the lineup's not producing. But, as Mark Grace said the other day, the engine is that top of the lineup. And so when you get the whole lineup going, you see what you saw against Ranger Suarez the other day against the Phillies. And that's, putting up a crooked number. And hopefully we see that. But, these games a lot of times are very tight. And the good news is Ketel Marte has been super hot lately. I think he was 6 for 13. Gosh, I got all my stats all jumbled here. But, yeah, he's been hot. You guys have seen it. Corbin's been Corbin. Perdomo's been Perdomo. When I say they just need to be themselves, just what we saw the last two games. So I like that engine at the top. I think we all do. And I think they can get performance from the bottom of the line. That's been the narrative with the Dodgers, right, is what's the bottom of their lineup look like? And then both bullpens, if I'm looking at a flaw for the Dodgers, it continues to be their bullpen, I think. Look, all teams have, flaws here and there. And then the D-backs bullpen, I'm interested to see how they stack up because they have stabilized in many ways. And now they take on, of course, this big challenge of the Dodgers and the Padres. But, again, I think they're overall looking a lot better than they did earlier in the season.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, now that we are where we are with this team, and everybody knows they were 10 games out of a playoff spot at the trade deadline, and they were moving pieces away, and now they're on this run, and they're only a game back. When did you notice, you're around this team all the time, that there was a shift to, focusing on the playoffs? Or are they really just focused on what they individually are doing? At some point over the last month and a half, it had to go from, hey, we're just out here competing to we're a game out of a playoff spot.
It's funny, Luke. I don't know that it really was any glaring one moment. I think that they've just been playing better ball, and they've kind of been here. And that's the beauty of baseball is that if you just keep pushing and you keep you stay on track, and that's really what I think this team has done so well is they have not gotten derailed by anything this year, whether it's the injuries or the trade deadline. Again, that week before the trade deadline was probably their worst, just the way that they looked and they just discombobulated and kind of downright, I don't know what the word is. You guys saw it as well, just out of sorts. But since that time, I just think that they thought, you know what, here we go. Let's see what we can do. And again, it might go back to Mike Hazen coming in and speaking to the team. So maybe that was the turning point, and they've just kind of continued to stay the course, added pieces, mostly from the minors, to be honest, right? And the pieces have come in and blended really well. And I think that's what we've seen. It's really been that this last 30 games or so that we've seen a little bit of a shift to, if we just play good ball, what can happen? And here they are, one game out.
Jody, what is your expectation for Brandon Pfaadt tonight? You got to fight for your right.
Well, man, he was locked in last time out, and he's so even keel. Like, you don't know if things are going well or not with him, and he doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low. He had basically the complete game, but didn't get it because of the extra innings last time out. And I just want to go and see him execute. We all remember what it was like watching him against this Dodger team in the playoffs. This is basically a playoff game.
Yeah.
So, but yet you have 6 games left this week. So, obviously you're not going to necessarily see the quick hook like you'd see in playoffs. But I think he's going to embrace this challenge, and I think you go out there, and he knows Shohei's on the other side. And you hear guys talk a lot about, like, oh, I'm not looking at the guy on the other side. But you can't help but know how good you have to be when you have Ohtani. You're kind of matching up against him. So I love what he's done against, he's been, like I said, been pretty good against the Dodgers, especially in the one here at home this year. And so I think James McCann, that was kind of the narrative going into that game the other night. Let's match them up. Let's see if McCann can steer him in the right direction. And I think it just got him very focused on what he had to execute. The pitches, they looked as good as you've seen from Brandon Pfaadt, right? Executing, locating the sweeper, the fastball, all of the fastballs he throws, sinker, cutter. And that's what I'm looking for again tonight.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, how much do you think this run after the trade deadline and maybe what happens this week and beyond sets them up past this season? The reason I ask is just because at the trade deadline, we had a lot of national writers and analysts on the show, and we asked them, does this year set the Diamondbacks' overall timeline back? And a lot of them were like, yeah, this probably makes it so it's going to be tough in 2026, and they're kind of in like a halfway reset. But now they're on this run. I mean, they might be in the playoffs this year. Like, where do you see this team now, big picture?
Well, I mean, it just validates everything that you're doing, even though you lost pieces and you have emerged as a different animal, or a different snake, I guess, a different reptile. So you just come out of this, and regardless of what happens, okay, we hope they're able to do this, right? Everybody's rooting and pulling for this, and it's going to take everything to get in, and we hope that happens. But even if it doesn't, you can't deny what we've seen, which is developing players. Everyone talks about when you're developing players, you're going to have to just take your lumps. But they've continued to win. And the other day, you've got Lawler, Barossa, Tawa. As Tori likes to say, we don't have a first baseman just because he means that the other ones are injured, Locklear and Pavin Smith. So you have guys filling in. I think it bodes well for, hey, the culture here is what we need to be. We have leadership. We have guys that go out every day. Perdomo, Carroll kind of leading the way there. And you just love that because it's saying, okay, we have had some adversity this year, big time. And yet, we can see that the culture is intact.
Jody, it's always great.
Thank you.
Talk to you again in a couple of days, all right?
All right. Sounds good, guys.
Thank you. That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Wolf, every time we talk to her, the Diamondbacks are a game closer to a playoff.
Unbelievable. It is, Basinonians, is it not incredible where they are right now?
I'm thinking we're going to talk to her again on Friday heading into that Padres series. So, all right, when we come back, is ASU potentially primed for an offensive breakout? Their head coach says, yeah. We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com, especially if you want to smile real nice for the camera. Once again, maybe you're tired of not smiling. You look like you're angry because your mouth is shut. You don't want to show your teeth. They're all jacked up. Well, listen, you need to go to Aria Dental Implant Center if that is the case. You can get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. I have had the All-on-4, and I can tell you it is a game changer. The All-on-4 will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. And you know what? I love this. Aria Dental will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. They're locally owned. And that's one of the reasons why they can pass the savings on to you. If you want a brand new set of beautiful teeth and improve the overall quality of your life, go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities, so do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, plus you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial series tonight against the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs, while Shohei Ohtani gets the start for the Dodgers. The Snakes sit just one game back of the Mets and Reds for the final wildcard spot in the National League. And the Phoenix Mercury play Game 2 of the WNBA semifinals tonight in Minneapolis. Tip-off for that one is at 4:30. The Mercury lost the first game of the series on Sunday. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at americaroofingco.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey, and we're already less than 72 hours until Cardinals Seahawks on Thursday Night Football. So what can Arizona do to pick up the pieces after last week's loss? It's the Bernsey and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and, of course, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday. We're talking during the break, Wolf, how crazy this week is, where the Cardinals have a short week. ASU also has a short week.
Yeah.
Then you throw in the Diamondbacks playoff push and Suns Media Day. We're going to be out there tomorrow talking to a ton of Suns people and players.
September is here.
October's almost here.
I know. This is September, though, right now, right?
Barely, yeah.
This is when we always do Suns Media Day, is in September.
We've reached that point of the year where I can tell you what day it is at any time, which is not a skill, but I'm just saying, like, because of football. If you ask me what the date is, I can get it within about 6 days.
Really?
Like, I know today's between September 20th and 27th. That's about it.
That's good.
But I know it's the Tuesday heading into the Cardinals Thursday night game when they're wearing the rivalry uniforms, and the helmet is right behind us. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, I will move. There it is back there.
Yes.
That's their helmet.
Okay. And we all know the best month of the year is October. Do we not?
Definitely the best sports month of the year.
Of course.
That's undeniable.
And, I happen to have a birthday in there as well.
Oh, wow.
But
what are the odds?
Honestly.
That short week is here for ASU, hosting TCU on Friday, a TCU team that scores a lot of points, a TCU team that is ranked. That's the other part of this. And TCU deserves to be ranked for what they've done so far. I'm not saying they don't. But there are at least a lot of Big 12 teams now in the top 25. The voters, for whatever reason, seemed ASU was done because of that one touchdown against Mississippi State. But in general, there are quite a few Big 12 teams now in the top 25. BYU snuck in there. They're 25th. TCU's 24th. You've obviously got Texas Tech up there, Iowa State as well. So this is a good one on Friday.
Yeah, for me, I love the fact that TCU is ranked and ASU is not.
Yeah.
I just, honestly, especially after listening to Sam actually talk about, he loves the fact that they are the underdog. He likes the mentality of being the underdog. He likes it when people tell him he can't get the job done. That, to me, I really love about Sam Leavitt. Just something I want to see grow throughout the remainder of this season. But I love the fact that TCU is ranked and ASU is not, because I think that gives the underdog mentality a new feel, if you will, for ASU.
Yeah, it definitely seems like, every time you ask Kenny Dillingham about this, about the rankings, especially early in the season, he's like, I don't care. It's out of our control, and these guys, the people that are voting don't know what we're, about.
And I think he means it.
I do too, but now
some coaches were just going to say that because they're going to say, I think he actually means it.
I almost wonder if he doesn't hate the fact that they're still not ranked. And I'm not even saying it's egregious. It's not like there's a bunch of bad teams ranked in front of them, but it's a little different that they were 11th coming into the season. They lost one game on the road against an SEC team that is 4-0, and it was because of almost a Hail Mary at the end of the game. It wasn't a Hail Mary. The guy was open, but it took a 58-yard play at the end of the game for them to lose. It's not like they were getting just blown out all game, and they're not even in the top 25. Like, I think it's kind of a good thing for ASU. If anything, it's a good thing for them. Now, at the end of the season, if they're 11-1 and they're like 23rd, then we have a problem, right? But right now, especially at this time of year and in this chunk of the schedule, I don't think it hurts.
Yeah, in the defense, this is going to be really interesting. The defense for TCU Basinonians, number 69 overall nationally in the FBS in terms of total defense. Their third down defense as well. This is where they've struggled a little bit, number 99. And their red zone defense, you get the ball in the red zone, and TCU has really had a hard time not letting you, or not forcing you, I should say, to kick field goals. They have allowed a lot of red zone conversions into touchdowns. They're tied for 110th in the FBS.
Yeah.
So to me, this is where the strength of ASU lies. I believe they're really, really good, especially in the red zone. This is where they need to be good. This is why being balanced matters. You have to be able to run the ball and run the ball effectively in the red zone if you want to be a good football team. You have to do that. But you also have to be capable of throwing the ball in the red zone as well. When you need to, selectively, I would say, when you need to, you have to be capable of throwing the ball as well. And I think this is something that we're seeing right now with ASU. Hopefully this is going to develop.
They have weapons in the passing game when they get in the red zone because obviously Jordan Tyson is who he is. And then they have Shimon Mateer.
Shimon.
I would say the other 80 yards of the field, they still need to evolve the passing game. Here's Kenny Dillingham yesterday talking about where he sees this offense going.
Yeah, I got confidence that when our offense is on the field at the end of the game, we're going to get it done. I think over the last, I don't know, Doug's better at this stuff than I am. Over the last 2 years, I think at the end of the game, when something needs to get done, our percentage of getting it done on offense is very, very high right now. And I think that's the positive takeaway is like our offense is so close to being really, really good that we're just right there. We're like on the brink still trying to figure it out. But I will say from week 1 to the end of week 2, we got better. Week 3, we got better. Week 4, we drove better. We just weren't good situationally in the red zone. And if we fix that, then we're talking about every single week we're getting better. So hopefully this next week we put it all together. But at the end of the games, I have the utmost confidence in those guys making plays.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, got to make plays. You have to, especially when you're talking about your quarterback. And that's where I think Sam is going to continue to improve this season specifically.
They, I go back to what Rabbit was saying. Calais Campbell told the defense of, each week, that's going to be your worst week for the rest of the season. You're just going to keep getting better and better. Kenny has brought that up a lot, and we saw it last year. ASU tends to get better as the game goes on. Even if they start strong, they tend to get better after halftime. And as the season went on last year, they got significantly better. So if they can keep that going, this is going to go in a good direction, but they're going to have to score points to beat TCU. This is not a game that you win 14-13. Join us at Four Peaks in Tempe this Thursday from 10 to 1:30 for your chance to win tickets. See the Cardinals take on the Seahawks and D-backs tickets as they take on the Dodgers. Don't miss it. This Thursday, 10 to 1:30, we'll be out there at Four Peaks in Tempe. We come back. What did Patrick Peterson think of the Cardinals' defensive performance against San Francisco, despite the fact they were missing quite a few players in that secondary? We're going to ask the Cardinals legend. He's going to join us here next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Not a whole lot of time to prepare for the Seahawks, but it's pretty simple. Division rival. Need to win. The Cardinals host the Seahawks for Thursday Night Football. Pre-game coverage pops off at 12:30 Thursday afternoon. Kickoff at 5:15. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Head on over to santanford.com or jump in the car, man, and drive on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Oh, man, it is here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's in the news. The $7,500 federal EV tax credit is expiring in just a few days. I've been telling you about this for maybe a handful of days. That's $7,500, brother. And Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, is your EV headquarters. Do a great job moving EVs, Basinonians. We're talking all electric, all tough, all performance, and super cool, like the Ford F-150 Lightning, or maybe the Mustang Mach-E. Maybe that's what you prefer. Pure electricity, man. Great prices, and it goes right into your pocket, and a huge selection out on the lot. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. Restrictions apply. Not everyone qualifies. All offers expire 9/30/2025.
At 72 Sold, if we don't sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, we'll buy it and we'll give you a 100% full market value guarantee. That's right. If we don't sell your home at your price in 30 days or less, we'll buy it and give you a full market value guarantee. Sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, or we'll buy it with a full market value guarantee, only at 72sold.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting a used gun buying event September 26th through 28th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer up top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability, just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Arizona Sports. Drops back to throw. Quick pass to the far side is picked off by Peterson. He's going to house it. 20, 10, 5, touchdown. Patrick Peterson, a pick 6. That's why we drafted him.
Former Cardinals cornerback, number 21, Patrick Peterson. P2 joins Wolf and Luke in the no-fly zone. The no-fly zone.
Patrick Peterson, 10-5, he dives, he's in, touchdown, Cardinals win.
The no-fly zone.
All right, one of my favorite times of the week, Wolf.
Little Pat P.
Tuesdays at 11:15, we get to talk to Patrick Peterson, Arizona Cardinals legend, joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Patrick, thanks for the time. I got to ask, are you golfing?
I'm actually on my way to golf.
Nice.
What's up, Pat P?
What up, Wolf? How you doing, baby?
I'm doing good, man. Thanks for joining us as always, my brother.
Oh, man, this is my favorite part of the week as well, Luke. So I'm right there with you.
Nice. This is awesome. All right, well, Patrick, we were talking to you last week about this Cardinals secondary and how banged up it was, and then they went out there and played a pretty good game against the 49ers anyway. So what do you see when you watch the secondary right now, even with the injuries to the cornerback room where, you know, Jalen Thompson can move up and play corner if he needs to, or Drien Taylor Demerson can move all around? What do you see in terms of versatility from this group?
Man, what it tells me is that, you know, the guys have been, you know, tuned in to what they need to be tuned in the course of training camp, course of mini camp, because you never know when your number's going to be called. And those guys stepped in and played, you know, well. You know, obviously, I wish we could have had a couple of those plays back in the fourth quarter when Ricky made a couple of those big catches down the stretch to put themselves in position to kick the field goal to win the game. But for the most part, they had a solid game. They played fast. They played physical. And you can tell that they knew what they was doing.
You know, Pat P., I don't know how much tape you have watched, but tell me a little bit about what you're seeing from Drien Taylor Demerson also known as Rabbit for the Arizona Cardinals, and take us through that pick of Mac Jones that he had.
Man, that was a big-time play by my guy Taylor, because we needed that play in that game. So he did a great job of dissecting, reading the eyes of Daniel Jones and stepping right in front of that throw to make a play for the defense. But, for the most part, when you have guys that can step into a role, and not miss a beat, that's what you want. And we talked about the development team and guys, on that's listed as a second string. Those guys are just as important as your starters. So you can tell that the secondary coach and the defensive staff did a great job of developing the guys that would eventually get their number called up.
Talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, Cardinals Seahawks this week. This is another one of those years where Seattle was supposed to be down, but they don't look down at all. They're 2-1, and they're coming off a huge win over New Orleans. What do you remember about this rivalry when you played? Because you guys played some wild games against the Seahawks.
Yeah, what I remember is the rivalry back in 2013, I believe. I never forget when we played the Seattle Seahawks in 2012. They beat the dog crap out of us. I believe the score was like 58-0, and at the time the score was like 45-0, and they put Matt Flynn in. The first play of Matt Flynn, he did a play-action bomb to Sidney Rice, and they scored on it. And I never forget when Coach Aaron's his first words to the team was, "That would never happen on my watch." You know what I mean? So that's kind of where the rivalry began. And like you said, we had some crazy games. We was one of the first teams to go into Central Link at the time, and to win and snap their home game winning streak. So that's kind of where the rivalry kind of began. And I definitely appreciate Bruce Arians for bringing that fire to us.
So, Pat P., when you watched the 49ers game, tell me what it is that you saw. What is your number one takeaway from the loss to the 49ers?
I mean, it comes back to finishing the game. Like we all know that, this was going to be, a dogfight. It was going to come down to the wire. And at the end of the day, that's kind of been, the Cardinals, our MO for the most part, not finishing out games and not finishing out the season. So, for the most part, when you have the ball 2 minutes, I know these guys go 4-minute offense. When you have the ball at the 48-yard line with 2:50 to go in the game, I know James Conner, with him being out, that was a big missing piece into that offense because the running game is kind of not the same anymore. You're not able to pick up those gritty yards that James is used to doing. So for the most part, I think it just came down to finishing. Defense played well. Kyler Murray played efficient football. The receivers got to catch those balls. Marvin Harrison and Zay Jones got to make those catches for him and put those guys in better position to finish out games. So the one takeaway that I have is just you got to find better ways to finishing out games.
We're talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, you brought up James Conner. He's such a leader on this team, and the news that he's not going to play again this year is rough. When you're in a locker room, when you're on a team like that and you lose a leader like that, they have other leaders, but that's a big piece of that whole leadership puzzle. How does the team react to that?
And it's tough. I was in that position before in 2015 when Tyrann Mathieu got injured in the Philadelphia Eagles game. It was like a punch in our gut, because we knew, he's the heartbeat, he's the pulse of that of our defense. The same thing for James Conner. He's the pulse of that offense. He's the emotional leader of that team. And now it's just going to cause for, Kyler, Trey, and the rest of the game to pick up that load because he's the guy that's going to be missed. But we got guys that's more than capable of picking up that load. As far as the emotional leadership, that's going to be different. And that's maybe where, Kyler Murray can have an opportunity to step in there and lead his offense to a place where they've never been, where they haven't been in a while, which is the playoff, and also being more efficient in the running game.
So, Pat P., as you well know, Marvin Harrison Jr. has had a couple of high-profile drops. What advice would you have for Marvin Harrison Jr.?
And just stick with it, man. I saw his interview after the game. Obviously he's disappointed in himself, but he knows the work that he's putting in. He knows the work that he put in the off season. It's all documented. So now you just got to go out there, stay patient, and be who you are. You don't have to do anything out of the ordinary. You just got to do the routine things routinely. And that's honestly, that's what it's going to come down to. Catching the football, running the routes clean, and seeing what happens after that. So obviously, I know he's down on himself right now for not, being able to capture those two passes that he ended up dropping, because those were definitely some critical moments in the game. But at the same time, man, you have a long season ahead of you. Now you just got to understand that can't happen again. You know what I mean? And I know he has a great football pedigree, and I know he's a guy who understands how important he is to this team. And I don't expect anything less moving forward of him being, the player that he dreamed and want to be.
Patrick, when you have a short week like this, can you just kind of take us through what that does for a player that's preparing, coming off a brutal game against the Niners, and then 4 days later you're playing another division rival?
Well, Luke, you have that 24-hour rule. Win, lose, or draw. And during a short week, it's more like 6 hours. You know what I mean? Because because when you're on the plane, you're watching. At least when I was playing, and we had the Thursday night game, so I watched the game that we played just now, and then I got to get on to the opponent that we're about to play in 4 days. You know what I mean? So it's a very, very short turnaround. The game plan is going to be a little bit different. This is a time where you're going to be leaning on some of the fundamentals and the things that you do very well, some of the things that you came out of training camp very, very comfortable with. And it's just going to come down to who can do their job the best with the least amount of mistakes. That's what Thursday night football always end up coming down to, because you don't have the same amount of time to prepare, and also you don't have the same amount of time to put in some new wrinkles that you may want to put in like you may have during a normal week.
Patrick, how would you like to see the Arizona Cardinals attack Sam Darnold in the Seattle Seahawks offense?
Honestly, you got to stop the run first, because if you don't stop the run, it just opens up everything else for the passing game and for Sam Darnold and Blake Kubiak, who I had the opportunity to be. He was my offensive coordinator when I was in Minnesota. So if you're able to stop the run, and we know what Sam Darnold does, better than throwing the ball in the pocket. He throws the ball better on the run and moving the pocket and things like that. So they have to stop the run, and being able to if they're able to stop the run, it's going to give them less opportunities for those play action passes. And that's what Sam Darnold is more. That's what he's able to excel at. So the first task is definitely to stop the run, and I feel like the secondary and the guys in the back end have opportunity to eat. Because it's all documented as well. Sam Darnold sees those.
He does. He documented that. Patrick, thank you so much, man. We appreciate
Thank you, Pappy.
All right, guys.
All right, take care. That's Patrick Peterson joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. I tell you, that's going to follow Sam Darnold around his entire career. He sees ghosts.
Yeah. I'm wondering where he's driving right now. We've got to ask him that every time. Where are you going?
He's going to play golf.
Well, I know that, but I'm talking about what golf course.
I wonder if he goes to the same one every time, or if he's one of those that's like different golf course every week.
Pat's head.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Just go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, how much of the Cardinals' offensive issues right now fall on Drew Petzing's shoulders? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. You know what you could be doing right now is eating wings. Just did that last night for Monday night, watching some football, and that was, highly recommend. This is pretty much the perfect time to do it because football's here all day, every Saturday and Sunday, plus some Mondays and Thursdays and some Fridays. We're closing in on the postseason in baseball as well, so get to Twin Peaks. It really is the perfect solution when you and your friends are looking for somewhere to watch all the action. Grab a table, order some food and drinks, and live it up with their wall-to-wall TVs. That way you won't miss 1 second of the action while you're there. Enjoy their outstanding food selection because it's not just the wings. Their wings are great, but they've got an entire menu made for MVPs, burgers, flatbreads, loaded fries, sweet and smoky ribs, green chili chicken soup. They got some great lunch combos, 11 to 3 every weekday. So right now. You can run over there and get some delicious lunch from Twin Peaks. Whatever you need, Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations now, so never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers.
Huh?
With $50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic with over 10,000 drink combinations, iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, and corn dogs, plus new favorites like the Double Sonic Smasher and Groovy Fries. There's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free. Eat Sonic.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at Pound Law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats, gloves, and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits: naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial series tonight against the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs, while Shohei Ohtani gets the nod for the Dodgers. The Snakes sit just one game back of the Mets and Reds for the final wild card spot in the National League, so this is a huge game tonight. And the Phoenix Mercury play Game 2 of the WNBA semifinals tonight in Minneapolis. Tip-off is at 4:30. The Mercury lost the first game of the series on Sunday, so they will look to even up the series tonight.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We will zero in on the next opponent on the Cardinals schedule, the Seattle Seahawks. Fun starts at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Thanks to Patrick Peterson for joining us last segment. Pretty good so far, Wolf, having Rabbit and Patrick Peterson on to talk Cardinals.
That's nice, man. I like that. Pat Pete!
Good start to the show. I love how he said that at the end. It's well documented that Sam Darnold sees ghosts.
Yes.
Well, yeah. Sam Darnold's the one that documented it, put it out there, and that's not going to leave. Cardinals taking on Seattle this week, and there is a, I don't know, how would you say it, growing unease
Seahawks. Seattle Seahawks. Okay.
We haven't heard that yet.
You know, that was well played by you, Rick. Literally.
Growing unease with the offense among the fan base. What was the poll question yesterday, Rick? Who do you blame this loss on? And the winner, or I guess, winner of a poll you don't want to win was Drew Petzing.
Yeah.
So Jonathan Gannon was asked about this.
First of all, let me just say this.
I knew you were going to say something.
No, I need to jump in here. I really do. Do you have any idea how long this has been around? The National Football League, I don't know how many years now they've been around base earnings. I know it's over 100 years that guys have actually been paid money to play the game of football. And for me, can I tell you right now, that is the number one complaint of fans that are out there. The play calling was horrible. Is there such a thing as bad play calling? Yes. Yes, I will admit there is. Yet at the same time, you know the way I feel about this from a player's perspective. Man, just call the play. I'll do my job. Mm-hmm. You do your job, Luke. Hey, Rick, you do your job. Jamal, you back? You do your job as well. You know what? You do the job, and that play's going to work if everyone does their job. It's the execution of the play that really... Is there such a thing as a bad play call? Yes, I believe there is. But as a former player, don't talk to me about it. Can't tell you how many times guys are walking off the field after they got their butt kicked, got destroyed. Man, I can't believe we called that. Knock it off.
Run the play.
So can I ask you something, though, Wolf?
Uh-oh.
When Cliff Kingsbury runs his 30th straight play out of shotgun and it's another wide receiver screen, can players actually really execute that well when, the defense basically knows what's coming?
You know what, honestly, I'm so happy to hear you say that because I don't care if the defense knows that it's coming. The best teams in the league, they run the stuff that they're running, and the defense knows that it's coming, whatever that may be. And guess what? The execution, they can't stop it. It's the reason why, once again, it's so demoralizing when another team can line up and run the ball in between the tackles and blow your face off, like the Arizona Cardinals were able to do the last two seasons. They weren't even a good team then.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it was such a foundation of this team was their ability to run that I almost feel like we all sort of took for granted coming into this season. Whatever you expected the Cardinals to do, did you expect them to be good, playoff team, contender, whatever? We all assumed they'd at least be able to run the ball because, like you just said, when they were winning 4 games, they could run the ball.
Right. Luke, think of what we just saw last night. Just think about what we saw. Did you see the Detroit Lions line up? Do you think the Ravens thought the Lions were going to run the ball?
We're going to get into that game because I feel vindicated on one thing, that the Lions are still good. And I know you felt that way too. Right. And after week 1, we got so much, and this is not a Detroit Lions show. So many people writing in being like, the Lions are done. You guys are overrated.
I know.
They look like maybe the best team in the NFL.
But I guess what I'm saying here, do you think the Baltimore Ravens knew the Detroit Lions were going to line up and run the ball?
Yeah, that's what they do. They've got 2 running backs that just run for
they
100
knew
yards.
that. Stop it. They couldn't. Why? Oh, the play calling was so predictable from the Detroit Lions. I know they actually ran a couple of trick plays as well.
That's Dan Campbell.
It is Dan Campbell.
I think it's for
for a team that is built on trucking people, they like to trick you from time to time.
The whole play calling thing, and I am going to play this cut from Jonathan Gannon that I set up, but I want to say this real quick. The play calling thing for me is not so much the individual plays, it's more the philosophy of, are you getting super concerned? I'm not saying this is even Petzing because I understand they were trying to kill clock at the end of the game on Sunday. I don't like it when you get super conservative when you have a lead and it's just like, okay, we're going to run right here. Everybody knows we're going to run, and we're not running well.
Yeah.
We're trying to force something. We're 57 minutes into a game and we know it's probably not going to work. That's where you start to lose me. It's the philosophy. It's not individual play calls. Are you getting conservative? It goes to the same side on defense, too. Are you too conservative with a lead and you're almost playing scared?
Yeah.
But this is Jonathan Gannon on with Burns and Gambo yesterday. This is his assessment of his offensive coordinator's performance on Sunday against San Francisco.
No, I'll tell you this. I thought his best game that he called this year was this one.
And
so Just from when you and how we deem that is when we're looking like, hey, when we're calling shots, what kind of coverages are we calling shots first? When we're calling runs, what kind of coverage structures are we getting? What are they doing? Are we alternating? Is it known pass? Is it known run? What are we doing third down? What are our play types? Like I'm very pleased with all of that. I think we definitely need to coach our guys up a little bit better. And I think we need to execute fundamental things that go into making a play work better, and that's everybody. That's a collective effort there.
Like not getting your face blown off at the point of attack.
I mean, that's where all this starts. You can't do any. I'm not excusing anybody. I'm not saying Drew Petzing's having an amazing year, but you're supposed to be able to run. It's almost like when Torey Lovello, when he goes to the bullpen earlier this year, and the bullpen couldn't get anybody out, and people are freaking out, like, why is Torey going with this guy? Nobody's getting anybody out. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
This is Wolf's favorite topic.
Honestly, right now, it's an offense to me. It really is. And it brings back so many bad memories because, again, I cannot tell you how many times I heard a guy, he not only out on the field, but that typically is where it happens all the time, is out on the field. How many times a guy was like, hey, man, we shouldn't have called that play. Why? Because you got your face kicked in? You're right. We probably should have, knowing that you were going to get your face kicked in. But also in meetings where a guy will actually watch tape and he'll make up a story.
Yeah.
So, again, I've got a lot of bad memories in regard to this. Just do your job. These guys, it's amazing because I think we have fans that are out there that think, Drew Petzing, he shouldn't be here anyways. You know what I mean? Honestly, like, do you think guys stumble their way into the National Football League? Do you think guys do that? There is a vetting process that goes on for the most part. Before you're ever going to be a coordinator, you are vetted through and through.
I think part of this is there's so many contributors to the Cardinals offense struggling this season. I will grant you it's not a very exciting offense right now. It doesn't look like it. Like Kyler had that 130-yard run, but it's not like he's ripping off like 45, 50-yard runs. It's not like they're completing long passes down the field. They don't really have a ton of explosive plays. It's hard for me, though, to look at Sunday's game. It's kind of similar with Kyler, right? We talked about this yesterday. It's hard for me to look at Sunday's game and say that game specifically was Kyler's fault. It's sort of similar with Petzing. That game was frustrating. The offense is frustrating. I understand you as a viewer, you're like, this got to be on the offensive coordinator. It's definitely on somebody. We're not moving the ball. But that Marvin Harrison Jr. play should have been a 70-yard gain. Like, that was called at the right time. There were a couple, explosive plays called at the right time where guys just dropped the ball. So it's hard for me to point to Sunday's game.
You could build an argument that Marvin Harrison Jr. dropped 2 touchdown passes.
Yeah.
2. And would anyone be talking about, you got to be kidding me.
I'm not trying to be a hypocrite. There are games where I'm watching where I'm just like frustrated by the offense, where it feels like there's a ceiling.
Yeah, you're frustrated by the offense because the offensive line's getting their face kicked in.
That's what I'm frustrated by.
Okay, so what are you going to do?
But when you that Marvin Harrison Jr. play was called,
you're going to challenge the offensive line. Get better. Let's go. Do something. There are many things that you can do all week long to prepare for a game. There are very few things you can do when you're actually in a game and a guy's getting his face kicked in because he's having a bad game.
I just don't know that a different offensive coordinator changes the result of the game this past Sunday against the 49ers. They dialed up the explosive plays, the big plays at the right time, and they worked. There was a couple. I'm just using the Marv example because it was the most obvious, but there are a couple examples, if you go back and watch that game, where they called the exact right play for the defense San Francisco was running, and it should have been a touchdown or at least a 30-yard gain. There's a couple instances where it should have happened, and it didn't. So,
execution is what it's all about.
Join us at Four Peaks in Tempe this Thursday from 10 to 1:30 for your chance to win tickets. See the Cardinals take on the Seahawks, and you win some D-backs tickets as they take on the Dodgers in their wild card push. Don't miss it this Thursday, 10 to 1:30. We'll be out there at Four Peaks in Tempe. When we come back, who's got to show up for the Diamondbacks to secure a win over Shohei and the Dodgers tonight? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And Maze's pitch. Carroll runs. That is going to be taken, and Carroll slides in. It's his 30th stolen base of the year. And for a player who has collected so many firsts in the history of this franchise, Corbin Carroll has just grabbed the first ever 30-homer, 30 stolen base season by a Diamondback.
Can the D-backs secure the bag and make the wild card? We talk D-backs playoff scenarios today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, Presidential Pools first started as a little old company building little pools all the way back in 1991. And they have reshaped the pool industry in Arizona by becoming the largest pool builder in the state. Arizona's #1 pool builder, brothers. They've been improving their brand for decades and really set themselves apart with their process, of course, their products and their people, the people that work for them. They build pools, and their history and expertise is worthy of your attention, brothers. Most of their sellers have been there for decades. James Frabasilio is a really good friend of mine, someone you can trust. They're family-owned and operated. What you need to do is go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Zoom over to Chase Field on September 24th when the D-backs face the Los Angeles Dodgers. The first 15,000 fans will receive a co-branded rally towel courtesy of NASCAR and Phoenix Raceway. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Got a question. Did you buy your home in the last, say, couple of years? Well, here's the deal. You could be throwing away thousands on a high interest rate. Whoa, who knows anybody who wants to do that? The Lund Mortgage Team, Arizona's trusted family-run lender, just launched a powerful new refinance program that can lower your rate and boost your savings. It's fast and it's local, and it's available for you right now. Don't wait. Lund Mortgage. That's LUNDmortgage.com, where Arizona saves.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Toyotas are always a great value. Choose from best-selling models like Camry and RAV4 or rugged and dependable trucks like Tundra and Tacoma. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Bring on the Dodgers. The Diamondbacks' playoff chances are alive in the final week of 2025. Like it or not, this Cardinals offense needs some serious reevaluating, and Kenny Dillingham says Arizona State is on the brink of an offensive breakthrough post-Baylor. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
All right, Wolf, let's play a game. Do you want to talk about how everything that's going on with the Cardinals that's wrong is Drew Petzing's fault, or do you want to talk about baseball?
Let's talk about baseball, please. Yes.
Okay. The Diamondbacks taking on the Dodgers tonight, starting a 3-game series, the final 3 home games that are scheduled. Now, if this goes well, they could be playing home postseason games in a week or so, but playing the Dodgers, and then if they make the playoffs, probably going to start with the Dodgers as well, but we'll deal with that when we get there. Brandon fought against Shohei Ohtani. I mean, you talk about...
Yes! Brandon fought!
Talk about a playoff feel when it comes down to a pitching matchup. Here we go.
Can I just say this right now? When you hear Shohei Ohtani, do you think legend? Do you think that? Shohei Ohtani.
You know what I think?
What are we watching here? What are we seeing with Shohei Ohtani? What have we seen at the major league level with Shohei Ohtani?
I'm not sure I can totally process it yet, to be honest. And I know he's been in the league for like 6 or 7 or 8 years, so I probably need to figure out how to do it. Legend, sure, yeah, Hall of Famer, but so different that it's almost like he's playing his own sport. Like if you did how you do the freak show every year heading into the NFL draft, if you did one for baseball and Shohei, like what would you call him? He is like a mythological creature to be able to pitch that well and hit that well.
It's stunning to me. It's Babe Ruth all over again, except it's 2025. We don't see this from pitchers. We don't see this from people playing at the major league level where you pitch and you hit. You're downright stud. That's what comes to mind right now with Shohei Ohtani and how talented he is, how big he is, and how athletic he is. It truly is stunning. I don't think we've ever seen anything like Shohei Ohtani at the major league level.
His career ERA, and this is, starting or relieving or whatever, but tonight's his 100th career start as a major leaguer. His career ERA is 3.03. So you're talking
pretty doggone good.
And I think his whip's like 108. Yeah, 108 career whip. So you're talking about elite pitching numbers every year, and he's a better hitter than he is a pitcher.
It is, once again, it's stunning. So I just want to start there.
I liked
with
it so much better
Ohtani.
when he was on the Angels, not
I
the
know,
Dodgers.
exactly. Shohei Ohtani, of course, and Brandon Pfaadt squaring off tonight. And I think that's going to bring the best out of Brandon Pfaadt. We'll see.
Who, you look at this game, who's the first name that jumps to mind has to step up tonight? Let's set Pfaadt aside because he's the starting pitcher, but let's go with a hitter or, another pitcher or whatever.
There can only be one. It's Ketel Marte.
Oh, wow. Not where I thought you were going. Okay.
No, okay, yeah. It is Ketel Marte that needs to step up for the Arizona Diamondbacks. He's hitting .222 in September right now. Now, I will say this, Basin audience. Over the last 7 days, he has really turned it around. He's hitting .348 over the last 7 days, 23 at-bats. He's got 8 hits. He's got 1 home run and 5 RBIs. In all of September, he has 10 RBIs right now, Ketel Marte, in all of September. And what is today? It is September 23rd.
I told you earlier not to ask me what the date was.
September 23rd, he has 10 RBIs. 5 have come in the last week. Okay, so he is in the process of turning it around. But still right now, even with this last week, he's hitting .222. Think about that. Mm-hmm. So I want to see Ketel Marte step up. Here it is. Does it matter the most? Right now, yes. And I think Ketel is in the process of doing just that, stepping up and producing when it matters the most. And to me, this is the way I feel. I might be dead wrong on this, but Basinonians, I don't think the Arizona Diamondbacks can get into the postseason unless Ketel Marte is Ketel Marte.
Yeah. I mean, the roster is voluntarily depleted right now in terms of hitters. You
They
traded
need
guys
him
away.
to step up.
You really so I mean that would go into the other two players that are the obvious choices. You need Geraldo Perdomo not to step up. You just need him to keep doing what he's doing, basically. And my answer will be Corbin Carroll for this one simple reason, Wolf. And again, it's not step up. He's been there's the reason that's out. It's I like the echo at the end too.
I love that.
It's not that he needs to step up. It's just he needs to be Corbin Carroll because there's not another player in the league like him. You know, his rookie year when he was putting together those crazy numbers, it was kind of like, yeah, Ronald Acuna Jr. is maybe similar. He was putting up crazy numbers in similar categories. True. But he's what separates this team from other teams in the do you really believe they can go win a series against the Dodgers and push this run into the final weekend of the season? If you do, it's because they have Corbin Carroll, who there just aren't other players like him. Maybe Mookie Betts, but you're talking about one or two other really great players.
No, that's a great comparison, Mookie Betts. You know what's amazing, though? Does somebody have this, Base Earnings? Do you know what Corbin Carroll is batting from the 3-hole? Because it seems like ever since they moved him to the 3-hole, Corbin Carroll has delivered. Once again, is there a responsibility that comes when you're moved into the 3-hole? Is it, in today's, we all know the lineup is such a different thing today. It really is. It's so different and how you do it. Where you've got Jerry Perdomo, of course. Whereas the number 9 hitter, that's where he really took off.
Yeah.
Jerry took off from the 9-hole for the most part. And you know that Torrey loved putting him there. Just wondering if, Corbin Carroll and what his numbers are since he's been moved to the 3-hole.
So,
Rick has him.
Batting first this season, Corbin's hitting .259, 936 OPS. It's very good. Third, 284, 382 on base, 504 slugging. So the OPS is a little bit less, but the average and the on-base percentage are much higher when he's batting third.
Okay.
And I'm trying to see. So 23 of his home runs have come in the leadoff spot, but he also has played a lot more games.
A lot more games, yes.
It looks like the breakdown is 72 games batting first, 26 batting second, 37 batting third, and the home runs are 23-3-5.
Okay.
So that's fairly consistent.
Yes, just once again, you'd love to see the Predator continue to deliver for this team, and I think he's done that. But more than anything else, when you talk about who needs to step up for the Diamondbacks, if they're going to get into the postseason, they can't do it without Ketel Marte delivering.
You know what is interesting, though? His steals are way up batting third.
I shouldn't say they can't do it. I don't think they're going to be able to.
No, say they can't, because then they tend to play better. Then they just
they can't do it. You know what, Wolf? Tell me I can't.
Good. Tell them they can't. Remember Geraldo Perdomo in spring training telling us, how do you say failure in English? And we were trying to teach him. He's like, I don't know that word.
That's awesome.
But that is interesting, though, looking at the stats. Corbin Carroll, his 16 of his 30 steals have come when he's been batting third. And that's disproportionate when you consider how short of a time it's been where he's been batting third. So those numbers have gone up. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Quickly and Marana mornings.
They were so confident in their quote-unquote identity as an offense that they haven't had a backup plan for 3 weeks. Because, again, the running game was absolutely stunted, and now you lose your best running back for the year. Option A, run the football.
Yeah.
Be a smash-mouth team. Oh, that doesn't work. What do? We don't know.
Right. It's tough for a football team to kind of cling to its identity when its identity is not productive. And now with James Conner being gone for the season, this is going to be a very, very difficult task for this football team to find out who they are and how they're going to score.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Unlike the changing leaves of fall, your money does not grow on trees. Isn't that right, Basinonians? Well, give Trajan Wealth a call today to ensure you're making the right financial moves for your future going forward. When you imagine retirement, what do you see? You know, for each of us, it's a little bit different, isn't it? And different goals require their own unique plans. That's where I think Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors, that's where they come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. That's why you should call them today. Choosing the right financial advisor was one of the best investments I made for our financial future. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft that income plan to meet your goals. 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. With Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and Seller must agree on price and possession.
When your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did at Casa Cal BC, you want the best. But how do you know? Where do you go? Well, California Pools and Landscape has already won 33 International Design Awards this year. Discover the difference when you go with the most awarded pool builder in Arizona. High quality work, built to last. Our favorite, the industry-leading warranties. Even better, they're donating to Phoenix Children's with every project built this year. See our backyard transformation and what's possible at calpool.com/Paul.
People who suffer from long-term chronic joint pain spend so much of their time acting, putting up a carefree front. It's exhausting.
I was really tired of trying to act like I wasn't in pain because I was in pain all the time.
Rick Rawlings didn't want everyone else to know that he was coping with agonizing shoulder pain 24/7.
Yes, I had to put on a face to cover up my pain.
But then Rick found QC Kinetics, offering new lasting treatments for joint pain using natural biologics. Treatments designed to restore and repair joint tissue with no drugs, no surgery, no downtime. The results were amazing.
I am very glad. It changed my life doing the QC Kinetics. Today, my shoulders feel wonderful. The cranky Rick is gone. He's not grouchy anymore.
No more acting. Feel like yourself again with a call to QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial series tonight against the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs, while Shohei Ohtani gets the start for the Dodgers. The Snakes sit just one game back of the Mets and Reds for the final wild card spot in the National League. And the Phoenix Mercury play Game 2 of the WNBA semifinals tonight in Minneapolis. Tip-off is at 4:30. The Mercury lost the first game of the series on Sunday. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
And I'm hungry like the wolf. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon on a Tuesday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Rick is here. Rick?
What's up, guys? All right, the Arizona Diamondbacks sit just one game back of the final wild card spot in the National League and start a crucial series tonight at Chase Field against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani gets the start for the Dodgers, and Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com, and it asks, how many games will the D-backs win against the Dodgers this week? 3, 1-2, or 0?
Wait a minute. 3, 1-2.
Oh, 1-2. I was going to say 2.
Why would I was going to say 2 as well? Why would you say 1-2?
Well, that
especially when 2 wins the series
and one
loses the series.
There's only 3 options here.
I'm just
I don't
saying.
make the polls, guys.
Okay.
So the options are they sweep the Dodgers, they get swept by the Dodgers, or they play the Dodgers. That's basically the options. I'll go 1-2, and I will specifically say 2. I think they can take 2.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, I think it'll be 2 out of 3 as well. So I'm going to vote for that one.
Okay.
1-2 leads 69%. 3 is second, 23%. And 0 is third, 8%. So some confidence from the voters there.
That's what I love about what the last month has done with this baseball team. We're all abandoning logic. Yeah, they just take the series from the Dodgers. A series that the Dodgers need, by the way, because of San Diego. But
even the poll question abandons logic.
All right, we have a condensed week here on the Wolf and Luke Show due to the Cardinals playing on Thursday and ASU football playing on Friday, so we are not doing an extended Cardinals overreaction segment. However, I will ask you guys for one overreaction from the loss to the 49ers here on Wolf and Down Your Lunch.
We can't run the ball. The season's over. How about that for an overreaction?
It's not bad.
I would say if they can't run the ball, the season's over.
Well, you wanted me to overreact.
Yeah.
I just did.
Okay, I'll go. Well, see, if I go defensively, it's going to be a good overreaction, but I'll still go this way. I think the defense is going to keep them in every single game this year. Give me the buffer zone of maybe there's just one game maybe they have a bad game against Green Bay or something. But I think no matter what the offense does, the defense is good enough that the Cardinals are going to be in pretty much every game this year with a chance to win. Now, whether they win or not, that's a different conversation. But I think the defense is that good.
Just based on what I'm seeing, once again, I am down in the mouth, Basinonians, because of the offensive line of scrimmage. I am really worried about the offensive line.
Well,
and I'm sorry, but this was a strength in terms of running the ball the last 2 years, and they need guys to step up and ball.
To be fair, if you hadn't gone with offense as your overreaction, that was going to be mine, and it wasn't going to be positive. It was going to be like they've got real issues on offense, and if this is how it's going to look all year, they don't have any shot of making the playoffs.
All right, another segment we aren't doing this week due to the Cardinals' loss and the condensed week is game balls. With that being said, I will ask you guys to give a game ball to somebody around the NFL, and I will bring Jamal in on this one, have Jamal give his game ball, and then I'll have you guys give yours, then Jamal and I can give ours as well. Just one game ball, any position, can be special teams, defense, or offense, and it can be anybody in the NFL.
Okay, would you like me to start? Is that what you're saying?
I have a name in mind, but but you go first, because I'm sure there's a more obvious one I'm missing.
Okay, week 3, I'm going to have to give it to David Montgomery. We saw it last night.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? 12 carries for 151 yards.
Filthy.
And by the way, go back and watch him pick up blitzing linebackers. I absolutely love watching David Montgomery run the ball and cram the ball vertical and then pick up blitzing linebacker. Stop him right at the point. I'm going to give my game ball to Montgomery.
I'm going back and forth between two players, so I'll just throw them both out there. Jordan Davis with the field goal return for a touchdown at the end. The fact that guy can move as fast as he can. We talked about this
pretty good
when he was getting drafted. But the Eagles had kind of won the game at that point, just once it had been blocked. I'll actually give mine to Jonathan Taylor. I don't believe in the Colts at all. I really don't.
So good.
But he just continues. Another 100 yards, 3 touchdowns on the ground. If you do believe in the Colts, he's the reason why to believe in the Colts, because he has been great in the past. And he kind of fell off the radar, not so much because of performance. It was more just because of injuries, and his team was kind of a forgotten team. Like I said, I don't believe that the Colts are nearly as good as they've looked, but he is. He's as good as he's looked, so I'll give one to him.
Jamal?
I am going with former Indianapolis Colt and now Minnesota Viking Isaiah Rodgers. With the two forced fumbles, pick 6. He had quite
pretty good too, Jamal.
The best individual defensive game.
Since you brought him up, can I just throw out there real quick? Because we're doing the Fantasy Football League with the listeners.
Yeah.
Let me just complain for a second, okay?
Yeah.
137 points this week. Second highest score in the league. But playing the guy who had the highest score, he had 140. Because he had the Vikings defense, who scored, 17 touchdowns? So this Vikings defense, I know this context for you might not totally have a reference point here, Wolf.
Hey, Lou.
Yeah, I know you're undefeated.
Don't tell me about the storm. Just bring the ship in.
35 points from his defense because of Isaiah Rodgers. So, yeah, I'm with you on that one.
I'm going to give my game ball to backup quarterbacks in general.
Okay.
You saw Marcus Mariota play well for the Commanders. You saw Carson Wentz play well for the Vikings. Unfortunately, you saw Mac Jones have an okay game for the 49ers. So, yeah, I'm going to give it to the backup quarterbacks for coming in and filling in valiantly for the starting quarterbacks in their respective cities.
Can I just make sure Jake Browning doesn't get part of that game ball since he fed Minnesota 35
no Jake
points?
Browning here, but those 3 guys that I listed, definitely game ball for, securing wins for their teams. All right, last one for you guys. Some Big 12 news. Oklahoma State has fired football coach Mike Gundy, who was in his 21st season with the program after the Cowboys started 0-3 this season. Does this surprise you guys at all?
It doesn't. We're having this conversation actually with some people on Saturday. It doesn't surprise me that he got let go because they just lost to Tulsa. They just lost to Oregon by 66 points. And it's not like he's had a ton of success lately.
Come after me! I'm a man! I'm 40!
But I am a little surprised they did it during the season. Just because as much as Oklahoma State has struggled recently, he did take that program to a different level over what you said, 21 years he's been there?
This was his 21st season.
Jeez.
Yep.
So I kind of thought that they would give him the dignity of, at the end of the season, we're going to let you go. You know what I mean?
I totally agree with everything you just said. Mike Gundy turned that program around. It's the reason why he lasted as long as he has, 21 years, which I think we don't see enough of. Somebody who shows up at a university and stays with that university after turning the program around. Isn't that right, Kenny?
All right, that was Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, what is the impact of James Conner's injury on this offense? And is Trey Benson ready to be a starting running back in the NFL? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball. And Mays' pitch. Carroll runs. That is going to be taken, and Carroll slides in. It's his 30th stolen base of the year. And For a player who has collected so many firsts in the history of this franchise, Corbin Carroll has just grabbed the first ever 30-homer, 30 stolen base season by a Diamondback.
Can the D-backs secure the bag and make the wild card? We talk D-backs playoff scenarios today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Now, listen, these shades, man, they are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric, of course, to withstand that hot Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts. They've got them all, man. Installation is all done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile, work on your pillars for a seamless fit, of course. Listen, when you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They also have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Leavitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Leavitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%. Yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter, 325 horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APRs, $1,389 for $1,000 finance for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/25.
Connor's in for the touchdown. Touchdown, Sun Devils.
Arizona Sports, home field advantage. Home field advantage.
All right, Wolf, I need a caller number.
Okay, let's go. caller number 6 in honor of James Conner.
All right, caller number 6 right now, 602-260-9870. Again, caller number 6 at 602-260-9870. You're going to win tickets. We've got the Cardinals playing Seattle on Thursday. You got ASU hosting TCU on Friday. So this is one of the better. All our contests are pretty good. We just give stuff away. But this is a really good one. Caller number 6, 602-260-9870.
I would say this is the best contest we've ever done.
Ever?
I think so.
It's definitely
because it's
up
tickets
there.
to 2 games.
Yeah.
And 2 like primetime national television games.
Yeah, 2 like huge games. I mean, if you're a sports fan in the Valley, think about this. You're just going to go to the Cardinals game on Thursday night, and then you're going to turn around and go to the ASU game on Friday night.
It's kind of cool.
And then, you know, if the rest of your family is like, hey, remember us? Well, then you can spend time with them this weekend because you're getting Cardinals and ASU out of the weekend on Thursday and Friday. Although, to be fair, you're going to be watching college football all day Saturday anyway, and the NFL all day Sunday.
So is it 1 ticket or 2 that we're giving away?
2 for each.
It's 2 for each.
You're not eligible.
You've got to be kidding
me. In fact, I consider
that's
this
super cool. You know what? You can take one of your family members.
That's true. You could. That's a good point. Be like, hey. Let me make it up to you by coming to this ASU.
You know what I'm talking about?
Hey, maybe make you an offer here. All right, let's get into the issue facing the Cardinals right now. And I think, you know, we had the conversation about play calling earlier, Wolf. You and I both came back to they need to be able to run the ball first and foremost before anything else is going to get fixed. And what makes it tougher now is James Conner is injured and he is done for the year. And aside from all that other stuff where it's just brutal to lose that dude as a teammate and as a leader, and it's tough to see it because of the person that guy is and what he's gone through to become the player he is in the NFL. X's and O's wise, the Cardinals just lost their lead running back. And they're not the only team in the league who's lost their lead running back. I get that. But so much of what they do is based on the run. Here's Jonathan Gannon on with Burns and Gambo yesterday talking about the injury impact for them.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's tough because, you know, those guys know that he's, you know, one of our main leaders, and he wears a lot of hats for us. So aside from being a really good player, the person is a really good dude, you know. So it hurts. It hurts. But, you know, just like with all our guys, you got to fill the role and you kind of got to move on. But there's no doubt we're going to miss him.
Yeah, they're going to miss him. There's no doubt. And again, it's the physical presence of James Conner they're going to miss, the physicality. When you've got a culture, you hear me talk about this all the time, and modeling that culture, you need dudes who are actually doing it. And it starts with James Conner for the Arizona Cardinals. It does. You talk about your mentality. You talk about how you want to go about your business. You talk about your culture. You're talking about James Conner and his physicality, raw physicality out in the field. And this is where Trey Benson, I want to see him pick it up a little bit more. Trey Benson has, in my opinion, taken a bit of a step back in terms of being decisive when he gets the ball. The National Football League, for the most part, being a very patient runner doesn't always pay off.
Unless you're Barry Sanders, that's about it.
Unless you're Barry Sanders. I want to see Trey Benson be more decisive when he runs the ball.
Yeah, you know, a couple things. The reaction even from Niners players when Conner was hurt. You know, not that anybody wants to see anybody hurt, but the reaction, just the respect that James Conner has around the league. Trey Benson doesn't have that yet because he hasn't been in the league very long, and most players don't have that level of respect that James Conner commands. I'm with you because Trey Benson, he is now a very pivotal player for this season for the Cardinals. There's no way around it. And we've seen him rip off a couple longer runs this season, but if you're going to replace James Conner, you have to be able to run through guys too. And I don't know if that's what Trey Benson is. We haven't seen it at the NFL level yet.
He's big enough to do it.
He is, yeah, and he's been learning from James Conner. He's been playing, you know, alongside him and practicing with them. I keep going back to what LaDainian Tomlinson said last year going into the season, where he was looking at the draft class. He's like, that's the running back from this draft class, Trey Benson. That's the guy. Would you say LT knows something or, you know, a few things about running? It feels weird to call him LT.
Yeah.
Would you say LaDainian Tomlinson knows a thing about running the ball? But it's one thing to be great in college. They now need him to be borderline great at the NFL level this season if they're going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, no, I think you're right about that. For me, I would encourage you, Basinonians, to go ahead and go back to last season and watch Trey Benson in the beginning of the season and watch him at the end of the season. He made a transformation. Do you remember
There
this,
was one run in particular I remember late in the season where he got the ball and it was like he's not dancing around behind line. He got the ball and he just went.
And we all just made the assumption, of course, and this actually came out, that James Conner was the guy that was in his ear telling him, this is what you've got to do. And by the way, here's some tape.
Yeah.
Watch the way JC is running the ball. We want you to run the ball that way. Coming into this season, it was a little bit different. The RB, the co-RB1s, remember that. We were all talking about, well, there's co-RB1s. Trey Benson, because James Conner was the guy who actually pointed it out.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Benson is that guy. Well, a little bit different. I think Trey Benson knew that I'm going to be co-RB1 because James Conner said that's the way that it's going to be, but I'm going to bring a little bit something different to the table than what James Conner brought to the table. I'm going to be that breakaway guy. I'm going to be that guy that comes out of the backfield more and catches the ball and does things like that. I honestly think that's what he was trying to do, is be different than James Conner. Now, I want Trey Benson to be like James Conner.
You have to be both of them, basically, now.
Correct.
Yeah. I'll say this, Wolf. This game on Thursday, I mean, we're all watching to see if they win or not. But in terms of specific individuals that I'm watching that are going to kind of determine how I feel about the rest of this season, it's Marvin Harrison Jr. because of how things played out on Sunday, and it's Trey Benson. And it might even be Trey Benson more than anybody, honestly. The Marvin Harrison Jr. is more of a, boy, he just had a rough drop, and it was kind of one of our last images of him from that game, because it's not like he made a bunch of big plays after that. And, you know, there's the history there, and you know how much pressure he puts on himself, and there's all that. But if Trey Benson, it's tough because James Conner was having a hard time running right now because they're not getting any push from their offensive line.
Yeah.
But if Trey Benson goes out there and just has a monster game, whatever, let's say he has 90 yards and gets in the end zone against Seattle, don't you feel a lot better about the direction of this season? Whereas if he gets bottled up, it's kind of scary.
Yes, no, I agree with what you just said. Yet for me, it is Marvin Harrison Jr. There's no doubt about it to me, because of what we have seen over the last 2 weeks, specifically. That for me, I can't get it out of my head. I hope that Marvin Harrison Jr. can get it out of his head. I really do, because I believe this guy is going to be everything that Monty Ossenfort and the Arizona Cardinals thought he was going to be when they took him number 4 overall. I am not giving up on Marvin Harrison Jr. I am not. Yet at the same time, I'm worried about where his confidence level is, because he can't be. He can't be super confident. I'll go back to the Carolina game on the fade that you heard me talking about, where he let that ball come down and all of a sudden it got knocked away because he let that ball come down as opposed to high pointing it. It's been 2 weeks now that he's had some bad plays on a ball that was in the air. Marvin Harrison Jr. has got to start making those plays routinely.
I want to go back and find the audio after that game. Remember, he said something about that play, and he was like, it's easy to say I need to do this on this play or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you watch the drop against San Francisco, because at least the Carolina one, you were right, but you could write it off in terms of like a confidence thing of like, probably didn't high point the ball when he should have, and then the defensive back came over and made a nice play.
It was just a bad decision.
Yeah, but that stuff does happen. I mean, you're trying to eliminate it. But the San Francisco one was so just, hey, nobody else is going to be on the field, and you're going to drop the ball. I mean, that's what that image looks like.
I would also say on the DPI as well, that was a drop.
Yeah.
I believe that was a drop in the end zone as well on the DPI. So, you know, once again, I don't know where his confidence level is, but Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray, you know the way I feel about this. I was talking about it all off season. That is the passepartout. That is the key that will unlock everything for the Arizona Cardinals, or not.
You convinced me, because it is unusual circumstances coming off of that game against San Francisco and the way it played out. But I would say a close second for me is Trey Benson, because if he can run this, he is a different running back. Maybe they block with more urgency in front of him. I don't know. But if he can run against Seattle's defense, you feel better about this offense. And if he can't, I don't know. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, Max Starks is going to join us from Ireland, so I'm guessing he won't be in studio. But he is going to join us next. What was his biggest takeaway from the Cardinals' loss to San Francisco? The two-time Super Bowl champion is going to join us for one segment coming up here. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Oh, we got a good-looking crowd here at the Chuckle Casa tonight. Now, we're not calling this a short week for the Cardinals before Thursday night football, but this week can play tennis with the curve, babe. Not a whole lot of time to prepare for the Seahawks, but it's pretty simple. Division rival, need to win. The Cardinals host the Seahawks for Thursday night football. Pre-game coverage pops off at 12:30 Thursday afternoon. Kickoff at 5:15. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters, a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley. And Mike, you've got a great special going on if people sign up for the turf maintenance program.
Turf maintenance and cleaning is very essential to the longevity of your turf. Give us a call. We're giving up to $250 off on all cleanings, depending on size of project. We offer a 3-step process like none of our competitors in the business.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our easy trade-up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouthwatering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial series tonight against the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs, while Shohei Ohtani gets the start for the Dodgers. The Snakes sit just one game back of the Mets and Reds for the final wildcard spot in the National League. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties have taken over Sundays. Join the excitement and don't miss a play at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Max Starks. Max Starks. Maximum football. Maximum football. Maximum football.
All right, it's time to play a round of Where in the World is Max Starks? Max is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line today. He's not in studio because he's not on this side of the planet. Max, where are you?
Guys, fellas, I just parked and we are in Galway City in Ireland. I'm about to go play a Bowerin drum, a traditional Irish drum, here in about the next 12 to 15 minutes. So you guys caught me at a perfect timing. Just went to the Cliffs of Moher earlier. Was at a Steelers Yinzer bar in Gort. We've been touring all around Ireland since I touched down on Monday morning.
You know what? Since you're a wee lad, I'll guarantee you're probably enjoying the whole Irish experience. Are you not, Max?
I mean, Wolf, to say I'm enjoying it would be an understatement. I mean, the people of Ireland have been tremendous to me, and they've embraced me as a giant, and they've been just wonderful. I've gotten to experience a lot of customs, a lot of traditions, and this has been a blast.
That's very cool.
This is awesome. Well, we appreciate you calling in from the literal other side of the planet. What is it, like an 8-hour time difference over there right now? Do you know what time it is?
Yeah, it is. It's an 8-hour time difference. So right now we are sitting at 8:35 p.m. and we've been going since about 8 a.m. So I'm 12 hours in of Irish expeditions.
Okay, what did you have? What did you have for dinner? Do you mind me asking you that?
We haven't had dinner yet, Wolf.
What?
I know.
What are you doing over there?
It's crazy.
Why?
But we did have a really good lunch. We had a really good lunch earlier because we were with the Munster rugby team, who's one of the top rugby teams in Ireland and also in Europe. They're actually one of those top teams. So I was with them, and then afterwards we went to lunch, and I had a double smash burger. Yes, they have double smash burgers over in Ireland, in case you were wondering. And I've seen enough cows that I believe that the beef is real, so we're good.
Okay. Nice. Hey, have you asked, does that rugby team like the tush push since it's the Eagles just playing rugby in an NFL game, or are they over it too?
So they said, yeah, the Eagles stole it from us. They're like, that is our move in a scrum, and the Eagles have stolen it. We didn't know it was legal in American football until we watched the Philadelphia Eagles. So that just lets you know that it's not an American football play.
So, speaking of American football, how do you think this is catching on in Ireland? Do you think American football and the NFL is really got a firm root?
You know what? I'm going to say, Wolf, I've been to 7 different counties already here in Ireland, and the fandom from the Europeans is actually pretty palpable. So I think this is actually perfect. And where we're playing in Croke Park on Sunday is one of the 3rd largest EU stadiums in the country for sports. They play Gaelic football mainly in there, but it's 75,000 capacity. It's sold out. And I have to say, I've seen a lot of Steelers fans, a couple of Vikings, but mainly a lot of Steeler fans here. So I would say American football in Europe is alive and well.
Mm-hmm. That's cool to hear, and somewhere Roger Goodell is very happy right now. Max, the Cardinals game on Sunday, look, they're not going to go undefeated. They take a loss to the Niners. That's not the worst thing in the world. It's not great, but it's the way it happened. Third straight game, unable to close things out on offense. Marvin Harrison Jr., among others, had a pretty obvious drop that may have cost them. If you're on the offense right now, how are you approaching trying to turn this around?
I think one of the biggest things I'm looking at, and, I got a chance to watch a little bit of the film on my flight over here, it's just about the predictability late in the game. Like, they go back to things that they were successful with early on, and Drew Petzing, I can't blame them, right? Go back to the well if it was successful for you. But I think some of the personnel groupings, they have to change the way they get into those plays to have a little bit more success. And I think they're getting a little stagnant from that perspective. And then defensively, when you've had a solid day, you can't let your foot off the gas. And Wolf, you know about this, right? You can't let your foot off the throat of the opponent. And I felt like kind of let up a little bit and got a little bit cautious. They were scared to lose versus trying to win. And you know what that mentality looks like. And I think that's what they have to kind of have that shift mentally moving forward.
For me, Max, I've got real complaints with the offensive line, the execution thereof or the lack thereof. What are you seeing from the offensive line when you look at the Arizona Cardinals?
Nastiness. You know what that is, Wolf.
Yeah.
Like that black card isn't painted.
Yeah, right.
And, it's almost like it's done in street chalk. So you throw a little water on it, it wipes away. They don't embrace the nastiness. They don't embrace the physicality. They don't dwell in the monotony of just absolutely trying to destroy somebody's face every single play. And that mentality can't be taught. I mean, I would say you need that catalyst in there. And I think, nothing against Isaiah Adams, right?
Sure.
But it might be Will Hernandez time.
Yes.
You need that pit bull off the leash to be successful, and you need a guy that everybody can rally around, and that physical guy just isn't on that line right now.
Talking to Max Starks, who is in Ireland right now. Max, they're obviously forced to make the switch where Trey Benson is kind of the guy with no James Conner. Not a totally different build. James Conner's a slightly taller, maybe slightly bigger, but James Conner plays so much bigger than he even is. If you're on the offensive line, does your approach change at all, knowing you're blocking for somebody that isn't James Conner?
No, the mentality doesn't change. Trey Benson is a fine running back. It's just he needs the opportunities, right? And for the offensive line, the ability is stay on your double teams. To commit to driving a guy into the ground, and when you grind him down to a pulp, grind that pulp into dust. That's what it takes. Doesn't matter who's in the backfield. And I think Trey can identify with that, and he's run behind that before. That's what you have to commit to. So I think the back really doesn't matter. It matters about the identity and the tenacity of the offensive line. That will lead to any back success, and Trey Benson will thrive in that opportunity.
Gee, Max, what do you mean? What are you talking about? You want guys to be more physical? It's amazing. I feel exactly the same way you do on this. What about Marvin Harrison Jr.? How big of a deal is this going forward for the Arizona Cardinals offense? Marvin Harrison Jr. right now, I'm worried about his confidence level, Max.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I think when you have those moments, it's tough if you stay inside your head. Like you need that support, you need that confidence from your teammates, but you also need to make sure that he doesn't get treated like a pariah when those big moments happen, right? That's when you bring guys in closer. That's when you put your arms around him. Say, hey man, you're not going to make it this time. Make the next one. On to the next one, right? Short-term memory loss and those perspectives, and you have to keep giving him opportunities because I feel like he's one of those guys. He's always thrived off of opportunities, even back to the Ohio State days, because he's now figuring out I can't out-muscle. I can't out-athlete everybody out here because everybody is that athlete. They're the it athletes. So now my skill, my attention to detail, my focus has to get that much greater, and you can't run away from that. You need to embrace that and keep giving him opportunities because I feel like he's going to step up to the moment. I mean, if I know anything, and the DNA that runs through his blood was the same DNA we had to fight in the playoffs every year with his dad being for the Colts. And he's a relentless guy, and I just feel like the opportunities have to get there, and you can't get discouraged by it because these are rookie and young guy learning pains.
Max, thanks so much for doing this. Enjoy doing whatever Irish things you're about to go do.
That's right, Max. And never forget, a silent mouth is sweet to hear, say the Irish.
Yes, it is. And a steady pour always wins.
He one-upped you. Thanks, Max.
Thank you, Max.
All right, take care, fellas.
All right, you too. That's Max Starks calling in from Ireland.
May the road rise to meet you.
Join Burns and Gambo at DraftKings TPC in Scottsdale this Friday for a college football pregame party while we're on site. You're going to have the chance to win tickets and merch for upcoming sporting events. Plus, now through the end of September, mention Arizona Sports and receive their famous chips and queso on the house. What did Rabbit say earlier when he was talking about confidence? It's your superpower?
Yes. Yeah. I love that.
Marv needs that superpower right now.
We got to rip that and play it again.
All right, when we come back, what's your biggest concern with ASU football right now? It seems like they're back on track, but I don't think anybody looks at the game against Baylor and says it was a perfect game. So we'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And Maze's pitch. Carroll runs. That is going to be taken, and Carroll slides in. It's his 30th stolen base of the year. And for a player who has collected so many firsts in the history of this franchise, Corbin Carroll has just grabbed the first ever 30-homer, 30 stolen base season by a Diamondback.
Can the D-backs secure the bag and make the wild card? We talk D-backs playoff scenarios today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit. But hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models, APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all of your breakfast faves are just $6 each and every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy place with the $6 IHOP Value Menu, available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
With 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date. Your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected. Your floor mats are cleaned and delivered. And your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Low T,
Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
The Los Angeles Dodgers return to Chase Field September 23rd for a 3-game weekday series. Secure your tickets for the matchup at dbacks.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Bring on the Dodgers. The Diamondbacks' playoff chances are alive in the final week of 2025. Like it or not, this Cardinals offense needs some serious reevaluating, and Kenny Dillingham says Arizona State is on the brink of an offensive breakthrough post-Baylor. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
I should point this out, Wolf. We're doing Sparky's Den tonight instead of Wednesday this week, because say it's just playing on Friday.
Yeah.
And among the guests, obviously Kenny Dillingham will be on the show because he's always on for the first half hour.
Kenny.
Derek Eusebio is going to be on the show.
Man,
the great story he has.
Eusebio, what a great story indeed. A guy who walked on. You got to love this. I do. I was an underdog from the very beginning, and no, I didn't have to walk on, but I know what it feels like to have that mentality, and the fact that he is a walk-on that has the unmitigated temerity to say, I can play at this level. Just give me a chance to do it. And that's what he's done.
Walked on to a team last year where your position coach is Hines Ward. You're then on the team, and he made a few plays last year, too. A team that goes to the college football playoff. It's not like he just walked on to some small school and that small FCS school went 2-10 or something, but even that would still be a cool story. You walk onto a team that goes to the college football playoff, and then last week, I mean, that catch, that play from Leavitt to him on third down, that probably saved the game for ASU. And you could see
Felt that way.
How excited Jordan Tyson was for him, like how just fired up his teammates were for Eusebio. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, and what I also noticed on that play, it made me think of Kurt Warner, old Graybeard, because Graybeard didn't care who you were. He was going to throw the ball to the open guy. And that's what Sam Leavitt did on that play.
Which is
Threw
good.
the ball to the open guy.
Because that was sort of a knock the first couple games.
Yes.
Whether guys were open or not, just the knock was like, hey, the ball's only going to Jordan Tyson. And Leavitt, said to his credit a couple times, hey, I got better as the season went last year. And he has, especially over the last couple of games. Shema Mateo has been really involved in the passing game. But you're right. I mean, there are quarterbacks that would see Eusebio running down the field and be like, we don't go to him very often. So I'm just quickly look on to somebody else. But credit Eusebio for catching the ball. Not everybody catches the ball in that spot.
That's exactly right. Here's another name I'm going to throw out at you right now, okay, that not a lot of people are talking about. But base and earnings, he made what I thought was one of the most incredible plays I've ever seen from a big man, Jalen Clem. On the punt return?
Yeah.
The tackle he makes it. You've got to be kidding me. This guy is a tackle?
That's great you brought that. I forgot about that in the mix of everything.
That was one of the I don't know if I've ever seen a play like that made by an offensive tackle.
That dude on Baylor looked like he was getting loose, too. Like he was going to start taking off down the sidelines, and then there was just this wall that popped up out of the ground, and it was just the end of the play. That's a great call.
It's incredible as well to hear that Kenny Dillingham would like to see more of Clem. Give him an opportunity to go out there because of the edge that he plays with, according to the Webflower in the story we had up on there.
Yeah.
It was talking about Jalen Clem having this edge and how Kenny Dillingham would like to see him a few more reps on the field. You keep making plays like that, I'm telling you, that's a baller.
That was like a big moment in the game, and it looked like a return that was going to maybe swing at least field position, if not momentum.
Stoned him.
This literal wall just pops up, and that was the end of the return.
Baller.
Do you have any concerns with ASU right now? 3-1 on the season. I think it's easy to look at it and say, man, they were supposed to be 4-0. What's going on? It's also easy to look at it and say, if not for one play against an SEC team on the road, cowbells everywhere, an SEC team that is currently undefeated, ASU would be 4-0. So it's just however you want to look at it, glass half full or glass half empty. But I don't think any of these games have been perfect by any means for ASU.
Yeah, the only concern I have is really the offensive line right now. That is the only concern that I have. I think the offensive line will continue to get better. If they can stay healthy, of course, it's going to continue to get better. And offensive lines, you're talking about 5 dudes who have to work together. So much of what happens on the offensive line and the line of scrimmage is about ace blocks, deuce blocks, tray blocks. That's where offensive linemen are working together, coming off on a double team and getting to the next level. Of course, there's a lot of gap scheme, power schemes as well, down blocks, pull the uncovered lineman, kickouts, things of that nature. I think there's a lot of coordination that we're not quite seeing yet on the offensive line for ASU. I'd like to see that gel a little bit more going forward. And if that does, man, I think they're going to explode. I think this is what Kenny is talking about when he says the offense is really, really close. I think it's the offensive line gelling and getting used to each other and operating as one.
Yeah, that's, I think, what most people would say if there's a concern or something that's maybe been missing, because it would open up a lot. It looks like you have the pieces on offense to have another potentially special season. Put the Scatterbo thought aside, which is not easy to do, because look at what he's doing in the NFL right now. He's just a monster. It's great.
Awesome.
But you've got 3 running backs that bring a variety of different looks to your backfield. You got 3 good running backs. And so now you have one of the best receivers, maybe the best receiver in the nation. That's not hyperbole. Jordan Tyson actually probably is the best receiver in the nation.
Hyperbole.
You've got a tight end that is like cut from the Ron Wolfley school of tight ends, who is probably a blocker first.
Shamo!
But is a really good receiving option. You need to protect your quarterback. You need to open some lanes for these running backs, and get probably a second or third receiver, actual wide receiver option involved in the passing game. But if they do that, they are going to be a team that scores a ton of points.
So would you say the offensive line is your biggest concern as well?
Yeah, look, it's not all I want from ASU this season, but one of the main things I just want to see a full season, Sam Leavitt, Jordan Tyson healthy.
I thought you were going to say your 2 front teeth. I thought that was what you were going to say.
Second on my list.
Okay, second.
You got to keep Sam Leavitt upright, among other things. Like, if you want Raleek Brown to do what he can do, you got to be able to block for him. But it just feels like Leavitt's been running for his life back there more than you would like to see through the first 4 games.
Yeah, and, again, seeing Sam Leavitt run the way that he has, it's a bit of a concern. It truly is. This is, I was talking about Doug Flutie as well, and watching Sam Leavitt, who is a little bit undersized in terms of nothing close to Doug Flutie. Doug Flutie was 5'9".
Yeah, Leavitt.
That's what he was. Sam Leavitt is not, but he's a smaller, I would say, quarterback for the most part.
Not somebody you want to see running into hits.
You just exactly. He is definitely on the slim side, a little bit smaller for my liking. Can I just say his athleticism? This is something about Sam Leavitt I did not know when he first showed up last year.
Yeah.
Just watching him, the way that he runs the ball, the courage in which he runs the ball, the abandon in which he does it. I got to tell you, that was not what I was expecting from Sam Leavitt. And I'm wondering the way that it impacts everyone else on this team. When they see this guy go out and run the ball, he's not sliding a lot of the time.
No.
Sam, you need to slide more. Can I just tell you that? You need to. You need to accept.
No, he's hearing that from his coach.
But I'm just saying, oh my goodness, to watch him run the ball with courage and conviction, it motivates everybody else that is out on the field and standing at the sideline as well to watch your quarterback do that. It's like watching a guy like James Conner truck somebody, or Cam Scatterbo truck somebody. It fires everybody up. the same thing can be said when a quarterback, especially a quarterback who's not 6'4", 240 pounds, athletic, when a quarterback runs the ball in a fearless kind of way, man, it challenges every dude that's watching.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
I bet the reaction on the sideline is it's probably varied, right? Because as a player, totally get what you're saying. You love it. Like, it's our quarterback going out there and just taking the hit and standing. He's the one standing up over the defender at the end. But if you're the coaching staff, you're thinking, we need you to stay healthy for the whole season.
Sam, can I see over Sammy just for a minute?
I think it goes back to your original point. I don't want to take that athleticism and improvisation away from Sam Leavitt because it's what makes him good. But I don't want him taking hits behind the line of scrimmage when he's just trying to throw a pass because they're not protecting him.
Exactly what Doug Flutie did. Google it, my young crunks.
All right, we come back. How much of Kyler Murray's future in Arizona is tied specifically to Marvin Harrison Jr.? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Here they are, closer to the playoffs than they were when the weekend began, which I didn't think was going to happen.
If the Diamondbacks do accomplish this, they're going to have to take care of business against the Dodgers. And
yeah,
they will have earned it if they do that. The Dodgers are lining up Shohei Ohtani, Blake Snell, and Yoshinobu Yamamoto in the 3 starts.
Win.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Win. Yeah.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150-milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Sanderson Ford is Arizona's largest Ford dealership. They're also #1 in both sales and complete customer satisfaction. This is truly Sanderson Ford country, and people are singing their praises.
Across the green desert.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez.
To where the mountains touch the sky.
Owner Sanderson Ford David Kimmerly.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Owner of Rosie on the House, Rosie Romero.
Where Arizona's pride.
92.3 KTAR News Talk host Mike Broomhead.
Sanderson Ford country.
98.7 Arizona sports host John Gambadoro.
Built on serving you.
102.5 KNIX country host Tim Hattrick, a.k.a. Johnny Maverick.
Sanderson Ford.
Mix 96.9 host Priscilla Ornelas.
Satisfacción en todo para usted.
Sanderson Ford General Manager Mark Whittar.
Where Arizona's pride. Sanderson Ford.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
At Precision Air and Plumbing, we believe clean water is essential for your home and for your health. Right now, get 25% off our advanced water filtration systems, including reverse osmosis, water softeners, and UV light treatment. Protect your family, your pipes, and your peace of mind with water that's safer, softer, and better tasting. Don't wait. This offer won't last long. Make the Precision decision today and call us at 602-765-PIPE.
Decision with Precision Air.
I'm Bree.
Hi, I'm Sean.
And we are the Berquist family. We are repeat Fulton customers, and we've lived in a Fulton community for 6 years. We had been looking for a home, and so we walked into the Fulton community, and we were just absolutely blown away. When we walked into the model home, we noticed the high ceilings, the beautiful kitchen, the flooring, and the floor plan. We knew it was a place where we were going to raise our family.
And on top of that, we have a swimming pool and a good location here.
When you say the word community, you have to be able to see it and feel it. And so when you have your neighbors, you feel that community because you become friends, and it even feels like family, like a family community. And that is something that is priceless and can last a lifetime. We absolutely would recommend a Fulton home to our friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial series tonight against the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs, while Shohei Ohtani gets the start for the Dodgers. The Snakes sit just one game back of the Mets and Reds for the final wild-card spot in the National League. And the Phoenix Mercury play Game 2 of the WNBA semifinals tonight in Minneapolis. Tip-off is at 4:30. The Mercury lost the first game of the series on Sunday. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Whether you need adjustments to an existing estate plan or just need to get one started, the attorneys at Morris Hall are ready to help. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
I want to know who my representing here tonight.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and we're already less than 72 hours until Cardinals Seahawks on Thursday Night Football. So what can Arizona do to pick up the pieces after last week's loss? It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and of course, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Something for y'all to cut up to, you know?
Final hour of the show.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt your musical career.
That's all right, man.
Forgot how good you were with this.
Yeah. Just want to bust it.
Don't let me get in the way.
Grab your girl, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the dance floor. Just bust it. When a man loves a woman, of course, he engages in bad dancing.
Is your new album going to come out in time for Christmas shopping and the holidays?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Thank you, though, for thinking of me.
You have
Louisiana.
You were going to drop some new beats here coming up, and you really haven't done it yet.
Yeah, you know what? Time is limited, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here. It's the final hour of the show. Wolf, I had this thought yesterday, kind of just throwing together my notes for the show. So much talk over, this year could be it for Kyler. There's that perception. The Cardinals have never said that. But
yeah.
In fact, this is one of those moments where the Cardinals probably hear us and laugh right now.
Yeah.
But there is that perception, and I buy into it, that there's a lot on the line this season, and you talk about people that could end up on the proverbial hot seat. I would say Kyler's right at the top of the list, more so than, if they miss the playoffs, they're not switching GMs. Monty Austinfort's done a pretty good job, and it takes some time. But if they miss the playoffs, maybe Kyler is somebody that there's going to be questions asked. But that wasn't my thought putting together show notes last night. My thought was, if that's truly the case, how much of his future in Arizona is tied specifically to one person, and that person's Marvin Harrison Jr.? Because it's not like nobody's looking and saying, well, Greg Dortch is going to open up the offense for the Cardinals. Everybody has their role. Well, Marv's role is the guy to open up the offense at this point beyond, Trey McBride and what they already had going last year.
There's no doubt about that, Luke. It was one of the reasons why I talked for months about the connection of Kyler Murray with Marvin Harrison Jr. and how important it was, base and earnings. They were able to throw the ball down the field. That's why it was so discouraging, of course, to see him drop the ball not once but even twice. It was really, really discouraging to watch that, because that's exactly what I was talking about in the offseason that needed to happen. Now, listen, I just want to make this clear. Marvin Harrison Jr., I don't think Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be a bust. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be everything that the Cardinals think he's going to be going forward. But I also believe that things have got to change. You can't drop balls like that. You can't. So whatever you've got to do, whatever you've got to tap into to make sure that you're not doing that, you have to take that to the next level. And to me, it's intensity level for the most part. You have to think what is going on. And, for me, Marvin Harrison Jr. has got to do a better job of being more intentional going after the ball, more intentional when it's coming down, that, you know what, I'm going to go get that ball, be more aggressive. He's got to do that. I've talked about this ad nauseum, but I'm sorry. It's the most important thing, because especially now, James Conner being lost for the season, going down. Listen, you've got to be able to run the ball. Well, you know what? A team that walks another safety down into the box to jam you up, you better be able to make them pay on the outside. Marvin Harrison Jr. is a big part of that.
Yeah. I remember talking about this during the preseason of we have to see it from this offense. But logically, an offense with Trey McBride, James Conner, Marvin Harrison Jr., and a quarterback that can run, logically, on paper, that's a dangerous offense. Logically, it makes sense what they are capable of doing. But we haven't seen it from Marv yet this season, and James Conner's hurt. So,
and your offensive line is underperforming.
Yeah.
And that is the worst part about it. In order for your skill to do what your skill does, you need the butt guts.
Yeah.
You need the butt guts to do their job. Man, just honestly, watching the Lions last night, watching the physicality of their offensive line coming off the ball against a Baltimore Raven team that is all about the line of scrimmage, offensively and defensively. And it just, man, it was a reminder what a good offensive line does.
I'm looking at Marv's numbers in 3 categories. Okay, I want to make sure I have these right. He has 17 targets this season. That's 56th in the NFL. That's in the Parker, Washington, Brenton Strange range. Okay?
Thank you for that.
So just to give you some context, 56th in the NFL in targets. Now, that's, he can only control so much of the targets. I get that. I mean, if he's open, you would think he's going to get more targets. But 10 catches, rather. That's 70th in the NFL. Some of that is obviously on him because we saw a couple drops this past week. 142 receiving yards is 46th in the NFL. It's 3 games. I'm not saying it can't be fixed, but I'm saying you almost have to prioritize it now, which I don't like the idea of forcing anything, but it almost feels like there's got to be a way early in the game to just be like, you know what? Part of our plan early in the game is a 4-yard pass to Marv. Just get him going. He's not your traditional receiver in the sense where he's going to complain if you don't throw him the ball, but it does look like he's your traditional receiver in the sense of getting him the ball early would kind of get him going. I hope. I mean, because it's such a big deal for what they're trying to do that I almost feel like you have to move it up the priority list now.
Yeah, it seems like this conversation, every point being made by you, Luke, is right on the money. It's spot on. And yet at the same time, all I can think of is the line of scrimmage. All I can think of is the offensive line. Because honestly, if the offensive line continues to underperform, I don't see a way out of this. I don't.
Your way, none of that really matters if the offensive line doesn't get better.
Once again, it's got to get better. The offensive line, and man, I'm just so bitterly disappointed based on what I have seen. Now, it's only 3 games. And that's the thing that is encouraging to me. It's only 3 games. The first 3 games of the season, they have to come together. And it's also a situation where I do expect Will Hernandez at some point in time to come back and be part of this offensive line, and I think that will help an awful lot. But, man, if that doesn't get fixed, nothing else matters to me.
Yeah, if that doesn't get fixed, your path to winning games is 13-10 in the defense just being – at that point, your defense would have to be one of the 2 or 3 best in the NFL. All right, we come back over to baseball. What do you expect out of Brandon Pfaadt tonight when he takes on Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You gotta fight for your right to party.
Not a whole lot of time to prepare for the Seahawks, but it's pretty simple. Division rival. Need to win.
Huddle.
The Cardinals host the Seahawks for Thursday Night Football. Pre-game coverage pops off at 12:30 Thursday afternoon. Kickoff at 5:15. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? Yeah, that autumn wind, it keeps blowing, Basinonians. And that means football is here, and so is the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. We are the Wu Fang Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Bedding. Yeah, we've had it for years, brothers. Now through September 30th, everything in store and online is 25% off. And I'm talking everything, Basinonians. I'm talking about pillows. I'm talking about sheets, adjustable frames, mattresses. Everything is 25% off. So your game plan to score on this great deal for you is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations. Tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic. With a great menu full of iconic classics and new favorites, there's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes, where every sip helps support local schools through Sonic's Limeades for Learning, with over $30 million donated since 2009. Live free, eat Sonic.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Leavitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Leavitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We will zero in on the next opponent on the Cardinals schedule, the Seattle Seahawks. Fun starts at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, the fun gets going again tonight. If you're a baseball fan, honestly, even if you're not, you gotta jump in on this now.
Come on now.
There's 1 week left in the season. 6 games for the Diamondbacks, 6 games for the Reds, 6 games for the Mets. Nobody else really matters in this race. San Francisco lost again last night.
6 days.
6 games in 6 days. Yes.
Sounds ominous, doesn't it?
This is the beauty of baseball. There's not going to be a break again until this is decided. And they were all off last night, those 3 teams. Diamondbacks get the Dodgers for 3 here. Final home game is this Thursday. And it's Thursday. Final home game of the season is this Thursday against the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Then the Seahawks come to town that night. Then TCU comes to town the next night.
Wow.
Then the weekend hits.
Here we go.
Brandon Pfaadt on the mound tonight, Wolf. Coming off of what he did last time. Is there anybody you'd rather have on the mound right now?
Not really. And, I'm hoping that Brandon Pfaadt is adopting a little bit of the Ryan Nelson mentality. It was interesting when we had Brandon Pfaadt on, you asked him about Ryan Nelson specifically.
Yeah.
He had some really good things to say about Ryan Nelson. And for me, just watching Ryan Nelson go about his business and talking to some of the people in the Diamondbacks organization, they all say the exact same thing. And it was what Brandon Pfaadt said as well. What a competitor Ryan Nelson is. And you watch him go about his business when he takes the ball. It's not too big for him, is it? You can tell that it's not too big for Ryan Nelson. You can tell what his expectations are.
I found that
and the way
audio,
he
too,
challenges hitters as well. Hit this fastball, even though he's not throwing 102. Hit this fastball if you can.
Yeah, Ryan Nelson, talk about a guy who does not nibble around the corners or try to, pitch, okay, this is going to be the perfect pitch. He just comes at you, and if you hit it, then he adjusts. And if you don't, he doesn't need to adjust. This is what Brandon Pfaadt, this is what you were talking about. When we had him on, we asked him about Ryan Nelson. This is what he said about his teammate.
I think he's just the ultimate competitor. When you wouldn't know that just talking to him, but when he goes out there and steps on that mound, he's out there to compete and prove himself. I think he's been doing that for a while now, and he just needs to he just had to get his shot and go out there and pitch. So I think it's pretty special what he's doing, and I think it's not the last time he's going to do it, and he's going to keep doing it for a while.
Love that, man. Honestly, I'd love to see that. Do you think that players impact other players when they play on a team?
Especially, you're talking about 2 guys that are, roughly the same age, playing the same position. I don't think anybody at the start of the season was thinking, okay, well, here's how it's going to work out. Ryan Nelson's going to be pitching with their season on the line in September. Because you either thought this is a playoff team and they wouldn't be fighting for a spot this late in the season, or, Ryan Nelson wasn't even in the rotation at the start of the season, or you just thought they weren't good enough and it wasn't going to be an issue. And certainly when the trade deadline hit, Brandon Pfaadt was struggling. Ryan Nelson was pitching well, but they were 10 games out of a playoff spot. Now here you are, and you're leaning on those 2 guys heavily in the final week of the season. And for Brandon Pfaadt, it's against the Dodgers.
Starting with the Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani, by the way, is taking the ball for the Dodgers. Once again, this reeks of what the Arizona Diamondbacks have done since the trade deadline.
There's no way.
It reeks of that. Bringing it down to this one game, first game of this critical 3-game series, when you only have 6 games left against the LA Dodgers with Shohei Ohtani. Here it is. This is David and Goliath, metaphorically speaking here. all over again.
Metaphorically speaking,
and it just kind of, here it is. Shohei Ohtani. And here's Brandon Pfaadt. Little Brandon, he's going to come out. He's going to fight. You better believe that's what he's going to do. You got to fight! Yes! For your right! To party! Responsibly, of course, he will.
On paper, they shouldn't win this game. I mean, the Dodgers need the game. They haven't wrapped up the division yet because San Diego's within 2.5 games. Shohei's pitching. Shohei's batting. Like, the Dodgers lineup is, what's their payroll? It's absurd.
It's ridiculous.
But the Diamondbacks on paper shouldn't even be in this position. The Diamondbacks on paper in July, it was the opposite. Look at this team. This team should be in a playoff spot. They're not. This is unbelievable. They just defy logic for better or for worse all season. They're not in the playoff spot. They're not even close. Okay, well, we got to trade some of these main pieces away. Okay, now they are in a playoff spot potentially. So on paper, does it make any sense to expect them to go beat the Dodgers? You've got to take at least 2 or 3 in this series. There's probably no other way around it. It doesn't make sense logically, but nothing they've done in the last month and a half has made sense.
So what do you think it is? We speculated about this earlier. What do you think that it is? You got a bunch of brains, I think, that are in that clubhouse right now for the Arizona Diamondbacks that there is no – they know they have to prove themselves.
Yeah.
I think, and because of the intensity – would you say there's intensity around this series, basically? Ask yourself that. Are you kidding me? This is the season for the Arizona Diamondbacks. This is it. They got 6 games to go, and it just happens to be Dodgers, Padres. 6 games. The intensity level in the clubhouse has got to be high. I think they got a lot of brains in there. Brains that are saying, you know what, you've got to prove yourself. And I think the intensity level is super high inside the clubhouse as well. And I think they have brains that are built to do well when you challenge them.
Fought specifically against the Dodgers specifically. He faced them on August 31st, went 4 1/3, gave up 4 earned runs. He's not unfamiliar with the Dodgers. He's faced them 3 times already this season. He went 6 innings, gave up 3 and a win back on May 19th, and he pitched 6 1/3 shutout innings back on May 8th against the Dodgers. He's had an up and down season. I get it. There's absolutely a possibility where they just go out there and get blown out by the Dodgers. That's always on the table when you play the Dodgers. But they're 5-5 against LA this season. They are the last team that took the Dodgers out. Brandon Pfaadt pitched in the elimination game. He was the starter. Gabby Moreno, that was the 4 home runs in 1 inning game. Wasn't it back-to-back? Am I remembering that right? Or was that like some sort of fever dream?
No, I think I don't know.
The main guys, that was the least convincing
You're asking me?
I've ever heard.
Yeah. It's just incredible, though. It really is what we're going to see here. And Brandon Pfaadt, can I tell you, Basinonians, that there are certain teams that are triggers. There are certain teams that are triggers to you. Uniforms, for whatever reason, guys would play better against the Raiders than they would some other team for the most part. Or guys would play better inside the locker room against the New York Giants. For whatever reason, there are triggers that people have. And you have to wonder if the Dodgers are a trigger for Brandon Pfaadt.
Yeah. Well, the other thing with Pfaadt and a lot of these guys, Corbin Carroll, Geraldo Perdomo, are very early in their careers, they went to the World Series, and they all played big roles in it.
Yeah.
So even some of these guys you might look at and say, okay, but they don't have the experience of the Dodgers. Well, that's true. But they do have a lot of experience compared to where they should be. That inning, just because I had to go back and look it up, it wasn't back-to-back.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But this is what it was. Perdomo home run, Corbin got out. Marte home run, Tommy Pham got out. Walker home run, Moreno home run.
Yeah.
So it was 4 home runs and 6 batters.
Yes.
All
it's
in the
pretty
same
good.
inning.
Yes.
And meanwhile, Brandon Pfaadt was out there shutting down the Dodgers in an elimination game.
It's like I used to have triggers as well when I was busting wedges, basically.
Bill Bates.
No.
Oh.
Thank you to all wedge busters.
I'm just
out
saying.
there. Thank you, wedge busters.
Like seeing the Cowboys form a wedge. Could not wait to bust that up. Yeah, they triggered. Even a wedge buster
What team was Bill Bates on?
Dallas.
Interesting. Okay.
He wasn't in the wedge, though.
Yeah, but you saw him and you were...
Punched him in the face multiple times on the field.
When we come back, I'm surprised we've gone this deep into the show without talking about this game. Wolf, your dream Super Bowl matchup played out on Monday Night Football last night, and what a game it was. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And Mays' pitch. Carroll runs. That is going to be taken, and Carroll slides in. It's his 30th stolen base of the year. And for a player who has collected so many firsts in the history of this franchise, Corbin Carroll has just grabbed the first ever 30-homer, 30 stolen base season by a Diamondback.
Can the D-backs secure the bag and make the wild card? We talk D-backs playoff scenarios today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, brothers. Ron Wolfley here for my friends over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. Go to DISC. That's right. You know what? I, as a former professional football player, I have been to DISC, and they have helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation for you. Brothers and sisters, if you're battling some type of back or spine issue, you need DISC. That's right. DISC is the preferred orthopedic surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes all over the world, man. They come right here because of Desert Institute for Spine Care. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete, of course, but also the weekend warriors, man. If you need your back or your spine to be looked at, you need to go to DISC. They are the preferred surgeons from all over the world. They train people right here in the Basin to actually get involved with them. Enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Got an
Unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting a used gun buying event September 26th through 28th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer up top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability, just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial series tonight against the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs, while Shohei Ohtani gets the start for the Dodgers. The Snakes sit just one game back of the Mets and Reds for the final wildcard spot in the National League. And the Phoenix Mercury play Game 2 of the WNBA semifinals tonight in Minneapolis. Tip-off is at 4:30. The Mercury lost the first game of the series on Sunday. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student-athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Tight, I'm gonna need you to keep time. Come on, just snap, snap, snap.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Game 1 of a huge series with the Dodgers goes down tonight. We've got you covered. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
This may call for a proper introduction. Well, don't you see? I'm the narrator and this is just a prologue.
All right, well, we have the replay on one of the TVs in here right now. Lions, Ravens, Monday Night Football last night. I would assume in a perfect world, your dream scenario would probably be Cardinals Steelers in the Super Bowl. But in terms of style of play, Ravens Lions has got to be up there for
There's
you.
no doubt about it. I love the way they play football, especially on the line of scrimmage. On both sides of the ball, they value it. Dan Campbell has a certain mentality. John Harbaugh has a certain mentality. And that mentality is the blood sport. It's the game of football. To line up and physically dominate and control the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. And to watch them do that last night was awesome to me. The Lions had 38 rushing attempts for 224 yards.
Against the
That's
Ravens.
what they did. Against the Baltimore Ravens. Are you kidding me?
It's really hard for me to watch that game last night and not feel like the Lions are on the short list of about 4 or 5 teams that could win the Super Bowl. Now, there's other teams outside that 5, but they're in that top tier as far as I'm concerned. I'm frustrated with myself for starting to buy some of what my Lions friend fans were telling me before the season of like, well, because they're so beaten down as a fan base. You were hearing from maybe 7 wins. I don't know. We lost all our assistant coaches, which is a big deal. You lost your assistant coaches. It turns out they actually replaced them with other assistant coaches, though. They're not just playing without coaches.
Yeah.
And their whole team is back. And their defense didn't play the second half of last season. Give me Philadelphia, Detroit, Buffalo, Baltimore, and maybe Green Bay. One of those 5 teams is winning the Super Bowl. And Detroit is higher on the list than lower.
Yeah, the Lions, they won the line of scrimmage. You want to know why the Lions beat the Ravens last night? The Ravens, by the way, 1-2 now this season.
And
How
they got the
brutal
Chiefs
is
next.
that? Oh my goodness, I did not know that.
Chiefs, Ravens, 2 1-2 teams that need a win.
So the Lions ran the ball and stopped the Ravens from running the ball. That's why they won the game. Ron Wolfley reporting. The Lions as well.
My sources.
The Lions rushed for 4 touchdowns. There were 4 or 5 in the red zone. Go back and look at that. 4 or 5 in the red zone. That is awesome to be 4 or 5 in conversions, those possessions. Why? Because they ran the ball. David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs behind that offensive line that hammered the Ravens front 7.
David Montgomery is the forgotten back in that backfield because Jahmyr Gibbs has garnered so many headlines over the last couple of years, but 12 carries for 151 yards and 2 touchdowns against the Ravens, David Montgomery. And he could have given them more if they needed him to, but they don't need him to because they have Jahmyr Gibbs adding another 2 touchdowns as well. And Gibbs, 5 catches mixed in there also. Derrick Henry, did you see Derrick Henry with the fumble late in the game? His reaction on the sidelines was like, you could tell it means something to him. You know what I mean? Like he was livid with himself on the sidelines.
Yes. Yeah, great players. What is it that Zach Allen said about great players?
Or great self-evaluators.
Even better self-evaluators. Thank you, Zach, for that. That is something to always remember. Watching King Henry as well. Speaking of, basically, don't even think about this.
Great players are even better self-evaluators.
He had 12 carries. Thank you, Zach. He had 12 carries for 50 yards, and that included a 28-yard run.
Mm-hmm.
So you take that away. He had 11 carries for 22 yards. You want to talk about physicality?
Henry,
we're talking about Derrick Henry and the Baltimore Ravens. You want to talk about physicality once again on the line of scrimmage? Oh, man. This is the one, here I am. I'm 62, basically, and getting ready to be 63 next month.
Still savage.
Savage, but 63. And yet, can I tell you right now that the one thing about the blood sport that still does get the back of my hair standing up?
The one thing?
Well, I'm just saying it's the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, okay.
It is, bring it on, the meat grinder. I respect teams that have players that go out and execute base schemes. This is why, once again, our conversation about Drew Petzing and calling the right play. And I watch teams like the Detroit Lions go out and get in 12 personnel and run base schemes and just whip people. Why? It's a beautiful thing. Do you think the Baltimore Ravens suspect that 1st and 10, you're going to line up, you might run the ball? Yeah. Well, then why in the world is David Montgomery gashing you for 10 yards, or so it seemed, every play?
Well, it seemed that way because he was averaging that many yards per carry.
It's incredible to see somebody impose their will on guys that are really, really good football players for the Baltimore Ravens. They could not stop it. They knew it was coming, and they couldn't stop it. That's demoralizing.
How about the play from Aiden Hutchinson on Derrick Henry, too? And again, and this is mostly to my Lions fan friends. Well, what are we going to do this year? We lost some of our coaches. Well, you didn't have Aiden Hutchinson last season. Seems like kind of a big deal, right?
Yeah.
He played the first few games, then he got hurt. Well, he's back, and all he's doing is ripping the ball away from Derrick Henry as Derrick Henry runs down the field. Derrick Henry for Baltimore this year, Wolf, 169 yards in that Sunday night game against Buffalo, but he had the costly fumble that, they lost the game right after that. 23 yards against Cleveland and a fumble. Last night, like you said, 50 yards against Detroit and a fumble.
Wow.
He doesn't look like a different runner. He still looks like a great running back, but he is fumbling to the point where he felt the need to address it after the game.
Also worries, man. Just keep working in practice. Try to put emphasis on it in practice and try to work on as hard as I can. Just crazy right now. 3 games straight. That happened in my career. Straight fumbles in critical moments. Ain't a good feeling. I apologize to Rock Nation, and I'll just gonna keep working and get this fixed.
Yeah, be accountable. That is what Derrick Henry, King Henry, is being right there, is accountable. You have to be able to critique yourself. And I imagine that it could get inside his head as well when you do it 3 games in a row and you're not a fumbler to begin with.
He threw himself into the bench when they lost the ball, when he went over to the sidelines. And then every time they showed him, he had like his hands on his head. He was shaking his head. And not that everybody doesn't care. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to go out there and fumble. But when you look at what he's accomplished in his career, his reaction, he looked like he just lost the Super Bowl for the Ravens. Like, that's how upset he was at himself. It'll be interesting to see how he runs going forward, because it's not like he was just running last night and he was swinging the ball around and he dropped it. It was a great play from Aiden Hutchinson, But to your point, it's 3 straight games. To his point, it's 3 straight games. How do you not think about that?
Yeah, and I just want to say this quickly. The drive of the game happened in the second quarter where the Lions took the ball and went 98 yards in 18 plays. It took 10 minutes and 48 seconds off the clock. Almost 11 minutes. 13 runs, 5 passes. That, to me, was unbelievable. And then they did it again. A 96-yard drive to end the third quarter and start the fourth quarter. Incredible. 2 drives. 98 and 96 yards for touchdowns. That's stunning.
Join us at Four Peaks in Tempe this Thursday from 10 to 1:30 for your chance to win tickets to see the Cardinals take on the Seahawks and the Diamondbacks take on the Dodgers as they make their wild card push here this week. Don't miss it this Thursday, 10 to 1:30 at Four Peaks in Tempe. We'll be out there doing the show. It's going to be a crazy day with the Dodgers and Diamondbacks playing early and then Cardinals Seahawks playing that night. When we come back, Patrick Peterson joined the show earlier today. We'll react to what he said about the Cardinals' performance against San Francisco and what they got to get fixed in time for Thursday's game against Seattle. I thought it was cool, too. He kind of gave us insight on when he believes this rivalry with the Seahawks really, really took off. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Listen, you know what? Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012. This is a family-run business that you can trust. This is a business that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. And you know what I love about Moving Team 6? They proudly support and hire veterans. Why? Because Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach to every move that they have. That's right. That's why they hire veterans, ladies and gentlemen, to join their moving team. They're going to show up and they're going to be professional. They're going to be efficient. They're going to be on time and reliable. It's why they hire those veterans. You can check out all their 5-star reviews from people just like you. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Homeowners, did you know Arizona had more homes that didn't sell in the last 6 months than in the last 2 years combined? Thousands of sellers were disappointed with no sale. Don't let this happen to you. I'm Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, and with my guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or I will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
With 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Game 1 of a huge series with the Dodgers goes down tonight. We've got you covered. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Somehow it's already 1:45.
Yeah. The show just flew by.
It did. It flew by today. Probably because there's basically a playoff baseball game tonight. Then we're going to be out at Suns Media Day tomorrow. Lots of access to Suns players and coaches and GMs
Very
tomorrow
cool,
on the
man.
show. So that'll
Here
be cool.
we go. October is looming.
And then obviously Thursday is just pure chaos. So that'll be fun too. And then Friday you got ASU TCU. Geraldo Perdomo is going to be on with Burns and Gambo at about 2:30.
At 2:30,
So about 45 minutes from now.
Man, awesome.
Certainly check that out. We had Drien Taylor Demerson on the show earlier today. We had Patrick Peterson too, so I want to react to some of what they both told us. But let's start with this cut from Rabbit Wolf because we both looked at each other when he said it, and it really does sum up where the Cardinals are at this exact moment.
Well, first it starts off, we got to get rid of last week. Last week needs to be gone. We can't change it. We lost the football game. It's part of the game, but we got a new opponent, a division opponent, a really good football team coming into our house, man, and we gotta have some pride about that. We gotta, protect the nest, man. So, whoever comes in it's gonna be hard for him to get out,
Yeah, I was talking about this yesterday, but I fully believe it. Truly, Basinonians, they gotta flush everything that happened on Sunday against the 49ers. They gotta totally flush everything except the part where you sucked buttermilk.
Like individually.
Individually, yes, individually. You've got to say, wait a minute, where did I stink? Where did I fail this team? And you are going to have games, I don't care how good your game is, you're always going to have areas you can improve. Isn't that right, Walter Payton? Isn't that right? Walter was his own worst critic, his harshest critic. It's the reason why he was the player that he was, because it drove him to be that. You focused on your areas where you needed to improve, not on the things you did well.
Well, then we had Patrick Peterson on. And we asked him about this rivalry with the Seahawks, and this was his answer.
I never forget when we played the Seattle Seahawks in 2012. They beat the dog crap out of us. I believe the score was like 58-0. And at the time, the score was like 45-0, and they put Matt Flynn in. The first play of Matt Flynn, he did a play-action bomb to Sidney Rice, and they scored on it. And I never forget when Coach Aaron's his first words to the team was, "That would never happen on my watch." You know what I mean? So that's kind of where the rivalry began. And like you said, we had some crazy games. We was one of the first teams to go into Central Link at the time, and to win and snap their home game winning streak. So that's kind of where the rivalry kind of began. And I definitely appreciate Bruce Arians for bringing that fire to us.
Your thought on that?
My thought on this, we've had Patrick Peterson on 4 weeks now. We're going to have him on all season, Tuesdays at 11:15. He's great.
Pappy!
One of the things I really like is almost anything you throw at him that the current Cardinals are going through, he can quickly cite a very specific example. Like, I don't know that we're going to get to play it all now, but brought up James Conner getting hurt, and he immediately went back to 2010, I think he said it was, when Tyrann Mathieu got hurt. and how that can just or whatever year it was, where Tyrann Mathieu got hurt, where it was where just how that affects a locker room. Like, he has very specific local examples that are very relevant to what's going on now. I thought it was interesting to hear that his version of when this rivalry really took off, because Cardinals Seahawks, it feels like it's been a rivalry forever, but I don't think it was always at the level it's been the last 10 or so years, and he had a pretty specific reason why.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. What other sound do you have? Do you have something else you'd like to play for us?
Well, what do you want to hear? I mean, I got all this patch. You want to hear? How about this? The advice he would give Marvin Harrison
there
Jr.
you
right
go.
now. Let's do this one.
And just stick with it, man. Like, I saw his interview after the game. You know, obviously he's disappointed in himself, but he knows putting in. He knows the work that he put in the off season. You know, it's all documented. So now you just got to go out there, stay patient. You know what I mean, and be who you are. You know, you don't have to do anything out of the ordinary. You just got to do the routine things routinely. You know, and that's honestly, that's what it's going to come down to. You know, catching the football, running the routes clean, and seeing what happens after that. So, obviously, I know he's down on himself right now for not, you know, being able to capture those two passes that he ended up dropping, because those were definitely some critical moments in the game. But at the same time, man, you have a long season ahead of you. Now you just got to understand that can't happen again. You know what I mean? And I know he has a great football pedigree, and I know he's a guy who understands how important he is to this team. And I don't expect anything less moving forward of him being, you know, the player that he dreamed and want to be.
You know, it's a fascinating conversation. I wonder if him getting a little bit more intense, tapping into the rage tree, a wide receiver actually tapping into the rage tree, is something that would benefit Marvin Harrison Jr. because he is so mild-mannered and team-centric.
Give me an example of a receiver you feel like, and you can't say Anquan
Steve
Bolden.
Smith.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good one. The tap
Steve
into
Smith.
the rage tree.
Are you kidding me? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Steve Smith was a guy that played as aggressively as I've seen any wide receiver play. And he did it. You want to talk about tapping into the rage tree? Go back and watch tape of Steve Smith. He'll blow your mind.
2016 was the year Tyrann Mathieu got hurt. That was bothering me for the whole last 5 minutes. Look, it's one of maybe the biggest thing to watch on Thursday night. You and I were talking about this earlier. You know, Trey Benson and how he steps into that number one running back role, and if the offensive line can block better for him than they were for James Conner. That's probably 1B for me. I think you made a compelling enough case that Marv has to be 1A, because now it feels like there's some urgency to get him going. Otherwise, that San Francisco game could linger.
Yeah, I'm not talking about having somebody walk up to Marv and slap him in the face either, okay? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about he's just, you know, honestly, just go out there and be more determined than you've ever been before to go out and do your job. Just have that as your baseline, and maybe that will be enough to get him to tap in and go out there and be intent on what he's doing.
Those two players, Marvin Harrison Jr. for obvious reasons, and now Trey Benson for reasons that weren't obvious at the start of the year, but they certainly are after Sunday. Those two guys are going to define a lot of their season, because it's not like I think the defense has been perfect through the first 3 games, but I don't know that you can realistically ask a lot more from the defense. And I don't know how much Kyler's going to be able to do, to your point, if they don't get the running game going and he and Marv don't get going on the same page. So 2 players to watch certainly on Thursday. That's it for us here today. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I like the way, Keyshawn Elliott punched the ball out in the first half, and then you had 2 other big turnovers in the second half. So I like the way the defense has been playing, really well.
And now you're forgetting one.
The kicker.
They have a kicker.
They got a kicker.
They got a kicker.
Which
they didn't have one last year. They got a kicker.
Which, you know what? If you're going to play close one-score games, gotta have a kicker.
Yes.
And they have that.
One you can trust. They have one they can trust.
Yeah.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports sports leader.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Golf fans, come join us for all the action of the 2025 Ryder Cup. This Saturday as Bunker to Bunker, the golf show will be broadcasting live from 7 to 9 a.m. at the Trophy Bar in downtown Ocotillo in Chandler. Presented by Santan Ford. Score cool giveaways from Shady Ray Sunglasses, Trophy Bar gift cards, and killer swag. Come enjoy the breakfast tacos, sip drink specials, and watch every shot on the massive 16-foot video wall. The Trophy Bar, everyone's favorite hangout for sports, cars, and spirits.
I'm Bree.
I'm Sean.
And we are the Berquist family. We are repeat Fulton customers, and we've lived in a Fulton community for 6 years. We had been looking for a home, and so we walked into the Fulton community, and we were just absolutely blown away. When we walked into the model home, we noticed the high ceilings, the beautiful kitchen, the flooring, and the floor plan. We knew it was a place where we were going to raise our family.
And on top of that, we have a swimming pool and a good location here.
When you say the word community, you have to be able to see it and feel it. And so when you have your neighbors, you feel that community because you become friends, and it even feels like family, like a family community. And that is something that is priceless and can last a lifetime. We absolutely would recommend a Fulton home to our friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit. But hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models, APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 25th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what ifs.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial series tonight against the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. first pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs, while Shohei Ohtani gets the start for the Dodgers. The Snakes sit just one game back of the Mets and Reds for the final wildcard spot in the National League. And the Phoenix Mercury play Game 2 of the WNBA semifinals tonight in Minneapolis. Tip-off for that one is at 4:30. The Mercury lost the first game of the series on Sunday. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Tuesday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. Here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and of course on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much. How we doing today? We good?
A lot better than Lamar Jackson right now.
He got his ass kicked last night.
He just got sacked again while we were doing the intro to the show.
Oh, my God. He got destroyed last night.
You get a sack. You get a sack. You get a sack.
It was a good game, though.
Get a sack. Detroit looked great.
That, to me, felt like one of those
Physical.
like two top teams in the NFL trading haymakers. It was a lot of fun to watch. I love it when a game like that delivers, you know? Like even
I felt good about my Super Bowl pick Detroit last night, but I didn't feel so good about my Super Bowl pick Baltimore last night.
Oh, that was your Super Bowl preview.
That was my Super Bowl preview right there. Ravens, Lions.
Ooh, I had Bills,
I want
Packers.
the Bills. I want the Bills.
I had Bills, Packers.
Yeah.
And Lauren had, do you remember who you had?
She had the Bears and the Jets.
I had worse than the Bears, so my pick's already dead in the water.
Who'd you have?
The Bengals.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I had Bengals, Eagles.
Yeah,
you're dead.
They looked horrible this weekend against the Vikings. Horrible, I tell
Way
you.
worse than I thought.
Horrible, I tell you. Yeah, it's a good Monday night game. And we got a busy day, a busy show, busy week.
It's a weird week. It's a weird week. We've got Suns Media Day tomorrow.
We're going to be there.
We'll be there with Devin Booker. We'll have an interview with Devin Booker tomorrow.
Yep.
We are also going to talk to Matt Ishbia and Josh Bartelstein. Then we have a Cardinal game on Thursday.
That knocks us right off the air.
Oh, well, you're right. And then
no
Friday, we'll be on the road.
DraftKings, TPC, North Scottsdale,
Free queso and chips.
Free queso
come
and
in.
chips, just
and then we have the ASU game, big ASU game that
night. Yeah. It's
and then we'll get the Saturday. I just put a note. My wife has a calendar, like a big calendar, like
a paper calendar.
No,
like
it's like it's a board that you can write with the ink, with markers
like
on.
A whiteboard.
Like a whiteboard.
Yeah.
And I put on Saturday, cleaning garage. If anything, you have anything on the garage floor, I'm throwing it away. I'm throwing it away.
Wow.
Saturday and Sunday. So we have no games this weekend. I'm like, that's it. It's time. I'm cleaning the garage.
You know how to party over there.
Oh, yeah.
You know how to do it up right, man. Party at Gambo's.
Like whatever's on the
cleaning the garage this weekend.
Whatever's on the floor, I'm chucking.
What would Cam Scadaboo say about that? He'd say, woo! Say what our top story of the day is here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Here comes the skipper, Torey Lavello. He will make a pitching change. First the ovation he deserves as the Diamondbacks lead it 4-0.
And in the midst of all of the craziness, you got a baseball team that's one game out of the final playoff spot with 6 to play, and it starts tonight hosting the LA Dodgers.
Let's go. Let's
go.
I'm going to get to one of the games either today or tomorrow. I'm going to get to one of these two games as they take on the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks take on the Dodgers, and they are, as I said in my show sheet, they're California dreaming, because if they can somehow get into playoffs, they're headed to California to take on the Los Angeles Dodgers in the opening round. You got to like the pitching matchup for Brandon Pfaadt tonight. He pitches well at home.
Yes.
He's got you have all the numbers, but he is really good at home. They need this. Do they need to sweep? I mean, maybe. I mean, they're going to have to probably sweep one of these series.
That's exactly how to put it.
I don't know which one, but they're going to probably have to sweep one of the two.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was thinking to myself, it's either this one or the next one. It's either this one or the Padres. You're probably going to have to sweep one of these teams, and you're going to have to win the series in the other one 2 or 3 to give yourself a chance, because that's where
if you're going to talk about their chances, and I'll talk about Fott here in a second. If you're going to talk about the Diamondbacks' chances to really do this and to be a playoff team next week, 5-1, it's not the minimum that they have to do, but anything less than 5-1 in these 6 games, and you're going to need help. You're going to need probably more help than you should count on getting. Now, that doesn't mean you won't get it. You still might get it. But I think 5-1 is kind of where, and the reason I say that is, and I'm going back to Jack Summers' handy-dandy chart. God bless you, Jack, for putting this out here. If the Diamondbacks go 5-1, they're in as long as the Reds go 3-3 and the Mets go 4-2. If the Diamondbacks go 4-2, now you need the Reds to go 2-4, and you need the Mets to go 3-3. And
so if you lose 2 games, the Reds have to lose 4.
The Reds have to lose 4 of their remaining 6 games. And if you lose 2 games, the Mets have to lose 3 of their remaining games. It's a big ask. It's a big ask. It's a lot to. It's so 5-1 doesn't even guarantee anything. I just think anything less than 5-1, and you need help.
But if I would have told you back at the trade deadline that the Diamondbacks are going to the final 6 games, and if they go 5-1, they have a shot to make the playoffs, you'd be like, sign me up. Sign me up. I'll do it. The Dodgers, what do they have to play for? They've got a 2.5-game lead over San Diego with 6 to play.
Their magic number is 3 to clinch the NL West.
Yep. So it is a 4-game lead. The Dodgers are 3 up in the loss column. But if the 2 teams tied, the Dodgers have the tiebreaker. So their number to clinch the West is 3, like you said. So it's probably likely that the Dodgers are going to try to win these games really hard just to get it over with and just be done with it. So they've got a good lead, 3 games up in the loss column, and then the tiebreaker. So it's really like a 4-game lead. So they're probably comfortable. They got Shohei Ohtani pitching tonight against Brandon Pfaadt. It'll be a great matchup. You got Ryan Nelson tomorrow against Blake Snell. And then you got Krismot against Yamamoto on Thursday. These are all games. Look, 2 out of 3. You have to take 2 out of 3. You can't lose.
No Krismot. Remember, he got moved to the bullpen.
Krismot got moved to the bullpen.
They shortened their rotation.
They shortened it.
So it's Gallen.
Gallen,
it's Gallen
back
on
to
Thursday.
Gallen.
It's Gallen
back to
on
Gallen.
Thursday.
Yep,
Yeah, sorry.
My bad.
Didn't mean to correct you. So it's Brandon Pfaadt tonight, Ryan Nelson tomorrow, Zach Gallen on Thursday, Shohei Ohtani tonight, Blake Snell on Wednesday, Yoshinobu Yamamoto on Thursday in that game. Pfaadt, you tease the numbers, you put it on a tee for me.
Yeah, give me them.
The numbers for Brandon Pfaadt are they're good at home. Brandon Pfaadt, when he is at home, is 9-3 with a 3.15 ERA. When he's on the road, he's 4-5 with a 7.29 ERA.
Wow,
now,
crazy difference.
It's nuts, right? And
just so crazy.
And keep in mind too, and you can't do this, but one of his starts at home was that crazy start against the Nationals in which he did not record an out, and I believe he gave up 8 earned runs.
Yeah.
So his ERA that night was a literal infinity, right? Because he didn't get a single out. You take that out, and I believe his ERA drops to like sub 2.5 at home if you just take that one out. He is, whether it's batting average against, whether it's strikeout to walk, whether it's whip, whether it's like any of the mainstream numbers you would look at, Brandon Pfaadt is way better. And he's got more wins against the Dodgers than he does against any other team in his big league career. He's 4-2 against them, albeit not a great ERA, but he's got 4 wins against them. That's the best that he's got in his major league career against any other team.
Yeah, so he's pitched well at home. The numbers are incredible. He's pitched well. Well, that's a pitch well. 5.11 ERA and 7 starts against the Dodgers is not good. But like you said, more wins than any other team in baseball. It's going to be, he's going to have to pitch well. He's coming off of the best performance of his life. He had never pitched better than he did in his last outing. I've never seen him pitch that well. He was unbelievable.
You got another one of those in you, Brandon? Huh? You got another one?
We'll take it.
We'll take 7 if you don't.
And just the Diamondbacks, they got back to playing the type of brand of baseball that makes them successful. A little chaos on the base paths, doing all the little things to try to win a baseball game. But listen, I'm sure they're thrilled right now that they've got something to play for.
Oh, I'm sure they do. And
Yep.
by the way, Geraldo Perdomo is going to be joining us at 2:30 today as well from Live at the Ballpark. Yeah, looking forward to that. We haven't had Jerry on the show in a long, long time. It's, okay, the other scores that you're watching tonight, the other games that you're paying attention to tonight.
Okay, Reds, Pirates.
Reds, and it starts at 3:40, okay? 3:40 this afternoon. Pittsburgh is at Cincinnati. It's Johan Oviedo versus Brady Singer in that one. Ovedo's 2-0 with a 3.52 ERA. Singer 14-10, a 3.86 ERA for the Reds. That game starts at 3:40. And then at 4:40 this afternoon, the Mets taking on the Cubs. David Peterson, the lefty, 9-6, 3.98 ERA against Cade Horton of the Cubbies, 11-4, 2.66 ERA. We asking too much for Cade Horton to do us a favor here?
No.
No, we're not asking too much?
The Mets are going up against the best part of the Cubs rotation.
Peterson's been awful.
Yeah, he has.
Awful.
And Cade
Down
Horton
the stretch.
is right now leading NL Rookie of the Year voting.
Okay.
Yeah, Peterson in his last 4 starts, 8 runs allowed, 4 runs allowed, 3 runs allowed, 6 runs allowed. You're putting an ERA about 9.5 up there in his last 4 starts. He has not been good. So I told you, I don't think the Mets are going to make it. I think the Mets are going to have one of the epic collapses in baseball history. They're going to collapse, whether it's the Reds or the D-backs.
Yeah.
The Reds have the inside advantage right now because they got the tiebreaker over the Diamondbacks. But I don't think the Mets are going to get in. I just don't think they're going to get in.
The Reds are an amazing story of perseverance because while the Mets had the big lead and blew it, and the Diamondbacks were, I looked it up, they were 9 games out of the last playoff spot at the trade deadline, okay? And they had the big second half to get them back in it. The Reds have never risen or fallen more than 4 games above or below 500 all season long. They've just been kind of steady, and they've just kind of let the field come back to them, right? They just had a very 500. I know we feel like we've had that here. The Reds have really had that. They've never been 4 games up or below 500 the whole season long, and they've just kind of steadily played their hand. We'll see. They've won 6 of their last 7. Let's see if they get a little cold this week against Pittsburgh.
You gotta hope the Reds lose some games.
Diamondbacks, Dodgers, 6:40 tonight. Of course, you'll hear it right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Cardinals fans, Sun Devil fans, it's a big week for you. As we talked about earlier, we're giving you the home field advantage with free tickets. Listen for the Sounder today on our show at 4:15 for your shot to win 2 tickets. Cardinals on Thursday Night Football, ASU on Friday night. Plus, don't miss extra chances to win on our contest page. Go to arizonasports.com. When we come back, can the Seattle Seahawks make the Cardinals 0-2 in the NFC West? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And Maze's pitch. Carroll runs. That is going to be taken, and Carroll slides in. It's his 30th stolen base of the year. And for a player who has collected so many firsts in the history of this franchise, Corbin Carroll has just grabbed the first ever 30-homer, 30 stolen base season by a Diamondback.
Can the D-backs secure the bag and make the wild card? We talk D-backs playoff scenarios today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
2 years of interest-free financing for your vision correction procedure. A lot of people take advantage of it. I'm going to highlight it because it really is the difference maker for a lot of people. You want to get that LASIK surgery, or one of the many vision correction procedures available by Dr. J. Schwartz. There's also the clear lens exchange, the camera inlay, but the Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 2 years of interest-free financing. That way you can get it done now. You don't have to pay it all up front. You pay it off a little bit at a time over 24 months, and that way you can see the world the way you were intended to see it right now. As we get older, our eyesight changes, and not for the better, for the worse. Usually between 40 and 50, you'll see a dramatic change in the way you see. Dr. Schwartz can help you. He can help you the way he helped me with a LASIK surgery. You see me on the YouTube thing or YouTube thing, the YouTube channel. I don't wear glasses, contacts, readers, or anything. Thanks to Dr. J. Schwartz. He could probably do the same for you. Get a free thorough eye exam by calling 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
2 of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision Tune-Up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Bend for just $469 a month for 36 months, plus you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
The Cardinals host the Seahawks for Thursday Night Football. Pre-game coverage pops off at 12:30 Thursday afternoon. Kickoff at 5:15. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hungry group, fast, physical, play with a ton of swag. They've successful defense, and we're gonna have to be on our A game Thursday if we want to come out successful.
That's Kyler Murray, today meeting with the media. He usually meets with the media on Wednesday, short week, obviously, with the Thursday Night Football. Talking about Seattle's defense and talking about a very impressive Seattle Seahawks win against, I know it was just the New Orleans Saints, but man, the 49ers.
It was the New Orleans Saints that gave the Cardinals a run for their money?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Same team?
3 common opponents for the Saints. The Saints gave the Cardinals troubles. The Saints gave the Niners troubles. They gave Seattle no trouble at all this past Sunday. They got flogged by the Seahawks.
No. It was such a historic win that they brought up a Seattle win over the Cardinals on December 9, 2012, in which they blew out Arizona 58-0. Do you remember that game?
I do.
2012.
Got somebody fired, if I remember right.
Yeah, it was one of the most, it was 58-0, shellacking by the, it was Ken Whisenhunt was the coach.
He got fired at the end of that season.
He got fired at the end of that season.
Yeah, that was the beat. That game, if I remember it right, I could be wrong, that game was like the precursor to the house cleaning that involved bringing in Steve Keim and Bruce Arians, I think. I think that was like okay, that's it. We can't do this anymore. We're done.
Yeah.
I think. I could be wrong. That was a long time ago, but I think that was the one.
But I think you're right. That was John Skelton was the starting quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals. Ryan Lindley came into play. You had Beanie Wells on that team. Rob Hausler, Andre Roberts, Michael Floyd, Early Doucette. That was those teams. So let me tell you why they brought up that 58-0 win over the Cardinals in 2012. They had one of their biggest wins this past week. 38 points at halftime, tied for the third most and a half in team history. They had 44 points in the game, tied for the 15th most in team history, the third most in the last 8 years. The 31-point margin of victory is tied for 14th in team history. Yeah. And that's where they brought up the most points scored and largest margin of victory was that win over Arizona in 2012, a game in which they were up 38-0 at halftime. Now, this game against New Orleans wasn't that bad, but it was still such a big win that they're able to bring up most points and a half. This is where it ranks all time in points and a half and margin of victory because they played 3 quarterbacks in this football game.
Yeah.
They played Sam Darnold, Drew Lock, and Jalen Milroe. They played 3 guys.
Why not, right? When you're going to blow them out that bad.
It was that bad. Milroe came into play for just I think a snap or two, and then Lock ended up replacing Darnold. Ended the third quarter, somewhere on there, and he had 18 snaps in the last 4 series. But it was a historic blowout for the Seahawks. They're riding high, but they've got a short week and they've got to go on the road. So this is a very. I'll just say this: I'm more interested in the Seattle game than I was the San Francisco game. Much more. San Francisco was really banged up. Arizona's a little banged up, but Seattle's just this unknown. I kind of felt like I knew what San Francisco was.
Okay.
I kind of felt like I know. I kind of feel like I know what the Rams are.
You're selling me. You're selling me on this. You're selling it to me.
I know what the Rams are. Uh-huh. I know what San Francisco is. Like, I kind of feel like I know what San Francisco is. I had no idea what Seattle was.
Yeah.
So to me, this game is a lot more intriguing to me because I really want to get. Have I sat and watched an entire Seattle game? No, but I will on Thursday at the stadium. I want to get a feel for who Seattle is that I don't know just yet. All signs point to them being a good football team. So this game, a lot more meaning to me than the 49er game.
I think I'm going to piggyback off of what you said, if I'm understanding you correctly, and I'm pretty sure I am. Are they really this good?
Right.
Is Seattle, and I think that's kind of what you're saying. I mean, is this really who they are? Because that was a 3-phase domination. They got special teams contributions. Their defense just stuck it to the running game.
My boy took one to the house.
Yeah, your rookie
took one to the house.
Rookie wide receiver took one to the house.
My GM cut so he could add another player.
Which is why your GM on your fantasy team is in big trouble. Sam Darnold was efficient. They rediscovered Kenneth Walker. The offense, did what it was. It was a very 3-phase dominant win by Seattle. And I think what you're trying to say, at least what I'm hearing are they really that good? Is that who they are? Because if that's who they are, we got to rethink things a little bit in the NFC West. We got to rearrange some furniture now in the NFC West if that's who they're going to be.
I'm as excited to watch Seattle play this week as I am to watch the new Stranger Things trailer that just popped.
Oh, did it finally come
dropped? Yeah, the trailer dropped. The final season, the final chapter of Stranger Things. The kids are all 42 years old right now.
The kids are now 35.
They're all in their 40s.
You got to the joke before I could.
They have their own have their own families. They've all been married for years. I think the girl's married to like John Bon Jovi's son.
They don't look like kids anymore. They're grown adults.
Grown-ups with kids. But they're still in high school, baby. They're still in high school.
The kid who played the main kid, not
the curly-haired guy.
The curly-haired guy. Like it doesn't even look like him anymore. He's a full adult now. For goodness sake.
So, but I think like if I told you Seattle can win this division, you'd be like, okay, I believe you. Or Seattle can finish in last place. I mean, I just don't know it. Like. They made a lot of changes. So that's the team that came in with a little bit of an unknown, when you're changing everything.
Kyler was asked today if this game is more important because of what happened a few days ago against the Niners.
Yeah, not really looking at it like that. Obviously, I understand from the, outside looking in how it can look. It's a must-win game, all those type of, narratives and stuff like that. But just taking it one day at a time, one game at a time, we got to go out there and execute. Yeah, I mean, every game is a big game, so we understand what's at stake.
They're 8-1 on the road against Mike McDonald, which is very impressive. They weren't good at home, which was kind of tough to figure out. That was their
8-1 on the road.
They're 8-1 on the road, but that was their first win at home, I think, since they beat the Cardinals, right?
Snap the streak,
yeah, at the end of last season was the last time that they did that well.
Want to hear something? Want to hear something kind of funny?
Sure, go ahead.
So I was just referring to that 58 win on December 9th, 2012.
58-0 win, yeah.
58, and we were like, I kind of remember that game. Calais Campbell had 5 tackles in that game.
Did he?
Yeah, Lauren's cracking up right now. Calais Campbell had 5 tackles in that game. Yeah, Michael Floyd, Beanie Wells, John Skelton, Ryan Lindley, Rob Hausler. Calais Campbell had 5 tackles.
Yeah, that was the game. That was the game that convinced ownership and Rod Graves, Ken Wisenhunt were both showing the door 3 games after that when that season ended, and that was the beginning of the Steve Keim, Bruce Arians era, which for a few years was a hell of an era. You
would have went to Calais. Hey, Calais, I know this hurts, this one, but you're going to get them in 2025. 2025.
You're going to be 39
They're going to come here
old.
on Thursday Night Football, and you are going to wreak havoc on them in 2025, my friend. You watch.
And you're still going to be the best defensive player on the roster, by the way. You're still going to be the best player on the roster. You're going to be 39 years old. You're going to be as old as the kids on the Stranger Things TV show, and you're still going to be the best player defensively. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, Jeff Passan's best player you still know nothing about. His name is Geraldo Perdomo, and he's going to join us live from the ballpark next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Oh, we got a good-looking crowd here at the Chuckle Casa tonight. Now, we're not calling this a short week for the Cardinals before Thursday Night Football, but this week could play tennis with the curve, babe. Not a whole lot of time to prepare for the Seahawks, but it's pretty simple. Division rival, need to win. The Cardinals host the Seahawks for Thursday Night Football. Pre-game coverage pops off at 12:30 Thursday afternoon. Kickoff at 5:15. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Here's your price on a brand new Ford truck, a Ford F-150 STX. You can get it right now, $44,899. They've got a demo unit. It includes a $3,300 Sanderson discount, $3,000 package discount, $1,250 in bonus cash, a brand new 2025 Ford F-150 STX at Sanderson Ford. Purchase it for $44,899. You're saying, okay, that's a great deal. You better run over there because I don't know how long that one's going to last. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. You could also go online at sandersonford.com. If you're like, hey, I want to take a look at that truck that Gambo's talking about, call them, 623-842-8600. 623-842-8600. Say, Gambo said you've got a F-150 STX demo unit for $44,899. I'll be in 2 hours to come look at it. Just call them and tell them to hold it for you. That's what you can get at Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. You can also go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lovello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Fuel up like a champ at Doghouse downtown Phoenix. Whether you're catching the game or hosting the crew, we've got the flavor lineup to win the day. All beef house dogs, juicy burgers, crispy chicken, and craveable sausages. All served on King's Hawaiian rolls. Don't forget the loaded tots and ice-cold craft brews. Open 24/7 at Central and Washington. We've got your flavor fix. Order now at downtownphoenix.haus.com and bring the heat to your next game day.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial series tonight against the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs, while Shohei Ohtani gets the start for the Dodgers. The Snakes sit just one game back of the Mets and Reds for the final wildcard spot in the National League. And the Phoenix Mercury play Game 2 of the WNBA semifinals tonight in Minneapolis. Tip-off for that one is at 4:30. The Mercury lost the first game of the series on Sunday. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs Dodgers Game 1. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Brandon Pfaadt, Shohei Ohtani is the matchup tonight in the opener of this 3-game series. We all know what implications are on the line here. Game back with 6 to play, chasing both the Mets and the Reds. It's going to be a busy, busy week, obviously, around here, and one that we were not expecting to have. And yeah, I'm stalling a little bit here because we are expecting Geraldo Perdomo to join us via video almost any moment now, live from Chase Field. So I'm just looking at Lauren. Should you hit the thing? Go ahead and hit the thing, please.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo, brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time.
Excited if you're listening here on Arizona Sports or if you're watching on our YouTube channel. Geraldo Perdomo rocking a Mercury jersey supporting the local WNBA team in Game 2 tonight. Joining us live from Chase Field. What's going on, Jerry? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, guy. Everything good. You know, getting ready for practice.
Well, I have to say what a great season you've had. I've had the pleasure of watching you play, this game since you got here in 2021. You're quickly becoming my favorite player on this team. To watch you grow and develop in these last 4 years has just been a blessing. It really has been very enjoyable to watch you play. Could you have ever imagined when you first broke into the big leagues that you'd be, closing in on 100 RBIs and being a starting shortstop for this baseball team?
Not really. It's like you say, it's been a blessing for me. Blessing for my family, for the whole organization, what God been doing so far through the last 4 years, it's been a bless. I never imagined I've been, the player I am right now. We are guys, all the glories to him.
Yes, I agree. When you first got here, Nick Ahmed was the shortstop on this baseball team. He was here your first year, and then his second year he departed. What did you learn from Nick? He had been the shortstop on this baseball team for many years, a very good defensive player. What did you learn from Nick?
His leadership. He was a leader here in this clubhouse. His mentality, how he prepared before every game. It was a little bit about everything. He was a great mentor for me and for a couple young guys too. At the same time, he's like I say, he was one of the best, and all those little details I've been accepted and I've been glad, and he was part of my young career so far.
Geraldo Perdomo joining us live from Chase Field here on the Burns and Gambo Show. 6:40 tonight, first pitch against the LA Dodgers. Did you have trouble sleeping last night? Was there a little extra juice in your step today when you got up, knowing what you guys have on the line? Are you just dying for this game to start tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I'm dying, you know. I was talking with Gino early about all the surprise and all the success we've been had so far through the season. You know, I talked with Hayes yesterday, and we're talking about nobody expect we're gonna be so close to the end of the season, and it's just to show and to everyone like what God been doing for us so far through this season. You know, he's been amazing. You know, you guys know we have a lot of young talent, a lot of we've been a lot of issue with the pitcher, sometimes offense. You know, we get back through 1 week before the trade deadline. Like, you know, we get swept twice uh, by the Pirate. We went to Detroit. We were swept.
Yep.
You know, like it was a tough moment for us. But after the trade deadline, we've been off. You know, we've been having some fun. We've been enjoy what we've been doing. We go there and just try to play every day. Is the last game of the season.
Well, you're obviously a big reason why you've gone from where you were to where you are going in this final week. Why do you think the team is where it is going into the final week? What do you think was the reason that allowed you to be 1 game back with 6 to play, Geraldo?
I feel how everybody here in the clubhouse are together. You know, all the pitcher, all the position player. We have literally like the whole team, coaches, player. We got dinner in Minnesota. It was hosted by Eduardo Rodriguez. We got all the credit to him, but you know, all those little details we've been doing together. I think that's why we've been so close. You know, we've been like as a family, as a group. I feel like something we didn't do early in the season. That's what we've been doing so far through the season and to the end of this season. Like I said the other day in the meeting, we have something special here going on, and if we make it, all the glory to God. If you know, all the glory to God. You know, to the end of the day, we've been battled, we've been fighting, and I know something special is gonna happen. Especially we play against this team, the Dodgers. You know, they pull Tani and Schnell, Yamamoto. I think we're gonna have fun for sure.
Yes, all glory to God, of course. I want to ask you about the security that you got. A 4-year, $45 million contract extension. It's going to start in 2026. How important was that to you to get that done and to make sure that you'll remain the starting shortstop on this baseball team for the next few years?
You know, it was important for me. I always dreaming to be or playing for only one organization. You know, I grew up seeing a Jeter fan, Carl Ripken Jr. He was one of my favorite players. And see those players play for only one organization, I think it was a bless. Dylan Carson told me like when I was a minor in 2020, I was like a franchise player, and I didn't understand what he tried to say. It was like, you know, my English wasn't that good how we are right now, but yeah. I kind of Google it, and then he explained it to me how important it is being a franchise player, and you know, all the credit to the front office, the owners, you know, believing in this kid since I was. I mean, I still young. Sometimes I acting like I'm old, but you know, it's kind of crazy. But like I said, all the blessed to God. I'm glad, happy for my family. You know, even if that's not gonna stop me being the key I am. You know, just fun and be the same guy every single day. Doesn't matter how we play. Doesn't matter if my style or my number is bad or good. I'm gonna be the same guy every single day.
I think a lot of people.
I need to support my teammate.
Yeah.
You know, I like being when something's going wrong and something's going on with their life. I just try to be there and just try to make sure that everything's gonna be okay.
I think it took you a couple of years to win everybody over. You were so outgoing and everything. I think people were taken aback by that a little bit. But I want to ask you your leadership role and what Torey Lovullo has meant to you, because I know if the outfielder makes a mistake, they blame it on you. If the first baseman drops a ball, they blame it on you. If there's a wild pitch, they blame it on you. You get blamed for everything. So
it's right.
Right.
Yeah, it's right. I mean, he just want me to be one of the best. You know, he's maybe the best, maybe like one of the best. You know, he the way he been approached to me since the 21 and been explained to me every single detail of this game, I accept that. You know, I told him like, whatever happened in the field, just blame it on me. You know, to the end of the day, I know it's a group, but I honestly, like, you guys call me a leader, everybody call me a leader, but like everybody has something here special. You know, everybody has something to say always. Like, we got Corbin, Marte, we got a couple players, and when they need to step out, they're gonna do it. Obviously, I feel like I am the only one make all the decision every single time. You know, when I had to say something to the manager, or why this player doesn't play, why we put this pitcher in this situation, why you been here for this. You know, even if I'm young, like, you know, I feel like I had the same mentality of Torrey. That's why he seen me like different way of everyone.
Yeah.
You know, because my mentality, the way I see the game. You know, sometimes it was our game sometimes, and sometimes we got lead by 6 runs, and sometimes tie again, late in the game. You know, sometimes maybe the defense, maybe the offense didn't score more, the pitching and stuff. You know, it's a little bit of everything. But the way he saw the game, that's the way he looking at me, and he tried to teach me to be one of the best on that situation like this.
Yeah. Geraldo, we got to let you go, man, because you got a lot of stuff going on today. You got to get ready for this game tonight. We wish you guys the best of luck. We never thought you'd be here, a game back with 6 to play. But, man,
I believe you.
I can't wait to see how this turns out, man. We cannot wait to see how this turns out.
See you at the ballpark.
Best of luck, all right?
See you, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Geraldo Perdomo joining us live via the video.
What a treat that was.
That was a treat.
That was a treat.
He's great.
He's like the most lovable guy on the team.
Yeah.
He's just easy to love.
Infectious personality.
He's easy to root for. He's easy to love. He's 3 RBIs away from 100. Jeff Passan wrote a terrific story today. We're going to mention it later.
Yeah.
And he was mentioned in it, so we'll go over that. But what a joy to have him on. I enjoyed that.
Absolutely exciting. We've got the Burns and Gambo Show podcast. You can subscribe right now on your iPhone or your Android. You will not miss any of our show. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. ASU, are they on the brink of an offensive breakout? How are they going to get there? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In, brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
They were so confident in their quote-unquote identity as an offense that they haven't had a backup plan for 3 weeks. Because, again, the running game was absolutely stunted, and now you lose your best running back for the year. Option A, run the football.
Yeah.
Be a smash-mouth team. Oh, that doesn't work? What do? We don't know.
Right. It's tough for a football team to kind of cling to its identity when its identity is not productive. And now with James Conner being gone for the season, this is going to be a very, very difficult task for this football team to find out who they are and how they're going to score.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 25th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and Seller must agree on price and possession.
Suit up for Superhero Night at Phoenix Rising on Saturday, September 27th at 7 p.m. Phoenix Rising battles Oakland Roots SC, and the entire night is themed for heroes big and small. Come dressed as your favorite superhero and snag a free firefighter helmet at the gate while supplies last. Tickets start at just $15. Secure your spot now at phxrisingfc.com. One night, all heroes. Be there.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%, yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter 325 horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APRs, $1389 for 1,000 finance. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/25.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Again, our thanks to our friends at the Diamondbacks for not only making Geraldo Perdomo available, but making him available on video. If you had a chance to watch that on the YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, it was fun. He was rocking the Mercury jersey. They've got game 2 coming up tonight against the Lynx.
The Lynx.
So we really appreciate that from the Diamondbacks and from Perdomo. Lauren is here. She's got our poll question. It's already gotten the, if I understand it correctly, the Gambo retweet.
It did get the Gambo
So look out.
retweet.
It's going to get like 10,000 votes now.
Watch out.
Here it comes.
Also, if you want to listen to that interview with Perdomo,
Yeah.
up now.
It's already
wherever
up.
you get your podcast and ArizonaSports.com.
So if you missed our interview with Geraldo Perdomo, you can already hear it now.
And you can watch the video now.
You can watch it too. What's the poll
It's on
question?
video.
It's on video.
It's on video. Yeah. Poll question is based off of something you guys just touched on yesterday during the show, and I thought,
didn't we? Yeah,
let's
we did.
expand upon this idea.
Sure, let's pour lemon juice into the open wound. Why not?
That seems to be my specialty. With
You
these
really
poll
you are very good at it.
questions.
Yes, let's take a bad situation and make it worse.
Yeah, so let's see how much worse. Because has James Conner played his final snap for the Arizona Cardinals? Yes or no?
Yes. I just looked up his contract, and the answer is yes, he has. And I hate to make it so black and white and so business-like, but the contract was basically designed for the Cardinals to kind of have an out at the end of this season. And given that he's going to be coming off of some sort of major surgery, and Trey Benson, and the fact that he's going to be 31 years old, I hate to say it because I wouldn't want it to end like this for him, but I do believe he's played his last snap as a Cardinal.
And that's...
I do too.
Yeah, and that's what our listeners think, because 77% are going with yes, he's played his last snap.
That's just a hate to see guys go out like that. He's been such a good Cardinal.
Such a
hate to see guys go out.
Yeah, it is. It's just a crappy way to go out. You know, but this was probably going to be his last year here anyway. I know we always say that. If he had another big year, maybe he would have gotten another contract, but you just get to that age, right? Like he's signed 3 contracts now with the Cardinals?
Yeah.
That in and of itself is a borderline miracle for the position, right?
Yeah.
I think that was his third contract.
Yeah, because I think he was brought on a 1-year deal. Was he brought on a 1-year deal with Keim, and then he got a 2-year deal and then another 2-year deal? I think that's...
Yes, you're correct.
1-year deal.
In 2021, he signed a 1-year, $1.7 million contract.
Then he got a 2-year extension.
Got a 3-year, $21 million extension, and then a 2-year, $19 million contract. 3 contracts for a running back?
Proved you wrong.
He did. That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. At Burns and Gambo, one word is where it's at. Sam Leavitt from today. Frustrated on not hitting on some of those big shots?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you always want to see those hit. Got a couple protection busts and penalties, which have been really frustrating. More so just because, we've kept a couple of these games close that they really didn't need to be close. I felt like, we could have really won the last game by 20-plus points if we just kind of keyed in on a couple things. So it's just getting back and dialing into the details and, progressing forward.
And that is what has led Gambo Kenny Dillingham to say, quote, our offense is so close to being really, really good that we're just right there. We're on the brink, still trying to figure it out. But I will say from week 1 to week 2, we got better. Week 3, we got better. Week 4, we drove better. We just have to be better in the red zone. And that's why he thinks the breakout is coming for this ASU offense.
I mean, not for nothing, but it'd be better if Jesus Gomez is not the Big 12 player of the week, right? Special teams player of the week.
Congratulations to him.
Congratulations, you hit a lot of field goals. But if we score touchdowns, you're not going to be the co-special teams player of the week, Jesus Gomez, and that's better for the ASU Sun Devils. My point here, they ended up settling for a lot of field goals.
Yeah.
When if you put those into touchdowns, you've got an explosive offense that could have blown that team out. But they weren't able to do it, so they ended up being a close game. What did Kenny say? You win the turnover battle 3-0, and you're fighting for your lives to win the football game at the end? That shouldn't be the case.
He even dropped a golly on us on Saturday. Golly, that shouldn't happen. Golly, we should. Yeah, when you use the word golly, you're being serious about it. But
I don't know that I've ever used that word.
Golly?
I don't think that's ever been in my vocabulary.
I just said it 5 times in the last 30 seconds,
Yeah.
and I think that might be a first for me too. I'm pretty sure I've never said it. In my
I don't
life.
think you'll ever say it again either.
Probably not. No, I don't have a lot of use for that word. But okay, probably not. But we've all been watching football a long time. Man, I don't know if there's anything more that drives me nuts than the 29-yard field goal or the 35-yard field goal. I mean, it's great when you get it, and it's nice that you have a kicker who can get it for you. But all that means to me is you got inside the red zone and you failed. All that means to me is you got inside the red zone and you didn't score a touchdown. And so I look at 29-yard field goals, 33-yard field goals, almost as like a failure. Like
I'll take the 45-yarder.
Well, yeah, because you're not in the red zone. You know what I mean? It's when you're in the red zone, you're never going to convert 100% of your touchdowns. But man, you have to do better than 3 turnovers, 3 trips into the opposing territory, 3 trips into the opposing red zone, and you're walking away with 9 points. That's just not good enough.
I think, I said this to you yesterday. I think there's a lot of things I liked about the offense. I love Raleek Brown right now. Love the way he plays the game. So all the concern about Scatterboo and how you got to replace him, I love watching Raleek Brown play. Number 2, I really wanted, after the first 2 games, to get that tight end involved because I like him, Shimon Matea, and he's involved now. Like, he's actively involved in the offense. And then, outside of Jordan Tyson, teams are going to work hard to take Tyson out of the game. Okay, he'll probably be the first wide receiver taken. He's an incredible talent. Teams are going to work very hard to limit his ability to do damage against you. So you need other guys to step up, whether that's McLean, it was Eusebio this week. You need other guys that can step up. So I think, I think that they are on the verge of breaking out. It's just a matter of, you're at home this week. You got a good game, playing a ranked team. It could happen this week, but I think they're very, very close as well.
This is Dillingham yesterday talking specifically about the explosive pass plays and how they haven't been there.
Yeah, we haven't had the explosive pass plays over top. That's been just a combination of things. It's not quarterback driven. It's just one time we maybe miss up a pro, and the other time we maybe get beat. That happens, right? Then a running back's free. Then another time, we don't have a good route spacing. It's just like every single time there's one spot just so close. So we're so close to hitting those. That'd be probably what I would think the biggest thing. And then the second thing would be just red zone scoring. Depends on what you call a real possession, but real possessions to me are not like end of half. We had 10 possessions. One of those I wouldn't count as a real possession. possession because it would have been a 2-minute drill, which I put in a different category. So 9 possessions. 3 in the first half was all we had. We had 3 first half possessions and then a 2-minute drill that we went 3 and out on. And we went down the field 3 times and got stopped the one time for obviously a penalty, which ended the drive. So I've been happy with how we're playing. We just got to finish drives in the red zone, and we got to start as a staff finding ways to finish drives in the red zone.
And it was a problem. It wasn't enough of a problem that you lost the game. But I think, and we're going to talk about TCU a little bit later, and I know we said this about Baylor last week, so take it with a grain of salt. Man, it looks like TCU can score. And man, it looks like TCU is going to put some points on the board. And I wouldn't have thought you would have beat Baylor on the road last week with field goals. You did. I don't know if you're going to beat TCU this week with field goals. And so those explosive plays that he's looking for, those red zone conversions, they would come in real handy against the TCU team that's got a quarterback who can sling it. They've got one of the best wide receivers in the Big 12.
Oh, they do.
And so I better than field goals this week at home, I think, is what you're going to need if you're ASU.
You just look at the first drive of the game, you get down to the 10-yard line and you run it -3, incomplete, kick the field goal. Second drive of the second half, you get it all the way down inside the 10, and then 3rd and 5, you got an incomplete to Tyson. You got to kick a 21-yard field goal.
Oh, I hate 21-yard field. Hate 21-yard field goals.
Yeah, you're inside the 5-yard line.
I hate 21-yard field goals.
You're inside the 5-yard line. But they ran it once for 3. They ran it for -1, and then on 3rd down, they had an incomplete pass to Tyson. They end up kicking a field goal. 33-yard field goal, that would also be inside the red zone. You know what happened on that play? Sam they kicked the 33-yard field goal to up 16-10. Sam had the ugliest run of the night for -7 yards. It was a run. I guess you call it a sack. I wrote yuck next to it. Just yuck. That was my word. That's what I got. Yeah, right here.
Let me see. There it is for the YouTubers. Yuck.
Yeah.
Right.
Right there. Can you see
yuck.
it?
You see it right there?
Can you look right there?
Let's see. Can I see it?
Right there.
I can't read your handwriting when it's 2 feet in front of my face. I'm supposed to read it on the video.
Yuck.
There? No, I can't.
I just wrote.
Can't read that.
Yeah, Sam ran up the middle for 27 yards to the 10. And then Sam goes for -7, and all I wrote was yuck. I'd have to go back and look at it. They end up kicking a 33-yard field goal. They're kicking themselves in the foot.
They're kicking themselves in the foot. They're kicking themselves in the foot.
Where do you kick yourself? Kick yourself in the.
You kick yourself in the rear. You shoot yourself in the foot, but you don't really kick yourself in the foot.
They're shooting. Thank you. You're shooting yourself in the foot. You're shooting yourself. They're shooting themselves in the foot.
Join us in all of Gambo's brilliance at DraftKings TPC in Scottsdale this Friday for a college football pregame party. While we're on site, you'll have the chance to win tickets and merch for upcoming sporting events. Plus, now through the end of September, mention Arizona Sports and get their famous chips and queso on the house. All you have to do is say Arizona Sports all through September, and you'll get the chips and queso on the house. The Cardinals wide receiver production ranks dead last in the NFL.
Raro.
Can they fix that on a short week? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC, Plumbing, and Electric, and they are ready to help you right now with all of your AC needs and your plumbing needs and even electrical. I had an issue with my pool pump not too long ago, and I had to go to Christian Brothers because it was wired for 240 volts. It was only getting 120. Christian Brothers had to come out and help me so that way I can get my pool pump back up and running again. Christian Brothers does a fantastic job of helping people with all of their needs. If you need any plumbing issue, if you have any plumbing issues at all, toilet bowl's not flushing properly, your water's not coming out as fast as it needs to, the drains are clogged, it's not, the water's staying in the sink, it's too long to drain, have Christian Brothers come out. They'll help you. They do a great job. Their plumbing department is second to none in the industry. Call them at 602-222-3535. You're saying, hey, I would like to get a soft water machine. I want soft water in the house. Arizona has some of the hardest water in the country. You can get soft water machines from Christian Brothers. They have them at great prices and financing available as well. Drinking water. You're tired of filling up all the bottles of plastic? Go get pure drinking water from Christian Brothers. They have that as well. 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
Hey, it's Vince Murata here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit. But hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 48 months on a new 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5. Or get a great deal on your favorite Toyota. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner today by visiting your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota. Let's go places. 2.99% with $22.13 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Tacoma offers exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models and N93025. See dealer for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial series tonight against the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs, while Shohei Ohtani gets the start for the Dodgers. The Snakes sit just one game back of the Mets and Reds for the final wild card spot in the National League. And the Phoenix Mercury play Game 2 of the WNBA semifinals tonight in Minneapolis. Tip-off is at 4:30. The Mercury lost the first game of the series on Sunday. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What are the Phoenix Suns trying to prove this season? We'll be asking players tomorrow at Suns Media Day starting at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7 the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Oh, these numbers. These numbers. Marvin Harrison Jr., 10 catches, 142 yards, 1 touchdown. Greg Dortch, 4 catches, 12 yards. Zay Jones, 3 catches, 29 yards. Michael Wilson, 3 catches, 21 yards. Ladies and gentlemen.
Good night, everybody.
Your 2025 Arizona Cardinals receiving core.
It's one of the worst in the NFL. I mean, it just is by the numbers. I mean, sometimes numbers don't. Better. Sometimes numbers don't lie. They have one of the worst receiving cores in the NFL. They shouldn't. They shouldn't, but they do. And you know, is part of it on Kyler? Sure. You can only target. You target Marvin Harrison Jr. 2 times in the first half. When you throw the ball 20 times, makes no sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
That was my close yesterday. I don't understand it. I never will. You know, you give the guy 4 years and $35 million, and you target him twice in the first half when you throw the ball 20 times. Make it make sense to me. Make that make sense to me. Nobody can. You can't make it make sense. You're going to pay this guy like he's one of the best receivers in the league as a rookie, 4th overall pick, 4 years, $35 million, $22 million signing bonus, $22.5 million signing bonus. You can throw the ball 20 times, and two times the ball goes to him. Why? Why? Is it him? Is it Kyler? Is it the offensive line? Is it the play calling? Like, is it a combination of all of those? Probably, but something's got to, like you always say, something's got to be more than the others on these things. But I was somewhat concerned about the wide receiver room, and they didn't go out and get any of those guys that we talked about, whether it was Keenan Allen or Gabe Davis or Amari Cooper. There were a bunch of guys. They liked who they had.
Yeah.
Now, part of it was, we talked about this. Part of it was you don't really need a great number 2 wide receiver if you're going to go to James Conner, Trey McBride, and Marvin Harrison Jr. a whole lot.
We've talked about that a lot, yeah.
But you don't have James Conner anymore. And so you've got to find a way to get one of these other wide receivers more involved in the action while getting Marvin Harrison Jr. to play at an elite level that you expected. Because right now, he's not playing like a number 1 receiver.
Oh, no. No.
I don't know. He's playing like a number 2 receiver, to be honest with you.
No, he's not. And boy, this is the numbers are shocking. And I hear you talking about what they didn't do this offseason and how they didn't address the room. And should they have gone out and got a guy or not? And I just wrote down real quick, is it the guys or how you're using the guys? Do you have the wrong guys or are you using the guys you have the wrong way? And for me, Sunday was the first day where I started to think, man, I just wonder if they have the wrong guys, because up until Sunday, I would have said it's how they're using the guys. It's how this offense runs. It's how this offense is structured. They're run first. They're tight end forward. They're more about 12 personnel, 13 personnel, et cetera, et cetera. It's not about the guys not being good enough. It's about how they're using the guys not being good enough. Then Marvin Harrison Jr. drops one. Then Zay Jones drops one. And I know Amari DiMercado's not a wide receiver, but he's a receiving running back. And then he drops one. And that's the first time, Gambo, where I start to think, maybe it's not how they're using the guys. Maybe it's the guys. Maybe they should have gone out and upgraded the receiver room. Maybe they need better guys at the position. I know they don't throw the ball a lot to their wide receivers, but when the guys they do have start dropping them all over the place, then you start to wonder, maybe they need better guys.
The drops are a big deal. Kyler's always thrown the ball not to spots, but to wide receivers. He doesn't, he looks at wide receivers and not defenders when he's making a read. He looks at the wide receiver. He plays to see if he can throw it to someone, not throw it to a spot. I think that's always been a problem, for Kyler when he misses stuff is because, he's more focused on the wide receiver than looking at the defenders. So I've always felt that, and I've never changed on that. But the wide receiver room, I mean, you can't have your number 2 receiver end up with 17 catches on the year.
No.
It's just like, like if these guys go somewhere else, would they be better players? I don't know. It's very frustrating right now because your number 1 guy's not playing like a number 1 guy or even a number 2 guy. And your number 2, 3, and number 4 guy are giving you nothing. They're giving you nothing. You're getting nothing out of them. And so now you're looking at the wide receiver group and saying you have one of the worst in the NFL. And, and I don't want to get to the I don't want to get to the end of the season and sit there and say, I can't really judge Kyler because of the wide receivers' talent was not that good or the offensive line was not that good. I can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
I can't keep we're going to judge Kyler based on this season. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And, right now this offense, as we talked about, has just not been no 300-yard games, nothing dynamic, not a lot of explosive plays down the field, a lot of blah, a lot of what would you say? A lot of plays behind the line of scrimmage yesterday.
Yeah, there were 7 passes that were more than 10 yards down the field.
That's it.
That's it. 7.
That's it.
Kyler was 3 of 7 on anything that was 10 yards or more down the field.
Yeah,
3 of 7. That's it.
So is the answer the answer to why that's happening? Is it because you don't trust Kyler? Is it because you don't trust your offensive line? Is it because you don't have the talent of wide receiver? But why is everything so much dink and dunk and nobody wants to go down the freaking field?
And I'm sure some of it is also because you thought you'd have a run game that's better than this, and that you don't need as much to have a downfield passing attack when you've got a run game that has been dominant for the last 2 years. It's not dominant anymore. Now, their passing game wasn't great last year either, but at least they had the run game to go, to justify somewhat the dink and the dunk and the short field, because there was always a less risky play. Handing the ball to James Conner is a less risky play. Handing the ball to Trey Benson is a less risky play. If that's not there for you, you might have to open yourself up to a little more risk in this offense. The only problem I have with it all is we're in a short week. We're 48 hours away from the game? I don't know how much you can change this week.
You watched the Lions. Did you watch the Lions Ravens last night?
I watched most of it last night.
Most of it. At the end of the game, there was a 4th and 2. Very, very important 4th and 2.
Mm-hmm.
And Detroit throws the ball 20 yards down the field to Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Mm-hmm.
That's trusting your quarterback. That's trusting your wide receiver. That's trusting your offensive line to make that play. On a 4th and 2, you can hand it to David Montgomery.
Yeah.
And you could say, okay, I mean, at that point, there's less than 2 minutes left in the game. And they decide, I'm going to throw the ball 20 freaking yards down the field. I'm going to throw the ball. I don't know that this offense would do that. I don't know that this offense could do that.
I don't know if this offense would design a play like that, but I think Kyler Murray might do it if the play broke down and he saw somebody down the field.
I think a big play like that late in the game, you design a run-pass option for Kyler, a short 3-yard pass, or Kyler runs. And here you got Detroit throwing the ball, chucking it 20 yards down the field on a 4th and 2. For all intent and purposes, the next play, Montgomery scores, game over. Game over. Because of that play. And I watched that play, and I'm like, to myself, I wonder if the Cardinals would ever do that.
Yeah. Join us at DraftKings TPC in Scottsdale next Friday. It's a college football pregame party. While we're on site, you'll have the chance to win tickets and merch for upcoming sporting events. Plus, now through the end of September, mention Arizona Sports any day, not just Friday, any day, and you'll get their famous chips and queso
today
on the house. You can do it today,
tomorrow,
and tomorrow as well. We'll guide you through the final 6 games of the season for the Arizona Diamondbacks, because one of the games we'll be watching starts in about a half hour. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Love telling you about Pro Smile, because how many people out there don't like your smile? How many people out there, you don't smile for photos? You don't smile at all. You don't have the confidence in your smile. You might have discolored teeth. You might have gaps in between your teeth. You might have some pointers on your teeth. You just might not have great hygiene in your mouth, and so you don't want to smile. You lack confidence in a job interview, your family photos. You don't smile in family photos, and you say to yourself, God, I would love to be able to get my teeth fixed. Pro Smile can help you. Pro Smile can help you with the All-on-4 implants. They're amazing. The All-on-4 implants can be done within 2 weeks. You can have your temporaries within 1 day. And within 2 weeks, you have a complete new smile. One, you will absolutely love your smile. You'll smile for every photo out there. You'll smile with confidence. You'll laugh with confidence again. There's a lot of people out there that don't like their smile. There's a lot of people out there that just don't have great teeth. But Pro Smile can fix that for you. They've got 2 locations in the Valley, one in Phoenix, one in Scottsdale. They offer multiple financing options, including interest-free, or, check this out, finance it for up to 10 years. You've got one life to live, one. Make the best of it with your smile. Go to Pro Smile. All you have to do is text PRO to 620-620. I'll get you all the info. You'll get a free consultation, and let's get you into the smile you love. Text PRO to 620-620.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 25th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what ifs.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Luke. Will the Arizona Diamondbacks be able to conquer Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers tonight? We'll be reacting to Game 1 of the series tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
We need to enjoy the day off, recharge, and we got 6 games left. And it's not how you start a season; it's how you finish. That's what I'll focus on right now. And we're in a position to continue to make statements and play good baseball and continue to put ourselves right in the thick of any chance of making the postseason. And I'm really, really happy for these guys.
That was Troy Lavello after Sunday's win against the Phillies. Their series victory over Philly, and it gave them the opportunity to be 1 game back with 6 to play, chasing the Mets and the Reds.
What's the over-under on how many fire Lavellos if they lose tonight? On my Twitter timeline.
I'm not intimately familiar with your Twitter timeline, and I'm grateful to God that I'm not. So I don't know how to put a number on that. You put a number on that. You spend a lot of time on Twitter.
It is
so you
amazing.
tell me.
It is amazing the ebbs and flow of the Diamondback fan on social media. When they win, they don't say anything.
That's because
when
that
they
ebb
lose,
and flow then, or is that just
I think
ebb?
it's the Fire Lavello crew. If the Diamondbacks win a whole, but they never say a word. Hey, that was a good game. Oh, that was a really good move he made. That was smart that he put Adrian Del Castillo at designated hitter and he hit the 2-run homer. And that was a good. They'll never say that. They just want to nail him when they lose a game.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious you're not going to fire Troy Lavello this offseason. I think if there's anything we've established, it's very likely that.
I could be wrong. I don't know for sure. I would think that he's done enough to keep his job with the way that they've played since the trade deadline. I would think he has done enough to keep his job. But you don't know how the owner, Ken Kendrick and Derek Hall, and even Mike Hazen are going to view a highest payroll in the history of the team.
Yeah.
And to not make the playoffs 2 years in a row and miss out by a game or two.
I guess you're right. Okay, certainty, maybe I shouldn't be so certain about it. I'll peg it at in my mind, I think it's 90% he's back.
Okay.
I just think.
So you would be somewhat floored if they fired him.
Especially since I think next year's team is going to be a lot like this team. Like this team that we're looking at right now, currently in this moment.
Yes.
The kind of team where, they're going to spend a little, but they're not going to spend a ton like they did last offseason because of the contracts that they're paying out and all of that. So I think they're going to I think Torey Lovullo seems to do better with less. And I would imagine next year they might ask him to do kind of with less. They can't spend a ton on the rotation. They're going to have to spend a little on it.
It's almost like he's better with it's almost like he's better with a younger team.
Yeah. Oh, I believe that. I 100% believe that. And I think next year, like I said, they're going to spend. They need a first baseman. They need bullpen guys. They need at least one starter, probably more. They'll spend. But they're not going to go into next season with mighty expectations and a mighty payroll and things like that. I just don't think that's how it's going to be, and Torey Lovullo might be more the manager for that team. Anyway, we got off track there. They got 6 games to go here. And so here's what you're watching for tonight. The first of 6 for the Diamondbacks. They've got 3 against the Dodgers. They've got 3 at the San Diego Padres.
Okay.
They start action tonight, a game back of the Mets and a game back of the Reds. Now, the Reds and the Mets are tied for the final wild card spot, but the Reds have the tiebreaker over the Mets. The Reds have the tiebreaker over the Diamondbacks. Any 3-way tie would go to the Cincinnati Reds. They've got the power in all of this. As we mentioned at the beginning of the show, handy-dandy chart that's in front of us from our buddy and colleague Jack Summers tells us that if the Diamondbacks go 5-1 over these final 6 games, they're in as long as Cincinnati goes 3-3 and the Mets go 4-2. That's not an either or. That's an and. That's 3-3.
So the Reds have to lose 3 games.
The Reds and the Diamondbacks have to go 5 out of 6.
It's going to be it's going to be very hard.
The Reds are hosting the Pirates today for the first of 3, and then they're at the Milwaukee Brewers. The Mets are at the Cubs today, and they're at the Marlins to close the season.
So basically, in a nutshell, Reds beat the Pirates today. Diamondbacks lose to the Dodgers. For all intent and purposes, it's over.
Then you would have to go...
Reds win today, Diamondbacks lose.
You'd have to win out and hope that Cincinnati goes
2-3.
2-3 the rest of the way.
So you'd have to go 5-0 and they go 2-3.
Yes. So then you're counting on the Reds and the Mets failing. You lose tonight and the Reds win, you have to have them fail. Like you're counting on it. And that's what makes this, look, it's a great dream and it's fun. And this week's going to be exciting to see how it all plays out. And I hope what you said earlier in the week comes true. I hope we go into the weekend with a puncher's chance of getting this done. But so much of it depends on the Pirates helping you out and the Brewers helping you out and the Cubs helping you out and the Marlins helping you out. I don't like needing that much help from other teams, right? Like it'd be easier, and we've talked about this all season long. It's easier when you just have one team you have to jump. It's easier when it's just you and somebody else, all right? Let's mano a mano and let's see what we've got. When you've got 2 teams you've got to negotiate around, it's just a lot of help that you need. And I'm uncomfortable needing that much help out of these teams in baseball.
I would feel a lot better if the Reds weren't in the way and it was just the Mets, because I don't trust the Mets as far as I could throw
plus you've got the tiebreaker over them.
Yeah, you have the tiebreaker.
You don't have to be 2 games better than them like you do against the Reds. You have to be 2 games better than the Reds no matter what, because they have the tiebreaker.
So basically, it's the Reds' resurgence that has really kind of put a – because they've won how many games in a row now? They've won 5 in a row.
5 in a row, 6 of 7, yeah.
5 in a row, 6 of 7. And the Cubs did is absolutely – a 4-game series, the Cubs couldn't win a freaking game.
Not one game.
Not one game the Cubs could win.
Now, what benefits the Diamondbacks – they've played the Dodgers tough all season. They're 5-5 against the Dodgers this season. Diamondbacks are 22-20 against the Dodgers over the last 3 seasons. We know they've played LA very tough. At some point, probably this week, LA in Arizona is going to clinch the National League West. Their magic number's down to 3. 3 Padre losses, 3 Dodger wins. In a way, you'd like to see them clinch it quickly so that they fall into kind of we don't care anymore mode. Right? Like they know that, but then at the same time, anytime they win a game, it's just more work the Diamondbacks have to do. So you probably don't want to see them clinch it, because you every time the Diamondbacks lose, it's just one more game somebody else has to lose across the sport. I think it's the Pirates. They're in last place in the National League Central. Great story this morning on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. Over the last month, the Pirates are third in baseball in team ERA. They've pitched very, very well, but their offense is one of the 5 worst in baseball. So do they have enough punch to beat the Reds? Their pitching staff is up to the task, but do they have enough punch to do that? Cubs don't have anything to play for anymore. Yeah. Who knows what they're going to bring against the Mets this week?
I saw something today about the Miami Marlins are going to push Sandy Alcantara. They're going to push him back so he pitches against the Mets. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
The Marlins, who are basically eliminated from playoff contention, are pushing back Sandy Alcantara a day to pitch him at home versus the Mets in the final series.
In the name of competition?
In the name of let's try to knock the freaking Mets out of this thing.
Fantastic.
How great is that?
Well, it's great.
Like, yeah.
We'll take it.
You know
Thank
what?
you.
We're gonna push him back a day so the Mets have to face him.
Yeah.
I love that. I love it.
Huge Paul Skeens fans this week. He'll face the Reds in Game 2 of that series, going up against Hunter Green, and what's going to be an unbelievable pitching matchup in that one. So, look, you need help. You're Pirates fans this week. In addition to being Diamondbacks fans, you're Brewers fans this week. They're probably not going to have that much to play for, if anything at all, at the end of the season when they play them.
But you might listen. Pat Murphy might want to go in with some momentum. You know these teams that take their foot off the pedal, like, they usually struggle.
Well,
I mean, there's something to be said about look. We're not in the wild card anyway. Let's just play these games. We're gonna have a few days off. No worries. We got time off. We can set our rotation any way we want. Let's just not stop playing and, get out of the rhythm we're in. Because, again, if you're the Brewers, you're not playing right away. You've got plenty of time before you have to play a baseball game.
The schedule for today goes like this, and I'm just pulling it up right now. At 3:40, it's going to be the Pirates and the Reds. At 4:40, it's going to be the Mets and the Cubs. And then at 6:40, it's the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. So here in another 15 minutes, one of the games will begin. We'll be giving you score updates throughout the course of the day. We'll let you know what's going on. But you're rooting for the Pirates, you're rooting for the Cubs. And you're hoping the Diamondbacks can go.
Can we get the dream scenario? Mets lose, Reds lose, Diamondbacks win today? Now you're tied.
Big smiles.
Now you're in a 3-way tie.
Big smiles coming in tomorrow if that's the case.
A 3-way tie.
Look.
I want them to get in, so I love playoff baseball. I love baseball overall. I love playoff.
And you play the Dodgers, too, if you got into the first round.
Too bad we're not facing Kershaw in this series. I love rocking Kershaw.
That's very, very true. Have you subscribed to the Burns and Gambo Show podcast? You can subscribe right now on your iPhone and your Android. You'll never miss any of our show. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Seattle's defense has been the star of their season so far. How can Kyler Murray and the offense beat them with all the struggles they've been going through? That's the key matchup on Thursday. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Not a whole lot of time to prepare for the Seahawks, but it's pretty simple. Division rival. Need to win. The Cardinals host the Seahawks for Thursday Night Football. Pre-game coverage pops off at 12:30 Thursday afternoon. Kickoff at 5:15. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
The all-new, better than ever 2025 Lincoln Navigator. We've always had a Navigator in our family. Love it. Chelsea drives a Navigator. It's my favorite vehicle to drive. Just a luxury SUV with the air-conditioned seats, the heated seats. They've got the massaging seats. Great for when we take trips to go to baseball in Vegas or California. And I just put that massaging seat on for the whole ride. It's a truly amazing vehicle. I love the Lincoln Navigator. Sanderson Lincoln has a great selection right now of not only the Navigators, but also the Nautilus, the Corsair, there. And the Lincoln Aviator. Right now, you could get a brand new 2025 Lincoln Aviator starting at just $57,830. I love the Aviator. It is a beautiful ride. It's a great-looking vehicle. Sanderson Lincoln is just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. They also have the boutique store in the Scottsdale quarters, so you can go check them out there. If you need a new Lincoln, you really want a luxury vehicle, check out Sanderson Lincoln.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
My name is Wes Hunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial series tonight against the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs, while Shohei Ohtani gets the start for the Dodgers. The Snakes sit just one game back of the Mets and Reds for the final wildcard spot in the National League. And the Phoenix Mercury play Game 2 of the WNBA semifinals tonight in Minneapolis. Tip-off is at 4:30. The Mercury lost the first game of the series on Sunday. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties have taken over Sundays. Join the excitement and don't miss a play at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We will zero in on the next opponent on the Cardinals schedule, the Seattle Seahawks. Fun starts at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, that doesn't sound like fun at all. The fun starts at 6. We're going to zero in on the Seattle Seahawks.
Didn't he also say Tuesday?
Did he?
Play it again.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We will zero in.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Was that for today or is that for tomorrow?
Nope, those are new. Someone's got to break it to Vinny that it's
Go, Vinny.
Tuesday is today.
What is it about drivers here at the station struggling on Tuesdays? Tuesday, it's my hardest day. It's a fruit Tuesday.
Yeah.
You know?
If that's the only mess up for this show on a Tuesday, I'm fine with that.
I see. I'm not. I don't like it when I mess stuff up like that. It's a Friday. How do I get a Friday and a Tuesday confused? Like, what's wrong with my life that I'm thinking it's Friday if it's only a Tuesday?
I can't
know it's
answer.
personal stuff, but
Nobody can get inside your brain.
oh yeah,
Nobody knows.
Yeah, sure, no, sure you could. The Cardinals did make a roster move today, but maybe not the one anybody was expecting. Somebody asked us about this on YouTube, and right before we went on the air today, James Conner was officially put on the injured reserve. But as of right now, Michael Carter has not been elevated from the practice squad. The only three running backs on the roster are Trey Benson, Amari DiMercato, and Bam Knight. They did elevate offensive tackle DeMontre Jacobs, who played 15 games for the Patriots as a rookie last year, which kind of makes me wonder about Paris Johnson Jr. again this week and whether there's going to be issues about his availability.
Where are they right now with Carter and Bam?
So, three running backs on the roster, Trey Benson, Amari DiMercato, and Bam Knight. Michael Carter remains available to elevate from the practice squad, but they have yet to do it. They still have one open spot on the 53-man roster. So, as of right now, this running game, which has been, I know we've spent ridiculous amounts of time talking about Marvin Harrison Jr. in the passing game. I think you and I agree that the run game is still of primary importance, especially now with James Conner's absence. As of right now, they've only got three running backs on the roster. Maybe that changes for Thursday. Maybe it doesn't. But they called up a tackle to take his spot on the roster. James Conner's spot, not a running back.
It's interesting because, Bam made the original roster. We had broke that news. That was one of the big surprises. Bam made the roster. I think I asked Gannon yesterday, who more likely, Carter,
he wouldn't say. He wouldn't
elevate Carter. He said, we still got Bam.
Yep.
We still got Bam. So that is interesting that they did not elevate Michael Carter. Because then you would go into that game with just the three, Benson, DiMercato, and Bam Knight.
Either way, and the only reason I use that as a conversation starter here is because with Seattle coming up on Thursday.
Yeah.
It's the second best scoring defense in the National Football League through 3 games.
And they can't run on them.
And their identity is they will stuff the run. They did it to the Saints. They did it to the 49ers. They've done it to everybody they've played so far. This is a really bad matchup for you to try to rediscover your run game when you're playing Seattle.
Yeah, their defense is allowing 15.7 points per game, second only to the Green Bay Packers. Their running backs against them, running backs are averaging 3.2 yards per attempt. They are one of only 3 teams that is yet to allow a running back to run for a touchdown against them. Mm-hmm. So you've got a defense here. They're playing with a lot of confidence right now. They're physical. They get after it. And their defense has been sensational, especially at stopping the run. So you want to establish the run. You want to get it going. They have done a great job of taking the run away from the teams that they have played.
Yeah, Drew Petzing yesterday, the maligned offensive coordinator of the Arizona Cardinals, was asked about his familiarity with...
Look at you.
Is he not maligned?
The much maligned.
Is he not?
Maligned, I guess. I hadn't heard anybody say that yet, but I guess so.
I believe he's been pretty maligned. Yeah, he's been pretty... Look it up, my young crunk brothers. I believe he's been maligned.
I was going to look
over
up
the last
what
42 hours or so.
I wanted to Google what Perdomo said when he was on with us. Geraldo Perdomo. He had to Google franchise player.
What a franchise player was.
I didn't
know what that was. I had to Google it.
A franchise player is a term in professional sports referring to an athlete who is considered the best player in their team and serves as a central figure around whom the team is built for the long term.
I think he knows what a franchise player is.
Now he does, yeah.
Yeah, he is one. Here's the maligned offensive coordinator.
Yeah, we played him twice, and we played him in Baltimore our first year here. So a lot of familiarity with him and the system. It's a really talented group. I think they've done a great job of building that roster, and then the scheme is dynamic. They mix personnels, they mix front structures, a lot of different coverage and pressure looks. I think Mike does a really nice job. It's going to be a big challenge for him.
Yeah, it's funny. You never go into a game. You never go to a football game and say, hey, we're going to get all our buddies together, and we're going to watch tonight? We're going to watch the offensive line tonight. Let's just sit and focus on the offensive line. But I swear, if you were going to watch one thing on Thursday night, watch the offensive line and just see if they block any better than they did against San Francisco, right? Because they've been getting beat up all year long. I saw Teo Mackey put out some cut-ups of the offensive line and how they blocked against San Francisco. Those running backs didn't have a chance. They didn't have a chance with the way things were being blocked in front of them. I don't know if you're going to be able to do it any better against Seattle. I know Seattle's got some injuries they're dealing with, too. It's a short week for them. But if you want to talk about the run game getting better, you probably got to start with the offensive line getting better.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you're going to make personnel changes. If you don't have Paris Johnson Jr., you're going to bring in a different tackle, maybe. Is this the Will Hernandez game? Don't know. We'll see. You know, can I say something about Will Hernandez, too, real quick?
Yeah.
Yesterday, we had Darren Urban on. And when I ask about Will Hernandez or where we talk about
You didn't
Will
want to put it on one
Hernandez,
guy.
and I don't either. I don't want to make it sound like it's Isaiah Adams' fault that the Arizona Cardinals can't run the ball. But I do think Will Hernandez brings a level of nasty to a run game and an offensive line that maybe the other guys can draw from a little bit, can be led by, can be inspired by to a certain extent, because he is a nasty, nasty dude on that offensive line. I'm not trying to say it's Isaiah Adams' fault, but I think a rising tide might lift all ships when it comes to putting Will Hernandez on your offensive line and kind of leading the way to a better, more physical offensive line and how they should play.
Well, here's the thing. If you can't run against them and you have to throw, they've got 7 in coverage all the time. They're one of the best at pressuring the quarterbacks without blitzing. They don't blitz a whole lot. They keep 7 guys in coverage. So you look like there is no team in the NFL that's getting more pressure on a quarterback without blitzing. They just never blitz. So they get pressure from their front 4. They keep 7 guys out in coverage. It's a combination that's really working for them. So this is a tough chore. I really want to see what kind of job Drew Petzing can do to try to create some offense against this defense. This defense, so far through 3 games, this defense is really freaking good.
Yeah, and they're really good on the road under Mike McDonald. As I mentioned earlier, they're 8-1. But like we talked about earlier, is Seattle this good? Are they this good? You know, because I thought they could be good this year. I never thought they'd be this good, right? And that's kind of what I want to see on Thursday. Really?
Yeah.
Are they that good?
Well, like I told you earlier, I said I kind of feel like I knew who the Rams were and I knew who the 49ers were. I had no idea who Seattle is.
Yeah.
And a lot of fans may have felt that way about Arizona, too. I really don't know about Arizona. Like, take it out of Arizona. If you're a fan of another market, you're probably thinking of the Cardinals like, okay, they added Sweat and Tomlinson and Calais, and they drafted all these defensive guys, and they got Will Johnson, they got Birch, and I don't really know how good they're going to be. Maybe they'll be great. I think Arizona's a little bit like Seattle, in which people were just unsure of what you had in that.
Speaking of tough games, speaking of tough weeks, how much is at stake for ASU this Friday against TCU, and what do you need to know about the Horned Frogs? We'll talk about it live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
That is the number one complaint of fans that are out there. The play calling was horrible. From a player's perspective, man, just call the play. I'll do my job. You do your job, Luke. Hey, Rick, you do your job. Jamal, you do your job as well. You know what? You do the job, that play's going to work. It's the execution. Is there such a thing as a bad play call? Yes, I believe there is. But as a former player, don't talk to me about it. Can't tell you how many times guys are walking off the field after they got their butt kicked, got destroyed. Man, I can't believe we called that. Knock it off.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Your water heater, is it on its last leg? If so, you can get a new water heater from Christian Brothers. Their plumbing department is second to none when it comes to taking care of people's water heaters. Now, they even do tune-ups to help preserve the tank. You do a complete hard water flush, get rid of all the sediments that are in there when you flush out your water heater. It's a great way to preserve the tank so it doesn't rust out. A lot of people, like if you ignore your water heater, and next thing you know, you've got this gigantic pile of water, flood throughout your garage, the baseboards, the paint. It ends up being a disaster. So you want to make sure that you change out your water heater before your water heater decides to quit on you. That's why it's important to have Christian Brothers come out, check out your water heater, make sure it's in working condition, perform a tune-up on it if that's what you want, or if you need to replace your water heater, they'll give you great prices, and they have interest-free financing, and they got a lot of water heaters that don't even cost a lot. They have tankless water heaters, too. So if you want one of that, you could do that as well. Christian Brothers has been around for 49 years. They can help you with a backed up drain, a toilet bowl that's clogged. They've got a great plumbing department. Just call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Hundreds of collector cars and millions of memories. Join Barrett Jackson this October at the Scottsdale Fall Auction. Presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Special pricing available for seniors, military, and students. Free admission for children 12 and under. Tickets on sale now at barrett-jackson.com.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season. So give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
It's fall, and back-to-school activities keep everyone busy. Remember, emergencies can occur anytime. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. Be ready. Be safe. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit. Remember, seconds matter, and so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. At Progressive, we offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options to cover your small business needs and more. Visit Progressive.com today.
Here's the Diamondback. Here are the top three headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Kyler Murray knows his leadership of the Cardinals must kick up with James Conner out. The Booker Green backcourt is among the primary Suns storylines to watch ahead of Media Day. And bring on the Dodgers. The Diamondbacks' playoff chances are alive in the final week of 2025. Those are the top three headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
They play hard. They show a lot of things. They run by everything. Coverage-wise, and show a bunch of different fronts. So it's kind of just keying in on certain players and not getting lost within pre-snap decisions. Kind of seeing my key defender post-snap and just pure progression going through the whole read.
Sam Leavitt giving you the breakdown on TCU's defense and what to expect on Friday night as we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo show. It's not just the Cardinals on Thursday. It's ASU Friday night at Mountain America Stadium when they take on TCU. Ranked opponent. Another big Big 12 game for them. Another state of Texas team, one in which could be a very important win to have in hand potentially for tiebreakers or things like that. And TCU, kind of like Baylor before them. Now, we kind of bought into the Baylor offense a little bit, and it wasn't all that when we saw it on Saturday night. But, boy, TCU is coming off a big win over SMU, and their offense was just flying. As you look at some of the takeaways from that game, most of them are coming on the offensive side of the football and what they were able to do to SMU.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, they got great quarterback play. They ran the ball well. This kid, McAllister, oh, my goodness. 8 receptions, 54 yards, 3 touchdowns in that win. The defense stood up and played very well. The quarterback play was terrific. Crosstown rival, the Iron Skillet, and they win that thing 35-24.
The Iron Skillet.
The Iron Skillet.
I love that.
I feel like I'm watching a chef show.
I love that. We play for the Iron Skillet.
Yeah.
We play for the golden spatula. It's what we do. I mean, it's like cookware? Seriously?
I don't
you got the
know.
territorial cup. You've got the old oaken barrel. I mean, but cookware? Is what we're playing for now?
Listen, I can't tell you about that. But this is a good football team. They were ranked after beating SMU in the final battle, by the way, the final battle of the Iron Skillet. They got ranked in the Associated Press Top 25, the coaches poll. But there was a story on the Star Telegram about some of the things that were important, like the 4 biggest takeaways that they had. And, they go over the quarterback play and how important that was, the offense overall, just how good the offense was, defensively, McAllister dominating. But the quarterback, the TCU quarterback, Josh Hoover, it was a battle. It was like a back-and-forth battle, and Hoover was really good in that one. They just had a lot of players step up offensively for them and play extremely well. So I think that was one of the big takeaways, for them. The defense really came up with some big plays. There was a lot of big stands that they had throughout that game to help them win that one. So you get a team that's ranked. You get a team that's playing good right now. This will be a tough matchup. You're at home, so you feel pretty good about that. But this is another one of those games where you're just probably going to be a close game. Probably not going to blow anybody out. There's probably going to be one of those games that, if you win it by 1 score or maybe 10 points or something like that. And you're going to have to be ready to play. ASU's playing with a little momentum right now, getting a little bit of their swagger back, a little bit of that clout back. But this will be a tough job for them.
I'm glad this one is at home. You mentioned that a second ago. I think this one would be a real toughie if it was a road game for them, having to travel back into Texas and play there. It's like I feel, I don't know. I feel like a lot of the stuff we're reading about TCU and we're saying about TCU is really similar to some of the conversations we had about Baylor a week ago. Oh, here's this Sawyer Robertson and look out. And here's this tight end he's got to throw to and look out. Oh, and here's this running back. He's the best in the Big 12 statistically. Look out. And I mean, certainly some of it, a lot of it goes to credit ASU's defense and how they played for most of that game until the fourth quarter when things started to get a little squirrely out there. But like we talked about on Monday, I wasn't overly impressed with Sawyer Robertson. He was fine. I wasn't overly impressed with Baylor's offense. It didn't
he didn't blow you away.
And so when I read and maybe Friday night will be a different deal, and ASU's going to be, they're going to need to be prepared for more of a shootout at home. It turned into a shootout in the fourth quarter, but it was a defensive, grimy, gritty thing for most of the first 3 quarters of that game against Baylor. So maybe this is the game that Baylor wasn't. I know this, that Josh Hoover is, and they're saying the same thing about Sawyer Robertson, but a lot of people look at him and say that is an NFL caliber quarterback. That's a guy who can play at the next level. He's put up unbelievable numbers. He's got, as you mentioned, this Eric McAllister kid to throw to. The first 2 or 3 games weren't that great for him. This one he was huge. He exploded for 254 yards.
Yeah, they scored. The first touchdown was a 3rd and 17. They hit McAllister. Hoover hit McAllister for a 27-yard touchdown on a 3rd and 17.
Yeah, everything about this looks like a shootout. Everything. But then we were saying the same thing last week.
You're going up against Sonny Dykes. Okay, we remember him from Cal. Then he went to SMU, and then now he's at TCU. He's been at TCU since 2022. He won 13 games his first year. Last year, they won 9. They're a good football program. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. 2022, they were in the Fiesta Bowl. They won 13 games. They were in a Fiesta Bowl. So it's a quality program. You're right. They've got a terrific quarterback in Hoover. They've got a great receiver in McAllister. They made a bunch of mistakes in that game. There was some bad penalties and false starts and missed field goals and a bunch of things that kind of came back to haunt them a little bit. But it is one of those combinations like we talked about with Sawyer Robertson. Now you're going up against another good quality quarterback in this one.
I think if ASU were to win this game on Friday night on national TV, just about all that clout that they lost from the Mississippi State game, I would imagine most of it's back because of the 2 wins against Baylor and TCU.
Probably.
They're back.
Probably.
They're ranked again. They're probably in the top 20. If they certainly, now I don't know who else is playing who in the Big 12. I haven't looked yet this week. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find two more impressive Big 12 wins to open up conference play than ASU would have against Baylor and TCU. I could be wrong, but I don't know if any team is going to be able to say, look at who we beat compared to who you've beat so far. And I think if we're talking about getting some of that clout back, that's at least one path to doing that in a division, reestablishing yourself as, let's put it this way. If they beat TCU, I think they have reestablished themselves as, if not the team to beat, one of the 2 or 3 teams to beat in this conference. And I think they might have lost that after the Mississippi State game.
And these are you're going to go back to back. This is, incredible quarterbacks that you play in here. I mean, Robertson came in with all that. This kid Hoover threw 5 touchdown passes in that win against SMU. 5 touchdown passes, 379 yards, only 1 touchdown. ASU's defense, I thought, did a really good job against Robertson, a really good job. Did the 3 takeaways. Those were big. So you're going to have to try to come up with that again at home because this kid, they like to throw the ball. They like to go down the field. They've got a big play receiver. So this will be a tough matchup for the ASU secondary.
Yeah, I was gonna try to look up the Big 12 standings and see if I could see who's got the most impressive wins in the conference so far. I'm just thinking off the top of my head who is done. Like Iowa State beat K-State in the opener, but I don't think K-State's that good anymore.
I mean, Tech over Utah.
Tech over Utah. I mean, that's certainly. And I don't know who Tech has this week.
They clobbered them.
But if Tech has somebody that they could say, "Hey, look, we beat Utah and we beat the team they played this week," I don't know. I have to dive a little deeper into that, maybe for tomorrow's show and see. I would be hard pressed to think anybody could say they've done any better than Baylor and TCU to start if that's how ASU is going to start. Plus, it's on national TV. You've got this window all to yourself. I know Sam Leavitt spoke a lot about that, about how the whole country.
And Texas Tech they got Houston.
Okay, so yeah, it's not going to be
Bye week.
Baylor.
Bye week.
They got a bye week.
Bye week for Tech, and then Baylor, and then Houston. Okay. So yeah, I think ASU will. Who does Iowa State have this weekend? Who does Iowa State?
I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the schedule right now. So Iowa State has Arizona.
Oh.
Arizona.
Ooh,
Arizona at Iowa State.
That's didn't expect it to be an intriguing game. That's intriguing.
Yeah.
They're both undefeated.
Baylor gets Oklahoma State and whoever the new coach is.
Well, I hope.
Hopefully the guy's not 40 years old, whoever they hire. I just hope he's not 40.
Lauren, I don't know if you put it in there or not. I might need I'm a man, I'm 40 for the 4 o'clock reset when you talk about Mike Gundy. Just to scratch it.
I didn't look at it, but whoever's replaced him, let's hope he's not 40 years old.
I might need I'm a man, I'm 40. Speaking of the 4 o'clock reset, it's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Here they are, closer to the playoffs than they were when the weekend began, which I didn't think was going to happen.
If the Diamondbacks do accomplish this, they're going to have to take care of business against the Dodgers. And they will have earned it if they do that. The Dodgers are lining up Shohei Ohtani, Blake Snell, and Yoshinobu Yamamoto in the 3 starts.
Win.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Win. Yeah.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 25th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
My name is Wes Hunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial series tonight against the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs, while Shohei Ohtani gets the start for the Dodgers. The Snakes sit just one game back of the Mets and Reds for the final wildcard spot in the National League. And the Phoenix Mercury play Game 2 of the WNBA semifinals tonight in Minneapolis. Tip-off is at 4:30. The Mercury lost the first game of the series on Sunday. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties have taken over Sundays. Join the excitement and don't miss a play at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Lauren is here. She's got the latest going on in sports. I'm looking up at the screen. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Lauren, what's going on? 4 o'clock reset.
All right, well, let's start with what you're liking, what you're seeing, because the Pittsburgh Pirates are up 2-0 on the Cincinnati Reds in the top of the second.
Let's go.
2-run homer by Dave Parker.
No, it's not even a home run. Don't listen to any of this.
Omar Marino with a 2-run single.
Not even at all what happened.
No.
It was
Richie Hebner.
York single to center, Canero double to left.
Just what Gambo said.
Yeah.
All right. Let's hope John Candelaria can shut him down.
2-0
Pirates.
Pirates.
Like I have no idea who any of these people are.
In the top of the second.
I do only because you rotate through the same bunch of like old players.
True. I added a whole bunch of new guys.
When it comes to the Pirates, you're always Dave Parker. Always.
I could go Willie Stargell.
Yeah, you
just don't.
Rennie
You just
Sennett.
don't. You go Dave Parker.
I went Omar Marino.
You always go Dave Parker.
John Milner.
Yeah.
Matty Sanguine.
A 2-run home run
Oh,
by the
wow.
Pittsburgh Pirates.
O'Neal Cruz just hit a 2-run shot.
I love you, O'Neal Cruz.
And now it's 4-0 Pirates
Let's
in the
go.
top of the second.
Let's go.
LFG, man. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm just superstitious enough to think that the entire show now has to be the 4 o'clock reset.
Just keep going.
Yeah.
Just put the music on a loop, and we'll just keep doing like play-by-play of this game. So this game is underway. Obviously, if you're a Diamondbacks fan, you're rooting for the Pirates. We've covered this, but just in case. And then 35 minutes from now,
Yes.
the Mets taking on your Cubbies.
Yes.
And you're rooting for Lauren's Cubbies.
Yeah.
To do us a little better than they did us over the weekend against the Reds.
Yeah, they were absolutely no help against the Reds.
They done us dirty over the weekend against the Reds. Do us a little better this time, please.
Yeah, Kate Horton, it's on you.
Yes, it is. It is.
All right, well, let's dive into all that stuff about the D-backs because the D-backs, they take on the Dodgers tonight at 6:40. You can listen to that right here. Pre-game starts at 6. Brandon fought against Shohei Ohtani.
Did we play Fought Rock the last time?
Okay,
Because I don't want to jinx anything here.
that's a great question, and I don't know the answer, so I'm not doing it.
Oh, but if we did it the last time,
Wait, so his last time was that start against San Francisco, right? Was that his last time out?
Wasn't that a day game?
That was a day game.
So we didn't.
So we didn't. So don't.
Nope.
okay,
No Fought Rock today.
nope. I'm not even going to listen to Yacht Rock on the way home.
We didn't, so don't.
No.
Okay. Brandon Pfaadt has more wins against the Dodgers than he does anybody else in his big league career. And maybe more importantly than that, Brandon Pfaadt at home, boy, the numbers are so much better than they are on the road. I mean, we went through them. I can go through them again a little bit later. He is a much different guy at home for whatever reason. But it's Ohtani, and so... But you're getting the help you need right now from the Reds, and maybe the Cubs will help out later. 6:40 first pitch tonight here in Arizona Sports.
And we'll keep you updated on those scores as the show goes on.
Indeed.
But big news coming out of baseball today. The MLB will implement the ABS system, the automated ball strike challenge system starting in 2026. Each team will get 2 challenges, and you can keep them if you're successful. Challenges can only be initiated by the pitcher, catcher, or the batter, and the request must come right after the pitch.
Pitcher, catcher, or batter, not the manager.
Nope,
No.
not the manager. Not the
manager can't be.
Nope.
Mm-mm.
Nope.
Okay.
And you tap your head. If you're a hitter and you want it challenged, you tap your head, and you have to do it within like a second, right?
Yes.
But we've seen this work in spring training. We saw this work at the All-Star break. It's clean, it's efficient, it's quick. It takes about 15 seconds. Thank God baseball did this. This is going to cut down managerial ejections like in half,
We
right?
actually have Torey Lovello's pregame from today discussing if he's been able to talk to his team about the ABS system, and for the record, he is a fan of this choice.
No, I haven't spent much time in the clubhouse. We had a bunch of our pre-series meetings, so I haven't had a chance to talk to them about it. But I'll get near to the ground and just pay attention to what they're saying. So I don't know exactly where they stand on it, but I think they probably feel the same way. From a hitter standpoint, my generation, I feel like the pitchers had an advantage. They were getting balls off the edges of the plate. Now the balls are having to be put on the plate. I think that's the way this rule should be.
I love it. I love it. Should have done it years ago. I really believe that. It's not every call.
I like
it's 2
that it's
challenges a game. It's
2 a game.
Yep.
And you know these guys, you're going to save it for the end of the game. It's like saving timeouts.
Yeah, unless
it's bases loaded in the first inning.
Unless you get a catcher. And Gabriel Moreno in spring training was really, really good at it.
Really good.
Like as long as you win the challenge, you bank them. You know, you keep your 2 challenges as long as you keep getting them right. You find somebody who's good at it, a pitcher who's good at it, a catcher who understands. No, really, dude, that was a strike. I like this. I think it's a great idea.
It's going to make those relationships, the pitcher-catcher relationship, all the more important in the MLB now.
Right, to trust that. Yeah, for sure.
And let's pivot over to Monday Night Football because the Lions beat the Ravens in Gambo's preview of the Super Bowl matchup, 38-30. Derrick Henry, another costly fourth quarter fumble.
Three fumbles for him.
So far.
He was distraught after the game. Like he was really upset after the game. Boy, the pressure the Lions put on Lamar Jackson, and he threw 3 touchdown passes, but they were sacking him left and right. 7 sacks on the game, tremendous pressure. David Montgomery was a beast. I love David Montgomery.
Yeah, me too.
And again, I love the play at the end of the game, before Montgomery's final touchdown. They converted a 4th and 2 to Amon-Ra St. Brown, throwing the ball down the field, 20 yards down the field on a 4th and 2. Huge play.
It's part of the lesson into why you don't overreact to week 1, because I think a lot of people, after they lost week 1 to the Green Bay Packers, wondered, is that it for Detroit? Is the run over? And I'm not saying that means the run isn't over, but I think we were a little premature after they go to Baltimore and drop 38 on that defense. Yeah, I think it's a little premature to say that the Lions' run is over here.
In the same week that the Packers lose on a walk-off field goal
to
the Browns in
yeah,
Cleveland.
Exactly.
Yeah. And the Atlanta Falcons, they have fired their wide receivers coach Ike Hilliard. They're replacing him with offensive pass coordinator TJ Yates. Penix has not thrown a touchdown pass to a wide receiver or tight end this season. He's only thrown one, and that's to Bijan Robinson.
I only put this story in my email
because of Petsing. Is that what
not to even kind of suggest the Cardinals would do the same, just to point out that teams are not above making changes this early in the season when their offense or their defense isn't to their liking. That's all. I'm not advocating that the Cardinals do the same, just to kind of point out, hey, Atlanta took them 3 games, and they're like, yeah, we can do better. Let's do better. That's all. That's all.
I know everybody's looking at these coaches being fired and saying, are they going to do anything here in Arizona? Let's see what happens Thursday. Right now, Jonathan Gannon is fully behind Drew Petzing and the job he's done. Let's see what happens Thursday.
And Adam Schefter is reporting that Russell Wilson will be benched in favor of Jackson Dart. That means Jackson Dart's first start will be at MetLife this Sunday versus the undefeated Chargers.
Ooh.
Down go the Chargers.
Ooh. Good. It's good. Russell Wilson
is brutal.
He should just retire now.
It's honestly the fall from grace for him. He was the darling forever in Seattle. And then the rapid descent from Denver to Pittsburgh to the Giants, where he's terrible. He got so bad, and it felt like it happened overnight. It didn't, but it felt like it happened overnight.
No Marshawn Lynch, no Legion of Doom.
It helps.
And
he was good, though. He was a good quarterback.
At his peak, he was very good.
Very good.
It all went downhill when they decided to throw the ball 4th and goal from the 1 against the Patriots.
Ellie De La Cruz just hit a 2-run homer. It's 4-2 now in the bottom of the second. The Pirates still have the lead over the Reds.
Come on.
4-2.
All right, and we'll end this 4 o'clock reset with this.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
There it is.
That man right there, Mike Gundy, is out at Oklahoma State after 21 years. Gundy has spent 35 of 58 years at Oklahoma State, either as a player, assistant, or head coach. OC Doug Meacham will be the interim coach. He is soon to be 61.
Okay, good. So he's not 40.
I'm a man. I'm 61. Boy,
he won 170 games as a coach.
Yeah.
He was a great coach. What does he do now? Does he go be an offensive coordinator? Oh boy, I don't want to say. Does he go be an offensive coordinator somewhere?
They owe him.
There's a team that might have an opening.
He's not an NFL. He should not be an NFL offensive
They
coordinator.
owe him $15 million, so he doesn't have to do anything if he doesn't want to. I'm just surprised because I thought of all the teams that were poised to take control of the Big 12, the new Big 12.
We thought it would be
I
them.
thought it was them.
Yeah.
Because they were always competitive in the Texas-Oklahoma era. They always were competitive.
Always had great teams.
And boy, it's fair to wonder if the game just passed him right by. Passed him right by.
He's 58? It's a good time to retire.
Says the 58-year-old who's about to retire.
It's a great time to retire, Mike Gundy.
Oh, God.
It's a great time to retire.
And finally, in just about 15 minutes from now, the Phoenix Mercury are taking on the Minnesota Lynx. That one will be on ESPN. Minnesota has the 1-0 series lead thus far.
In a best of five.
In a best of
It's
five.
a best of five, not a best of three. It's a best of five.
And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. Join Wolf and Luke at Four Peaks in Tempe on Thursday from 10 until 1:30. Your chance to win tickets to see the Cardinals take on the Seahawks. D-backs tickets as they battle the Dodgers in their wild card push. Do not miss it. This Thursday, 10 to 1:30 p.m. at Four Peaks in Tempe. Trey Benson is now RB1 for the Cardinals, and he has about 48 hours or so to prep for it. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball. And Base's pitch. Carroll runs. That is going to be taken, and Carroll slides in. It's his 30th stolen base of the year. And for a player who has collected so many firsts in the history of this franchise, Corbin Carroll has just grabbed the first ever 30-homer, 30 stolen base season by a Diamondback. Can the D-backs secure the bag and make the wild card? We talk D-backs playoff scenarios today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. They are ready to help you right now with all of your needs when it comes to making sure that you have the right financial plan, the right retirement plan, so that way you can live your best life when it comes to be that time. Listen, you don't want to put this off. You don't want to keep pushing it down the road, pushing it down the road, because then one day, all of a sudden, you're in your 50s, early 60s, and you're like, can I retire? And you go through it, and maybe you crunch the numbers like, I can't. I got to keep working. I got to work 5 more years. I didn't plan the way I showed up. The smart people are planning early. I recommend Stuart Willis. Got 5 locations in the Valley. He's a fiduciary. He'll meet with you. Doesn't cost you a dime. You get a free portfolio review, and you find out if working with him is right for you, the way it was for me. Because for me, it's all about making sure I have the right financial plan, so that way when I retire, I can do the things that I want to do. I don't have a lot of I don't golf. I just like to travel. I like to see the world. I like to go stay in great places and do great things. So for me, that's what I want to make sure that I'm able to do. So that's why my plan was put in place with what I want to do in mind. Call Asset Preservation at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
D-backs fans get the best seats at the best prices and access to exclusive events. 2026 Advantage memberships are on sale now. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, plus you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com. ShaneCoda.com.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or ShaneCo.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Monday, September 29th at RTO Sullivan starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl.
Arizona Sports.
Connor's in for the touchdown. Touchdown, Sun Devils.
Arizona Sports. Home field advantage. Home field advantage.
Gambo, I need a caller number, please.
40. 40.
No.
Oh, I can't do 40. Oh.
Poor Lauren.
I'm a man. All right, 4.
4 in honor of 40?
Yes.
Okay, I like that.
4.
Caller number 4, 602-260-9870. Caller number 4 at 602-260-9870. You're going to get yourself 2 tickets to see the Cardinals take on the Seahawks on Thursday. ASU versus TCU on Friday. Your week will be set.
Wow.
And it'll be great if you're caller number 4 at 602-260-9870. If you're not caller number 4, you'll have opportunities again tomorrow at 7:15 a.m. during the Bickley and Murata Show, 12:15 p.m. during Wolf and Luke, and once again, 4:15 on our fine broadcast here on Burns and Gambo.
How about that?
Win tickets.
Go to both games.
Go to both games. Be a heck of a week right there if you can. This is Kyler Murray. Confidence level in Trey Benson.
Yeah, ultimate confidence in Trey and each and every guy behind him that has to play. You know, I know we failed or we struggled this past weekend as a unit, but again, my confidence never wavers in those guys. You know, I know they'll make the play next time.
And then on losing James Conner.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to replace my dog. You know. Everything that he does, you know, on the field, the little nuances of the game, his feel for the game that may go unnoticed, you know, stuff that you can't coach that he does that people don't really realize. But, you know, his feel for the game, his leadership, just his presence, you know, in the huddle, in the locker room. You can't really replace that for real.
How good do you feel about Trey Benson now? Now that it's here, now that you're the guy.
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. Everybody said, and even Darren Erdman, who was on with us, it was 1 and 1A in camp and everything. Until we've seen Trey Benson get 20 carries a game, I mean, how many carries has Trey Benson had in his entire career? Like, I don't know. I think he could be good. I loved him when they drafted him. I thought it was a good pick, but let's cut to the chase. The guy's had 84 carries in 2 years. 84 in 2 years. Over 16 games. That's an average of 5 carries a game over 16 games. I don't know.
I guess I was looking for more of a gut feel, probably.
Okay.
Like an instinctual sort of like, I think they're fine. I think they're not fine. I think he'll rise to the occasion.
Okay, gut feeling, I think he can do it.
Okay.
I think he could do it. I liked him at Florida State. I think the kid's got something about him. I like it. He might be the type that 1 yard, 2 yards, 1 yard's 20. You know, he does have that breakaway speed. So he may not. Connor was more of a 4-5, 4-5, 4-5. You know, get stopped every now and then and break a couple bigger. But I think Benson's got a little bit more of the home run threat in him than James did. You know, this year he had a 52-yard run this year? Or
52 and a 28-yard run, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, so I think he's got that in him. My gut feeling is, yes, I think he could do the job. They drafted him for this very reason. I mean, they drafted him he was a third-round pick.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't draft him you drafted him to eventually replace James Conner.
To your point, and thanks to our buddy Howard Balzer who sent us over these stats yesterday, and I wrote them down because I knew at some point we'd need him or want to talk about him. He's had a 52-yard run already. He's had a 29-yard run already. There have been those 2 carries for 81 yards. Okay, he had another carry for 7. He had another carry for 11. take out those 4 runs, 17 carries and 26 yards. So to your point,
1 minus 1, 20. Yeah, so I think you might, it's going to be different, I think. He's not the big bruising back that James Conner is. Conner was just so big and strong that, he could get you those really tough yards.
Yes.
And now you're not going to have that. So I'm going to be very interested how they are on 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. Not having James Conner, do you change it up? Do you go more, play action with Murray and just leave it up to Murray with a run-pass option on some of these? Because you might not just hand it to – no, maybe you hand it to Benson and you see what he could do it. See if he can do it. But I do think that he is more of the – eventually, you give him enough carries, he's going to break some big ones without being the steady, I'm going to get you 4.5 carries every time 4.5 yards every time I touch the ball.
Yeah, I remember, and I know this is a complicated topic because of Cam Scadaboo and the success he's had so far for the New York Giants. But I remember around the draft, we were pretty clear and pretty insistent. They're not going to take a running back.
No, we knew they weren't.
They like what they have, and not even just Cam Scadaboo, but just in general. There was some talk about whether they needed to draft another one, and you were very insistent. No, they're not going to draft another running back. They like what they have. Now that theory gets put to the test. I think Trey Benson will be fine. I really do. I think he'll be good. I think it's got to be blocked better in front of him, number one. What I'm mostly curious about, though, is knowing that Trey Benson's probably not going to get 32 carries a game or 28 carries a game or whatever. Who's your RB2 now? Is it Amari DiMercato? Is it Bam Knight, who was like, oh, wow, who is this kid in the preseason? Is it Michael Carter, who was that guy that every time we saw him in a preseason game, he just did something really, really good? He did good enough that you wanted to keep him around on the roster, because I think it's obviously more about Trey than it is any of those other guys. But it's going to be about those other guys, too. Who emerges from that group as sort of the trusted running back two of the crowd? And that one, I have no idea. I mean, literally no idea who's the man when it comes to that.
The problem is last year, the most carries he had in a football game was 11. The second most carries was 10. He never was over double digits again. So he had 11 carries against the Rams on September 15th. He had 10 carries against the Jets on November 10th. He did not go over 9 carries in any other game. Now, this year, he had 10 carries against San Francisco, obviously, because Connor got hurt. We've never seen him as the bell cow. We've never seen him as the guy that's going to get 15, 17, 18 carries, plus another 2 to 3, 4 touches out of the backfield. So his workload is going to increase tremendously, and I want to see what he does. So most importantly, I'll just say this right now, the most important thing to me, especially against this defense, ball security. Ball security. Yeah. Without anything, if you average 3.5 yards a carry, okay, we'll take it. Just don't turn the ball over. Don't turn it over.
We've got the Burns and Gambo Show podcast. You can subscribe right now on your iPhone or your Android, and you'll never miss any of our show. The Burns and Gambo podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. The Dodgers, just like the Diamondbacks, have had their bullpen struggles this season. So, how many innings do you get out of Brandon Pfaadt? How many innings do you get out of Shohei Ohtani? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Oh, we got a good-looking crowd here at the Chuckle Casa tonight. Now, we're not calling this a short week for the Cardinals before Thursday night football, but this week can play tennis with the curve, babe. Not a whole lot of time to prepare for the Seahawks, but it's pretty simple. Division rival, need to win. The Cardinals host the Seahawks for Thursday night football. Pre-game coverage pops off at 12:30 Thursday afternoon. Kickoff at 5:15. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team. They're ready to help you. If you're sitting there right now, you've seen the interest rates come down. The Lund Mortgage team can help you right now. Get pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. You're saying, okay, tired of renting, tired of paying somebody else's mortgage. I want to own my own house. I want to have equity in something that's mine. And that's what a lot of people gain wealth through home ownership. They gain wealth, family wealth, right? I mean, you own a home, it's worth a lot of money. All of a sudden you pass away, that money goes down to your children. So having that home is generational wealth. So if you are interested in that, call the Lund Mortgage team. Let's get you pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. You can stop renting and get into your own home. Rates have come down. A lot of houses on the market. House prices have come down. We're even seeing seller incentives to sell the house now. So call the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial series tonight against the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs, while Shohei Ohtani gets the start for the Dodgers tonight. The D-backs sit just one game back of the Mets and the Reds for that final wild card spot in the National League. And a look in at the MLB scoreboard, and the D-backs are getting all the help they can right now from the Pittsburgh Pirates. They're up 4-2 over the Reds in the top of the fourth, and the Mets and the Cubs are just about underway in 10 minutes from now. And the Phoenix Mercury play Game 2 of the WNBA semifinals tonight in Minneapolis. Tip-off is any minute from now. That one's just about to start. The Mercury lost the first game of that series on Sunday, but it is a 5-game series, so not a winner-go-home situation for the Mercury tonight. The latest is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Whether you need adjustments to an existing estate plan or you just need to get one started, the attorneys at Morris Hall are ready to help. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Game 1 of a huge series with the Dodgers goes down tonight. We've got you covered. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, so Lauren just did the run-through there on the scores, but I'll do it again just because. Top of the fourth, the Pirates are beating the Reds 4-2. And the game between the Mets and the Cubs set to begin in about 8 minutes from right now or so we'll update you on that one. So far, so good when it comes to that. There are, of course, other baseball. What?
Detroit-Cleveland.
Oh, I was just going to say, there are other games.
Detroit-Cleveland is the Tigers on the verge of an epic collapse as well. The Guardians, I almost said Indians. The Guardians are one game behind Cleveland.
Yeah.
Behind Detroit. The Guardians are one game behind Detroit.
1-0 right now. Detroit is winning that game in the top of the fourth. But they have the bases loaded and they have one out. So they could open this thing up big time. That's a crucial series to watch. The Yankees and the White Sox is a crucial series to watch. What's the other one? The Red Sox and who are they playing right now? The Toronto. That's a big series to watch in the American League. So a lot of these races, it's kind of coming down, especially the American League wildcard race is really kind of jammed up. The American League West is interesting with the Mariners and the Astros. Yep. So there's the American League, there's a lot to watch. For the Diamondbacks, we all know the deal. It's you're rooting for the Pirates against the Reds. You're rooting for the Cubs against the Mets. Everybody's got 6 games left. The Diamondbacks are a game back behind the Reds and the Mets. The Reds have the tiebreaker against the Diamondbacks. The Reds have the tiebreaker against the Mets. So you basically have to be 2 games better than the Reds this week and 1 game better than the Mets this week if you're the Diamondbacks and you want to get in. It's Brandon Pfaadt tonight. His last time out was brilliant. We're checking to see if we played Pfaadt Rock the last time he pitched. We don't think we did.
Okay.
So we're gonna lean into the thing and not play it again today, and that sort of thing. It's gonna be in part if it comes down to a bullpen game, or at least the bullpen's behind the starters.
Mm-hmm.
What's interesting is Ohtani's got the start tonight, and I just looked. Ohtani's good for 3, maybe 4 innings. And that's about as far as he's gonna go. All right. So the Dodgers are going to use their bullpen, and their bullpen has been getting a little grief as of late for how they've pitched.
A lot. So the bullpen has been one of the issues that they've had. Some people are asking, is this the worst bullpen in Dodgers history? It's not. It's the 6th worst in history among the 68
Well, that makes
times.
me feel better.
So not the worst. But the thing is, they went out and spent a lot of money, right? They gave Tanner Scott 4 years and $72 million. They brought in Kirby Yates 1 year and $13 million. So you're looking at all these guys that they added, and they haven't pitched very well. A lot of these guys haven't pitched very well, so their bullpen's been a little bit of a disaster. So, Michael Kopech, he's really struggling. He's got 13 walks in his last 11 innings. So it hasn't been a good bullpen. They haven't had any guys that they can rely on. I think Anthony Bonda's been good. The former Diamondback been okay for them. Edgardo Henriquez has been okay. But for the most part, they've had to really, the big name guys that they added. Tanner Scott looks terrible. Go look at his numbers. He looks terrible. Kirby Yates is terrible right now. So they spent all these money on these big name guys. It hasn't worked out.
Yeah.
It hasn't worked out. So they've got a bullpen that's struggling mightily right now.
Yeah, and I think it matters more. Well, you know what, to be honest with you, it matters tomorrow night with Blake Snell going as well. He's not exactly
a 5-inning pitcher.
Gets you deep into the game kind of guy, right?
Always been a 5-inning pitcher.
And so I would never suggest that in a battle of the bullpens, the Diamondbacks would have an advantage over anybody. I certainly wouldn't suggest that. But the Dodgers, there are just enough cracks in that where you do wonder, once Ohtani gets chased, once Blake Snell is out of the game because pitch count or whatever, the Diamondbacks will have an opportunity, you would think, to do some damage against that Dodgers. I'm looking at Ohtani's pitching logs right now.
Yeah.
4 innings, 4 1/3, 4 innings, 5. He went 5 on August 27th against the Reds, 3 2/3, 5 his last time out against Philly. Most of the time, he's facing 16 batters, so he's getting through a lineup maybe twice, maybe a little bit into the third time, and that's it. He's done. He's just, they're building him back up after that Tommy John surgery.
Sure.
So they have to be very careful with him. Pfaadt, on the other hand, his last time out, it was the first complete game a Diamondbacks pitcher had thrown since Zach Gallen and his amazing start in Chicago a couple of years ago. The time before that was the no-hitter they got a few years ago. So it's rare. It doesn't happen very often, but the deeper he can go into the game, the less you have to spend on your bullpen if you're the Diamondbacks.
Well, the good news is we don't have to ever see Woodford pitch again, right? He's gone.
He is gone.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
He is gone.
Thank you. Yeah, he'd been taking to a woodshed every time Woodford pitched. I'm happy to see him gone. So listen, you said it all the time. Like, do you trust the Diamondbacks bullpen? There's 6 games left. What can they give you? Who do you trust right now? What guy do you trust the most? Think about how many bullpen moves they've made in the last just 2 weeks. This guy's up, this guy's down. This guy's up, this guy's down. This guy's up, this guy's designated for assignment. Let's bring Juan Murillo back. They continue to make all these bullpen moves. I mean, they're doing it. It's a patchwork bullpen. Like, the majority of these guys are not going to be on the Diamondbacks roster next year. Okay, they're going to have to rework the bullpen. So if you go look at all the guys who pitch for the Diamondbacks bullpen, 80% of them are going to be gone next year.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be gone. They're going to have to rework the bullpen completely. So, but for now, you've got 6 games left, and it's a matter of, like, who do you trust? If you're Torey Lovello, who do you trust to get you? If you're in a close game and you got to go 7th, 8th, and 9th inning with bullpen guys, who are you using?
It's hard to answer that question. It really is, because it's such a moving target.
I mean, Backus was great for them, then he got sent out.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I think Abner's been good for them, but it's only been, 2 appearances?
Okay, Rashi was good, but then he's not good.
Yeah.
Saul
Frank is good, but he's hurt, or he's been dealing with a shoulder issue.
Beeks, too.
Curtis, I think, can do some things. He's interesting. I don't know if trust. I don't know if that's the word I would use necessarily, but it is few and far between down there when it comes to guys you say, oh, yeah, I feel good. The ball is in his hands. Murillo, I mean, he's a fireballer, but do you trust him? It's dicey. And so
I like his fastball. I don't trust his walking batters.
Nope,
I don't trust his control. And I like the fact that he can blow the ball guys by and he can miss bats. But I don't like the fact that he doesn't have a lot of control of where he's throwing the baseball.
It'd be nice if Saul Frank had some availability this week, because I know they've been really touch and go about using him the last week or so, week and a half or so. He hasn't been available as much as they would like. And I don't know the answer to that question. I think Torey addressed it pregame, and I have to go back and see what he said about it. Saul Frank, I felt like, was kind of veering into that area of trust a little bit. So we'll see. We'll see if it comes down to the bullpens. We'll see, how much scoreboard watching the Dodgers are doing. I mean, they're certainly going to continue to play their guys until they clinch. Their magic number is down to 3. They'll probably at some point win the National League West here in Arizona over these next 3 days. Either because the Padres lose or they win or whatever. Hopefully it's not because they're winning. Hopefully it's because it's the Padres losing. But when they don't have as much to play for, I don't know if the Diamondbacks are going to be able to take advantage of that. That's probably going to happen mostly after this series when they start giving, hey, let's give Freddie Freeman a day off. Let's give Mookie Betts a day off. Let's give Shohei a day off and give him some rest going into the postseason. It's not going to happen now when the magic number's 3.
3, and they have the tiebreaker, so it's really 4. I don't think the Dodgers are going to lose a division. I think they're going to get it. But again, they're not going to do anything at this point except play hard baseball and try to win. Now, do they care about knocking the Diamondbacks out? I don't know, because this would be the team they play. Like, if you're the Dodgers, do you sit and I really don't know the answer. If you're the Dodgers, do you sit there and say, this team gives us trouble? Let's knock them out. I'd rather play the Reds. I mean, if you're the Dodgers, you do control a little bit of this. If you could beat up on the Diamondbacks, you could make sure you don't play them. Now, the benefit of that is that the Diamondbacks are more familiar with you than the Reds are or the Mets are. Now, you also might not want to travel to New York. You might like the short trip between L.A. and Arizona for a year. So I don't know how that will line up. I'm curious to know what the Dodgers' record was against each of those teams. I think that there might be a little benefit to them to
maybe.
Let's knock the Diamondbacks out of this thing.
Join us at DraftKings TPC. We're going to be there this Friday. It's a college football pregame party. While we're on site, you'll have the chance to win tickets and merch for upcoming sporting events. Plus, now every day through the end of September, go into DraftKings TPC in Scottsdale, mention Arizona Sports, and you will get their famous chips and queso on the house. Francisco Lindor just hit a solo home run. It's 1-0 Mets over the Cubs. Is that the first inning? Yeah, that game just got underway, right?
If I could have anything, I'd rather, if one of these teams has to win and one loses, I'd rather the Mets win and the Reds lose.
Tiebreaker, yeah.
Yeah,
for
that
sure,
reason.
because of the tiebreaker. Yep. When we come back, we're going to dive into the injury report on this short week for the Cardinals and the Seahawks because a whole bunch of key guys could be missing. That includes some concern at the tackle position. We'll also tell you about Darius Robinson because if you're talking about concern, there's got to be some there too. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
$195 million. Collectively, that's what all the Global Credit Union members saved by doing their banking with Global Credit Union last year. $195 million. How, you say? Well, they did it because Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. They did it because Global members get a better interest rate than they can at a bank. So when it comes to your checking accounts, your savings accounts, your loans, or whatever, Global members just get a better deal than those who go to a traditional bank. And because of that, they were able to save approximately $195 million last year. It makes a difference. There are so many benefits. I mean, there's direct deposit access. You can have access to direct deposit funds up to 3 days in advance. I could go on and on. Instead, I would recommend you explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Burns and Gambo are back at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale on Friday, September 26th for a live broadcast from 2 till 6 for college pregame coverage. Come out, enjoy some food and drinks. It's the perfect way to kick off your college football weekend. Here's a bonus. Now through the end of September, just tell your server at DraftKings Sportsbook that Arizona Sports sent you, and you'll get complimentary chips and queso on the house. Burns and Gambo, Friday, September 26th at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
An update on our social media poll question of the day. Here's Lauren. We got all the things going on in front of us. Mets, Cubs over there. Mercury Links over there. MLB Network giving us the latest on the Reds and the Pirates there. Busy day here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Love it. And we got the poll question.
And we got the poll question.
Which is?
Has everything to do with the Arizona Cardinals ahead of their short week against the Seattle Seahawks. And the question is, has James Conner played his final snap for the Arizona Cardinals, yes or no?
I think so.
I don't like
age coming off of an injury like that. Like, yeah, I think so.
I don't like thinking it. I don't like saying it because it's just such a lousy way to end a great run like James Conner.
It is.
But the contract was designed for there to be kind of an out at the end of this season. I got to think that's it. He's played his last snap for the Cardinals, which is too bad. It's been a hell of a career for James Cardinal.
Especially if Trey Benson plays really well.
Especially if he plays really well. Yeah.
I mean, that's where you drafted Trey Benson.
Yes.
You did?
Eventually
We drafted him to be the replacement.
Yeah.
Smart teams do that.
And 75% of our audience is going with yes, James Conner has played his last snap for the Arizona Cardinals.
75%. All right. It's a bold question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. Quick look at the scoreboard here with a minute left in the first quarter. Minnesota is beating the Merc 18-17. That's game 2 in a best of 5. Through 4 innings right now, the Pirates are beating the Reds 4-2, so good news there. They're taking care of some business. Middle of the first inning, the Mets on a Francisco Lindor home run are beating the Chicago Cubs by a score of 1-0. That's not good news. So
no, but if you needed one team to win over if you needed one team to lose over the other one, you want the Reds to lose.
Amen to that. Absolutely.
You want the Reds to lose.
Amen to that. It's always sketchy when you're going into Thursday Night Football and you're looking at injury reports or things like that, because as the Cardinals themselves will tell you, this is a walkthrough. We didn't even practice today. This is an estimation of guys who would have been available and their level of availability had we actually done a practice, but we didn't. We just did a walkthrough. That being said, Kelvin Beachum did not practice, just like he didn't yesterday. Paris Johnson Jr. was limited just like he was yesterday. Will Johnson also did not practice. Zay Jones in concussion protocol, and he won't be able to get out of concussion protocol.
Not in time, no.
He didn't practice. So the big thing to look at, number one, at the corner position, Will Johnson still a no-go, back-to-back days with a groin injury. But the tackles, Paris Johnson Jr. limited the last 2 days. Kelvin Beachum did not practice the last 2 days.
Yeah. Now, Seattle's got a bunch of injuries as well, right? They have like 9 guys, I think, that were on their injured report.
They do.
So they've got a bunch of guys as well. But this is what happens. You got a short week. You play on Sunday. You got to come back and play on Thursday. It becomes difficult.
Yeah, the big ones, I think, for Seattle are Devin Witherspoon. He was limited again today. Leonard Williams, who single-handedly wrecked that first game they played last year, was limited as well. Nick Emenwari, their safety, limited back-to-back days. Boy Maith, their linebacker, limited back-to-back days. So they're missing some guys, too. And guys who didn't practice, Josh Jones didn't tackle, and fullback didn't practice for the last couple of days. But the biggies there are the safety, the linebacker, defensive end Leonard Williams, and the cornerback Devin Witherspoon. Those are probably the big ones that the Seattle's going to be looking at as well.
Yeah, both teams will come in a little banged up in this game. Short week. It is what it is. You just wonder if some teams with the Cardinals saving some guys for this Thursday night game and not play them on Sunday so they could play on Thursday. Look, you don't want to go 0-2 in the division. You don't want to go 0-2. You could lose to San Francisco. It's not the end of the world. There's a lot of games left. You lose to Seattle. Now you're 2-2. You're 0-2 in the division. You got a little bit more of an uphill climb. It's not the end of the world, but it is a home game that you would lose. All 3 of the games they played have been one-score games. All 3 of them. This might be the same. I know Seattle blew out New Orleans, but they've got their own issues. They don't run the ball very well, so that plays really well to the Cardinals because Seattle doesn't run it very well. But their story has just been their defense and how good their defense has been. So if some of their key guys are out on defense, that would be helpful.
One other name I want to throw in there for the Cardinals as well. Will Hernandez was limited today and was limited yesterday. Don't know what that means. I mean, I know what it means, but I don't know what it means.
Yeah, I thought he'd be ready for week 3 or week 4. If he doesn't play in his Seattle game, then
you should have put him on the PUP list.
Probably, right?
The whole reason for not putting him on the PUP list was the expectation, whatever, that he would be available to play in one of the first 4 games, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, you could have just, I think, if maybe I'm misunderstanding the rules of the PUP list and things like that. No, I mean, that you could have pupped him. And then you're basically saying he can't practice for 4 weeks, he can't play for 4 weeks. But the reason you didn't do that was the hope that he'd be available.
You're allowed to, I'm checking, you're allowed to place up to 8 players on the PUP list during training camp. Now, I don't know for the regular season if that, how that changes. But yeah, I think the thought was that Will Hernandez would be ready to go by week 3 or week 4. So if he doesn't play against Seattle, you'll roll Isaiah Adams out. Here's the other thing. Isaiah Adams just has to play better, too. This is you got to play better.
Yeah, he does.
This is, and you have an individual job to do when you're out there on the field. And this offensive line, as a group, has to play better, but some of these individuals have to play better, too.
And again, I don't want to I know everybody's been so focused on Will Hernandez. I get it. And it's not attempting to assign all the blame to Isaiah Adams or say it's him, it's his fault. There's just a level of physicality that Will Hernandez brings to that job and that role that I think all of them can look to for inspiration, leadership, motivation. I mean, whatever the case may be, right? I think he just plays with such a nasty that it kind of forces you to follow his lead with that nastiness because of his veteran presence. And I think that would help
I think that's
the entire offensive line.
We always felt that he was going to be, if he got healthy, the Cardinals were going to sign him. Right, we didn't feel that way about some of the other players on
Kaiser White. We didn't think that.
We didn't think Kaiser White was coming back. We didn't think Dennis Gardeck was coming back. But Will Hernandez was the one guy. Okay, I can see it because there was a need. He's a good football player. There was a need on the offensive line. It was just a matter of he had to prove that he was healthy enough to go play.
One other thing real quick about the Cardinals. There's been so much focus on Marvin Harrison Jr. not performing well or not fitting in well. What about last year's other first-round pick, Darius Robinson?
Oh, boy.
Here's Jonathan Gannon on that yesterday, what he had to say.
I know he wants to get on the stat sheet too, you know what I mean? But the most important thing is just do your job. Don't press to make plays because you'll start playing bad if you do that.
Darius Robinson is not off to a good start at all. Nick Rawlis defended him as well. Quote, I think those stats will come over time. I'm not worried about the statistics there. Per Pro Football Focus, he does not have a single sack. He is generating just a 2.3% pressure rate. He has been the team's worst graded player per Pro Football Focus.
You're going to have hits and misses in the draft, even first rounders. It sucks, but you are. It looks like Paris Johnson was a hit. He's going to be a really good left tackle. Right now, it doesn't look good for Darius Robinson. And Walter Nolan, the jury's out. We haven't seen him play yet. He's hurt. So when you start to look at it like that, you're not, it's important to hit on drafts overall.
Yeah.
Not just focus on first rounders, but it's important to have a good draft. If Trey Benson hits, that's a third-round pick. If he's a good running back and he could be a running back for the next few years, that's really good. Now I don't have to go out and sign a running back and pay all this money because my third-round pick is good enough to play. So you want to hit on drafts most importantly, but you are going to have busts in the first round. It's probably too early to call Darius Robinson a bust.
Oh, of course.
But, man, he needs to stop playing better.
No doubt. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Cubs have a runner on third with 2 out in the bottom of the first. Let's see if they get that guy in. We'll update you on the scores, and we'll tell you about the Diamondbacks rotation and how it's set for these last 6 games. That's coming up on the Burns and Gambo show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC. They're in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. They're online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. You can shop in there and check out all their inventory from the comfort of your own living room when you go to libertygmcaz.com. Nowhere can you get a GMC for less than Liberty GMC, and nowhere are you going to find the convenience when it comes to servicing your car than you will at Liberty GMC. They are offering concierge service. They'll come to you. They'll pick up your vehicle. They'll perform the service. They'll return the vehicle to you. You'll never know it's gone. Your life is totally, completely convenient. It's great if you're a small business owner. It's great if you crave convenience of this exclusive service. Either way, you don't need to lift a finger. They'll come to you, grab your car, perform the service, bring it back, and that's it. Plus, if your check engine light is on, they're offering complimentary engine code diagnosis as well. It's at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 25th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what ifs.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, why is the fall a great time for our listeners to get in touch with Turf Monsters?
Fall is great for planting season, so if you're looking to do some seasonal planting, trees, shrubs, whatever you need, we're a one-stop shop. We can do everything for you. We have the best reviews in the valley. We showcase our work. We have the best installers. We want your business. Customer service is our number one priority.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer, where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you, or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carol and Selenos to grand price and possession.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
With 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Lauren Koval with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial homestand tonight against the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 6:40. You can listen to that game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs, while Shohei Ohtani gets the start for the Dodgers. The D-backs sit just one game back of the Mets and the Reds for the final wildcard spot in the National League. So let's take a look at the MLB scoreboard, because the D-backs are getting all the help they can right now from the Pittsburgh Pirates, who are up 4-2 on the Cincinnati Reds in the bottom of the 5th. And the Chicago Cubs at the end of the first inning on a double from Carlos Santana. They're up 2-1 right now. That is heading into the top of the second. And the Phoenix Mercury play Game 2 of the WNBA semifinals tonight in Minneapolis. That one has just about 8 minutes left in the second, and Minnesota's up 29-21. The Mercury lost the first game of that series on Sunday, but it's a best-of-5 series. And that's the latest.
D-backs Dodgers Game 1. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Carlos Santana hit a ball that Juan Soto in right badly misplayed at Wrigley. I don't know if the wind got it or what, but it went over his head. 2 runs scored. Top of the second, the Cubbies are beating the Mets 2-1.
So things are breaking well right now.
The early returns.
Early returns are good.
The early returns are good. Diamondbacks have won this county. They've won that county. They're carrying this county.
They're gonna win all the swing states, baby.
Right now, bottom of the 5th, the Pirates are beating the Reds 4-2. So far,
Mets are losing, Reds are losing right now. If those scores hold, long way to go, and the Diamondbacks could win today, it's a 3-way tie.
Yes.
They would still
have to finish a game better than the Reds.
Sorry, I didn't
mean to cut you off. But
no, I saw Lauren reacting to something. A great catch by
Seiya Suzuki in the outfield. Just saved a double on that one.
Oh, okay.
Into the right center field gap. Seiya, he slides.
Nice catch.
Nice catch.
All right, so if things break the right way, it could be a 3-way tie. A 3-way tie in which the Diamondbacks would have. Now, what would happen in a 3-way tie?
The Reds.
The Reds go in a 3-way tie?
I read that this morning. A 3-way tie, the Reds win.
Okay.
Yep.
Because Reds have the tiebreaker over the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks have the tiebreaker over the Mets.
And the Reds have the tiebreaker
over the Mets, too.
Yeah.
So, but at least you'd be tied. And now you go into the final 5 games. You just got to play one game better than the Reds.
Yeah.
Let's go Pittsburgh.
Let's go
Pittsburgh. See, you knew Pittsburgh was going to at least play to win. Pittsburgh's not they're not trying to lose baseball games.
No.
They just had a 3-game series against the A's. They won 2 out of 3. So,
and that's why I was intrigued by what you said about the Marlins, who play the Mets after the Cubs
Sandy Alcantara.
They bumped Sandy Alcantara back by a day just so he
Screw
could
you guys.
face,
We're going to pitch him against you.
Exactly.
He's got a lot of success against you. We're going to pitch him against you. Take that.
I know he hasn't had the best of years, but still, it's a little bit of a statement. We're not rolling over. We're not playing dead. So we'll see. The dream is alive. I think by now everybody knows the deal. You kind of spelled it out for everybody very nicely. The Diamondbacks have these 2 series left, at home against the Dodgers for 3, and then on the road against the San Diego Padres. Padres clinched the playoff spot last night. In all likelihood, they're going to play the Cubs in a first-round playoff series that seems like it's pretty locked in. There's still an outside chance for them to catch the Dodgers in the West, but right now that's not looking very likely. The magic number for the Dodgers to win the West is 3. For the Diamondbacks, we talked about it at the outset of the show 3 hours ago. You obviously need to win both of these series. You probably have to sweep one of them, if we're just being honest about it. 4-2, probably, it just leaves you too much margin for error with the other teams that you're chasing. But their ability to win series, and you said you were going to do this, and you did.
I did.
Their ability to win series since the trade deadline, it is incredible.
I had to readjust my because I originally said my original tweet last night was the Diamondbacks have played 14 series since the trade deadline. They've won 11, they've lost 3, and they've tied 1. The second part is true. They've won 11. Lost 3 and tied 1.
You just didn't know that added up to 15.
But that adds up to 15. That adds up to 15. As we say in Italian, quindici. Adds up to 15.
As we say in English, can't add.
Yes.
Poor mathematics is what we say in English.
So the Diamondbacks have played 15 series. They have 11 wins, 3 losses, and 1 tie. Pernsey, that's awfully freaking good.
Yeah, it is awfully
That
good.
is awfully good. It's impressive. It's really impressive. It's why they are where they are right now, along with the Mets absolutely having an epic collapse. But since the trade deadline, nobody would have thought, okay, your next 15 series, you'll probably go, 6-9 in those series. No Suarez, no Naylor, no Grichuk, no Merrill Kelly. Although Jack Summers did a really you see he did something on those players. And they're not playing very well.
No.
Like Merrill Kelly's got an ERA over 4. Suarez, I'm going to call up his tweet because it was a pretty interesting thing. The only guy that's doing okay is Naylor. Like Naylor's doing okay.
Because he has 50 stolen bases since the trade.
Is that?
No, I'm teasing.
He's got a lot.
He's got a lot. He doesn't have 50, but he's got a lot.
Merrill Kelly, 10 games, 4.23 ERA. Geno Suarez is batting 193. Naylor's batting 287. Grichuk is batting 198. And Shelby Miller, in the games he pitched before Tommy John surgery, pitched to an ERA of 5.59.
Josh Naylor with the Seattle Mariners is hitting 287 with 9 homers, 29 RBI, and 17 stolen bases since he got traded.
When we have Brock Hewitt on tomorrow, he call every time something happens, like he'll call me and ask, "Hey, tell me about Naylor. Tell me what we get." I go, "You want to sound smart on your show? You're gonna see this. You're gonna see this like fat guy that plays first base. He steals a lot of bases.
He does.
So like on your show, say, "Hey, sneaky thing about Naylor, he can steal a lot of bases." So just so you sound good, I told him that. And he goes out there, he's stolen 17 bases with them.
17 bases in 50 games with the Mariners.
Because you look at him, you're like, this guy's not going to steal.
That's absolutely
I mean, you're going to do all the
crazy.
advanced scouting you want. He steals, like, that guy's not stealing any bases.
Fantastic.
Look at him. But he steals bases.
But to your point, yeah, none of those guys maybe have been, there's a whole, like I was looking at, so your tweet made me curious.
They've won a lot of series.
To go look at the series that they lost, and the one that stands out like a sore thumb.
3 out of 4?
Is the 3 out of 4 to Colorado.
Yeah.
That's the one where you just go, what the hell happened there? They won the opener, and then it was blitzkrieg time, the last 3. One of the other ones was they just recently, the one where they dropped the first 2 to San Francisco, and they had to rally to win the finale to not get swept. There's another one early on against the Padres. But, yeah, their ability to win series. Now that we're in crunch time, this was Torey Lovello, and this was from about a week ago, and when they made the announcement they're going to a 4-man rotation.
Well, we wanted nothing against Chris Mott. He's been throwing the ball extremely well. We felt like there would be some value to get some length, dependable length out of the bullpen. So the 4 guys have been leading the charge for us all year long. They've been throwing the ball. Some have been throwing the ball exceptionally well, and we wanted to match up the best way we could against the most critical teams at the most critical times. And we spent some time on it. I know I was asked a question a couple of days ago, do we know what our rotation is going to look like? And this is something we've been talking about for 7 or 8 days. So we knew this was a possibility. We had a chance to realign it based on the off days. But it's a 4-man rotation, but they're still going to get 5 days. Some are going to get an extra day and pitch on a 6th day. So we felt like this was the right thing to do.
So, Fott tonight, Ryan Nelson tomorrow, Zach Gallen on Thursday. And then it flips to Erod, Fott, and Nelson to close.
When they lost the 3 out of 4 to the Rockies, you just mentioned that.
We're going back to that one, yeah.
Because I just looked at my notes. Saturday, they had a 7-4 lead with 5 outs to go, and the bullpen imploded, Hoffman and Saul Frank. Sunday, they had a 4-1 lead, and then Woodford imploded. God, this Woodford guy.
Well, he's gone.
I never see him again.
He's
I know. Ship him to Siberia.
He's gone now. He's gone. We don't have to worry about him. Don't worry about him.
Saturday, a 7-4 lead with 5 outs to go. Bullpen imploded. Sunday, a 4-1 lead, and then Woodford came in.
I mean,
that series hurt.
Oh, that's
so. The Rockies are terrible, and they won 3 out of 4 from you.
I remember it like it was yesterday. You had momentum going into that series. You were building something going into that series, and I remember thinking, it's the Rockies. You got to take 3 of 4. It's minimum. You got to. Nobody ever dreamed that you'd lose 3 of 4 to Colorado. And again, that falls into the category of, when the season's over, going back and legislating it and talking about all the games you lost but should have won, all the games you won but should have lost, right? And we stopped keeping track of that a long time ago because we thought we didn't need to keep track of that anymore. And as it turns out, we did. And so we'll remember that series. We'll remember.
I have one
those
more note
crazy
on that
games.
series.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Yeah.
Perdomo speaks out in support of Marte.
Oh, that was the Marte.
So that was in the midst of the, oh my God, all this news is coming out about Ketel Marte taking a vacation. The team didn't know about it. He's in the Dominican Republic. They're playing the Cardinals. They don't know he's there. He didn't call in.
That was a rough time.
And so they lost 3 out of 4 to the Rockies. Yeah. And my notes are the bullpen, and Perdomo speaks out in support of Marte.
Interesting.
Leave him alone. We just want to play baseball.
Very interesting.
Let him we just want to play. He just wants to play baseball.
2-1 Cubs, bottom of the second. They've got runners at second and third with 1 out, and Herner is up. And then Pirates, Reds, still 4-2 in the 6th. The Pirates are leading. So we'll keep those updated throughout the course of the afternoon. What's left of the Burns and Gambo Show. Let's go, Pirates. Join us at DraftKings TPC in Scottsdale this Friday. College football pregame party. While we're on site, you're going to have the chance to win tickets and merch for upcoming sporting events. Plus, now through the end of September, just mention Arizona Sports, and you will get their famous chips and queso on the house. When we come back, Seattle blowout win against the Saints on Sunday. Does that momentum carry into Thursday's game against the Cardinals? We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Not a whole lot of time to prepare for the Seahawks, but it's pretty simple. Division rival. Need to win. The Cardinals host the Seahawks for Thursday Night Football. Pre-game coverage pops off at 12:30 Thursday afternoon. Kickoff at 5:15. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with 0 risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
2 of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision Tune-Up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Bend for just $469 a month for 36 months, plus you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Monday, September 29th at RTO Sullivan starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl.
Hey, it's Wolf. What are the Phoenix Suns trying to prove this season? We'll be asking players tomorrow at Suns Media Day starting at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
It's like I've been trying to tell you, Gambo. I just don't think the Mets are going to make it.
Oh, man. How many times did I tell you you kept saying the Mets, the Mets, the Mets. I'm telling you, the Mets aren't going to make it. The Mets aren't going to make it.
I just wanted to make sure you were paying attention over there. That's all. 5-1. The Cubs are beating the Mets right now in the bottom of the second. They've already chased David Peterson from the game. Inning and a third, he gave up 5 earned runs. A 2-run double by Ian Happ into the left center field gap has given the Cubbies a 5-1 lead in the second.
My group chat is the door is wide open for the Diamondbacks. The Reds and the Mets are both choking it away. And Frankie's like, I don't know how Torrey got them here with that horrendous pitching staff. So they're all chiming in right now.
Wait, wasn't Frankie on the field taking pictures with Torrey Lovullo, and now he's bad-mouthing him?
No, he said, I don't know how he did it with that staff.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know how Torrey got them here with that horrendous pitching staff.
Okay, because Frankie was one of the guys on the field, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, they got to go on the field, take some pictures.
They should be nice to Torrey. They should be nice.
They love Torrey. They love Torrey. They got to meet Gonzo and Gracie.
Good. Just
we're at Gonzo's house, hitting some baseballs.
And it's still 4-2 in the top of the sixth. The Pirates are beating the Reds.
I'm keeping my eye on that. I'm keeping my eye on that one.
So far, so good, but it's very, very early in the process. Meanwhile, earlier today, Kyler Murray meeting with the media because of the short week. He's doing it on a Tuesday instead of a Wednesday. In fact, he talked about that.
I think it's an advantage as far as not having to travel. But at the end of the day, we're playing football, and at the end of the day, we got to go out there and execute.
Yeah, and you got to execute against Seattle's awesome defense.
Hungry group, fast, physical, play with a ton of swag. They've successful defense, and we're gonna have to be on our A game Thursday if we want to come out successful.
I think you said it really well earlier in the show. Like coming into the season, we pretty much knew what the Rams were about. We pretty much knew what the 49ers were about as long as they were healthy.
And not Seattle.
And Seattle, I think we thought could be good. I wouldn't be surprised if they won the division if you had asked me that before the season. But are they this good? Are they blow the doors off of you good like they did against the Saints over the weekend? That's what we're trying to figure out.
We don't know. That's why I really want to see them play, this week. That was a, historic win for them. I had talked earlier in the show about, the biggest victory Seattle ever had was against the Arizona Cardinals back in 2012. A 58-0 win over the Cardinals. Some people may remember that, 58-0. Marvin Harrison Jr. doesn't remember it. He was only 10 years old. But Calais Campbell did play in that game.
Of course he did.
For the Arizona Cardinals. He was a veteran. He was a veteran on that Cardinal team in 2012 when Marvin Harrison Jr. was 10, and they lost 58-0. Somebody should ask Calais that this week. Hey, what do you remember about the 58-0 loss to the Seahawks in 2012. But this win that they just had against New Orleans, like a 44-point differential, is tied for the 15th best in team history.
44-13 was the final.
44-13. So their 44 points is tied for the most in team history. They had 38 points at halftime. That was tied for the third most in a half in team history. So they didn't put up like the greatest number, but they put up a lot of numbers that, top 10, top 15 worthy. The 31-point margin of victories in the top 15 all time for Seattle. So they went out there, broke out a can of whoop ass on New Orleans. They even played 3 quarterbacks. Sam Darnold, Drew Lock, and Jalen Milroe all played in that football game. I mean, when was the last time somebody played 3 quarterbacks in a game? So they played 3 quarterbacks in that football game. They demolished New Orleans. Their defense was great. They feel like they're playing good football right now. I got a lot of confidence.
It was, we have Jonathan Gannon on every week, and he likes to talk about 3 phases. And we know, Seattle's defense, we expected them to be great, and they were. They were phenomenal in this game. They absolutely shut down Alvin Kamara and the Saints' run game. Special teams, they were fantastic. There was a punt return for 95 yards for a touchdown by your guy, Torrey Horton. Or is he your guy? Is he not your guy?
He's my guy,
I'm confused.
But then my GM, who's on the hot seat and will probably get fired if we lose this week.
Okay.
I got to see who I'm playing.
So he was your guy, but he's not your guy anymore.
My guy, let him go to go get Keenan Allen.
Well, Torrey Horton had a 95-yard punt return.
But that doesn't count in fantasy football, does it?
Depends on the league. Does it depend? I don't think it does. It depends. I don't think it does in our league, but it depends on the league. I don't think it does.
That wouldn't have done me any good.
The question about Seattle, at least for me, is if we're going to go 3 phases here, it's going to be the offense. Because the 44 points is great. One touchdown came off a punt return. Another touchdown was scored because of a blocked field goal that was turned later into a touchdown, a blocked kick that was turned later into a touchdown. Sam Darnold was 14 of 18 for 218 yards. He had a couple touchdown passes. Ken Walker had a pair of rushing touchdowns. Is the defense that good? Okay.
The running game's not good.
Their special teams, okay. But is their offense really 44 points good? Because it was obviously aided by special teams. It was obviously benefited by how they played on that side of the ball. And that's, to me, is where the mystery of Seattle still is.
His offense.
Whether they're that good.
I don't disagree. I think, they have had some struggles running the football, but their defense is going to keep them in a lot of games. I don't know. They play different, right? They're not the same team that used to just hand it to Marshawn Lynch and run. They don't run the ball very much. In the past, they had all those, great wide receivers that they could rely on. With DK and Lockett. So it's a different, that's why I'm very curious about Seattle. I don't know. Sometimes you just look at Seattle and just say, just give them 9 wins because it's Seattle. And that's like what they do.
Yeah.
They're just going to win 9 games. It's like Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh. You're not going to have a losing record. What? Because I don't know, because it's Mike Tomlin. You're not going to win the Super Bowl, but you're going to win 8 or 9 or 10 games. I think Seattle's kind of in that category.
They were up 21-0 less than 10 minutes into the game. I mean, it happened that fast. It was bang and it was done. It was a blocked punt. It turned into a touchdown. It was the return kick by Horton that we talked about that was a touchdown.
Right, so they didn't have to.
Sam Darnold to Jackson Smith and Jigba. It was a quick 10 minutes in.
They didn't have to do it. You're up 21-0 in the first half. You're up 38-6 at halftime. You didn't have to. Sam Darnold threw the ball 18 times.
Yeah.
You didn't have to throw it.
You didn't have to do a whole lot.
Threw the ball 18 times. Drew Lock came in. He played the rest of the game. But they ended up handing it off 33 times. They threw it 21. They ran it 33 because they were up by so much. They just ran the football.
But I'm not curious about that defense. It's elite. It's fantastic. Now, I am curious about the injuries and whether Witherspoon plays, whether Williams plays. They've got a bunch of guys that are missing too. I know the Cardinals do as well, but they could be potentially missing some dudes in that game on Thursday. We'll see how that impacts it. This win would be a nice early feather in the cap for the Cardinals if they were able to pull this off. It'd be a nice, bad taste in your mouth from San Francisco. Best way to wash that out, beat Seattle at home on Thursday Night Football. It'd be be 3-1 and send a little bit of a message that, everything's fine. We're okay. We're okay. It'd be a nice feather in the cap win.
I'm usually all about just the first. I don't care that it was a close game against Carolina, New Orleans. They won. That's all that mattered. There is something we need to see out of this offense that's different than what we saw the first 3 weeks, though. Not only you got to try to win the game, we want to see an offense that has the ability to move the ball down the field a little bit more.
And I'm worried that this week is a really tough week to
on a short week
again.
playing a good
short
defense
week against this defense.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm worried it's a tough week to go looking for that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, is a breakout coming for ASU against TCU this weekend? Be about time for it if it were. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And Mesa's pitch, Carroll runs. That is going to be taken, and Carroll slides in. It's his 30th stolen base of the year. And for a player who has collected so many firsts in the history of this franchise, Corbin Carroll has just grabbed the first ever 30-homer, 30 stolen base season by a Diamondback.
Can the D-backs secure the bag and make the wild card? We talk D-backs playoff scenarios today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
The Lund Mortgage team helping a lot of people get pre-approved for a mortgage. If you're a renter right now, you'd probably love to own a home, right? There's a lot of equity when you own your own home. A lot of people build wealth, like generational wealth through homes. Think about owning a home and then, down the road when you pass and you leave it to your kids, there's a lot of money to be divvied up in owning a home. Well, the Lund Mortgage team is helping people get pre-approved absolutely free right now. Why? Because the rates have come down. We've seen the interest rates come down. We've seen a lot of house prices come down. And because of that, the Lund Mortgage team is getting more people pre-approved. A lot of people saying, hey, I'm tired of renting. I want to own a home. Let the Lund Mortgage team help you. Over 30 years of experience right here in Arizona. You can call them at 623-889-0130 for any and all of your mortgage needs. You can go online at lundmortgage.com. They could also help you with any refinance, new home loan, or pre-approval. That number again is 623-889-0130.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit. But hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models, APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected.
Call 480-576-5457 by September 25th for your KMVP listener discount. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Suit up for Superhero Night at Phoenix Rising. On Saturday, September 27th at 7 p.m., Phoenix Rising battles Oakland Roots SC, and the entire night is themed for heroes big and small. Come dressed as your favorite superhero and snag a free firefighter helmet at the gate while supplies last. Tickets start at just $15. Secure your spot now at phxrisingfc.com. One night, all heroes. Be there.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting a used gun buying event September 26th through 28th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer up top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability, just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial homestand tonight against the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to that game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs, while Shohei Ohtani gets the start for the Dodgers. The D-backs sit just one game back of the Mets and the Reds for the final wild card spot in the National League. So let's take a look at the MLB scoreboard. The Pirates still up on the Reds at the end of the sixth. They are up 4-2. The Reds had a man on first and third and couldn't convert in the sixth inning there. And the Cubs, they still remain up 5-1 on the Mets. And the Phoenix Mercury are currently at half with Minnesota. It's 48-32. Minnesota is leading that one. The Mercury lost the first game of that series on Sunday. It's a best of 5, so it is not a lose-go-home situation for the Mercury. They'll survive another day if they lose this one. And that is the latest.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
It's stuff to watch tonight. What's on tonight is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Coming up in about an hour and 10 minutes from right now is first pitch between the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. The final 3 home games of the year for the Diamondbacks starting tonight. And obviously we all know what's at stake. They're a game back with 6 to play of the final playoff spot in the National League.
9 outs to go in Cincinnati. Can Pittsburgh close it out? 9 outs away from handing the Reds a loss.
They're up 4-2, Pirates are right now.
Going into the 7th inning.
That's on tonight. Cubs are beating the Mets 5-1. They're on the top of the 4th.
Oh my God, the Mets collapse. It's historic.
Yeah, it is. It is history. I mean, go back and look at their record on June 1st. You never would have thought they wouldn't have made the playoffs.
On July 27th, they were 62-44. So that's 18 games over 500.
July 27th. So that was
July 27th.
3 days before the deadline.
They were 62-44, coming off of a 7-game winning streak. 62-44. They lose this game today. They're 3 games over 500.
18-32 cents. Just did the math real quick.
An absolute, including a 8-game losing streak.
Yeah. That's on tonight. Diamondbacks are on tonight. Mets are on, or the Pirates are on tonight. Mercury are on right now as well.
Not doing so hot.
That ain't going so well.
The Minnesota Lynx. They got 2 pink-haired players on their team.
Well, it's...
Lauren's laughing. I was like, Lauren, they got 2 pink-haired players. She goes, yeah, they all dyed their hair at the same time, right? Is that what it was?
Was it like a team unity thing? 48-32, they're beating the Mercury right now at halftime of Game 2 of that best of 5 series.
I look with pink hair. Todd, this bad boy pink, what do you think?
You know what? Honestly,
yeah.
There's $50 in it for if you show up with pink hair.
50? That's it?
That's a lot. Especially if you just do the spray-in stuff and you wash it out.
Yeah.
There's $50 in it for you if you show up one day with pink hair and do the show in pink hair.
I'm kind of plain. I've had the goatee since 4th grade. What? I have. I've had this. I had facial hair in 4th grade.
You used to have the mustache, though. I do miss just the straight mustache and not the goatee. That was a look, brother. I'm looking at you right now on the YouTube feed. The mustache was a thing.
When I just had the mustache.
When you were rocking that back in the day, oh yeah. That was that was something. I see those pictures of you, and I swear I wouldn't recognize you. I swear I'm like, that's Gambo? Yeah, the mustache.
Yeah.
Pink hair, $50. And just spray it in and then wash it out when you get home.
I'll think about it.
You got to do the whole show.
I'll think about it. The whole show with pink hair.
You don't need $50 of my money.
No,
You're fine. You don't at all. TCU coming in on Friday. I believe Sparky's Den. Is that tonight, Lauren? And is that on 620? I saw a screenshot from Luke Lipinski. It looks like they're doing it at Mountain America Stadium. It's tonight, 6 o'clock on ESPN 620. Kenny Dillingham said yesterday he believes that his offense, that his team is this close to that big breakthrough.
I think they are.
Offensively. They just need to finish drives. They need to finish red zone possessions and not kick 29-yard field goals, and then they'll probably take that leap offensively.
They had so many opportunities in you go look at the game against Baylor, the first possession. I mean, they've got it at the 10-yard line, first and goal, but they go backwards 3 yards. Then they throw 2 incomplete passes. They end up kicking a field goal. You know, there was another possession where they kicked a real chip shot field goal, and I know you hate those. Those
it's a failure.
Those short field goals.
It's a failure when you're kicking 36-yard field goals.
Well, how about a 21-yarder?
21-yard field goals.
Yeah,
a total failure. If you're kicking a 21-yard field goal,
they get a screen to Matea for 14 yards. They're down at the 7-yard line. They go Udo for 3, Udo for -1, incomplete to Jordan Tyson. Kick a 21-yard field goal.
I remember,
they got to convert those into touchdowns, and then your offense will be clicking.
It's funny that you mentioned that. In my chat group with some of my friends, many of whom who went to ASU, boy, the We Miss Scat chat was running hard during that spot in the game right there.
Yeah.
The Kanye Udo goal line, losing a yard, not being able to punch it in. The fan group during the game, my friend group during the game, was like, oh, that's the Scattaboo moment right there. That's where you miss him, when you don't have him.
Well, there was another one, my yuck moment on my Sam had a 27-yard run up to the middle to the 10-yard line. 2 plays later, Sam goes backwards, gets tackled for a 7-yard loss. And all of a sudden, now you got to kick a 33-yard field goal. Like you were right there. You were at the 10-yard line. First and goal at the 10.
Yuck or something else, and you just can't read your writing.
No, I wrote right there. Right there. You can see it right there. I'll show the audience.
It does say yuck. I just wanted to make sure that
yuck.
The first letter was, was it yuck or was it something else?
Yuck.
No, it's yuck.
Just yuck. I wrote yuck. 7 yards. You lose 7 yards. You're at the 10-yard line. You lose 7 yards. Like, stop. Every time you get to the 10-yard line, it's almost like they're gonna go backwards.
I know we said this last week against Baylor because I was expecting kind of a shootout against Baylor, given Sawyer Robertson and their running back and their tight end and things like that. I feel the same about this game. It feels like it's got shootout potential. It feels like TCU's offense has shootout potential between that stud wide receiver, a quarterback who some people think is NFL bound. Eventually, it feels like TCU can put up points in a hurry. So I think it is imperative. Certainly if you're going to win a turnover battle to the tune of 3-0, you got to do better than converting those into a bunch of field goals. You have to do better there. But just red zone possessions, finishing them with touchdowns, and I love having Jesus Gomez. It makes all the difference in the world. Sure. I also don't want him to be the sole source of offense.
I don't want him to be.
It's not a winning recipe. That is not a winning solution.
Your player of the week from ASU, Jesus Gomez. He was a special teams player. That means he kicked a lot of field goals.
Yes.
Yeah. I'd rather not have my guy be that. I'd rather have offensive player of the week be Jordan Tyson or Sam Leavitt. But he got special teams, co-special teams player of the week because he had a great week.
And
kicking.
not that it's not all on Sam too. It's certainly the running game. You mentioned Udo. We need to be better in those goal line situations. Raleek Brown has been really, really good.
I like Raleek Brown.
And I like him
quite
too.
A bit.
But I also think the breakout game for them comes when Sam Leavitt has the breakout game. And like we talked about yesterday, he was good in the second half against Baylor. I don't want to take anything away from him, but I don't think we've seen that wow moment from Sam Leavitt yet so far this year. He's been good, but I don't think we've been knocked over like he did at times last year. He absolutely knocked us down to the ground with how great he was. I don't think we've seen that yet. And I think when we do see that, that's when this offense will go next level. When they're hitting those deep shots downfield, when he's the big chunk plays and the explosives and the things like that. When that happens, then I think we're going to see the Sam Leavitt that was touted as a Heisman hopeful at the beginning of the season, because we haven't seen that version of him
I
yet.
think we're seeing him really get a lot of guys involved, though, right? I mean, beginning was Jordan Tyson.
Yes.
Jordan Tyson.
They're better at that.
Finally, they got the tight end Matei involved. They had, Subio's been involved. I'd like to see them get the ball a little bit to McClain. He's got some big breakaway speed. So those plays are there. Like, I think those plays are there. They threw some bombs in that game. Like, they threw some bombs. There was a couple of them. I think in this, there was the one that you might remember this. They were at the 18-yard line, first play, pass interference, a bomb to Jaron Hamilton. Just an absolute 40-yard, 50-yard down. Now, it's only 15 yards in the penalty, but it was he absolutely unloaded a cannon on that one. I think he did that a few times. And I'm okay with that, too. I'm okay with the pass interference on that. In college, it's not a spot foul. It's just a 15-yard penalty there. But it's still like, take those shots down the field. Because if you can get 15 yards, you'll get 15 yards.
Yeah, so we'll talk a lot more about that TCU game, not only tomorrow, but on Friday as well, because we'll basically be walking right up to it. It starts at 6 o'clock at Mountain America Stadium. Join Wolf and Luke at Four Peaks in Tempe on Thursday from 10 until 1:30 p.m. Your chance to win tickets to see the Cardinals take on the Seahawks and Diamondback tickets as they take on the Dodgers in their wild card push. Don't miss it. This Thursday, 10 to 1:30 at Four Peaks in Tempe. When we come back, we preview, all caps, the most important series of the year for the Diamondbacks, because it is. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I just want to say this quickly. Sam Leavitt is Doug Flutie. To me,
You're gonna have to
and I
explain
know right
this.
now there's a lot of people going, Doug Flutie.
This guarantees a Hail Mary win at some point, right?
Who is Doug Flutie? Just Google it, my young crunks. Go ahead and Google Doug Flutie. Seriously. Doug Flutie seriously based it on his ability to turn nothing into something was magical. And I'm watching Sam Leavitt. And Sam Leavitt is doing some things where he's taking nothing and turning it into something.
Yeah.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
My name is Wes Tunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
At 72 sold, if we don't sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, we'll buy it and we'll give you a 100% full market value guarantee. That's right. If we don't sell your home, at your price in 30 days or less, we'll buy it and give you a full market value guarantee. Sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, or we'll buy it with a full market value guarantee only at 72sold.com.
Society says pay $7 for a fancy coffee. Sonic says, nah, how about $2.99 salty caramel toffee iced coffee with cold foam, salty caramel drizzle, and crunchy toffee pieces. That's Pinky's Up Fancy, fine china fancy, and grand piano in your living room fancy for just $2.99. Sonic salty caramel toffee iced coffee for just $2.99. It's the fancy without the pricey.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply for a limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, it's football season, and that means great kickoff deals all month at Liberty GMC.
Absolutely, Dave. Football season savings are here. You can lease an all-new 2026 Train right now for just $289 a month, or purchase with $4,000 in savings. We also have the popular 2025 Yukon and Yukon XLs arriving daily, so it's a great time to get into any new SUV.
For the big kickoff season deals, visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Diamondbacks baseball, and it is the most important series of the year, and it begins tonight in less than an hour from Chase Field, the first of three between the Arizona Diamondbacks and the LA Dodgers. And we'll get to the pitching matchup in just a moment, because we do have an update in some of the games that are going on right now that matter the most. The Pirates are still beating the Reds 4-2. There was a leadoff base runner for the Reds in the seventh.
Yeah, on a wild pitch.
On a wild
Strikeout
pitch.
wild pitch.
But got erased by a double play ball.
On a double play ball, they get out of the inning, and now the Pirates are 6 outs away from taking down the Reds. If the Reds lose and the Cubs beat the Mets, and they're up 5-1 right now?
6-1.
6-1.
6-1 in the fourth.
If those scores hold, if the Diamondbacks win today, it is a 3-way tie for first place. A 3-way tie, not for first place, for the final wild card
spot.
A 3-way tie for the final wild card spot.
Again, with the mild caveat that the Reds still have the tiebreaker over the Diamondbacks and the Mets, so there's that to contend with still. But yes, that could be what's at stake tonight when the Diamondbacks play the Dodgers. And to be perfectly honest, by the time that game starts, the Pirates and the Reds should be a final. And
now you got to take care of business.
And the Mets and the Cubs won't be that far behind potentially. And yeah, now you got to take care of business.
Little pressure today. Little pressure.
Little bit. Yeah.
Little pressure. You're going up against the Dodgers. Still have something to play for. They got a 3-game lead in a loss column over the Padres. Really a 4-game lead because they have the tiebreaker over San Diego. But they still haven't clinched the NL West. So they're going to want to go out there and clinch the West with Ohtani on the mound and try to, win next couple of games and try to clinch it. Then they could take their foot off the pedal.
Their magic number to clinch the West is 3. Any combination of Padre losses and Dodger wins equaling 3, and the Dodgers will win the West. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot, more than a window store. Visit one of their 4 value locations, where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. Brandon Pfaadt, big game Brandon, getting the start tonight for the Diamondbacks. The righty is 13-8 with a 5.02 ERA coming off that spectacular start against the San Francisco Giants. He is opposed by the aforementioned Shohei Ohtani. The 30-year-old righty is 1-1 with a 3.29 ERA this year.
Yeah, Ohtani will make his 14th start of the year tonight after a great performance against the Phillies last week. He threw 5 innings of no-hit ball, allowed just 1 walk, struck out 5 on 68 pitches. In his last 3 outings, he's got a 0.66 ERA, and he's currently on a scoreless inning streak of 10 2/3. This will be the 100th start of his career. He's seeking his 40th victory. He has started against the Diamondbacks once before. This will be his second career start versus Arizona and at Chase Field. So he does have 1 start against the Diamondbacks in his books. The interesting thing to me about Ohtani, just to throw this in there, when he pitches, he doesn't usually hit that well.
That is interesting.
Yeah. So the right-hander hit his first homer in a game that he started for the Dodgers last day. He's hitting .235 with a homer and 12 RBIs in his 13 pitching starts this year. So he's got a .235 batting average and only 1 homer in 51 at-bats in games in which he pitches.
That is very, very interesting. It should be noted that with Ohtani, he has completed 5 innings in 2 of his last 3 outings. For the most part, since coming back and pitching this year, he's been good for 4 innings. Like I say, sometimes maybe 5, but usually right around a pitch mark of anywhere between 70 to 85 pitches, give or take, is about as far as he's going to go. And then they go into their bullpen, which you've already documented is not that great. As far as Brandon Pfaadt goes, his last time out, it was fantastic and tragic all in one. 9 innings, gave up the 1 hit, no runs, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts. He got a no decision against the San Francisco Giants.
I hate that.
When the Diamondbacks lost 5-1 in 11 innings. It was such a shame. It really was.
Such a shame. Yeah, Brian Nelson's been a hard luck pitcher so many times, but how do you pitch that well and end up with a no decision? That's terrible.
Yeah, Brandon Pfaadt, again, and we've talked about this a little bit, his numbers at home are very, very good compared to when he's on the road. It's almost night and day. At home, 9-3, 3.15 ERA. On the road, he's 4-5 with a 7.29 ERA. Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. There are no new injuries to report for the Arizona Diamondbacks at this time, so they are all clean in that regard. The MLB standings, they're brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. We kind of went over it, but I'll go over it again. Going into play today, the Arizona Diamondbacks are 79-77. They are a game back of the Mets, who are losing. They're a game back of the Reds, who are losing. Both of those teams are 80-76. If they both end up losing and the Diamondbacks win, it will be a 3-way tie for the last wild card spot in the National League. Again, with the Reds having the tiebreaker over both the Mets and the Diamondbacks if it comes to
I got my eye on that Pirates game right now. They've got Pirates have a runner on second with 2 outs. With Nick Gonzalez at the plate right now against Graham Ashcraft. So that's the Pirates are up 4-2, top of the 8th. Pirates have a runner on second with 2 outs. It'd be nice if they can get that insurance run in.
Yeah, again, keep it right here. I'm sure Steve Zinsmeister and the crew will be updating everybody on the scores and what it means. Big game coming up tonight. Gambo's got a key to the big game coming up tonight.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. G2G Protein Bars. Complete grab-and-go goodness. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or Bash's'.
There's one guy in the Dodgers lineup that has been absolutely torching the Arizona Diamondbacks this year. And it's not Freddie Freeman. And it's not Ohtani. The numbers are just ridiculous. It's like Mookie Betts' average in 13 games against the Diamondbacks this year, 372. He's 16 for 43 with 3 homers against the Diamondbacks. It gets worse. It gets worse. Has he done against Brandon Pfaadt? Okay, he's hitting 372 against the Diamondbacks. That's pretty good. Well, how is he hitting against Brandon Pfaadt?